Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Denver's lead is at 10. Jamal Murray has it. He throws top of the key to Jokic for a triple. Money! Murray goes to the right hand, gets a pick from Nikola, stops, throws it back to Joker, head fake on the jumper, drives in on Adebayo, shoots over him, jumper's good!
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. The highlight clips from Denver radio of a dominant 109-94 win. Never before, RJ Choppy had two teammates put up 30-point triple-doubles in the NBA Finals. It happened last night with the Joker going 32, 21, and 10. Denver back in control of 2-1, and this was a beatdown.
Yeah, it was. After about, 20 minutes of game time, when Miami they had like a, small lead in the 40s, and other than that, it was, after that, maybe in the 50s, it became Denver. And it's weird. Miami has had negative point differential in every quarter of their playoffs until the fourth. So the first three quarters, they got a negative point differential. In the fourth, they're plus 90 for the entire postseason. It's tremendous. And last night, they didn't have that. Last night, it was basically 50-50. They weren't able to mount any kind of comeback, and that's because Denver, and this is another effort game. People are going to be pointing to this. This was an effort game, and
Jimmy Butler did afterwards. Miami did afterwards. We can't explain the lack of energy. Game 3 at home.
Yeah, I mean, and
that place was dead.
It was.
I was going back and forth. Rangers with 0 offense. St. Louis 0-0 for a long time. I switch on over to the NBA. It's dead. It's boring.
Yeah, and another thing, screw you, Cardinals. You guys play long baseball games. This is absurd. Okay, a 1-0 game should not be 2 hours and 20 minutes. It should be 48 minutes. A 1-0. I mean, it was like 3 minutes in at bat.
It really was.
It was terrible. But I mean, look.
Can you imagine if baseball changed their rules and you get stuck with the team, like they always say with the Yankees and the Red Sox, where it doesn't affect
4-hour games.
Your game at all? That would be miserable.
Oh, it'd be miserable. Absolutely miserable. But and this is going to speak to like, if teams aren't the reason that the NBA regular season and Major League Baseball regular season, all the regular season other than the NFL, is that we don't feel like the players are given the effort and there's no stakes in the game. Well, now you have stakes in the game. If one of the teams is not going to give effort, like, is that going to affect viewership? If one team that's in the NBA Finals doesn't seem to care enough to be there, why are people caring enough to watch? Like, would you turn the game off because of a lack of effort?
I don't know how much is effort, and I don't know how much is lack of talent. It's part of the reason why I didn't have a high excitement level for these NBA Finals. Denver has Murray and Joker, who can give you special performances. You only have Jimmy on the other side. You have to rely on Gabe Vincent having all of us learn his name. Duncan Robinson. You have it from Adebayo. He's not nearly the player or threat that Jamal Murray is. So there's just more firepower on the other side. And the two special players were both on Denver last night. Miami just doesn't have enough, in my opinion.
No, I mean, look, if your role players aren't going to play well at home, you're cooked.
Yep.
And Strus and Gabe Vincent and, I mean, even Duncan Robinson didn't play particularly well. You've got to get better performances out of them if you have any chance of winning the series. The Stars are on the other side. They've got 2, you've got 1. And if that's the case, then you're going to have to win all your home games, which obviously they can't do now. They're going to have to win the next 2 home games. They have a chance.
Meanwhile, we need to start looking at my buddy texting me saying, is Joker having the greatest NBA Finals ever? And I was like, I hadn't thought about that. For the series, when you look at the numbers, we know that he's been putting up triple-doubles left and right. And last night, 32, 21, and 10. Jamal Murray had 34, 10, and 10. You can look up his numbers. I got the other players in the history of the league. Giannis, 35, 13, and 5. Giannis did that for the Bucks. LeBron in 2016, 30, 11, and 9. Pretty damn good. Had 2 steals and 2 blocks as well. Dwayne Wade, 35, 8, and 4. So those other guys may have Joker in terms of the points, but the monster rebounds, the monster assists that he is putting up in these series, I think it's a legit conversation, as he's averaging 33, 14, and 9, Choppy. 33, 14, and 9 on 60% shooting from the field, 44% from three, and 85 from the line.
It's incredible. It really is. I went and looked. MJ's career NBA Finals numbers, just the finals, for his career, 35 games, 34, 6, and 6. That's his career. And, that's much different than doing one NBA, 3 NBA Finals games. So, if you're going by the concept of just one specific NBA Finals. Yeah, he's having a great one. I didn't see Jerry West, although I don't know how good he would have been. He's 1-7 in the finals. I didn't see, Wilt and all that.
It looks like Shaq versus Indiana had 38 and 16. That's pretty much.
That doesn't count. It's against Rick Smits. Doesn't count.
Here is Michael Malone, who was not happy with his team's effort in Game 2, responding last night.
It means that our guys understood Game 2 was not who we are. It's not who we can be, especially at this stage of the season. And they responded like they always do. That's one thing I know about our group. When we don't play well, we own it, and we find a way to be resilient and get back to playing Denver Nugget basketball, and that's what we did tonight.
Meanwhile, there are reports that one of our nemesis is losing their veteran leader, Chris Paul, out in Phoenix. They're reportedly going to waive the point guard. They're going to save about $15 million, but Chris Paul no longer part of the super team in Phoenix, according to Chris Haynes and others.
This is, a lot of people are questioning why. It doesn't do anything for them financially. They still have $129 million tied up in Booker, Durant, Ayton, and with the remaining guaranteed money on Paul's contract. Shams tweeted last night that it's not out of the realm of possibility that they cut and then re-sign him, or decide to spread his cap hit over 5 years, which would give $3 million a year, because it doesn't really give them any major financial relief. They can't go get Kyrie. I mean, they could. I guess they wanted to go way in the deep in the luxury tax. Who knows? And then unless they find a trade partner for Ayton, for a team that can give him a ton of cap room.
He played in 59 games last year. He's basically been at 60 games since 2016. So he's going to miss 12 on you. That's not too bad. But the numbers, 14 points, 9 assists, and 4 rebounds. Feels like he's not special anymore. He's a shell of his former self. How much do you want to deal with the gruffness that comes with Chris Paul's leadership, as he is going to rub some guys the wrong way, but looks like Chris Paul could be gone. Atolo brought up an interesting sign and trade scenario for us. And I don't know whether you'd be willing to accept.
No, I'm not. I don't want to listen to it. Look, there are certain guys.
What if they signed Dylan Brooks, 2 of the 3, Dylan Brooks, Draymond, or Chris Paul for RJ Choppy's Mavericks from a likability standpoint? Rank them.
Rank it.
Well, the ones that you would be able to root for or not root for here.
I'm a competitor. I compete.
I wouldn't root for any of them. And quite frankly, if they got Dylan Brooks, I'm just gonna be honest. I would just tell. I'm not watching. I'm not watching. I have to have some kind of enjoyment. I'm not watching Dylan Brooks play. Chris Paul, I could fight around. Draymond, I would listen. I would listen to more post game than actual game I would watch of Draymond. Chris Paul would be the one I would watch the most.
You put Kyrie with a DeAndre Ayton, Chris Paul sign and trade. We'd have to play around with some of the numbers and some of the names, but Atolo brought that up.
I can get down with that. I think.
Okay.
I think I can get down with that because you're getting you need 2 quality players. You're getting that. It's
get someone to handle the ball out of Luka's hands, even though Luka probably isn't going to ever set a pick in his life or move off the ball.
Right.
But Chris Paul will be able to handle the ball, and then you get your big man in Ayton.
Yep. And then I think you can do a lot of good things. Luka and Ayton could probably do a lot of good things together. Chris Paul and Ayton could probably do a lot of good things together. So I think that would be a better fit than Kyrie and Luka. I'd be interested in that one.
All right. It looked like a Marvel movie that canceled the Yankee game. What is going on in New York? The Rangers bats disappear. The Simeon streak is over. And is that the final time that we've ever seen Jacob deGrom pitch? Somebody in the media world thinks so. It's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. David Murphy is going to join us at 8:20. We're going to have another Rangers 4-pack giveaway to send you to see the Rangers and the Jays, along with a deGrom bobblehead, Bobby Belt, with a full Cowboys minicamp report at 6 o'clock. Glad you're waking up with us, getting you closer to the weekend as quickly as possible with Sean and RJ.
The look, and it is gone. Alec Burleson hits a laser into the seats in right field, maybe the second row for Burleson, his 5th home run of the year, and the Cardinals take a 1-0 lead.
And that was it. That was the only offense last night right here on 105.3 The Fan. This is your home for Rangers baseball. Whenever you need your fix for America's pastime, St. Louis gets out of here with one win in the series with a 1-0 victory yesterday in Arlington against a spectacular John Gray performance that the offense couldn't support.
They gave no support. This is a tough luck loss. You're not going to find many losses that a pitcher takes that are more demoralizing, more disheartening, tougher losses than this one. And I know I made the mistake. I posted this last night, and I completely forgot that Twitter is as literal as it gets. Like, well, Harvey Haddix did this. In 13 innings of no-hit ball, and he lost the game. It's not the point, man. That's not the point.
What do you mean? What'd you post?
I posted. I'll read it to you right now. I posted literally. Won't find a tougher loss for a pitcher than that. And of course.
Oh, you wrote literally.
I didn't write literally. I said, won't find a tougher loss for a pitcher than that. Disagree. Harvey Haddix pitched 12 perfect innings, loses the Braves in the 13th. Pedro Martinez threw a 9-inning perfect game just to lose it in the 10th. Guys, not the point. Okay, it's hyperbole. Learn it. Jesus. I don't know. I mean, it's. I hate America. I hate society. I really do. People in general.
The streak for Marcus Semien is over at 25. So that's unfortunate. That was fun to follow.
It was fun to follow. It was. I love records being challenged. I don't always love them being broken because I don't have to relearn the new record. I just feel it's more difficult to relearn something in your 40s than something you grew up with. Grew up knowing Hank Aaron had 755. I got to think on Barry Bonds. I think it's 762, but you got to think on that. It stinks though, but this is what Boone talked about yesterday when he came on with us at 9:20. That you could hit 4 rockets and go 0 for 4 in baseball. Well, that didn't happen, but look, this is the Cardinals pitched a good game. Flair didn't have a great game. It was a good game.
Some people are saying also that he could be available later on in the season.
Probably could. I mean, a lot of guys on the Cards might be. You want to get some bullpen help? How about what happened last night? That was you bring it. You have Flaherty out there who's mixing in some sliders and such, and then all of a sudden you bring in Jordan Hicks pumping in 102,
103,
and all of a sudden your eyeball speeds up a little bit. It's tough to hit.
103. Seager was able to go ahead and get a double the opposite way, but he was definitely playing catch up. Now the good news is the armpit loss. So the Astros loss. You are still they lose. You're still 4.5 games up, and then you get the Mega Series starting tomorrow. The Rays are rolling again. They've won 5 in a row, 7-3 in their last 10, 45-19. Rangers, Rays, right here on 105.3 The Fan. That is going to be fun and an absolute blast throughout the entire weekend. We're going to send you to see Rangers Jays with a 4-pack giveaway during the Expressway starting at 7:20. On our sister station in New York, Evan Roberts is the co-host with Boomer Esiason. Here's what he had to say about the big Jacob deGrom news.
It's on the table that Jacob deGrom never pitches again. But when you think about everything he did for this franchise, everything he did for us, and he ain't getting paid by us, he's getting paid by another team. Everything he did for us, and then if you saw the press conference where the guy is crying about the fact that he knows what we know, which is that he may never pitch again, I question if you're a Met fan, if you don't feel bad about what just happened. If you don't feel bad. Because the time for debates, it's over. And you know why the debate's over? Because you won and we lost. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to work out great with Justin Verlander. It doesn't mean the Mets are going to win. But clearly, just separating Verlander and separating any kind of replacement they could have had, Jacob deGrom is never going to be the same. He made 6 starts this year. It doesn't matter what he did in those 6 starts. Never lost the game and pitched relatively well after his first start. But it doesn't matter because he's not going to pitch again this season. I really would be surprised if he pitches next season.
Wow. Look, I mean, I don't think we've seen the last of him. Will he be as dominant? Who knows? Second Tommy Johns. The Tommy John, just quick Google search. They've got a success return to play rate. That's from 2022, so last year. 80 to 95% of a return to play rate. That's the first Tommy John. The second one, you drop down a little bit.
To what?
I've seen conflicting. I've seen 59%. I've seen 80%. Somebody tried to say it was 25%. I don't think it'll be 25%. Will he? Who knows? Anytime that you have an injury like this, you have no idea how it's going to respond. They always say, "Oh yeah, just get Tommy John, you'll be fine." I mean, that's not always the case. He has to be a workout freak to do that, right? He's got to be a rehab junkie. Everyone was Sandler, I think, likes getting surgery just to do the rehab. Like that, like I had one little thing. All I broke my finger, and the rehab center was not on my way home from work. It deviated, and look at my finger. It's bent. It wasn't straighten out. Can't get it straighter than this.
Couldn't even do the finger rehab.
I couldn't even do the finger rehab. Now, it's easy for Jake. He'll just go to the facility. But you've got to, rehab is you've got to treat that as a competition against yourself. And if, some guys don't love to work out or don't with rehab. I hate rehab. I think rehabbing sucks.
Yeah, a lot of people just talk about it as a beating of a process. But I saw on your Instagram that old Mets picture of what the Mets had. Oh. The rotation and the update on each of the guys. See if you as a Tolo can name the dream team rotation, the next dream rotation that they had. Peyton, do you remember any of those Mets pitchers that they had that was going to set them up for the next 10 years? Can you name anybody else?
Well, they had, Harvey was in there still, wasn't he?
Yep, Fat Harvey.
He's retired.
Okay, he's gone. DeGrom.
Yep, second Tommy John.
Local guy. Long
Syndergaard.
Syndergaard.
7+ ERA with the Dodgers.
7+.
Yeah, I think he just gave up. I think he gave up Ellie De La Cruz's 450-foot home run last night, or maybe he was the first. He gave it the first hit of his career last night.
He's only 30.
I know.
He's only 30. What was it? Was he Thor?
Thor.
Okay, and who else? Wheeler.
Zach Wheeler. Yep. And Steven Matz, who I think we saw 2 nights ago at the bullpen here with the Cards.
Okay.
So Wheeler is still very, very good, even though he's not having his best season. He's still a really, really good pitcher.
Meanwhile, speaking of New York baseball, the Marvel scene, the movie scene that played out yesterday that canceled the Yankee game.
Yeah, and it also canceled, I think, the Phillies game in Philadelphia as well. But this is from the Canadian wildfires. My kid's up there. My oldest one, my son's up there. Luca's there. He was all excited. This was his big New York trip. He gets there and he goes, "We got about 30 miles outside the city. And you could smell the smoke in the bus driving up."
Oh, that's nice.
And he's wearing basically everyone out there is wearing a mask because the air quality is so bad. They say if you're out there for an hour, it's the equivalent of smoking 6 cigarettes. Just being out there for an hour.
Oh.
The winds they say are not going to change. He's supposed to go to the Yankee game tonight. It's a class trip. They're doing this Yankee game tonight. It's a double header. But I don't even know if they're going to play the game. But it's awful. He sent me photos. There's a photo of Times Square. Now, you've been to Times Square, right?
Yeah.
You've been to Times Square at night.
Yeah.
Okay, so Times Square at night, pretty well lit up.
Very lit up.
You could see lights for days. That's the picture from last night. I mean, you can see some lights close, but you see nothing in the distance. Nothing. It's awful. So, it's terrible air quality.
Secondhand smoke walking around Times Square.
Right.
For all the middle schoolers.
I mean, you don't need to now. New York State. What do we pay? It was $20 a pack of cigarettes. You get them for free now. Thanks, Canada. You gave us something for free.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider back from the locker room, Bobby Belt. It sounds like this may be Dak Prescott, not Mike McCarthy, but Dak Prescott's offense and the absolute blinding speed of the Cowboys' new weapon. Bobby will take you inside the locker room on the home of the Cowboys next.
Coming up at 10, continue your workday with the KNC Masterpiece on SoundOnRJ.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Bobby is fist pumping for some reason. I'm going to guess that means he's excited to talk about the Cowboys minicamp session that took place yesterday. It's Sean and RJ on your home of America's team. Our coverage from the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. What were a couple of the things that jumped out? The Texas Coast offense. It's not the West Coast. It's the Texas Coast offense.
Yep, it's the Galveston offense, baby. It's funny. The practice itself, there was absolutely nothing going on in practice, it felt like yesterday, other than the speed of Brandon Cooks, which stood out. But it was all this discussion yesterday about the offense, what it'll look like, and how it's going to be implemented. And it's funny because we've asked them this question repeatedly. Like anytime we get Dak, anytime we get Mike McCarthy, anytime we've had media availability with them since it was announced that Mike McCarthy was going to call plays, we asked them the same question. What's this offense going to look like? And like you would figure they're going to give us the same generic answer. It wasn't a deep dive answer, but it felt like a concerted effort to push yesterday that, hey, Dak's going to be a lot more in control this year. And Dak's going to, a lot of this is going to have to be about him taking ownership. And, hey, this is just the shell of the offense. And this is Dak's to run. So that was the big thing that I took away from it, was just that Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott both want Dak controlling a lot of what goes on.
That's what you've been wanting, RJ?
I think all quarterbacks should call the plays. I hate when because I don't feel like, to me, that's when the decision making gets cloudy, is when they're trying to do something that somebody else wants them to do. They may not see it. And I think because the number one thing, it's everybody focuses on arm strength, on how hard you throw the ball. We never focus on the most important part about being a quarterback, which is decision making. And there can be no second guessing. If you second guess, there's not enough time to make up for it. You've got to be on time. So I love this. If you could give the quarterback, make it their offense, full control of the offense, that's the way to go.
Here's McCarthy on Dak owning his side of the ball.
I love the way we've challenged Dak mentally, and more importantly, I love the way he's attacked it. So, it's I wouldn't say I didn't know it about him. I just think it's just just like all of us, you don't really know until you really go out there and stress and push. But he's really handled these changes and adjustments, the input, because at the end of the day, the quarterback, and it's just the way I've always done it, was like in Green Bay and all the way back to New Orleans, they need to own the offense. I have no interest in being known as some guru coach or a smart coach. I'm a smart Hall of Fame type quarterbacks. The only way to get there is you got to make them own the offense. And you see it on. He has a personality, but it's just like anything. This is our first year of playing the way we want to play, and he's done a really good job of taking ownership of that. And then with that, the mental challenges, he's knocked it out of the park.
Shots fired over there at the West Coast. Would you call the Mafia?
Oh, the McVay Mafia?
No, the Flat Bill Mafia.
Oh, the Flat Bill Mafia in San Francisco. That one, yeah. There's different mafias out there.
There are two different mafias.
The McVay Mafia and the Flat Bill.
West Side.
Look, it was great. He went, 7-0 with Brock Purdy in the regular season? Mike went 5-1. Mike gets no credit for 5-1 with Cooper Rush.
That's true.
None. 5-1 and 7-0. I mean, we're splitting hairs here. It's the same thing.
We give Kellen more credit.
Exactly. But people give Kellen more credit instead of the coach, instead of Mike. Mike gets no credit for that record with Cooper Rush. And you would think that...
was Kyle calling the plays in San Fran? Little bit of a difference. He's more in control of the offense than Mike was.
Yeah, I get it, but I look, the coach gets the credit and the blame, the head coach. Unless you don't like him and then you choose to give it to somebody else. Or you do like him and you refuse to give it to anybody else.
I think the end of that quote is very interesting. And maybe he was just giving a long quote and so something came out. But do you think it was interesting when he said, basically, I think it was something effective, we're finally playing the offense we want to play? Or we're finally playing our offense?
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Peyton, pick it up at the last 15 seconds or so.
finally playing
And,
our offense.
and you see it. He has a personality, but it's just like anything. So, this is our first year of playing the way we want to play, and he's done a really good job of taking ownership of that. And then with that, the mental challenges, he's knocked it out of the park.
First year of playing the way we want to play.
So the last 3, you weren't playing the way you want to play.
All right.
I mean, if you weren't playing the way you want to play, you faked it really, really well because they won 12 games twice.
Be careful how many shots you take over there at Kellen, because statistically on paper, it's going to be hard to top what you did with Kellen Moore as the OC. Just be careful how many shots you take. He's going to point to time of possession. He's going to point to running attempts. He's going to point to pancake blocks. But what does this mean? This whole Dak needs to take ownership. Does that mean he's going to run the Jim Kelly no-huddle offense? Is he going to try to be like Peyton Manning? Does he have more control at the line of scrimmage? What does that really mean, Mike?
We have a pass play in our offense called Duquesne. Obviously it's from Pittsburgh, so it's just tied to that. But so Duquesne, so we had that whole conversation, and then Duquesne Dukes. So he asked a question in front of everybody. He says, "Well, so Coach, how do you want to call it?" I said, "What's your huddle? How do you want to call it?" He said, "Duquesne." I said, "It's Duquesne." If I say Duquesne and Dukes, you know what I'm talking about. Just call Duquesne. So I mean and I just have always done it that way. They're the ones in the huddle, and what you learn over time is, each quarterback's a little different. Some guys want to play, get off the headset. Some guys want to play, and coaching points, and some guys want to play and they want to get to the line of scrimmage and orchestrate it. Some guys want to play and they want to tell everybody what to do. So I mean, so there's different personalities in the quarterback, but at the end of the day, it's all about what tempo are we in. We have 5 different huddle combinations that we want to be in. So as long as we're adhering to what we're trying to get done, that's his huddle.
You know what's always kind of confused me about this whole we want to run the ball more thing? We don't run the ball enough.
How dumb it is.
Well, yes, but also, like, for Mike being an analytics guy, so he says, you would think he would know that the Cowboys aren't a pass-heavy team. In neutral game situations over the last 3 years in his tenure, they're 16th in passes. 16th, it's right in the middle of the league. This is from Bill Barnwell. The 9 most pass-heavy teams during that time frame include both Super Bowl winners, Chiefs and Rams, 2 runners-up, Bengals and Eagles.
Wow.
2 teams that won consecutive division titles in Bills and Buccaneers. So now we're at 6. So that's 6 of the 9. Ooh. Like, throwing the ball doesn't seem to be a problem for those guys.
Yeah.
And they're higher. They're much higher in number of passes in neutral game scripts.
Name those teams again. I'm sorry.
Let's see. Chiefs and Rams. Okay. Eagles and Bengals.
Yeah.
Bills and Tampa.
Yeah.
Teams complete more than 64% of their passes.
Let me just rename those for you.
Okay.
Pat, Hurts, Goff. I know Dan Campbell right now is saying, I'm assuming this was Goff Rams?
No, this was Stafford Rams.
Stafford Rams. Okay. Stafford, Hall of Famer, according to Orlovsky.
Stop it.
Burrow, Allen, Brady. So.
Oh, look. I mean,
our guy's right there.
There's a difference.
We're talking
He's better
about,
than Stafford.
I agree he's better than Stafford. But.
Yeah, because Stafford doesn't. Because Stafford has Jacob deGrom's arm right now.
Right. But like.
But I get your point. Philosophically, I would just counter back with the talent at quarterback. But that's a really good answer from McCarthy.
Yeah. The issue that Mike is running into is that while they're 16th in pass attempts, they're also 26th in time of possession, which means they don't manage the clock properly on their pass attempts. They go too quick, which I like. I'm fine with that. Tempo, man. Keep going.
Can I get my very cynical...
Please do. Please do.
My very cynical thought, my very pessimistic thought.
Yeah, and then I'll give you my cynical thought.
All right, let's see who can out-cynic.
Okay.
So with some of the whispers that people have told me in the building at training camp, this was a couple years ago, and then what you hear Brian Broaddus say, it's the whole say it out loud theory. It doesn't totally add up in my cynical mind. This is cynical, Sean. When I hear Mike McCarthy say, well, I really want Dak to do all the work,
I know you're saying he doesn't have Kellen to blame it on. He set this up, but this offense is bad. Wasn't my offense.
No, not the blame game. The work amount. Like there have been questions that McCarthy, I can't get the massages out of my mind in Green Bay. Maybe it's just a visual. But Brian Broaddus has suggested, and I'd be dying to hear what Broaddus said in reaction to this whole storyline. Is McCarthy just going to sit there and work even harder and grind even more on offensive game plans? When I hear him say, no, I want Dak to do all that. I want Dak to own it.
What are you talking about?
I'm like, okay, McCarthy, he's not trying to work more. That's my very cynical, negative
but
thought.
I like where your mind. I like where dirty minds go there.
You don't have to wonder what Brian thinks because there's a new Love of the Star out where he reacts to all of this. So there you go. Here's mine. I'll go cynical too.
And can you give a little recap of what Broaddus would say to what I just said?
Yeah, no, I think you're on the right track of what Broaddus is probably thinking. Like, okay, if you're supposed to be taking command of the offense, what are we doing? Just turning the whole thing over now? Like what was the point? Why did you go through and make these decisions? I think what happened was just my own thought. I think you pissed your quarterback off this off season.
Maybe.
I think the Kellen Moore thing was frustrating to him, whatever else. I think the Nussmeier firing did not sit well with him. And
listen closely, Tolos.
I think
read between the lines.
I think that those changes and probably some frustration of, okay, what are we doing here? We've had a lot of success, and I thought we all were on the same page as to what the problems were with the turnovers and what we were looking at, and we had this identified, and that's probably another reason why he's frustrated talking about sitting down and evaluating all the interceptions. Like, we already knew the answer key here of what was going on. What are we doing sitting down doing this again? I kind of wonder if this is reality and not just rhetoric, that this is his offense and he's up there making checks and he's calling a lot of this. I wonder if this is just an olive branch of, hey, I'm just setting it up and getting out of your way. This is still you. This is how you want to do it. That's where my head went yesterday.
Here's Dak yesterday on this very topic.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm in a good spot. Obviously, there's more to grow. As I said, I'll use these 5 weeks to make sure that I'm crossing my T's and dotting my I's in that sense. But I feel like when you have Mike and as open as he is about communicating, making sure I know what I like, what's at the top of my chart, what maybe I don't feel great about, it's been pretty easy to make sure that I'm doing that and I'm mastering what I'm good at. And so I feel great at the things that we've put in, that we've done. And I'd say, I'm saying own it, but I want to obviously own it more.
All right. So there we go.
It's fair. He looks good out there. It's all half speed, obviously, but you hear it there. Communication's open. He knows, like, he's making sure that what's at the top of my chart, what is available to me is the stuff that I like. What I don't like, we're not messing with.
Dak, truckwreck.com text line, Dak decision making is shaky at best. Look at those turnovers.
Let me stop right there because that was my next cynical thought. We knew that Peyton Manning could run the whole thing. He didn't need Ted Marchibroda or
Tom Moore,
whoever it was.
Good callback name on Marchibroda.
Yeah,
Eubank.
Ted Marchibroda, I think, was the offensive coordinator for the original, the K-Gun, Jim Kelly know-how-to in Buffalo. Do we have a final answer, a stable answer on how we feel about Dak processing everything, Dak mentally as a quarterback? Because I hear what you're saying. No one can see the field like a quarterback. I don't want to turn over too much control. I was fine with Sean McVay in the beginning telling, I fell for the guru stuff.
No, it's okay, though, because he was also young, too.
Sean McVay's the video game player. All right, Jared, pop, bam, boom. Or for a young player, they do this with Anthony Richardson or any of the young guys that we say they're going to be a project. Seeing the field and going through reads is going to be an issue. And I'm like, good, you got that quarterback, that coach in the quarterback headset. Where are you when I say, okay, Dak Prescott is going to be in charge of this mentally? Because I still feel like we don't have a solid answer.
I don't know that we have a solid answer, but I think this is the way you find out. Like, this is how you make that determination on whether or not he is. I mean,
they should know. I mean, they do know.
They do know.
In the film room, like at the end of Romo, you can turn off your mic for a second, Bobby. At the end of Romo, I felt like Tony figured it out. Was a surgeon.
He figured it out.
He was breaking things down. He knew everywhere where to go with the football.
It takes time. If you're not elite, if you're not like, Peyton Manning or Tom Brady. It takes some time. It takes some time to figure. And I think Dak's in that era of time of his career. Was he in 5-6 years? Right? Is that what it was? But he's in that era of his career where the game's starting to. He knows the answers to the test. Phil Simms said when he retired, when he was forced to retire because of his arm, he goes, "I hated it because I finally figured the game out."
Yeah.
And you saw Jared Goff last year. He had a much better year. Dan Campbell said it was his best year ever. Maybe he's figured the game out. And at the time when McVay was calling the plays to him, where he was surveying the field till about 10 seconds left, 15 on the clock, he hadn't seen the field yet. I think this is the way you find out. So people are saying,
it's a different question though. The question that's a completely different question we're talking about than turning over the offense, because what we're talking about in turning over the offense to Dak is pre-snap. His pre-snap recognition is generally, I think when you talk to people around the league, he's really good at identifying what they're disguising, what they're showing you, and then getting you into the right play. The question I think y'all are talking about are more the post-snap decisions that he would have to make, whether he was calling the offense or not. And even still, I think he's better at that than he gets credit for. A lot of times his issue is, I'm taking a shot here. Oh, I think I can fit this here, or misreading reading one thing, the receiver reads another, whatever else. But pre-snap recognition, I don't think has been an issue for him.
Okay. Just wondering. 8-7, man, that's a lot of good stuff yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, a lot of these sound bites we can go ahead and flush, but McCarthy and Dak talking about the new offense on your home of America's team with our coverage brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. The biggest remaining questions when it comes to Jacob deGrom and the Rangers' future: are the NBA Finals about to be over, and should we work out a trade to bring Chris Paul to the Metroplex? Next on The Fan.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm in a good spot. Obviously, there's more to grow. As I said, I'll use these 5 weeks to make sure that I'm crossing my T's and dotting my I's in that sense. But I feel like when you have Mike and as open as he is about communicating, making sure I know what I like, what's at the top of my chart, what maybe I don't feel great about, it's been pretty easy to make sure that I'm doing that and I'm mastering what I'm good at. And so I feel great at the things that we've put in, that we've done. And I'd say, yeah, I'd say I own it, but I want to obviously own it more.
And RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Window Nation.
And there's the horn. Denver takes game 3 in Miami. The home court advantage goes back to the Nuggets. The final tonight, 109-94.
What is with these announcers in this series? Man, I thought I was just gonna have to make fun of the Miami one. That sounded like Warriors radio.
This is the third call of the Nuggets this year that during this playoff run that I've been like, what the hell is this guy doing? He is irritating. By the way, congratulations. I don't know if you guys saw the news yesterday. The Seahawks have hired a new personality for their team, their media team.
Oh, yeah, your friend.
Kate Scott. Boy, as soon as you get away from Bonte Hill and those guys there in San Francisco, you climb up the ladder.
She went to Philly.
They were holding them back. They were holding her back. She got to Philly. Now she's with the Seahawks.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
Kate Scott, that was the lady who left Bonte and them that we were making fun of them for losing their third host.
Oh, okay. She got hired by Seattle. The Chris Arnold of the Seahawks now.
Yeah, as soon as you get away from Salami Joe and them, then you're good.
Salami Joe.
For the first time ever in the NBA, it hadn't happened in the regular season or the postseason. You got 2 30-point triple-doubles. My guy, Jamal Murray, the breakout star of the NBA playoffs. Where is he on the number 2 list in the league with a 34-10-10? But Joker still took over the third quarter, 32, 21, and 10. This guy's passing like magic out there. He's scoring like Elijah Wan. He bullied people like Shaq. And Denver retakes control of the series 2-1. Bobby, you got a Denver feel. You should be the Nuggets insider.
Boy, I've had a pretty good run of calling, playoffs. What I go 10-1 on the money line, and now we've had a pretty good run here in the NBA playoffs. I'm just saying, watch out, Vegas. This is Denver. These first 3 games, they should be up 3-0. They should have won game 2. They've been the better team to me all 3 games. Even yesterday when it was close for a lot of the first half. I think at halftime, Miami was still shooting 38% or something, and Denver was up near 50. It was just like, okay, this isn't sustainable. But, man, I heard you guys when I was driving in. I was not here when you guys were here. I heard you guys talking about the level of effort. I think they're exhausted. Like, I don't think you can be this physical, tough, like, style of basketball. And then at the very end of the road, when you've done all this, you're running into, as much as we think of them as this jump shot making team, Denver's very physical. And Denver is big. Denver's bigger than Miami. Denver's stronger than Miami. And so now I think they're just getting beat up and they're tired. I think Miami just
5 days off, right?
Yeah,
Miami? They had like 2.
I'll have to go back and look.
Yeah,
I thought they had more than that.
They played game 7 and they were, because remember that was the whole discussion, was if the Miami series ended early, it didn't matter because they had a set start date and that's when it was going.
Yeah.
And
I think that makes sense.
And Jimmy especially. Jimmy just looks worn down. I mean, he put up 16 shots in the first half, but Denver's better. Denver's fresher.
Trying to count. When was game 1 of this series? I'll go back and look.
I thought you were looking.
I am. It was Friday. No, it was June 1st, Thursday. Yes, they had Tuesday and Wednesday off. I thought they started on Saturday.
So they've been running through the entire time. And so I think they're tired. They're worn out. They're not as good, like flat out. And defensively yesterday, Denver was just so
that
good.
was second star.
They were so good.
Not having a second star kills you. I mean, it's going to kill anybody. Adebayo's good, but he's not like on the straight 2 level that Jamal Murray is. And if you're not going to get your role players to come up at home, you're not going to win a series.
Michael Porter still isn't making shots in this series, and they've dominated them. As soon as he starts making shots, they're done.
I'm ready for this to end. I'm ready for that cupcake. I'm ready for that Ja Morant announcement to the face of Corey Majors. But, Joker, it really is a treat to watch him play. Although I like the social media accounts, like the NBA accounts that mimic players and the way they dribble and everything, and just the way they do Joker, just he looks so sloppy out there, and nothing about him is smooth, and he's just so efficient. Everything he does is going to lead to something good. So we're now at 2-1 in the NBA Finals. We had a lot. You got something else?
I was trying to find the deleted tweet from Kevin Durant yesterday. Did you see him tweeting about Jokic?
No.
He tweeted this and then deleted it fast. He says, I don't think Jokic wants or cares to be a star. Go to work and go home, FaceTime his horses, and hop in the pool. And he quickly deleted that. So he was getting dragged yesterday for
I think everything about that is correct.
You think he's right, including the FaceTime and the horses like Peyton?
What's bad about that?
No, I think it was people were like, dude, what are you doing? I think people interpret it as a commitment thing. Like, how much do you believe to say, I don't think he wants to be a star. He just wants to go home and hang out. And so he was getting dragged yesterday.
Oh my gosh. It's just he doesn't want the attention. He hates the attention of it. Last night, anytime in the post game, he gives the most humble response. He's like, I don't know if this was where this ranks among teammate performances. I don't really care. We're just trying to win the next game. He gives the perfect response every time.
I think a lot of it's cultural. Ask anybody who's been to Europe. They'll tell you the lifestyle, the way their thought process is just different over there. They take August off. They don't even go to work in August. They just take the whole month off. They go on holiday. We're just gone for a month.
Yeah, just like Luka's conditioning.
Right.
Every
it's different.
offseason.
It's life first and everything else second. It's different.
All right, so Chris Paul is supposed to be out in Phoenix. How much did this shock and stun everybody? At least Chris Paul's daughter apparently is not going to get harassed at school anymore, as CP3 told the media.
It's tough on me, but I think it's probably even harder for the people around me, right? Especially my wife. My wife is the one who has to bear those late nights, those I can't sleep, and my kids. Like, my daughter is the sweetest soul you'll ever meet in your life, right? The sweetest soul ever in your life, but she's at that age now where at school, kids talk crazy to her, right? So she had a little boy, whatever, at school that said some reckless stuff to her, was like, your daddy ain't never gonna win no championship, right? And my baby is she's special. She'll hold it together there, but when she got in the car, she called. And she was upset. And I had to have that conversation with her and talk to her, you know, and tell her, like, baby, some people talk and some people do. But that's part of it.
So there's Chris Paul with his daughter getting a little bit of the trash talk at school.
Kid.
It sucks.
Yeah, boo freaking who?
Go
home to your complex. Go home to your complex.
What kind of like loser people like go after your dad's job?
I mean, look,
I knew what all my friends' dads. I never made fun of them for what their dad did.
because they were nobodies.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does matter. If
Get some better material.
Like he's Chris Paul's child. It's not, a landscaping job. Like, your dad doesn't know how to lay brick right. It doesn't land the same.
Your dad's the worst layer.
It doesn't land anyway. I mean, it's not me. She's like, I'm not playing. What the hell do you want me to do?
Kids trash talk.
They do, but get some better trash talk. Like it's just. I don't know.
You wouldn't trash talk Chris Paul's kid at all. With the way you
I
hate
would
him.
be kissing ass to be able to go over there all the time.
What if you had gone to elementary school with Sister Jean's grandchild?
Well, Sister Jean's a nun, and she wouldn't have a grandchild.
But let's pretend she did.
Let's pretend she broke her vow of celibacy to the Lord our Christ.
Then you'd be like, oh, even more of a fraud.
Yeah, I would go after that one. Absolutely. Yeah, I would.
All right, let's just have fun with this real quick because Atolo suggested it, and I worked with the NBA trade machine.
Well,
Kyrie Irving sign and trade to Phoenix with the Kyrie rumors. Kyrie makes $39 million. If you add up the salaries of Chris Paul and DeAndre Ayton, you get to $59 million. Mavs would need to throw in 20 more. That would be Tim Hardaway Jr. or Bertans. So y'all got to take on a contract. We'll give you Kyrie. We get back Ayton and Chris Paul. That's just me, dumb trade machine.
No.
Oh,
I could. I mean, I would totally be in on Chris Paul and Ayton together.
Would you rather keep Kyrie?
I liked Kyrie. I wonder if the Paul Ayton fit would be better because you're getting the second player too. That's the key. Like you would have instead of a 1 and a 1A, you would have a 1, a 2, and a 3. True 1, 2, 3.
True. I mean, Chris Paul's about to be done, I think.
As a 1, I think he still could be a good 2. I mean, all right, maybe he's a 2B or 2A. Maybe he's a 1, 2.5, and a 3. It's better they got now. Now they got a 1, a 1A, and a bunch of 5s.
Yeah. Free up some more time for Jaden Hardy. Free up some more time for your young core. Get Hardaway up out of here so Bassett can shift his anger and vitriol to somebody else. What do you think?
You think you'd have to throw in pick 10 to do that?
No deal.
You're not down if it's
I'm
pick
already
10?
giving you the best player.
Yeah.
I'm giving you the Hall of Famer for a guy who could be Anthony Davis Jr. with how he shrivels up and cowers in moments every other game. Hell no, you ain't getting pick 10.
There?
Huh?
Is that Chris Paul or is that Ayton?
Oh, yeah, you wouldn't trash talk Chris Paul's daughter. No, Ayton. Ayton's the cowardly lion, but, the Metroplex possibly just rooting for Chris Paul.
I mean, I would absolutely take Chris Paul and Ayton for Kyrie, like in a heartbeat. I wouldn't even, need a second to think about it.
I think that'd be a great deal. I mean, I don't think any side is getting slighted in terms of value.
No, I mean, I think that's a better deal for Dallas in the immediate term.
Now, again, they're talking about waiving him end of June, so I don't know how all that's going to work out. I'm just having fun with hypotheticals.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing is that when's the draft is what? Right before that, I think. And so, I mean, you'd make the pick because Dallas can't trade the pick until it's made. And so you could make the pick in Kyrie and swap that up. But I think Dallas in the immediate term would be getting the better end of the deal. But obviously Chris Paul's older. You don't know how much longer he's going to play. But I like the idea of bringing in a guy like Chris Paul who can help orchestrate offense in a way that's more than just, hey, Luka, here's the ball, go cook. Or Kyrie, here's the ball, go cook. Like, it doesn't just have to be the ISO offense. I feel like Paul could get things working and he could, get Ayton involved. I think that he would work well with Luka. I think it'd be a good fit. I would absolutely take Chris Paul on. It's just, what's the cost?
Fire it off, y'all. Just yes or no. I guarantee it's going to be more no's with wanting to keep Kyrie. 877-881-1053.
Suns better trade us a pick.
Yeah, you're not getting a pick on top of that.
No on Chris Paul. Let's see. No CP. Let's get young legs.
Well, Ayton's the young legs.
Well, yeah, he is the young legs.
Legs
yes.
for days.
Stop wasting time with this trade.
Okay.
So there you go.
I think that, look, I'm the one who would take D'Angelo Russell and Jared Vanderbilt in a sign and trade for Kyrie. So, yeah, if you're telling me I get Ayton and Paul, I will do it.
That's offensive. All right, TrevorRick.com text line is open, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. The Messi prices are already out of control. Rory still hates Liv, and Zion teaches all of us, don't piss off a porn star. Next on the Fan. But have you gone ahead and taken that first step? Go to the website, answer a few quick questions, less than 10 minutes. Rangers ticket giveaway. It's a 4-pack to head to Arlington to watch them take on Toronto here on your home for Rangers baseball. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with you on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. I think we need to take a second to honor and praise one of the great Twitter follows of all time, as yesterday, the Iron Sheik passed away at the age of 81.
He was a little before my time in his prime.
Sergeant Slaughter Wars.
I mean, he had
the original Live PGA.
The original, yeah, he was great heel, great bad guy. Back in the day where you didn't like bad guys. That was pre-Attitude Era. There was a line in the sand in the WWE, WWF at the time, WCW, NWA, all the 3-letter wrestling federations. There was a line in the sand. They had good guys and bad guys, faces and heels. And then it got muddied. Stone Cold muddied it. The Rock, they all muddied it. It's different now. You root for bad guys now. Back then, you hated the Iron Sheik. You hated everything he stood for. You hated the persona he put out. You hated the way he was a dirty wrestler.
The country.
You hated everything. It was classic, 80s, not even though they weren't part of the Cold War, but cold, you know what I mean?
Right.
Classic good versus evil. That's what wrestling kind of built themselves on.
Mm-hmm. I have no idea who we're talking about.
If I showed you a picture, you don't think you would know?
Zero chance.
No idea. One of the most ruthless tweeters in the sports world. Peyton, do you know the Iron Sheik?
It sounded like a wrestler, so I'll go with that.
Well, yeah. We were talking about WWE.
You got it. Ring yourself up, Peyton. You got it right. I'm looking at a picture of him now.
You don't know who the Iron Sheik is?
He looks scary.
No, I don't know.
This is your first Peyton moment. He looks scary. Gather the foreigners, Peyton. Good Lord. As soon as he heard Sheik, he judged him just like that. Ryan, any idea?
Gather the foreigners.
Any idea?
Ryan says no way.
No way.
Fake sport.
I mean, Ryan
do you
was
know who
born
Hulk
in
Hogan is?
Yes.
Okay,
Is this our first Peyton moment, or is this y'all's broadest moment, being old and disconnected to an era that no one else knows?
Y'all tell us. Y'all judge it. The Twolos, YouTube, and the Fantex. Do you know who the Iron Sheik is?
God.
I'm not saying you have to know his wrestling career, but if you're not familiar with this guy's tweets, I mean, it was another level of ruthless. Oh, man. All right, they're calling us boomers. We think you guys are ignorant. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053.
I don't give age. I don't give the age excuse. Ryan was born after 9/11, I think. I think he's that young. Or close to it. But I don't give the age excuse to anything. I wasn't born on D-Day. I know what it is. I know where it was. There's a lot of things you know.
All right.
You know the name of the of the plane that dropped the bomb. You know the name of the bombs.
Yeah.
There's things you know.
But
there's things you know.
Right. So
the Iron Sheik is right up there on that level.
Right. That's American history. This is the Iron Sheik.
All right, let us know. I want to see what the feedback is on whether y'all know it or not.
Yeah.
Whether there's an excuse for Roberto, Peyton, and Ryan, or Choppy and I are old and ancient. What's the initial response?
Let's see. Here we go. Everyone knows who the blank he is. I'm tired of Peyton. I'm 25. I know I'm a big WWE fan, though. Yeah. No, Bobby's too young. Back in the Von Erich, Chief Wahoo McDaniels days, 25 years ago. Let's see. This is a broadest moment. Let's see. World class championship wrestling. Long live the Von Erichs. We are old now.
Okay.
Let's see. How do you not know the Iron Sheik? Y'all are crusty. No clue. You're all old. Nope. 25, and I know who the Sheik is.
Right, so we're kind of split. Here. You guys know who adult film stars are? Peyton?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you familiar with
Bella Danger? Yes.
I was going to go a little older than that. But
remember, he didn't know who Jenna Jameson was.
That's true.
Texas.
Well, Zion Zion was trending all day long. This was magnificent. As I wake up from the nap, I go and check social media. Zion has a gender reveal video, and that ticked off someone that he was apparently messing with. OnlyFans, porn stars, and the other girl in the relationship goes on. I had two Tolos. I don't know how y'all knew who this was. There's a Mariah Mills. Mariah Mills goes on a Twitter tirade of great detail and explicit descriptions talking about what her and Zion have been doing for a while. And she says she's late. She might be pregnant as well. So Zion is caught and embattled in a little adult film star OnlyFans crossfire.
Yes.
It was magnificent.
I thought he was injured. How's he able to perform all this cardio?
I don't know. This girl said, I inspired you to get back in shape. I told you were the next LeBron. 33-year-old porn star fighting a 29-year-old IG over a 22-year-old NBA millionaire.
There you go.
It was Zion's business with screenshots, which people, I'm assuming this is Snapchat. Peyton, you can confirm. Someone did the Shaq hiding behind a tree meme saying Zion hiding under Snapchat under the Snapchat name Zion Williamson.
Hide on Snapchat. There you go, man. Boy, this was.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, this is Snapchat,
right?
There's a lot of I mean, you can't even read
Twitter.
the tweets.
It appears Zion has played more games with Mariah Mills than he has with the Pelicans.
I think this is our fault. Unethical life hacks a couple weeks ago. We told Mariah Mills how to screenshot Snapchats without getting caught, without sending a notification to the other person. And now we've ruined things for him. Yeah. And so I feel bad.
Michael Malone going to be furious. Denver getting no attention today because of Chris Paul, Zion, and Shaq was with some internet person. I don't even know this girl's name.
Britney Spears.
I have no idea. Brittany Renner. Who's Brittany Renner? Oh, Brittany Renner's the one who went. Dion had her come and talk to the team about thirst traps.
Yeah.
It's Rick Renner's relative, right?
Shut up. Yeah.
I assume so.
Yeah, same hair.
It's Jen. She's like the modern day for us. Got to pull it back to us if you don't know who Brittany Renner is. She is like a little bit like modern day Jen Sturger. You remember her? The
Brett
FSU
Favre.
girl?
Yeah.
And Brett Favre too.
Yeah.
But kind of like that.
Here's the question I have with this photo of Shaq and Brittany Renner. Do you know where I'm going with this? What
Size difference?
What month is this?
June.
Okay, where was Shaq?
L.A.
Beverly Hills. Why is he dressed like he's in Alaska in November? I assume Shaq sweats.
Yeah.
He's 7'2". He's over 300 pounds. I assume he sweats like crazy.
Yeah.
Why is he in a giant Costanza jacket?
I mean, isn't it it's the area without seasons, right? So it may be a little chilly. Maybe there's a little breeze.
If you want to see some graphic tweets and information on Zion Williamson's personal life, go ahead and check it out from the other woman in this case, as Zion is apparently having a daughter. So that was playing out yesterday.
Congrats, Zion.
It was amazing.
He's the best. He's the best.
Makes me wonder how many Dallas girls there may be after he sat down and named Dallas as like his top NBA destination city.
One of these is from there. You never know.
All right. The Messi market. You were talking about, Choppy, how these prices could jump thousands of dollars, and it has. The get-in price for Messi's home debut in Miami, as yesterday the news came out that he was going to the MLS, the price for his potential home debut more expensive than the NBA Finals Game 3 price to get in the building. They were comparing it. Miami, home soccer debut, Miami Heat, and that's what Messi is doing already with this deal that's supposed to take place. After the announcement, DC United tickets, $3,000. Miami against Chicago, $7,000. Charlotte FC, $10,000. Atlanta United has seats priced at $10K as well. My word.
Yeah, and it's why there was an initial report that like all the MLS teams were like, hey, we'll chip in because they're going to make money off this too. Now, I don't believe that came to fruition. Felipe Cardenas of The Athletic covers soccer. Says the deal they're putting together for Messi is unprecedented. He will have profit sharing with Apple.
What?
Adidas is offering up a cut of their stuff as well. So he's going to get a cut of Adidas. And they say the MLS has gotten very creative. They don't go into detail on what they've done, but the MLS has found a way to get very, very creative here. I think they're also going to allow him to transfer back to Barcelona to do, for a little bit as well. It's unprecedented. And like, look, I've never been to an FC Dallas game that I've actually watched. I went there to do a promo once. I was in the concourse, so I didn't have a seat. I didn't stay for the whole game, but I was out there. It's a cool scene, but I can't imagine First of all, I don't think there's any way they would play it there at Toyota. They're playing this game at AT&T. If I were them.
Could they would they be able to do that? Like, are you able to just schedule it over there? This is interesting though.
But the Cotton Bowl, the hell.
This is interesting. WFAA had this up yesterday. So shortly after the news started circulating online, Dallas's top Google search trends were the following: FC Dallas versus Miami, Inter Miami versus FC Dallas versus Inter Miami tickets, Inter Miami schedule. So Dallas was interested yesterday afternoon.
Your kids,
Absolutely.
get ready for your wallet. You better hope Luca's new friend is willing to pay for tickets.
Yeah, the drop shipper, the 12-year-old drop shipper making $90K a year.
Oh, he's making drops, I think.
$90K a year buying Luca jerseys in New York. Because didn't Luca ask you for a Messi jersey?
It was Julian. That
Julian.
did. Yeah, Julian's got. He's got the. He had the PSG.
Well, get ready for the request.
Whatever it is.
Get ready for the request.
We might get Dawson out of the house if they come to town. He might actually go out and hang with us if we do this.
All right. If I gave everybody, you get one pair of tickets.
Mm-hmm.
You get Cowboys opener. This is for the fan text. Cowboys opener or FC Dallas, Inter Milan, or Inter Miami, whatever the heck they're called. Miami FC Dallas, Cowboys opener. 877-881-1053. Which ones would you take? And I'm interested to see what the split will be. What do you think the outcome will be? Predict it on the
90-10 Cowboys.
Okay. 90-10 Cowboys.
Close. Probably 85.
Okay.
85-90 Cowboys.
Okay.
I think. I don't know. I could be way wrong on this. This is the biggest athlete that's ever going to be playing in the United States. By a long shot.
Okay.
Only because of the social media era.
Michael?
He wasn't bigger globally than Messi is at the time.
I mean, I guess I can't know. I don't live in...
Right.
Yeah, you didn't know the Iron Sheik. You probably don't know Michael Jordan
Well,
either.
Put it this way. Do we think LeBron is close to the global level of Michael Jordan?
Yes.
In his playing days?
Yes.
Messi has 3 times the Instagram followers as LeBron. It's I don't think it's remotely close. This is the biggest athlete that's ever played for an American sports team. And again, social media changes everything.
Yep.
What
are the Tolos saying about the split?
So, see, this is gonna be tough because you're gonna get some of these 214. I'll take the soccer tickets just because I think I'll be able to flip them for more money. 214 Cowboys, 682 soccer, 817 FC Dallas. You've got, man.
I'm telling you, you got to know our audience.
It's from what I can see here, I think it's
not 90-10.
It's 60-40 Cowboys.
Okay.
It's not 90-10.
60-40 so far. We have tickets to give away. We got Rangers, Blue Jays tickets, a DeGrom bobblehead. Could be the last Jacob DeGrom giveaway ever. If you don't think he's going to pitch again, we'll get you a Rangers update as they get ready for the Monster Series against the Rays. Rory still hates Liv. And what an interesting day in Frisco at Cowboys Minicamp. Headlines and a Rangers ticket giveaway next. But let me go ahead and get you ready for summer with DFW Security. Keep an eye on the kids that are out of school and protect your home, your small business, or your
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him with the changeup. Back-to-back strikeouts for Gray.
Gray home again with a 1-2. Swing and a miss as he records his 10th strikeout tonight. Again, that is a season high for John Gray.
And the Rangers offense, very rarely that this happens. They waste a tremendous pitching effort from John Gray as St. Louis gets one. To end this series, another series win for the Rangers here on 105.3 The Fan. We are your home for Rangers baseball and your Rangers ticket giveaway coming up during the Expressway in 20 minutes. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy and Bobby Belt. Offense gets blanked 1-0, but the Astros still lose. Marcus Semien has the 25-game hit streak end, and you're still up 4.5 games in the West.
Yeah, you are. So it's we're not yet to scoreboard watching. We're still several months away, but it's always good when you can kind of keep the lead, increase the lead. But look, I mean, this is the kind of game. This is weird. This was not the game that a team on a 5-game win streak and a team that's got the best record since May 1st loses. This is the kind of game that a team is scuffling loses, where they get a great pitching performance and they can't hit, and then the next game they get a great hitting performance but they can't pitch. This was very this is not teams that are on a hot streak. They find ways to win this game. They just got shut down. Flaherty did a good job. He wasn't great. He only threw a lot of pitches, but he did a pretty decent job keeping them at bay outside of the early part of the game where he had walked 3 straight guys in a row. But their bullpen came in and threw gas. And when you're seeing a steady dose of sliders and off-speed pitches, and then all of a sudden you see 102, 103, boy, your eyeballs get sped up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the norm to see this, but also yesterday, there were a lot of guys sitting out. They didn't have Garver in the lineup. Adolis wasn't in there. Tavares, it felt like a kind of a breather game for a lot of guys in the lineup. It's what we've seen this season has been how good they are with runners in scoring position. Yesterday, they were 0 for 4. They left 9 guys on bases. They just didn't capitalize on opportunities offensively that they normally do.
And now people are talking about DeGrom legacy moving forward.
Did this end his Hall of Fame candidacy? He is not going to have the volume numbers just by default that most, if not all, Hall of Fame pitchers have. He has 100 fewer starts than Nolan Ryan has wins. And I know wins are an archaic stat that's not really used in terms of Hall of Fame, because you could be 18-5 and have a 4 ERA, and you could be 10-11 and have a 1 ERA. The 1 ERA guy is the better pitcher. The other one just had, got better luck, whatever. His rate stats, which are like ERA, WHIP, stuff that are per game, those are great. Those are all-time great. Those are on the level of Pedro and Kershaw and Sandy Koufax. But there's going to be It's just gonna be eye-popping when you look up. Let's just say he never pitches again, which he will, but let's say he never does. It's gonna be eye-popping when you're a Hall of Fame voter, and I know they don't use wins as much anymore, but to see 84 wins for a starting pitcher. And it's like, all right, that's what happened here. He's just too injured.
I was just looking it up. I was curious what the fewest innings pitched are for Hall of Fame pitchers. If you include relievers, if DeGrom's career were to be over right now, he would have the 5th fewest innings pitched of anybody in the Hall of Fame. And it's 3 relievers and Babe Ruth. He has about 100 more innings pitched than Babe Ruth.
Wow.
Ooh.
Probably.
So it's tough. I mean, he's going to have a Verlander-type finish to his career. Because remember, when Verlander was 35 years old, he wasn't in the Hall yet. He went to Houston, and that's when he solidified it. He was still up in the air. Especially because at the end of his Detroit career was not the greatest. I mean, it was good. He just wasn't as his usual self. But then, he went to Houston and won and dominated and was their ace. So, I mean, look, there's still a chance for him, but right now, I think those days are over.
We talked about Dak Prescott and Mike McCarthy kind of recapping and previewing the Cowboys offense at 6 o'clock this morning. More with John Machota at 7:20 from The Athletic. And at 8:20, we'll get back to the Rangers with David Murphy, former Ranger, and Mike Bassett, colleague on Bally. But yesterday, Bobby, you said on the field, one thing jumped out, and that was the speed of their new weapon.
Yep, as I said in my email yesterday, Brandon Cooks is effing fast. That dude it's always one of the things you can actually glean from a practice. A lot of times when you sit there and you watch them in shorts or they're just kind of, running around not doing full competitive practices, one of the only things you can tell about somebody is if somebody has elite speed and you're on a field out here with elite athletes, if you are just running by everyone, that stands out and goes, oh my gosh, that's something special. Brandon Cooks yesterday was flying by everybody. They had him double covered in 7-on-7 at one point. Dak hit him with this 50-yard strike down the field. He was 10 yards behind the corner. I mean, just blows by. That's still legit 4.3 speed. He is incredibly fast.
Dak Prescott on his new weapon.
You saw it. It's great. It's beautiful. Real speed runs the same way every time. I think that's the most important thing is when you have speed like that, for him to be able to do that every play, every route, the start of every route. The cornerbacks defense, they don't know what they're getting because he makes it all look the same. And as I've said before, he's thankful he's here.
Wow, Ryan, great job. He got the Dak video clip from DallasCowboys.com on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
You've done it now, Ryan. Set the expectations too high.
Wow.
Sean's going to want video on all of them.
That was very, very impressive. Mike McCarthy on what he had to give up to focus on play calling, right? You're always kind of dividing the pie of your schedule and your clock. Does this mean less game management? Does this mean someone else handles the timeouts? Bobby, you were posting rap videos of their new analytics guy yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exciting stuff. So, they've hired this new analytics guy named John Park, and he has worked the last several years with the Indianapolis Colts. But he got some fame recently when the Colts were on Hard Knocks, and he spit like a rap about the Colts. But man, this is a guy who was in Frank Reich's ear when he was in Indianapolis, like game management decisions, like, hey, what do the numbers say? I need to know here. So any game management thing, Park was in his ear talking to him. They just moved on from Tom Robinson.
Where's Frank right now?
Carolina.
Well, I mean, it wasn't for game management. It was because they couldn't find a quarterback. But if you look at
the great Chris Ballard for you.
The Cowboys back in the spring, they moved on from Tom Robinson, who had been their director of football research for a decade. So this is the replacement. This is the new analytics director, and somebody who was very heavily involved in what the Colts were doing the last several years.
Mike McCarthy on what he had to give up to focus on play calling.
This past weekend, we spent the Saturday and Sunday just on the in-season schedule, going back through the specifics. A team meeting cut from 30 minutes to 25 minutes because I want more time with the quarterback, so I get to make that choice. But just things like that. So we're already working on that. We've been together now a couple years. So the templates for the team meetings, we've already started that. John Fossil and Ryan Feeder, I've given them some of the responsibility of the team meeting, and just to get that process going, and it'll continue through training camp, and will all lead to the end season. So I mean, it's just like anything. When you take on more responsibility, you have to delegate some more responsibility, and I'm very, very fortunate to have an excellent staff that I have great confidence in. So that process, and that's really what this month of June is about.
So there's McCarthy talking about handing out responsibility,
delegating,
delegating
as a good CEO does. He's taken up too much time on the play calling now, so he's got to delegate. But also, Dak is gonna kind of run the offense, I guess. So,
We'll ask Machota what he thinks about the Texas Coast offense at 7:20. Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals tonight, with Vegas leading 2-0. Vegas has Florida as Vegas, like the gamblers, has Florida as a favorite for Game 3 this evening. And Game 3 in the NBA last night was all Denver, as Joker and Jamal Murray put up 30-point triple-doubles.
Great performance from both. You could talk to whether or not Miami had the effort. They said they didn't. That didn't matter. This was, Miami has usually been all playoffs fantastic in the fourth quarter. They got a plus 90-point differential in the playoffs in the fourth quarter. They're negative in all other three. All the 3 quarters of the postseason, they're negative. The other 3 combined, and they could not mount the comeback. It was relatively tight for about 16, 18 game minutes, and then Denver just pulled away. And they'll probably, the series now is where it should be. It should be 2-1 All series should be 2-1 in the NBA Finals, with the home teams winning them all, and then this road team starts. Then the better team gets Game 4. Denver needed this one though.
Third straight home loss by Miami after winning their first 6 postseason games at home.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think that they can talk all they want about effort and energy and whatever else. I think the Miami Heat look like an exhausted basketball team, and not enough credit given to Denver was just nails yesterday defensively. They are so physical, they're so big, and they're really sound across the board in what they do on offense and defense.
The number one person I wanted to hear from in the sports world yesterday was Rory McIlroy, and he stepped to the podium after the golf merger, and he said, I still got hatred in my heart.
But it's not Liv. I think that's the thing. I still hate Liv. Like, I hate Liv. Like, I hope it goes away, and I would fully expect that it does. And I think that's where the distinction here is. This is the PGA Tour, the DP World Tour, and the PIF. Very different from Liv. All I've tried to do is protect what the PGA Tour is and what the PGA Tour stands for, and I think it will continue to do that.
Was he saying hit?
Hate.
I hit?
I hit. Hit. I hate.
I hate Liv. I hit Liv.
I hit it. I hit Liv.
I hit it.
I hit Liv. Choppy, your takeaways from the fallout yesterday.
Well, he's right. It's not Liv that they're partnering with.
This is so confusing now.
Because
a PIF file. I got an LIV. I got DP.
All right, DP. It used to be World Euro Tour.
Okay.
All right, they wanted to go very sexual with it though. You have Liv, which is the golf entity, and then you have the PIF, which is the public investment fund that is controlled by the Saudi Arabian, government. So that's what they're merging with. Liv is still their own entity, and Liv says they're going to continue on as such with money from the PIF. Just what now is the other money that's being pumped into the golf world is going to be controlled by the PGA Tour. There's rumors that the PGA Tour is going to help broker a deal with the TV network to get Liv on TV. And they're going to try to help do something like that because Liv they're still going to have business as usual for the next year or so. There's a rumor out there that Nike was going to buy. So the way they do it on Liv, they have these teams, the Four Aces or Smash GC, which is Koepka's. There was a report that Nike, after this, said they were going to buy Brooks Koepka's team, like they do in Formula One. You buy the team, Pirelli, whatever, and they were going to pay like billions of dollars to buy this team. I don't know how true that is, but
so Rory did not destroy the commissioner, and Bobby, I know he also said this probably good overall for the sport. And I know you were very disappointed.
What did Sarah call Chop over the weekend? That's Rory.
Kitty cat.
Wow.
Rory, this is hilarious. Like what gymnastics does this take to just go like, well, no, hold on, it's not Liv. It's not. Liv's the front of what they just merged with. You merged with what you've criticized this entire time. And to do this about this, look, I mean, it's right in line with all the top people at the PGA right now who are having to go, well, technically, and like, well, the future of the game, really, because you weren't parroting that. You weren't saying, Rory was not saying over the last year, hey, look, if we could just merge with maybe some of these backers here, but I don't want it to be Liv, and this is good for the future of the game, then I could respect what he said yesterday, but that's not what he's been saying for the last year.
It's just like Rory in tournaments. Starts off strong, and then you don't see him at the end.
And then he can't hit the ball.
Just Headlines on a Thursday to get you closer to the weekend here on Sean and RJ. Thank you for listening on the home of the Rangers and Cowboys. We have a DeGrom bobblehead, a Carback Brewing experience, and 4 tickets for you to go see the first place Rangers take on Toronto in Arlington. We're going to hook you up with that. And John Machota, Cowboys insider from The Athletic. What is the Texas Coast offense? What's going on at left tackle, left guard? Is it going to be Dak's offense or McCarthy's? John Machota joins us next, along with the Rangers ticket giveaway. RJ, commercial free for the next 40 minutes here on Sean and RJ. We got our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back, and we're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The best, no offense, Bobby, the best Cowboy tweets from practice always come from John Machota, who is joining us from The Athletic here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. John, what is the Texas Coast offense?
That's a good question. I like the name. I just think that it's going to be a variation of obviously a lot of West Coast principles. My whole thing is that obviously that's the thing when we go out there and you leave and people want to know, okay, what are you seeing difference with this offense? And at the end of the day, like the offense is going to be made to be however it best fits Dak Prescott. It's all about him being most successful. And so I don't believe that Kellen Moore was just out here running his own offense like, no, Dak, you'll adapt to me. I'm a first-time offensive coordinator. He was doing things that he felt were best fit for Dak Prescott too. And so, yeah, there'll be some changes. I think that he will get the ball out quicker, maybe some less reads. And then obviously you're adding Brandon Cooks, so it adds a speed element to it that we actually got to see for the first time on display yesterday. But in terms of just like this being a completely different offense, I just don't see that. As long as Dak Prescott's your quarterback, they're going to do whatever fits Dak the best.
John, do you think this is a case of, for all the talk that they've had this offseason about the offense being different and doing this and that, is there a chance that really all they're saying is they're going to have new run game install? Because it feels like a lot of what they're saying is semantics when it comes to the passing game. It feels like the passing game is going to be presented at least pretty similarly to what it's been the last few years.
Yeah, I agree with that. And then the running game will have to have some changes because you're taking away a piece in Ezekiel Elliott that, although his production was dropping down, he was still so productive throughout his career, and so much was built around him. And so you have these new running backs, so that's going to have to change. You don't have Dalton Schultz anymore, so things with the tight ends are going to have to change. You add Brandon Cooks into the offense, so there'll be changes because of that. And I just think Mike McCarthy will ultimately call the game in a different way. And because of all of those things, I think one of the biggest positives that will come from this is that your opponents, particularly the ones in the NFC East, are not going to have the same tendencies on you. They're just going to do things in a different way. And really, if you tell me that this offensive line can stay somewhat healthy and it's not musical chairs every other week, I think the run game will figure itself out and it'll be productive and it'll be fine. But I don't really care who's back there. If it's every week we don't know who's going to be at right tackle, who's going to be at left tackle, who's working at left guard, like it's been for a big chunk of McCarthy's time as head coach, then there's going to be problems in the running game.
Yeah, John, because it's like, if you listen to Mike talk all off season, you would think that they were like second or first in pass attempts in like the beginning of games, but they were like 16th. Like, does he have he wants to run it that much more, or is this just kind of spin?
Yeah, see, I think that all goes back to when we were in Indianapolis and we were having lunch with him, and he mentioned the quote that everybody still talks about now. It's the, Kellen wanted to light up the scoreboard quote. And the way I took that was he didn't mean necessarily that he wants to, okay, we're changing the identity of the offense. We're going to be this run-first team, and that's all we're going to do is if we're going to have, kind of like in 2014, you could tell Garrett really wanted to implement the run with DeMarco Murray, and Tony kind of had to take a little bit of a step back. And in 2016, the run was a huge part, too, obviously, with Zeke in his rookie year. But I don't get the sense that that's what Mike necessarily meant. I think he was more talking along the lines of the Green Bay game and the Jacksonville game, where you have those leads, and maybe you got away from, controlling the offense a little bit more, running more clock, and getting out of those games, with wins and not, come from behind losses. And so I thought he meant more of that, because I just don't see how you're going to necessarily run the ball more than you have in the past.
Is Dak Prescott happy with this new relationship and setup?
He's obviously Dak's. He's a PR dream, so he always says the right things.
Yep.
But there has to be, I sense there has to be some type of being a little bit uncomfortable in just the sense that, he just knew Kellen from being a teammate with his. It was a similar offense throughout his entire time as quarterback, from coming from Garrett to Linehan and then to, Kellen Moore. So there has to be some changes, whether it not necessarily just even on the field, but just, maybe with the way plays are being called and things like that. And so he probably is going to have to work harder over this next month before training camp starts to get fully on the page where he's completely comfortable with every single thing that, McCarthy wants to implement. And then there's, like he has said, there's going to be things that he just doesn't really feel that great about, and they're going to throw that stuff out. And so I kind of get the sense that because you're not going to see a lot of Dak in the preseason, that these first couple games during the regular season, there could be some bumps in the road. Fortunately for the Cowboys, their defense should be one of the best in the league, and that should keep them in the games until that gets kind of ironed out. But I wouldn't be surprised to see, a few little rough patches early in the year.
Talking with John Machota from The Athletic, king of these Cowboys Twitter streets. So John is well aware, Sean, that my bit at practice is I am the Cowboys conspiracy theorist. So I will always try to find this person's not here. Are they holding out? Are they injured? Whatever else. Okay, so I've got my latest conspiracy theory, John. Yesterday, McCarthy and Dak both talked a lot, more so than these first couple weeks when we've gotten a chance to talk to them, talked a lot about Dak ultimately being in control of the offense and having ownership of it and having a lot of leeway to do what he wants. I think, building on what Sean just asked, I think Dak was a little frustrated with some of the moves that were made this offseason with the coaching staff, particularly Doug Nussmeier. What do you think about my conspiracy theory that reiterating to him the power that he has to control the offense is a sort of olive branch from McCarthy to, hey, not much is going to change here?
I thought you were going to go in another direction. I was waiting for you to say something like you think that he's saying that now so that when things go wrong on the offense, you can be like, hey, this is Dak's offense. I really thought that's where you're going with that. No, you are great with these conspiracy theories. I don't know if I.
What's his hit rate, John? What's his hit rate on these?
2%.
I don't know, probably 33%.
Okay. Okay, that's not bad.
That's not bad. I'll deal with that.
I don't know if I necessarily look at it that way. Because to me, that's how Mike McCarthy has really always talked about the quarterback position since he took over as head coach. He just didn't have as much say in the offense because Kellen Moore was still here. So I think that, he's probably trying to reiterate that a little bit more to just cement that, hey, I'm not trying to come in here and say, hey, this is what I did with Brett Favre, this is what I did with Aaron Rodgers, and this is now what you're going to do. You're going to adapt to what we had been doing. I think he wants to make it clear that, hey, at the end of the day, this is your thing, man. Everybody follows you. You're the leader on this team. You've been here a long time. Ultimately, we're not going to have success if you don't have success. I kind of thought that was the message he was trying to get across.
Guess the offensive line left to right for the opener in New York.
I'm going to go Terrence Steele at right tackle. I'm going to go
right to left.
Oh, you said left to right.
Whatever. Left to right on your radio dial.
I'll go Tyron Smith at left tackle, Tyler Smith at left guard, Biadasz at center, Zach Martin, and then Terrence Steele.
Okay, so Tyron at left tackle.
And week 3 when Tyron is hurt and out for the year.
Oh, okay, yeah. So what it'll be for the majority of the season.
Go center to right. Go middle to left.
Center right to left.
I would say Tyler Smith. If that happens, then I think Tyler Smith, goes naturally back to left tackle. Or if, let's say, Terrence Steele has a setback or he just isn't, where he needs to be, then that's where I can see Tyron, being your right tackle. I just have not bought into this Terrence Steele at left guard. Maybe it happens, whatever, but I just don't believe that is the best thing for this offensive line. I think the best thing for this offensive line is to have 3 starting caliber offensive tackles because you're going to need at least 2 of them and a swing tackle every single game, and just let someone figure out the other backup left guard spot, or who could end up being your starting left guard if Tyler's at left tackle, and that being if it's Chuma Edoga, if it's Matt Farniak, if it's Josh Ball, if it's somebody that's not even on the roster right now, if it's a veteran that they have to sign during the season. I just think it would be easier to figure that out than to find another good quality offensive tackle.
So that's the way you think it will be. Is that also who you think would be the best 5, or would you change it up personally?
No, I think that's the best 5. I think that's why they'll ultimately go with that. I mean, I feel like that would be the no-brainer if everybody could just stay healthy. I mean, that is your best 5 offensive linemen, and I don't even really think there's much debate to it. It's just the fact of, best 5 sounds great, and then you look at Mike McCarthy's time as head coach, and they almost never have the best 5. I mean, last year they never did because they didn't have Tyron to start the season, and when Tyron came back, they didn't have Terrence Steele. So, I mean, I really think if you told me that offensive line stayed healthy, as much as Mike McCarthy reiterates it, I'm sure you guys have heard him say it, like that will be a big factor in their success. If you just can tell me right there that the offensive line stays healthy, and it's the healthy it's been since Mike McCarthy has been their head coach, then this team will be right where it needs to be and, have a chance to make a deep playoff run.
Cowboys insider from The Athletic, John Machota, here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. I know it's tough because it's, the pace and the pads and OTAs and minicamps, but has anyone jumped out to you here over these past couple of weeks? Bobby was talking about Brandon Cook's speed yesterday. Anyone else in your athletic notes that has jumped out from practice?
I would absolutely agree with Cooks, and that's just because you can actually see the speed on display, whereas you go into these practices and you really want to be able to come out with some type of a interesting nugget about Mozzie Smith. He's the first round pick. He should have a big role on this team. And then when you don't have pads on, and really for most of this, not even having helmets on, it's difficult for me to sit there and tweet out and write stories about how he just looks really good and all this. I can't do it. It's not the type of reporter I am. I won't do that. And I just don't think you're going to have a lot from Mozzie Smith until you actually see the pads on, but the Cook speed absolutely stands out. And then I would even say Stephon Gilmore too. He doesn't look like he's old. That's the thing. A lot of people will say, hey, he's been with so many teams, been in the league for a while. He looks like he is just a savvy veteran that, again, they're not making plays on the ball. They're not trying to get guys injured or anything like that, but he just always seems like he's in the right spot. And it's just like his demeanor and everything that, man, I think those two, going back to those two trades that they made, that could be the difference in January, just because of the fact of if both of those guys stay healthy, the playoff experience they have, that if you just look back on what they could potentially bring now, at that time of the year, because ultimately to me, that's the biggest thing I struggle with in covering this team is really no matter what happens during the regular season, this season's ultimately going to be decided and we're going to judge it by what happens in January. And I just think those two guys could come up big if they're able to stay healthy.
John, Dak Prescott, Terrence Steele, CeeDee Lamb, Trayvon Diggs. Of those four, which ones have new contracts when they take the field in week one?
I would say I think the most likely is CeeDee Lamb. I don't think they want to mess around with any issues with CeeDee Lamb. And I think that between now and maybe the start of the season, I could see them getting something done there. Trayvon Diggs, I just feel like I could just see him playing this season and then next season under, as a franchise tag guy if they can't get something worked out. And when you do that, there's a potential that you could lose him. And I obviously don't want that to happen. But I really don't think they want to mess around with CeeDee Lamb. I think that they're pretty confident they can get something, that they'll get something done with Dak and Micah eventually. Terrence Steele is, if he's healthy and he's playing well and you don't get anything done, he could price himself out of your range. So that's the potential. I think CeeDee Lamb is number one on that list.
John, thank you so much for the time as always. We appreciate it, and keep track of Bobby's latest conspiracy theory.
Yeah, he always keeps me on my toes. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on, guys.
I've got a wild one for you when I see today about Kelvin Joseph. Just wait.
Oh, boy.
What, that he's going to play? That he's going to actually play?
Yeah, that's the most wild conspiracy theory there is.
Thank you, John. John Machota from The Athletic on your home of America's team. Our training camp coverage is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools.
I remember just an example of the type of conspiracy theories I get. A couple years ago, 2019, Leighton Vander Esch had a neck stinger and missed a couple games. And when he came back to practice, we were indoors, and he had a black visor on for the first time I've ever seen in his career. And I immediately went up to John, and I was like, what if it's a concussion? What if they called it a stinger because it's the light sensitivity with the concussion? And that's what happened, because they initially said it was a head injury and came back and said it was a neck stinger. And so those are the kind of things I just throw at him the entire time during practice, and he just heavy size.
Are you a real-world conspiracy person?
No, I find them fascinating to read. Usually I'm just like, well, there's no chance of that. But that's quite a story you've constructed.
You believe more in the sports ones.
Yeah, I just believe in general everybody's trying to hide something in the sports world. So,
yeah. Like the Rangers did with DeGrom.
Exactly.
Speaking of the Rangers and DeGrom, let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on right now.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Toronto Blue Jays on June 16th. You'll want to get there early, Tolos, because it's also Jacob deGrom City Connect bobblehead night, and there will be a Carbach Brewing pregame happy hour. Get tickets and information now at livenation.com or at Rangers.com/tickets. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Okay. I took a humongous L last week. Just like when you try to step in front of a bullet for someone, you end up getting shot. You save the other person, and you end up with all the pain. That's
you know what that's called?
Stupidity.
Honor.
Yeah,
you feel prideful. If I jumped in front of a bullet...
I thought you told us that the Roy McIlroy live story, or the PGA story, taught us don't have honor.
No. Don't have ethics.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Not even that. Don't worry about where the money comes from. That's the story.
Okay.
When someone offers you a bag, take it. Worry about where it came from later. So my grandfather always used to tell me.
Yeah.
When somebody gives you money, don't ask questions. Don't ask where it came from, and just take it.
Exactly. It's LeBron's approach with China.
So usually every Thursday, we've been doing a segment called Unethical Life Hacks. I thought last week went way overboard with some of Bobby's topics, and I could just hear the boss. I could see the text. I could sense the post-show meeting being immediately called. So I was like, that's the end of this. This is not happening anymore. And the Tolos got very upset with me. Lighten up. Live a little.
Sharon.
We need you to be a rebel.
Yeah.
All right? We need you to be a rebel. We need you to take the same approach with some of the other things that you'll take there. We need you to be a rebel.
Okay.
Screw everything. We do what we want, and we'll it's better to ask forgiveness than permission.
Okay.
I'm just telling you. I'm last week, somebody at practice, after we had done this, I ran into somebody at practice. They were like, I was listening this morning, you better not cancel that segment. That segment has been something I've been trying some stuff out. And so,
because Tad was trying to break into neighborhoods using the
that's
gate
what it
codes.
was. Yeah.
New Cowboys had a PR.
The Cowboys had a PR. I was like, I couldn't get into Jerry's neighborhood, the back code. But no, it's we had unanimous response on Facebook. 100% of the comments were positive. You got your butt kicked in the poll question on Twitter. 86%. Keep it. Do not trash the segment.
Okay. I didn't hear from the boss. And Twitter and social media has spoken. So here it is for today.
Warning, the following life hacks are unethical and should not be performed. Sean and RJ do not condone these life hacks. Unethical life hacks may cause financial savings, make you cooler, more popular, increase sexual encounters, and provide an overall improvement in well-being at the expense of others. Please report any and all positive experiences testing unethical life hacks to 877-881-1053. Take it away, Bobby B.
Wow,
thanks, Chris Arnold.
That makes it all better.
See, we're covered legally.
Nice.
Yeah, covered. And now that
that was genius.
Now that an introduction has been made, an intro has been made, we can't get rid of this.
Exactly.
That was fantastic.
It's now a staple. All right.
Before
we go to the Reddit life hacks, I have to know, Peyton, are you free? Have you already picked a winner?
I have them on hold, but yeah.
Then really quickly, you can set up. Yesterday, we're recording Love the Star, and he's like, hey, would this be an unethical life hack? It's one that he came up with, and he presented to me, and it didn't make sense to me how it would be a life hack of any sort. So I said, you're going to need to present to Sean and RJ for them to vote on.
So we're still going to say, even though it's a clean sweep of it not being a life hack?
Well, I mean, I just want to see what they say. I said I wasn't sure it was. Go ahead.
So let's just say we're all single, and we don't want to be that creepy guy that goes up to a girl and just starts hitting on her. So we see her, let's say we see her in the hallway at work, or, if we're in college, we're at school, and you just start saying a random name. She walks by, you said, hey, Susan, hey, Susan, wave at her, and she kind of looks at you funny and keeps walking. Sooner or later, in my mind, she's going to eventually come up to you and say, hey, my name's not Susan, it's so-and-so. That starts the introduction of, oh, I'm so silly. Okay, now I know your name. She approaches you instead of you approaching her. It's different. I think it's a good idea.
Wow. You're starting off on the foot of, for months, not knowing who she is, though.
Right.
And reiterating, not only do I not know who you are, I've misidentified you. Yeah. I've thought you were somebody else.
Now, some girls hate that, but I think it draws to where she could possibly approach you.
I wouldn't suggest it. I see what you're saying. I get where you're going, but I wouldn't advise it, especially if it doesn't work the first time.
Right.
Maybe the first time it can work, but she's going to be really annoyed. There's that moron who, for the 5th time, is calling me the wrong individual's name. Maybe the first time.
Allow me, and I agree. I agree with you guys 100%. Okay. Let me play a little devil's advocate here. Is it possible that she finds that attractive?
No.
That
How would
he
she
take
find
that-
it attractive?
Because
You mean after he explains it?
not even after the.
It might be best just to say, I didn't know your name. I was too scared, and I wanted to get your attention. So this is the way I thought.
It's like a reverse Uno card of hitting on a girl. It's kind of like that,
Uno card, huh? It's like because the whole thought is that, and this may not be true, but like the old prevailing wisdom is that girls are more attracted to guys who act like they don't care about them.
Right.
And if you don't know her name, it shows that you don't care about her. So could it have some kind of psychological effect where she actually turns out to be somewhat attracted to that?
Do you think that the girl that you just went out with be a little bit weird? Does she listen? Have you gotten one text message since you took her to Katie Trail Ice House during the show that you knew she was listening?
No. I mean, I've name dropped the station. She asked me, because she said, what do you really do for work? Because anytime I talk to a girl on these dating apps, I just say sports media. That's all I say. I don't name drop the station or the show.
Right.
Off.
You didn't tell her during your sit down or any of these conversations you're a producer for
No, I
the
did.
famous Sean and RJ morning show?
But when I first talk to them on text or on the dating app, I just say, they say, what do you do? I say sports media. I cover the Cowboys, Rangers. It's not lying, but it's not telling the exact truth.
And then he says, I'm the producer for the KNC Masterpiece.
Yeah, I just don't.
And then they don't reply.
I just don't want her to listen right now. Hear you come up with this idea because that could tick her off a little bit.
Good point.
Know what I mean?
No, she's worked from home. She might be on the YouTube, but that's
Real quick.
Well, she can still listen.
So you met this girl on a dating app.
Yeah.
Have you put the new beardless photo on the dating app yet?
I have not.
Oh yeah, we haven't even talked about that.
He got a lot of
Shaved.
feedback saying he should not have shaved.
Yeah.
A lot of feedback saying, well, what's the difference, too? Which hurt my feelings.
A lot of feedback saying you got some chompers in there. People were focused on the size of Peyton's teeth.
All right, so these are unethical life hacks, and as Chris Arnold just told you.
Y'all ladies tell us, by the way, if that would work. We always ask the fellas. Those are the dumbest people to ask. Ask the ladies, would that work on y'all?
From the 469, as a woman, great idea. We are very fast to correct someone.
That's true.
Peyton's idea is a good one. She's going to think he's dated someone hot like her.
Ooh.
Or girls might think it's cool, different way to get their info.
Okay.
So we'll see.
Maybe Peyton's right. Maybe we're all idiots. We've been out of the game too long.
Yep.
That's what it is. Okay, first one here. Since we're talking about calling people by names, Sean, you had an issue with a neighbor not long ago.
Yeah,
where
they're gone too. I won.
You did.
See you later.
You might have been able to win a lot earlier had you done this, or maybe it wouldn't have worked. If you don't like your neighbor, get a dog or a cat and name it after them. It will drive your neighbor crazy every time you call for your pet. Or more specifically, name them after their kid and start calling for the pet, and they'll hear their kid's name getting shouted all the time, and it'll get on their nerves.
No, stupid.
That is stupid. So if your neighbor, if those same neighbors got a dog and they were constantly screaming, Oliver, Oliver, wouldn't you have been like,
first off,
this is driving me nuts?
If we lived outside, yeah. I'm inside, they're inside.
That's right, you're an invalid.
I'm not going to hear them yelling for the dog nonstop while I'm inside the house. It's not enough of an effect.
I think this is a good one.
Oh, what the Tolos told me to get rid of a neighbor, 400 times better than that suggestion.
What do you vote, Chop? Is that an effective tool?
So you get a dog that has the same name as the child that lives next door?
You just name it after the kid or after the person who lives next door?
Their kid's name is Ricky. I get a dog, I name it Ricky.
Right.
So I'm going, come here, Ricky. Come here. You know, the 2 times a day when I'm calling him inside the house from going to the bathroom.
Or he named his dog Chop. If you had a neighbor you didn't like and they're constantly going, Chop, Chop.
And
Come here, Chop. Wouldn't that drive you nuts if that was what you heard all day?
Yeah, it might drive. Unless I was a lonely person, I just want any kind of attention at all. hey, I let him talk to you, man. What's happening?
Yeah, I just listened to G-Bag with Choppy yesterday, which we'll get to in a second.
All right, next one. But this one, you might risk something here. You might get stuck with a bigger bill, but I like it in theory. Buy something small, start a pay it forward chain at the drive-thru, and then maybe have like your wife and a couple cars behind, and then have her get your bigger order, start the chain. As soon as you have the person in front of you pay, you just go, oh, thanks, and drive off. And then you've bought a coffee and paid for your lunch.
This is fantastic. I go back and forth with the pay it forward chains at these places. Sometimes I don't know how to.
Wait a second. Is pay it forward a thing at drive-thrus?
Dude, yes.
I thought it was just a bridge toll.
No.
How do you know?
That's Zip Cash.
Who sets that? Who starts it?
Let's just say the first one at the Starbucks. Yeah. This I think this probably originated.
Starbucks is where it happens a lot, but it happens at like McDonald's or other. I've had it happen this year probably 5 or 6 times already.
So let's just say I have a big order. Okay,
Yeah.
it's going to take a lot of time.
Right.
I feel bad. The person behind me is waiting because my order's so big. I'm ordering for 8 people.
Okay.
I say, hey, I got their order. I got their order.
Oh, okay.
So I pay for it. They come up and they get handed their coffee and they say the person in front of you took care of this. Would you like to pay it forward? They go, yeah, I'll take care of the person behind me, and that starts the chain.
And these can go on for like hours sometimes. And so if you get a loaded drive-through, if I'm up front, I just go, what's behind there? Oh, somebody's buying a coffee. I'll pay for theirs. Then Kristen's a couple back with our real dinner order. Then she gets the free order. And they're like, do you want to keep it going? And she goes, nope. And then we drive off. This is a good one, I think.
That's fantastic. Yeah, but like you say, if it doesn't happen, then you're
just out of coffee, probably.
Well, not if it's food, though. Not if it's a big drive-through order
That's
for
true.
food.
You take a risk. But I think in the long run,
No,
it would work out.
because Kristen in the back has already ordered. So let's just say we're at McDonald's, Whataburger, In-N-Out, God forbid, and she's already made her order. You guys are gonna, that's exactly right. You guys are gonna have to have walkie-talkies. You go, abort. You gotta get out of a drive. I will get out of drive-through lines if there's no escape. So like, if there's 4 cars in line. I did this driving home from the draft. I just went home hungry. Draft night. I'll stop like 6 feet back of the car in front of me, and the people behind me don't know what I'm doing. But I have to give myself an out in case the line isn't moving fast. Like, so I won't go up and get myself trapped in right behind. So you have to give yourself an out at some of these drive-thrus.
It's the perfect unethical life hack though, because
that's a good one. That's devious.
Because you don't even, like, the person behind you doesn't even know that you were supposed to pay for their food. They don't have any idea the chain ever existed. So they don't feel cheated. And you drive off with your free food if you're able to get it. All right, next one. Start every call with, hey, my phone is about to die. That way you can hang up whenever you want.
Yeah, I do that a lot. I don't start the call with that, but when it's gone long enough, I'm like, hey, just letting you know, my phone's about to die.
Unless it's me. And then you just go like, okay, I'm done talking to you.
Yeah. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, like, all right, I get it. Yeah.
I basically just kind of answer really slowly or start to make like I'm not paying attention, and they finally just say, we're done here.
So I think this just has to perfectly set up what happened yesterday when we decided during Broadus's surgery. Did you go to the heart doctor yesterday?
Today. Thanks for reminding me, though. I forgot.
Okay.
I went to the regular doctor yesterday. I got my steroid shot. Feel great. Cough. You heard me hack today.
I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, it's already gone. I feel a little sluggish.
Yeah.
From the shot, but I'm good.
So Broadus's cardiologist is an RJ Choppy fan, and we were saying, he asked Broadus, is Choppy an emergency contact? And he goes, no, but we decided RJ would be the best one because he would actually pick up the phone. I don't pick up the phone. I don't want to talk on the phone. So yesterday, G-Bag decided to cold call test this with RJ.
They all came to the realization that Choppy would be a good emergency contact to have because he would answer the phone on the first ring.
I'm going to test RJ Choppy theory too, by the way.
You know what? Okay, here we go. Lucius, you got this one? You know,
1 ring. Let's see what it is.
2 rings.
2 rings.
Might just be 1 on his end.
1.
Hello?
Choppy, you answered. Choppy.
It's the G-Bag Nation.
I need my kid picked up from school. Chop, can you do it, bro?
Yeah.
Do you feel like you'd be a good emergency contact? We were just considering it.
I think I'm a great emergency contact in terms of having someone answer the phone for you. But usually I would find an excuse to say, no, I can't help you out. But I would find you someone to do it for you.
Okay.
So there it is. He picked up. He delivered.
Unless you had the cell service you had for that call with all the dropouts, because then you may not even have the phone come in. It sounds like you were in a bad cell service area.
The back half of my bedroom gets terrible cell service.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
All right, this is more a one for you're going to need to look forward to, like October, November here, Tolos. Start a rumor about Christmas bonuses. So somebody at Reddit says that they worked at a company for 5 years and they had never received Christmas bonuses. And so around November, they had started this fake rumor around the office that we were getting Christmas bonuses this year. put the company in kind of a weird spot of disappointing everyone who assumed they were getting Christmas bonuses or just having to go ahead and do it. And a couple weeks before, they got an email, and for the first time at their company, they said everybody's getting Christmas bonuses this year.
They felt pressured.
Yeah.
Did we get one? Did we get one the first year or second year?
I heard we were getting one this year.
Yeah, I think we did. I think we did get one the first year.
Yeah.
Some kind of a Christmas
Spits and
bump.
suds.
What percentage? Yeah. What percentage of companies still give Christmas bonuses? Let me know in the fan text if you still get one.
Well, I don't think they call them Christmas bonuses anymore, Sean, because they're not supposed to. They call them just regular general bonuses. I know
Kwanzaa points.
I knew. I got. I know a lot of neighbors and friends that get them. Like they'll get like 30,000, 40,000 on their bonuses. They get a share of the company's profits.
This person said they got.
What?
This person said everybody in their office got a month's paycheck. So anyway, you heard about that though, right? How we were doing Christmas bonuses this year?
Yeah.
Yeah, you heard it. If you have people regularly speeding near your house, no, this isn't the one that you yelled at me for that one time. This is a better one. I'm not going to set up a fake photo. Go on your Maps app and add a mobile speed camera report. This is a good one.
Okay, hang on. What?
So you add on Google Maps, like you just go on the Maps app and you just report, hey, there's a speed camera here, there's a speed trap here, and people will start slowing down. Wow. I think I've hit these because routinely the whole way down when we were driving this past weekend, we would see the speed reports and I would immediately slow down and look for it, and I was like, I don't see it. Okay.
But so not everyone uses the maps to like you'd have to assume that they have their maps open, right?
Good point.
It doesn't always, but it would at least cut down on some of it. There would be people who would slow down.
Like on Waze, I know you probably don't use Maps, Columbus, but
well, I don't need a map. It's all because I read when I first moved here, man. I bought a map scale. Remember those things, Bobby? It was a book. It's a giant book, and I basically read the whole thing. But I still use maps every day.
Okay.
Because when I'm driving to Sarah's or home, I don't want to get stuck in traffic.
Right. So like you'll get the alert like accident. Is it still there? Police presence is it still there? This is saying you can add a stoplight. And when you see that pop up on your GPS or whatever you're using, you'll slow down.
Yeah, like speed trap is up here, whatever else, and then people will
I didn't know you could add. Yeah, I guess it makes sense.
Because that's how they pop up. It's community involvement.
All right. You got a dark one? You've been mild.
I've tried not to go.
Give us the darkest one to add.
The darkest one that I have. I don't know. I tried
Something that'll get you yelled at.
All right, this is probably
gather the foreigners.
This is probably the darkest. It's not that dark, but it's probably just slimy. As a 20, 30-year-old man, Peyton.
Oh.
Set your dating app range to 40 to 60. This guy says when he was in his early 20s and 30s, he went on quite a few Tinder dates with women in their 40s and 50s. Most of them were recently divorced, usually motivated and super fit, trying to get back out there. Half the time, wouldn't even have to buy a round of drinks. She would be on top of it. And these ladies were always very willing, Peyton.
That's soft.
Yeah.
Nothing weak about that.
Oh, wow.
It's a great idea.
I tried to pick safe ones.
I'll try it out.
Your girl might be listening. Ooh. You're trying to do something semi-serious here.
My girl, there's no labels on this one.
Oh.
He's taking the Wolchuk approach.
My nephew, who we call Tindy Fingers.
Is that because his fingers are like chicken tenders? Or?
He's on Tinder.
Oh, Tinder.
Right? They call him Tindy.
Kind of a really offensive
Tindy
name.
hands. His thing, it's like he's like 26, 27. He only wants to go for single moms. Single moms, the way to go.
I tried that. Didn't work out.
They have
That's how Bobby got his wife.
Yeah. It is.
She was a single mom.
They're oftentimes very busy, so you don't have to see them as much. And they're very stressed, and a great stress reliever is
you watching the kid
bowling.
for an hour. You watching the kid
alcohol, whatever.
All
It's
right.
a little weird when he says the kid walks in, but that's whatever.
Whenever this guy speaks about hoops or the Mavericks, I always read it, and I definitely have to listen. Bobby Marks was on G-Bag, the NBA insider on what the Mavs should be doing with the 10th pick. Do you build around Luka or Kyrie, and what does he think about Kyrie recruiting LeBron James? LeBron James. Hear about it next on The Fan. But look,
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Denver's lead is at 10. Jamal Murray has it. He throws top of the key to Jokic for a triple. Money! Murray goes to the right hand, gets a pick from Nikola, stops, throws it back to Joker, head fake on the jumper, drives in on Adebayo, shoots over him, jumper's good!
32, 21, and 10 has never been done in the NBA Finals. 2 players with 30-point triple-doubles has never happened in a regular season or playoff game. It happened last night with the Denver Nuggets taking the 2-1 lead in Miami. They just absolutely owned them and destroyed the Heat. 109-94. They're now up 2-1. This is Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Roberto Belt on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby, you were looking at, we'll save the stat lines. All-time great finals. Maybe we'll get into that at 9 o'clock, but I got a little pop quiz for you. Playing some Joker highlights.
I don't know who the Iron Sheik is.
How did that turn out? 50-50?
Yeah, it looked like about 50-50.
50-50. Rest in peace to the Iron Sheik, passing away at the age of 81. Luka and Joker are boys. I have thrown out the theory down the road that they would eventually be teammates. And we see Jokic's greatness, 2-time MVP. But they're boys. What's the top? We always do this after the Cowboys get eliminated in the playoffs and we look at the other teams. How should we copy them? What should we borrow? What would be the top 2 things you would want Luka to borrow from Joker and his game?
Oh, man, that's a great question.
I got 3 options if you need help thinking.
Because, I mean, they both pass the ball really, really well. I think, though, that I would like to see Luka borrow... I don't want to say sense of urgency within the construct of an individual play, but I feel Luka passes the ball out of necessity sometimes. He gets his assist late in the shot clock, whereas I think Joker starts, the ball movement.
That's his first thought.
Right. Now, that may be Luka's first thought is get across the timeline, look for my shot, where Joker's, I think, is look to get the ball to me inside. Somebody get me the ball. But if help comes right away, I have no problem dishing.
Okay.
There's only one thing that I can
kind of
think
like
of.
team involvement.
Yeah, I think being a better team offensive basketball player, which, and it's hard to say Luka's not because he's great.
Yep.
But I just don't feel like he runs a great team offense. I think Kyrie runs a better half-court teams-oriented basketball than Luka does.
There's only one thing that I can think of. Some of it's just there's limitation. Jokic is bigger than Luka. That's obviously an advantage that Luka can't take advantage of.
Yeah.
But the one that stands out to me that I see in Jokic's game that I feel like Luka could add is identifying and attacking the mismatches when he has them. Like Luka way too often I feel like is content to just, hey, ISO this out. I'm going to run this clock down and I'm going to get my step back 3. I feel like too often that's what it is. Whereas Jokic, if Jokic gets the ball in the post and he's got a size mismatch, it's okay, I'm going. I feel like too often Luka's settling for stuff 25 feet from the rim when it's like, you could back this guy down, you could spin off him. He does it a lot, but too frequently he's passing on doing that. So just attacking his mismatches more frequently.
Okay, I'm surprised you came up with a lack of options there.
I mean, Luka is one of the 3 best players in the NBA.
He is, but number 1 is conditioning. Joker lost a lot of weight. He was pudgy. He was thick. We all see his childhood photo, and now he's in supreme shape. To be able to take that weight and run as much as he does and as fast as he does, Luka should borrow that. The Joker dropped at least 20 pounds. I can do the same thing and play a lot faster.
I'm happy here.
That's number 1. That's good. Is that at the buffet or in the Metroplex? That's number 1. And then I was torn between involvement, what you brought up, RJ, and referee complaining.
Yeah, I mean, the referee complaint, I would love for him to stop.
You could copy that from Jokic. He's a 2-time MVP, and he complains a fifth of what Luka does. Because it is hard for me to criticize Luka passing. He still took a team of scrubs to the NBA playoffs multiple times and didn't just barely get in. Mm-hmm. So Joker's improved conditioning is one, and I don't want to criticize him for style of play because he is a spectacular passer. Adjusting his type of play versus referees is tough for me. So I don't know. That was just a pop quiz that I was thinking of with Luka watching his boy getting closer to an NBA championship.
Conditioning's fair. I mean, I think that we all have that now. Like, I mean, it took Jokic a little bit to get there. Like, I mean, Jokic did kind of whip himself into the shape in the last year or two where he dropped that weight.
So what's your point?
No, but what I'm saying is that he's been in the league 4 years longer than Luka. So, I mean, if we're talking about in terms of just the natural projection, Dirk had talked about it took him till, what was it? He said 26, I think, before he started to take conditioning seriously. I'm not saying it's an excuse for anything. I'm just saying it does follow the trek of guys who that's how long it took them to. I don't think it's like something where it's like, Jokic has done it around the same time you did. It did take Jokic a little bit to get there, just like we're trying to get there with Luka.
There is a sense that everybody has where, you can roll out of bed and do what you want to do at 22 years old.
Especially him, since he was 15 years old and he's been beating adults in Europe. Like, I feel like this is...
We've been talking about this for 3 years now.
I know.
It's an excuse. You're making an excuse for him. Dirk maybe had to figure out, like, the little small things of changing, bringing a covered foiled plate to the arena or cutting out alcohol. But we never thought he was out of shape. When you come into the league out of college, Zion, I don't give Zion a break. You should give Zion the same pass then.
I'm not giving a pass. All I'm saying is that I don't know that Jokic is the one that I would hold up as a model of like, look how he has just done this the right way for his entire career. That's a relatively new thing that clicked for him is all I'm saying.
And
That's
Jokic was lazy in the beginning of his career and should have been in better shape than he did. 2 MVPs and about to have a title.
And team involvement, I think Luka's been really good at that. Luka had 3 consecutive seasons of 12 assists per 100 possessions. This was the first year where Jokic outperformed him in that front. Jokic consistently throughout his career was like 10, 11 assists per 100 possessions. This year was like 14 and a half. He went way above. But I think that Luka does get the team involved. There's also a limit to how much can you get these scrubs involved.
Yeah.
And how much do you want them actually taking shots?
I agree.
And then complaining. Complaining's a thing, but I guess I view that more as a personality trait than a game trait.
Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA insider. I love his work when he's writing about the league. He joined G-Bag yesterday, and they asked him, would you rather build this team around Luka or Kyrie?
No, I trust Luka. I don't trust Kyrie. If I'm going to build a team, I'm building it around Luka Doncic. I'm not building it around Kyrie Irving. That's just my belief. I know that that's going to be out there as far as, we live in a world where players consistently ask out. Kyrie did it in Brooklyn. He did it in Boston. He did it in Cleveland here. So I trust Luka just based on the body of work as far as trying to build around. I think once the player signs the extension, I don't think there's ever a security blanket where, hey, we got him for 4 or 5 years. I just think the clock started last offseason or the offseason before when that extension kicks in as far as to put the best roster around him. And but no, hey, if it gets to that point and he does ask out, I'm still not in the belief that you're building this roster around Kyrie Irving.
And of course, that is the correct answer. But I just wanted to play that for any of the Kyrie diehards who turned on Luka late in the year, that I'm choosing Irving over Doncic.
Oh, yeah. Luka's definitely the better player. Now, did the team run more smoothly with Kyrie in the final 20 games? You can argue that. Sure. But you go with the best player. In the NBA, you go with the better player.
Well, I'm going with the one I trust. I'm not.
Well, that's another part of it.
That's the part of it. Kyrie Irving has detonated, will detonate. So, no, I ain't building anything structurally sound around Kyrie Irving after what he did in Brooklyn.
I've grown up. I've spent my entire life in Dallas, basically.
Idolizing us? Oh.
Yeah. I've spent my entire life around Dallas, so I don't have a frame of reference for this. I don't know the answer. Do other cities, do other sports fan bases deal with the negative push, it seems like, against the main piece in the town? Because if you look at, in the last 6 months, we have had large discussions from the fan base here about this team would be better without Luka. This team would be better without Dak. This team is playing better without DeGrom. What does it care if DeGrom is gone? Like,
I don't know if it's everywhere.
Is that cognitive dissonance? I don't know. Is that just...
I don't know what that means, but it's everywhere. Orlando, that's why Shaq left Orlando. If you go and watch the 30 for 30s, these idiots in Florida ran a poll of whether Shaq deserved the max. And they said no, and Orlando tried to undercut him with a max extension. Jerry West is like, I'll give you the max. It's not hard for us to say, we'll sign you up. And he's like, screw you, Orlando. I'm going to the Lakers. A lot of my Baltimore friends, those that are still, alive, not dodging bullets there, they were done with Lamar. So it just happened with Lamar. Got all that offseason drama. I wonder how it was with Green Bay. But as you always say, it's the same fan base mentality everywhere.
Every fan base, we've seen this. If you go and you do, they've done studies on this. Like media members will do a over.
I do know media members.
They'll do an over/under win total for the NFL team.
Dave Hellman doesn't count.
Yeah, they do an over/under win total for the.
Yep.
They found that home media members usually overshoot by 2 games a year.
Really?
In the win total. Everybody has the same problems. The backup quarterback's the most popular person in every town that doesn't have, the elite of the elite quarterback. You have all the defensive coordinator or the offensive coordinator is more popular than the head coach. Chris Richard was more popular than Jason Garrett. Dan Quinn's more popular than Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is.
Bobby Marks on Kyrie recruiting LeBron as a Maverick.
I thought it was BS.
Oh.
Hey, I get it. I mean, I get the world we live in here. I just thought it was out there, and then nothing else was with it. LeBron's under contract for 2 years, and his son just committed to SC, and I just thought it's basically going fishing, and some people bid on it. That's my belief here, and I get it. Hey, Kyrie, all power to him as far as trying to get. If LeBron was a free agent, I would say this is a story here, right? How much is Kyrie willing to give back, and would LeBron come on the vet minimum, and all these different scenarios here. I just think where he's under contract, there is a comfort level with him being in Los Angeles. We'll see. The likelihood is that he's still going to play. If this is next offseason and he declines his option, I think it's a story. I don't think it's a story right now. I just don't believe that.
So there's Bobby Marks. I like it. Shots fired at Shams, and I'll take that all day, every day. For the leather jacket.
Yeah. Now, look, I think that this team...
And he's right. It is stupid.
It is. Look, I mean, it's the biggest thing with this question about, the future with Kyrie and Luka is we know where this ends with Kyrie, like we've talked about before. We know where this is going. And the future with Luka is still unwritten. There's still, I feel like, growth that can be had and different things that you can do to improve the type of player he is, the type of personality that he is. Kyrie is Kyrie, and you know exactly how this is going to end. He's, 30 now? 31? I mean, he's getting into the back end of his career. It doesn't make sense to position Kyrie as your savior here.
Well, Luka's fate can be affected by Kyrie as his Robin.
Absolutely.
It's not supposed to be picking one or the other. It's how can Kyrie help Luka reach where we want him to go in a shorter period of time, because we know it's eventually going to explode or implode, really, I think. One of the nicest athletes you'll ever meet. He's on the play-by-play and the color calls for Bally. Rangers analyst and former big leaguer David Murphy joins us on the home of the Rangers next.
But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge.
Texas Rangers baseball on the radio side. On television, you see this guy on the coverage. One of the nicest athletes I've ever met in DFW. Always showing up for Jared Sandler and his charity golf event. Former Ranger David Murphy joining us here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Murph. How are you?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Doing pretty well. What time are you on average getting home from the broadcast nowadays with the new game times?
Yeah, I guess it really depends. I think last night was around 11, which isn't too bad, especially since it's summertime. Kids aren't in school and doing the early wake-up routine, so get a little bit more sleep during the summer.
What has this season been like for you covering them? Like, we're running out of terms and descriptions with how magical it's been. Yeah, you got the DeGrom story, but we feel this is a legit World Series contender. What has this season been like for you on your side?
I mean, there's just so much to talk about every single day. You know, I've kind of joked around since I jumped over to the broadcast side and started doing it back in 2017. You know, the team hasn't played very well since then. So, you know, I'm finally getting my first taste of a winner as a broadcaster, and every single day, you know, before there might be days or we might hit rough patches where we kind of have to highlight the few things that are going well, and now everything's going well. And a perfect example was yesterday. We kind of, you know, we'll usually highlight a player or two during our open, and yesterday I basically went through the lineup and talked about all the guys on the All-Star ballot on the offensive, you know, standpoint, and kind of gave a few clips of what they've done throughout the course of the year. And each and every guy, obviously starting with Marcus Semien, on pace to score 100 runs and drive in 100, and then Seager and Lowe and Garcia and so on. So, and to watch these guys do what they're doing each and every night with the consistency that they're doing, no letdown, it's really a lot of fun.
How does this offense compare to some of the teams you played on? I know, like the 2010 team, you know, 2011, but you know, early in your career, you played, you know, a handful of games with Boston. Right, you know, they were, you know, in and out of winning World Series. How does this compare with some of those lineups?
It's so hard to compare. You know, even 15 years ago, 10, 15 years ago, I guess the comparison that I would say is the depth. You know, when you've got a guy like Ezekiel Duran hitting 7th or 8th, you know, he's hitting over 300 with power. I think he's got 7 homers. And then even though Leote isn't necessarily hitting for power yet, he's still hitting right around 300 out of the 9-hole. And then you kind of you go back to our teams with a guy like Mike Napoli hitting 7th or 8th, you know, and he had a 30 home run season, I believe, back in 2011. And then Mitch Moreland a lot of times would hit 9th for us. He has power hitting first baseman. So I think that's the perfect example of, you know, whether we roll into town or another team, you know, comes to play us, the pitching staff knows that there's not going to be a weak link in the lineup, and they're going to have their A game, you know, to even have a halfway decent game against these Rangers. And if they don't, they're probably going to get beat up pretty badly.
When you see the news about DeGrom needing the Tommy John and being out for, you know, an extended period of time here, if you're in that clubhouse, if you're one of those players, are you sitting there actively thinking, hey, we've had a lot of success with him out of the lineup, our rotation's been strong, or do you think about it more like, hey, we should probably go make a move, we should probably add another starter here? How do players think about those issues when that kind of an injury occurs?
A little bit of both. I mean, on one hand, you're a player, you know, you keep your head down, you keep playing, and you take care of your business each and every day, because you can only control so much, you know, from basically you can't control anything on the front office standpoint. But if you keep playing well and you put yourself in contention, you know, when the trade deadline comes around, that's what you can control, and just make them want to make moves even more. So, you know, I think you know that the team has had success. You know that Dane Dunning has stepped in and done great. Maybe if you want to think about it on the flip side, you also know that power pitching wins in the postseason. So you'd love to have a guy at the front of your rotation throwing 100 miles an hour with the wipeout slider that he has. And I give credit to Rangers ownership, to the front office. I mean, they knew that it was going to be a risk going in. We know that this guy is injury prone. And if anything, despite the injury, it gave the team a shot in the arm, just knowing that that this team wants to win now, that the front office, that ownership has confidence in what these guys are able to do. They showed it last offseason. They showed it this season. And even though the big gun is going to be out for, 12 months plus, that they knew that this could be a championship quality team, and we're seeing the results.
Dave, what level of move do you think that they need to make? Are they good as is? I'm talking to win it all. We were focusing just on bullpen help before, and now we're trying to come up with starters who may be available, middle-tier starters, big dog aces. What type of level move do you think this calls for with the DeGrom injury?
Well, first of all, we need to go back through and we need to see come, mid-July who's available. Like, there's no reason to go make a trade just to make a trade.
Yeah.
You can look back through the years, the years that I was in Texas toward the end. We made a trade for Roy Oswalt. We made a trade for Ryan Dempster, for Matt Garza to bolster the pitching staff. And not that those weren't good moves, but were they really, necessary? Did they make us that much better? Those were some ones that didn't. Obviously, the Cliff Lee trade did. Koji Uehara, Mike Adams, whether we're talking about starters or bullpen pieces, those were some that did. So you're not going to hit on every single one. You do need to value your prospects and not give them away for nothing. But, man, I don't know exactly how to answer that question. I think we're going to roll with what we have through around July 1st, mid-July. And then once you start to see what the needs are, then you go make a move, and you can see who's available. Because, say, a perfect example is a team like the Pittsburgh Pirates, and David Bednar is a great closer for them. So if the Pirates are playing good baseball like they have been lately, and they're in contention, obviously they're going to want to hang on to him. They're not going to want to trade him away. But if they start to head south a little bit and he becomes available, then that might be a move that you want to make. But you can think about the rotation, you can think about the bullpen, but you can never have enough pitching.
He was once my password on our Odyssey, David Murphy.
What?
7 Murphy 7 was one time my password.
Wow.
Yep.
Did you have a previous relationship?
No, just liked him as a player, so needed a password.
Wow.
I'm honored.
That is an honor.
Had Beltray 2-9 one time.
Okay.
Had to go up and down the list.
But what is it now?
I can't go there. I
Okay.
can't give that one away. Take the last night. How difficult as a hitter is it? You got Flaherty in there. He's throwing 91, 92, a lot of off speed. And then Hicks comes in throwing 103. Like, how difficult mid-game for a hitter is that?
I think I was impressed, looking at a guy like Leody Taveras, who came off the bench and squared up 101 mile an hour fastball to center field, ended up getting out. But, Flaherty was good. His slider was good. His fastball command wasn't great. But it was kind of one of those nights. John Gray did amazing. I mean, I didn't listen to any type of post-game press conference, and I'm sure he was asked, if that was up there with one of the best games in his career. Could have been the best, because he was absolutely on point. The fastball command was the best I've ever seen it from him, and then the slider was devastating. But yeah, Jordan Hicks, Ryan Helsley, and even Gallegos, who is leading their team in saves, he's more a deceptive guy that throws 93, 94, but it's what these guys are facing on a nightly basis, the velocity, the nasty breaking stuff. And that's exactly why you want to get to that starter as quickly as you can, because, the guys that throw 100, 101, you're not supposed to beat them. Can it happen? Yeah, it can. But and do we see guys turn around 100 from time to time? We do. But when you bring in those power arms at the back end of the bullpen, those are guys that you're not supposed to beat.
Team MVP so far
Marcus Simeon, no doubt. I've made a ton of comparisons, and I kind of made the comment about a week or so ago. You give me, we go back through baseball history, whether you want to go over the long haul or even say the last 5 or 10 years, and you give me the top 5 offenses in baseball, or you give me the World Series matchups from the last 5 or 10 years, you show me who their leadoff man is on each of those teams. And that led to a good offense. I mean, I remember specifically, when we were going well as an offense back in the day, Kinsler was always going well. And there were times where he was slumping a little bit, and it would affect the rest of the team. The phrase or the term, the team goes as the leadoff man goes. I mean, that's no lie right there. And Simeon's getting it done all over the place. He's hitting with runners in scoring position. He's hitting with 2 strikes. He's scoring runs. He's driving in runs. And I know that speaks to, the overall team because the bottom of the lineup is getting on for him. But he's having a special season and could very well end up the MVP when it's all said and done.
David Murphy, former Ranger, part of the Bally broadcast, joining us here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. How worried are you about – well, actually, let me ask you about Bochy. I know you're not in the clubhouse every day like you used to be, but what have you heard about his impact, and what did you hear about him coming on over here, maybe previously from his years in San Francisco? What has been the Bruce Bochy effect?
I think just a sense of calm, a sense of simplicity, a sense of letting his guys go out and play. He is a perfect combination of old school added to the new school. All these teams are going after the new metrics and et cetera. But there's a sense a manager, his job is to really do 2 things, in my opinion. That is to kind of, create a great culture in the clubhouse and set the tone there and to really to make the right moves with the bullpen. He does, a variety of other things, but those are the 2 biggest things. And, it's nothing against some of our previous managers over the last few years, but obviously when you have the track record that he does, when you have the laid back mindset that he does, it trickles down to the rest of the staff. It trickles down to all the players, and it helped them to get off to that good start to where everything is kind of nice and laid back. They have each other's back. And, even though he's laid back, if something goes against one of his players, you saw some strike calls if you've been watching the games the last few nights. Like, he's not afraid to get fired up. So he's a perfect mix of laid back, but don't mess with my guys because I have their back as well. So he was the absolute perfect move, and obviously Chris Young knew that, having played under him.
Sounds a lot like Wash with a lot of your descriptions. Do you think that's a fair comparison?
I think it's a fair comparison. I mean, you may see a little bit more energy out of Wash, and but Boch is like he's kind of Wash is the guy that you expected the comedy to show up each and every day, and I'm a huge fan of guys that can make you laugh, because over 6 months and 162, you need to keep it light, and laughter helps that. And even though Boch wouldn't necessarily be a guy that you might immediately expect that from, it's more of maybe a dry sense of humor, but when you go in the dugout each and every day and he has his little press conference and meeting with the media, you walk away with something every day that made you laugh.
David, big series with the Rays here. We view this as a measuring stick. Can't wait. Do players see it that way, or is baseball just so unpredictable and so much matters on where each team falls in the rotation that you can't really put too much stock into it?
Well, part of the reason why all of these guys are where they are is because they have an extreme sense of being a competitor. And so, yes, they are wanting to make a statement. They do. They keep up with the standings. They keep up with baseball enough to know the magnitude of the series. But if the results don't end up the way that they want to, they're not going to question themselves on whether or not they're a World Series contender, because it is early June, and nobody ever wins anything 60 games into the season. So yes, they are going to be pumped up. Yes, they want to make a statement, but win or lose, by no means are they going to rest, in early to mid-June, thinking that their work is done and knowing that there's still around 100 games to play.
This was absolutely fantastic. Thank you for waking up with us. David Murphy, let's see, 321 hashtag sign? Is that?
No, that was the password?
Oh, yeah.
No, his number, 7.
Oh, okay, number 7. You got to do a capital letter these days, an exclamation
it was
point.
different. It was a long time ago.
Thank you, Murph. We appreciate it.
Enjoyed it, guys.
Keep crushing it. David Murphy. Wow, that was really, really good here on your home for Rangers baseball. Day off today. Rays starting tomorrow. Dak and McCarthy opened up about the Cowboys offense yesterday. What does it all mean? Next and Below the Belt.
Let's get you healthy, boys. The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. Did Dak Prescott know I went to Galveston last weekend when he renamed the Cowboys offense? We may never know, but I think it's at least likely. Dak Prescott and Mike McCarthy were both speaking to the media yesterday, and what stood out was just their openness or the willingness to get more descriptive with some of the concepts relating to the offense or some of the general philosophy behind it, because it's been very surface level for several weeks now when they talk about it. And I don't know why they felt a little more open yesterday. Part of me says there's nothing concerted about that. It's just, it happened to be the way they were talking yesterday. The other part of me says, as John Machota mentioned to us an hour ago, there's no bigger PR dream than Dak Prescott, and I don't think anything comes out of his mouth accidentally. I think everything he says is very much on purpose. So we're going to get into some of this. Yesterday when Mike McCarthy had his press conference, he started talking about the offensive concepts and more specifically what Dak's role or responsibility is within the office versus McCarthy's role and responsibility as the architect of the offense.
I love the way we've challenged Dak mentally, and more importantly, I love the way he's attacked it. So, it's. I wouldn't say I didn't know it about him. I just think it's just just like all of us. You don't really know until you really go out there and stress and push. But he's really handled these changes and adjustments. The input, because at the end of the day, the quarterback, and it's just the way I've always done it. It was like at Green Bay and all the way back to New Orleans. They need to own the offense. I have no interest in being known as some guru coach or a smart coach. I'm a smart Hall of Fame type quarterbacks. The only way to get there is you got to make them own the offense. And you see it. He has the personality, but it's just like anything. So, this is our first year of playing the way we want to play. And he's done a really good job of taking ownership of that. And then with that, the mental challenges, he's knocked it out of the park.
What a great answer.
There's a lot there. You lead off with the fact that he talks about he loves Dak's response to how they have stressed him mentally. Dak made reference to that yesterday, saying that, it had really challenged him. Without getting into the specifics of that, I don't know if that's just, hey, this is an overhaul, there's a lot to learn here, or if it's more specifically, are they coming at him with different approaches to learning the offense and asking him to do different things with the mental processing than he's done previously?
Fifth year, sixth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, year 6. The other that he says he has no interest in being an offensive guru. And more than that, he goes, I have no interest in being a smart coach or being known as a smart coach.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Wants Dak to own the offense. Wants it to be Dak's offense.
Like, I'm not trying to get the credit. It's just important for me to teach the player so that they get the credit.
I think that's
what
what
a selfless statement.
I think he was saying, I have no I think basically what he's saying was, I have no ego tied to this. This is not about my ego. This is about winning football games, I think is what he was saying, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, look, isn't the job of the coach is almost like, I think almost like the job of a parent. Teach them, build them, and then set them free.
Let them lead the way.
And let them lead the way, right? Like that's
Thank you, Whitney Houston.
You want to get your kids to a point where they can move out of the house, be on their own, maximize their abilities. And I think for a coach, it's the same thing, especially for a young quarterback. Like not everybody's going to go out there and be able to be and call the plays year 1 or year 3 or year 6. Those guys that do that, we put gold jackets on them. Most guys figure this thing out 6 to 8 years in, and you hope that you're not too old and you have an arm left where you can actually figure it out and actually do something with it. Like, Matt Stafford was very, very inconsistent at the beginning of his career. He had a great year with the Rams, and he wins the Super Bowl, but, it took him a while. It takes a lot of guys a long time to figure this thing out.
And I think it's interesting they're buried at the end of that quote. It's our first year playing the way we want to play.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man.
That's interesting because you know what? There's been so much turnover on the offensive side in terms of the coaching staff, other than McCarthy, that our first year playing the way we want to play is our first year playing the way I want to play.
He's taking a lot of subtle shots at Kellen Moore.
It does feel like it, doesn't it? And it's funny, he's walking this tightrope a little bit here where he's saying, I have no interest in being the guru. I have no interest in the credit. I want this to be Dak's offense, blah, blah, blah. But this is the first year we are playing my way. It kind of seems to run counter to each other. Dak Prescott was specifically, when you talk about ownership of the offense, a lot of that, as we would assume, is about, his calls and what he sees before the snap and the checks that he makes. Dak was asked about his power or limitations or whatever else to check out of plays at the line of scrimmage this year.
Yeah, no, I'm 100% able to change things, expected to change things, I guess you can say, much more than anything. Not it's there for you to do, but there's certain plays, there's certain situations that he can call one play and there's 3 to 4 plays in that call depending on the defense I get, and I'm expected to get to that look. So, as you said, the cerebral part is just sharpening that, and just the signals are firing. You know what I mean? And I'm being pressed. It's clicking. I'm being pressed and being challenged in ways that maybe I haven't before, but it's awesome, and it's fun. It's fun.
Feels like a Prescott empowerment that he probably feels. He feels empowered. He feels like trusted, and this has got to be a positive for him, confidence-wise. That McCarthy's like, hey, it's yours. You're in control. You are Peyton Manning, and that should make Dak pleased.
Which is funny because haven't we all felt like the rhetoric coming out of the star or coming out of Mike McCarthy this offseason has sounded like, for lack of a better term, reining in Dak a little bit?
Yes.
Could be, yeah.
And now this shift yesterday to empowerment and more the language
freedom.
More the language we heard when Kitna was here. You see it, you rip it. You make the call. I cannot be out there. I cannot be your eyes. You need to make these determinations. It's just an interesting shift. And my conspiracy theory that I brought up earlier today is Dak, I don't believe, was thrilled with some of the coaching changes that were made this offseason. I don't think it was a huge deal where it's like, oh my gosh, we have to have a huge sit down and powwow. But I'm sure he was irritated that some coaches he really trusted, like Doug Nussmeier, were let go. I wonder if this shift is that throughout this process, they've just, as an olive branch or as a way to make Dak comfortable within the offense, is, look, I'm not here to just turn over your whole world. I'm here to empower you and open you up. I'm here to actually free you up more than Kellen and Nussmeier were. I wonder if that's the approach here, is what they're subtly trying to put out there.
Or it's, hey, we're throwing less. We need the run game to carry us. We don't trust you as much, but you're in charge of all the run calls. You're in charge of all the run audibles. You're in charge of us playing with that edge and nastier. So I don't know. We're speculating on psychological games.
I'll say this. I think that, and maybe we'll find out more about this when we get to training camp, when we all have a chance to sit down with different people from the organization, talk to these guys on the practice field. My sense is there was a lot more that Dak was responsible for at the line of scrimmage last year than we understood. And I kind of wonder if at times that impacted the communication issues. Is that he's responsible for this over here, but not over here. And it was a lot of last year was cobbled together, whether it was Kellen and Mike's scheme and cobbling together and creating something or whatever else. I just think that they need a more unified vision, whether that was just Mike or just Kellen. They needed something just unified and committed. And that's what it sounds like they're going towards.
Somebody came up with the phrase "less is more" for a reason. Like streamlining things within a company is not bad. Making things more complicated just to make your job feel more important. Sometimes people will come up with things that you got to do, new protocols. They're doing it because they're bored. They got to justify their paycheck. Sometimes I think coaches do that a lot. They make things just more complicated than they need to be. It's just Terrence Newman came on one time with me.
Wow.
They did a DC change maybe in the middle of the year. I can't remember. And he goes, dude, it's just football. It's not rocket science. It's football. It's schemes on defense, man. They're not that tough. We can figure it out. We'll be all right. Yeah. Don't make too much of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And then finally, because we've talked about this a lot this offseason, the West Coast change. They want to go to a more committed West Coast offense. That means route concepts being West Coast. I saw somebody tweet at me say, it is different. They're taking out option routes. They're not taking out option routes. You guys need to understand that. That's not the case. Those will still be built in there. But it's going to be a lot more route combinations with the West Coast. So Dak was asked, is this a true 100%, 99 and 44 100ths pure West Coast offense that you're running?
This is the Texas Coast. We've just renamed that, the quarterback. So it's got definitely some West Coast principles, but has a little bit of what we've done in the past, and just obviously marrying them together with a lot of detail and maybe, in a sense, a system that's not out there. So there you go.
Fan text kind of brought up a great point. They've got to change the name of that. They can't call it Texas Coast. First of all, it's the third coast properly. Second of all, the moment this thing fails, the national media will write Texas Toast, and we're screwed. So they have to change the name. They cannot go with Texas Coast.
Oh, that's good.
It's factually incorrect. Anyway, it's the third coast.
Well, I mean,
get him out.
Yeah, it's got. I feel like it's got to rhyme with West, whatever you're calling it. So it's got to be not West Coast, but
Best
blah blah.
Coast.
Yeah, something like that. But either way, I think that's what you want anyway, right? You don't want to just come in here and say, "Here is our hard and fast scheme. These are the principles created in 1980 or whatever else. These are the principles, you are committed to them, and there's nothing else." I think that's what you'd want, is what Dak was explaining, was, no, there's a base here. It is West Coast concepts, but we are building out from there and evolving and tweaking and making something that's going to be difficult for defenses to pick up on. And it sounds like, based off of what we heard yesterday, that a lot of the decisions that are to be made to make it difficult on the defense before the snap are going to be left up to Dak Prescott.
Below the belt every day at this time on your home of America's team. Our minicamp report from the Ford Center at the Star is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. Final hour of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA insider, on what to do with pick number 10, the future of Jason Kidd, and can I talk anybody into a Kyrie for Chris Paul trade? Let me explain. Let me throw it out to you. Next.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour is fist pump time. Trying to get you closer to the weekend as quickly as possible on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell. Bobby, that is a very creepy look that you're giving the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
You know who he looks like? Have you seen Full Metal Jacket?
I am in a world of S. Can't say the word.
Yeah, you look like Pyle.
I look like
with guys like that.
Yeah.
Live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube with some breaking news. This is coming out from Tom Pelissero. That's Bobby's network. And shout out to Tolo T. Rainey for always sending me all the news. Dalvin Cook and the Vikings are parting ways. He's coming off a fourth straight 1,000-yard season, has 52 career touchdowns. Now he will be a free agent at age 27 with multiple suitors. And the breaking news on the fan is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. And over the weekend, I had seen some Cowboys and Jets rumors linking Dalvin Cook to those teams. I'm way more in than Choppy is. Bobby, what's the reality?
I don't believe he's coming here. I'd be in favor of him coming here under certain circumstances. I don't. If Tony Pollard's going to play on the franchise tag, I don't want Dalvin Cook coming here and playing for $7 million or something like that. Like,
agreed.
You're basically doubling down on the Zeke contract, just dispersing it between a couple different guys now. But look, if this is,
to me, Buffalo needs to go out and make this move over a DeAndre Hopkins. I know Choppy will be rolling in his grave over that. DeAndre Hopkins visiting with the Titans, by the way, but the Bills got to get some weight off of new Madden cover boy Josh Allen's plate, and him going to a situation like that to me would be pretty lethal.
Yeah, I think Buffalo would make some sense for him. I think under the right circumstances, Dallas would make sense. I think he'd be good here. I mean, he's a good pass catcher. He's somebody who can fit into a lot of the different concepts that they're trying. But
what's Philly have at running back?
They're too smart for this.
Are they? Are they?
Well, at what price? At what price?
Yeah, I mean, there's a price that you could pay in on this.
I'm not talking about 6, 7, 8. You know, he'd have to come here for Steven prices, which is basically free.
I mean,
DeAndre Swift, Rashad Penny, Eagles are probably pretty set.
Oh yeah.
Here's the thing with Buffalo: they've already got a guy who averages more yards per carry than Dalvin, and Devin Singletary. Now, here's the thing, and this is fun. Dalvin's fantastic. He was at 4.4 a carry. 4.4. This is how good this is how like teams are utilizing this position. 4.4 a carry ranked what in the NFL?
You'd think it would rank top 10.
27.
Wow.
Now, granted, quarterbacks are thrown in here.
Oh, okay.
Right. So I mean, I suppose you could. There's a way to get it. Justin Fields was number 1 at 7.1.
Yeah.
And then Lamar, and then Josh Allen, then Daniel Jones. Those are the top 4 yards per attempt.
Yeah, Josh Jacobs was 4.9.
Yeah, Chubb was 5.1, Pollard 5.2, Travis Etienne 5.1, Ramondre Stevenson 5.0. That's the end of your top 10. Everybody in the top 10 is 5 or above. Again, 4 of those are quarterbacks, but the other 6 are all running backs. You get 6 running backs averaging 5 a carry. You could find those guys. That's why teams are just not paying the running back as much.
I would love the skill set. I'm not going to love what it would cost to get him. I would also love the balance between Pollard's game and Dalvin's.
What's the dollar figure you could go for? Where's your limit on Dalvin Cook?
4 or less.
See, I think in my head I sat there and thought I was like around 3 or 4. I think is where I would limit. And 4, I might even feel a little like, gosh.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if you can get it for $3 million, I mean, I'll take him. I'm not going to sit there and I mean,
yeah,
he's a good player. You're still getting a quality player. You know, they always say, you know, can you get an impact player? You know, if you say $5 million off of somebody's salary, can you get an impact player for $5 million? Generally, no. But if you can find a really good running back for less than that's a guy that can handle workloads. You know, and you're going to need 2 of them anyway. I just don't want to spend another $15 million plus on that position. That is just not worth it.
Miles Sanders was better, last year. He's younger and he signed for $6.3 million annually. So I mean, Dalvin Cook,
Dave Montgomery was $6 million a year.
So I mean, Cook, what at 27? He is declining $4 or $5 million.
Well, perfect timing. I'm going to make him throw up.
Hey, Mike.
After the other day, we brought up the LeBron topic. Joker and Jamal dominating the NBA Finals last night. Denver's up 2-1. Other NBA news, not just Zion impregnating OnlyFans people and getting OnlyFans girls to fight with porn stars, but you had Dame Lillard. I can't believe he actually answered this. This was Dame on a podcast saying, hey, there's some rumors out there, trade rumors with Brooklyn and New York and Boston and Miami. Well, which one hypothetically, very DeAndre Hopkins-esque, would you prefer?
Miami is the obvious one, and Bam is my dog. Bam is my dog for real. But I mean, I think Miami the obvious one. Brooklyn is obvious one. Is another obvious one because Mikal Bridges is my dog too. I mean, and both are capable.
Only Dame would be so loyal he would make a team move off of like B-level players. Oh, Mikal Bridges, that's my guy. It's not a superstar friendship, but there he is kind of talking about Miami, which started trending yesterday. And then the reports that Chris Paul is out in Phoenix. Now, Michael. Atolo.
I was listening earlier to y'all's kind of Kyrie Luka talk, so that's why I wanted to jump in here. Because
all right.
I'm surprised. I think Kyrie's a great ball handler. I don't think he's a great runner of an offense.
Did you not think the offense ran smooth when he was there without Luka?
On fast breaks.
Fair.
Did they run well in the thing
they
is
played faster.
Right, but I mean most of his career when he's been at his best, LeBron's the point guard.
You know where he's best, in my opinion? You know that hockey assist?
Yeah.
Like Kyrie is fantastic at the secondary pass.
Right, absolutely.
Like in his hands, hot potato, bam, to the next one. Not setting up the offense, not running things, but making that next pass quickly, I think is where he stands out over Luka.
And he is a great player. I don't want to take that away. His talent, he's going to be a guy that, for the most part, unless it changes in the last 3 to 5 years of his career, that people will be mostly disappointed with his career.
With Kyrie's?
Yeah, 100%. He ruined Boston.
Oh, yeah, he did. The
He
second
ruined
half.
Brooklyn.
Because I don't think he'll ever get credit. He does get credit, but like the second half of his career really pooped on the fact that he hit, let's face it, he hit the most important shot of LeBron James' career.
True.
So Atolo brought this up, Mike, and I was trying to do some trade machine math.
Okay.
Why not, if it comes to it, sign and trade Kyrie to Phoenix for DeAndre Ayton and Chris Paul? Now, I just went and did the trade machine numbers.
Right.
I know that you pick these things apart.
I've done a lot of Chris Paul and DeAndre Ayton to Dallas.
Okay. So
I have an idea of this.
So you basically add in a Hardaway and a Bertans to make the money even. You get back Chris Paul and Ayton. Would that interest you? You keep Kyrie, or you could trade him, get rid of Hardaway's deal for Chris Paul and Ayton.
Yeah, if I get rid of Hardaway, who wants 30 shots a game, and Bertans, who can't play in this league, for Chris Paul, I will do it. Because I'm looking at Ayton for Kyrie as, look, very different players. But to me, I've come to this. Allen Iverson and Luka are very different but very alike. If you start putting really good ball handling, want the ball players around them, they actually become a worse player. Allen Iverson's greatest year ever by far was when he had Theo Ratliff and Dikembe Mutombo, and we could look at them as going, oh, bad players, but they were great defensive players. They didn't want or need the ball. Yeah. And Iverson could have the ball without any other player on the court going, I really need it, I really want it. But when he had to play with, whether it was Stackhouse in Philadelphia or Carmelo in Denver, he became worse. And I'm not saying that Allen Iverson was a bad player or Luka's a bad player, but what you need is you need the right type of players around Luka. And I think adding other guys that really want the ball or need the ball are probably bad guys to have around Luka.
Which would be Chris Paul.
Yes, but
I mean, he doesn't need to score, but he handles the ball.
And I'm not a fan of he's just better than the black hole Hardaway and I can't play in this league Davis Bertans.
Right.
So I'm looking at it that way. And the other thing too, in that whole scenario, I'd obviously want to talk to Chris Paul. I mean, obviously, it kind of got leaked out way before it should have that he's getting released. Mm-hmm. I waived whatever, and now they're trying to save face on that and say, well, we could still trade him. Like they've worked the phones, they've called the Mavs, they've called all 20 teams, and they're like, look, we have no interest at Chris Paul at $31 million. But
because they said they could cut him and then re-sign him. That was Sham's.
Yes, and I understand there are financial issues with the new CBA and everything, and that's why they're kind of going down this route. But they're also telling us, look, he doesn't really help us win in the biggest moments anymore. He had a great career. He's not a horrible player, but to me, I don't know if he'd accept this, but he's a guy who should come off the bench for 20 to 24 minutes a night and probably not be in your last 5 minutes of a basketball
This
game.
didn't give Phoenix any help. They still have $129 million bucks.
Right. It only helps them in paying like luxury tax stuff.
So Bobby Marks, ESPN insider, I like his work a lot, was on yesterday with the G-Bag Nation. They asked him, what should the Mavs do with pick number 10?
It's interesting. If the goal is to, certainly if you have Luka and then the goal is to bring back Kyrie, and you're not going to have the flexibility in free agency to really go out and get guys. I mean, you want those players those young players that you can come in and play right now and that are on these inexpensive contracts. I mean, I think that's the goal instead of going out and trying to move that pick for a player that has 1 or 2 years left on their contract. I don't think the 10th pick in the draft brings back an all-star level starter. You can get a guy, whether it be Taylor Hendricks from UCF or Grady Dick from Kansas. There's as I said, it's a Cam Whitmore from Villanova. There's a depth of quality wings out here. So I'm probably more in the mindset of keeping it just based on knowing what is still owed. You still owe the Knicks at first, and next year you still owe Brooklyn a first in 2029, and eventually you have to find young players to kind of build around. So that's kind of where I'm kind of more inclined to do.
I'm out on Taylor Hendricks. The list of college players who turned out to be great in the NBA, who couldn't even bring their team to the NCAA tournament, is not very good. Grady Dick would be fine, but only because you could hashtag Dick pick.
Well,
right? That's the only reason.
Yeah, because they would pick him, right?
They would
That's
pick
his
him.
last name.
That's his last name.
Yeah, it's like the Mozzie Smith pick.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Villanova kid.
He's going to go fourth.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. I think when we get to the draft, just like kind of Scotty Barnes with his ability, and I get Scotty Barnes hasn't turned into an all-star in Toronto. I think by the time we get to draft day, which isn't far away, is that a person with that ability overall and that body and that athleticism, I think that he is going to go fourth overall. The Thompson twins, I think, are going to drop a little bit. In fact, I think the lesser Thompson twin could be there for the Mavericks at 10.
So are we in town valuing the 10th pick higher than the NBA people are? Because he was like, that's not going to bring you back an all-star player.
Well, I think the way I always have looked at this, and I think it's a great way to do this if you're an NFL fan, which I think everybody listening is.
Second-round pick, right?
It's the end of the first round. Picks 1 through 10 are first-round picks. Picks 11 through 20 are second-round picks. Pick 21 through 30 are third-round picks. Now, that's your first round in the NBA, but that's the way you should look at it. This is somewhere between the 30th and 32nd pick in the NFL draft. So if you ever wanted to try to correlate it to a draft that you probably follow more, is you'd say, what would I get if I were trading the 30th or 32nd pick in the NFL draft? And you can get something good, but you're not trading like the, let's say, third or fourth pick in this draft. That would be more like trading a top 10 pick in the NFL.
And then finally, with a lot of coaches getting run in the NBA these days, what does the future hold for Jason Kidd here, according to Bobby Marks?
I mean, unless you're in Miami with Eric and San Antonio, I guess, with Pop, it's almost like we're coaching year to year, really. I mean, I think this year was certainly eye-opening as far as what happened in Milwaukee. Certainly Monty Williams in Phoenix, Nick Nurse in Toronto, Mike Budenholzer in Milwaukee. I mean, 2 years removed from winning a championship. I mean, the three teams that have had the best record over the last 3 years were three teams looking for new head coaches here. And there is an expectation as far as to, certainly get into the playoffs, especially when you have marquee players, it's up to the front office to help with that as far as build the right roster here. But we do live in a world where the guys are kind of coaching year to year, and it's a lot of it's driven based off, the expectation of going far in these playoffs.
We're going to talk about this today on KMC Masterpiece, and we've wanted to talk about it this week, just haven't got to it till today. Doesn't it seem like Mark Cuban is trying to hire a head coach without firing Jason Kidd, and he's trying to hire a new general manager without firing Nico Harrison. Like, he's going and getting this dude from Utah who did all of these things throughout his career. He's like, he's going to just help out Nico Harrison. And we're trying to hire Frank Vogel. Now he got hired away. We're trying to hire away Jeff Van Gundy. Like, why would Jeff Van Gundy leave that job for an assistant coaching thing?
All right.
But if you're kind of like, hey, he could be our next coach, and Jason Kidd's not really a head coach, we need a head coach to help out our head coach. Isn't it weird that the Mavericks are trying to hire a new general manager and a new head coach without naming them the general manager and head coach?
The leftover questions from Jacob deGrom and the debut of RJ's Diamond Cavs. Then crosstalk with KMC. Next.
by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Got him with the changeup. Back-to-back strikeouts for Gray.
Gray home again with a 1-2. Swing and a miss as he records his 10th strikeout tonight. Again, that is a season high for John Gray.
Unreal performance from John Gray last night. Didn't end up getting the W for the Rangers because the offense gets shut out by St. Louis. Cardinals get one. Rangers still win the series. Astros lose. You're still 4.5 games up in the American League West. Off today before the heavyweight fight tomorrow against the Rays on this radio station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with you here on your home of Rangers baseball. We don't care that they lost. Whatever. We are focusing on some Jacob deGrom follow-up questions that were put out by The Athletic, and then we will debut Diamond Cavs. But Choppy, you started off with him maybe pitching his way out of the Hall of Fame.
So that was that was an interesting discussion that was had on the internets. Did he and has he sort of, I don't want to say pitch his way out of the Hall of Fame, not pitch his way out of the Hall of Fame. He has 109 fewer starts than Nolan Ryan has wins. Sink that into your brain.
Wow.
Like that. And I know that pitcher wins is a very outdated statistic. We know that. You know, a lot of that has to do with your offense. You could have a 4 ERA and win 20 games. You could have a 1.5 ERA and lose a dozen. But it's going to be pretty eye-popping. Let's just say he never pitches again for a Hall of Fame voter to see 84 wins and say yes to the Hall of Fame. It's just going to be very, very difficult to see that. His rate stats like ERA and WHIP and stuff like that, they are on par with Pedro Martinez, with Sandy Koufax, with Clayton Kershaw. But the other stuff, like strikeouts, he's behind Ted Lilly in strikeouts.
Wow.
For his career. He's 169th in strikeouts for his career. That's
Old
a big
lefty,
one.
old lefty.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a so and Pro Football Reference has the Hall of Fame monitor. Baseball has this thing called JAWS, and he's 113th among starting pitchers. That is right around the same as Adam Wainwright, Ron Guidry, David Wells, Cliff Lee. All guys who are very good at some point in their career. Very, very good. At times, you know, Ron Guidry and Cliff Lee were the best pitcher in the game. But also didn't necessarily have the longevity that a lot of times it takes to get in. I mean, you wouldn't say that Adam Wainwright's a Hall of Famer. You wouldn't say David Wells is a Hall of Famer. You can make an argument for Cliff Lee. He had a very, very high peak, but it's just very difficult right now when you're in a strikeout category with Jay Hop and Chan-Ho Park because of the lack of pitching that you've done to get in. It's very hard to get in.
When you look at, and we'll start this ringer thing, I think it's interesting really quickly, though, that when you look at DeGrom's innings pitched, he's pitched about 1,200 in his career. The lowest amount of innings pitched for a full-time starter in the Hall of Fame is Dizzy Dean, and he pitched 1,900 innings. And so you're 700 off from the pitcher who has the fewest amount of innings that exists in the Hall of Fame. Ben Lindbergh over at The Ringer had this article yesterday that really just kind of made me sad. It was 5 questions about Jacob deGrom's season-ending injury, and really each question just led him down a path of going, damn, I'm so sad we're all going to miss seeing Jacob deGrom be healthy for an extended period of time. And the first question he asked here is this the end of peak deGrom? And he says, for the past 2 years, deGrom has been an agonizing, tantalizing blend of dominance and fragility. Hitters rarely appeared to pose a threat to him, but his own body regularly betrayed him. Amid all the injuries, deGrom remained the major's best starter on a per-inning basis. In fact, he still leads all pitchers in Fangraphs WAR dating back to the beginning of 2018, despite ranking only 34th in innings pitched. And WAR is like a cumulative stat. So if he's 34th in innings pitched, that means he is way above anybody else that's out there pitching right now.
Mm-hmm.
And so he looked like peak deGrom out there when he was pitching. I mean, outside of opening day, he still looked like it. It's just nobody's going to know until he comes back, if he comes back.
If he has a Verlander end to his career, like when Verlander went to the Astros, then yeah, he'll get in.
Or maybe like the way John Smoltz when he went from closer back to starter. I remember in 2007, I'm watching Smoltz pitch against us. We're in Atlanta. I'm on the Nationals. And he's 40 years old. I'm looking at in 2007. He actually made the All-Star team at 40 years old. And
was this a shoulder? That was a shoulder injury?
Well, he did have Tommy John too. Okay. I know. I mean, he might have had shoulder things too. But what he did, Smoltz, when he went back to being a starter, he only threw it about 80 to max 90% for most of the game. He refused to throw the ball the way he threw it as a closer, or DeGrom, who throws it close to 100. I've been wondering this, and didn't know we were going to talk about this today, and I don't even know if I'm talking about it on the show. What if you made DeGrom, now you have to convince him, when you come back, you will not throw a ball over 95 miles an hour unless it's a big situation. So when you start the game, you are kind of Justin Verlandering it. You know him. You probably don't know John Smoltz. You were very young when John Smoltz did this. You will not throw a ball over 95 miles an hour. You will only be throwing the ball at 80 to 85%. Now, runner on third base, nobody out in the fourth inning in a 1-0 lead. Hey, I saw John Smoltz, and I looked right at my buddy, and I go, this old SOB just threw 98 miles an hour out of nowhere. Smoltz could still, at 40 years old, hit 98. Now, he's throwing in that game 91 to 93. We got second and third and one out, and he needed a strikeout. And it was like 98, 97 slider, see you later. What if, I'm just throwing it out. I have no clue because you have to convince the person to do this 15 to 20 months from now. You will never throw a ball close to 100 miles an hour until you are in a big situation and you surprise the hitter by showing 100 a couple times. And after that inning's over, you're back to throwing the ball at 80 to max 90%.
This is a good transition point to jump down to the fourth question that was in the article, because the fourth question here is, can the MLB learn from DeGrom's Icarus Act? And it says, I've wondered for years and will go on wondering whether DeGrom could have benefited from just throwing slower. Not slow, still fast, just a little less fast. If he could win a near unanimous Cy Young Award in 2018 when his fastball was sitting 96, did he have to keep pushing it until it sat at 99? Those extra ticks may have made him even better on a rate basis, but it clearly took its toll. It says, we'll never know for sure whether throwing harder is what did DeGrom in, but it can't have helped. It's a testament to his mechanics that he lasted this long, but physics is undefeated.
Is it the slider or is it the fastball?
Great question. I saw a recent study now that it's the fastball when I thought it was just the breaking balls.
Yeah, it's a new study now. 10 years from now, there'll be a new study, right? Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about science is it's great, but it is ever changing. You're trying to discover new things and you discover, oh, it could be this. And then 10 years from now, we have guys that are throwing now. Last night, Jack Flaherty, 105 pitches. I don't know if you watched the postgame show or not.
I did. I stole your point.
31 fastballs. Out of 105 pitches, Jack Flaherty threw 31 fastballs.
Did you throw a slider?
I threw a crap curveball.
Well, on slider.
Really good in high school, pretty good in the minor leagues, pretty crappy in the major leagues.
What is the release on a slider? Like, what kind of torque is that putting on your arm? Is there like a wrist snap to it? How's the release?
No, your wrist has to be pretty firm in throwing breaking ball stuff. It doesn't have much to do with the wrist. It has to do with just getting a little bit on the side of the ball. The ball kind of comes out. I'll tell you who does a great job of this. If you ever watch Trevor Bauer and all of his stuff on YouTube.
Not all his stuff.
He does a great job of really showing how the ball in slow motion comes off of his hand for a slider. He doesn't really throw a curveball, but a curveball, you're kind of getting more over the top of it. A slider, you're a little bit more on the side of it. But I would say to really understand it without trying to explain it on radio, I'd say go to Trevor Bauer's YouTube page and start looking up when he, I forget, what's the name of that stuff?
Driveline.
Yeah, Driveline or the behind the, I don't want to call it StatCast, but whatever it is, all the great cameras that they have in super slow motion to see how the ball comes off of your fingers to make the ball break like a slider.
One of the other questions here, and this is the 5 questions from the Ringer following DeGrom's injury, season-ending injury. Chop just brought it up. What does this mean for his legacy? I didn't remember saying this. In March, DeGrom called making Cooperstown his ultimate goal.
Well,
and That is something that looks a little different. It says neither a prolonged absence nor a return in a less effective form could diminish the splendor of DeGrom's peak. If that peak doesn't extend deep into his late 30s, though, he can kiss Cooperstown goodbye.
I will say I'm trying to find like some positive cases of the second Tommy John, and you got one right in front of our eyes, Nathan Eovaldi.
Eovaldi's big.
Two Tommy Johns, but his first one was in high school.
Reliever Soria. Soria had a second Tommy
Joaquin?
John. Yeah, he bounced back.
The Mexicutioner?
He bounced back. I'm trying to think. There were a couple
was
others.
Verlander just a few years ago? Was that his first
That
one
was his
ever?
first.
Okay.
He hasn't been two. The fourth question, can the surprising Rangers endure DeGrom's loss? And he says, before the season started, I didn't think the Rangers were ready to take the leap. Reader, I was wrong, at least so far. The thing he points to is he said the odds that the type of success the Rangers are having in scoring position is not going to last. And he says, couple that with the clutchness, a number of players performing above their previously established levels, like Dane Dunning, the Rangers seem to be a bit over their skis. Fangraphs still, to this day, right now, expects the regression monster to bite the Rangers hard enough to reduce them to a .502 rest of the season winning percentage. But given their great start, treading water would get Texas to 91 wins and quite likely a playoff berth. Without DeGrom, the Rangers aren't as well equipped to withstand the correction to come.
Did you come up with any trade possibilities? And if you don't have names, are you thinking ace level, mid-level, or still bullpen? And how would you rank those if you're Chris Young?
One, I lean bullpen first, but I would look for a replacement for DeGrom in that I have to have a top-of-the-line starting pitcher. Eovaldi and Gray are pitching at all-star levels right now. But I know that DeGrom's not here for this year, and he's not there for next year. If you're Chris Young, you have to be realistic about this situation. DeGrom is probably not going to pitch next year. How much do you want to force a guy with this much injury history, as Bobby's just showing you, to like come back in July or August, where let's just say in August he's feeling pretty good and you go, you know what, we're not going to do this. We're not going to force this, because if I don't pitch you in August and September, you have off October, November, December, January, and then we start our process of being a pitcher in February. That would give that elbow and everything a lot of rehab time to be ready for the last 3 seasons of your career.
And last question here was, if DeGrom's reign as MLB's best pitcher is over, who inherits the title? It says there's no definitive method for determining the best pitcher in baseball, but unless you consider durability, DeGrom passes any sniff, taste, or stat test. DeGrom has been the answer for a while now. He said for the last 5 years. He said he could come up with about 8 different names of guys that could be the next best pitcher in baseball. But he says the point is that there's not a ton of daylight between the best and the next best option, either statistically speaking or going with your gut. And that's what makes DeGrom so special, is that he was clear far and away after he kind of surpassed Garrett Cole a couple years ago. He was clearly the best pitcher in baseball.
On Choppy's Instagram, he put up a Mets photo of all their future. You remember the guys? We'll tell you what they're doing right now.
Well, Noah Syndergaard, Matt Harvey, and Jacob DeGrom were the 3 major guys. Right?
And do you remember the other couple?
I don't.
Wheeler.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And is it
Steven Matz?
Okay.
That's who it was.
Who's a reliever, right?
Do you remember Generation K, speaking of the Mets?
That was in the early 90s, right?
This is another time this happened. They had Pulsifer, Isringhausen, and Paul Wilson. They're, this is the next big thing.
It had a big
Generation K. It was like DVD here.
Selling posters nationwide, and it didn't work out.
Poor Mets.
It's like the old Oakland A's rotation in the early 2000s.
That worked out. Didn't they all win a Cy Young?
For like 2 years, and then they lose all the guys.
Yeah, they definitely forgot to put that in the movie.
We crossed off.
Yes, they did.
Hey, Moneyball. We only have 3 Cy Young pitchers on our staff. And the MVP at shortstop.
Yep,
Do not
forgot
talk
that one
about
too.
the MVP at shortstop. We will not mention we had an MVP and who literally won it that year. And do not mention the 3 Cy Young candidates we had in this movie either.
Crosstalk with KMC is next.
Let's get you over to the all-new Platinum.
It is now time to crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece with a Thursday edition featuring Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors. Good morning. What's coming up?
At noon today, who's the Cowboys player you want to see steal a starting spot?
Dalvin Cook.
All right. We'll see. Hey, you know what? That's actually a good conversation. Then at 12:20 during the lunch rush, the combo platter, National VCR Day. Give us your sports opinion and your favorite VCR.
You know what a VCR is, Peyton?
Your favorite outdated technology.
Did you see what Heritage Auctions was selling? A unopened, like I guess they call it first edition Back to the Future VHS unopened
Oh
tape.
yeah, it was crazy.
It's 6 figures.
I got to what?
So like if you would have just bought those at whatever, Walmart or Target or whatever at the time in 1986 and never touched them, just put them in a safe.
Yeah.
All the most famous movies, let's just say Ghost. I'm not saying the greatest movies. You could obviously the greatest movies, but whatever it is, Wizard of Oz, Ghostbusters, Back to the Future, and you would have just said, I'm putting these in a safe and never touching them, you would have probably $1 million.
I cannot remember if you guys brought this up, but this Netflix show was made for y'all's show.
King of Collectibles.
The Golden Touch.
I've heard very divisive things about that show.
Really? Have you seen it?
I watched all of them. They're really quick to watch.
What would be negative about it?
Just the people I've talked to, or like the guy.
This is like the king
Ken
of...
Golden is far more interested in himself than what's actually going on in the show, and like that's a bigger push of it. And if you're like super into collectibles, you're like, I already knew all this stuff.
But nothing fake.
I haven't
about the
seen
sales.
it. I haven't seen it.
No, the sales are real.
Yeah.
I would say watching it.
Peyton Manning's involved in this. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, obviously Karl Malone is in it, giving the,
I haven't seen him yet.
And Ken Golden's a huge
Remember
dude
when
in
I
the
was talking
industry.
about the USA gear, the
Malone likes like
1992?
15-year-old collectibles.
Well, he
Ooh,
and his
13, I think.
wife, I guess at the time, he might still be married to her. I don't know. But they all took off their USA jerseys, threw them on the ground to be like, who cares? We won. Great deal. Let's go home. And he collected them all, got them all to sign them, and he just sold them all. He probably made with the shoes, and he collected all the shoes. I don't know. I guess total it was over $10 million. So that's part of the last episode is Karl Malone showing his collection, and then Ken Golden taking it, putting up for auction. I just thought it was kind of, in a way, fake, as in you can tell it's set up. They're struggling for the reality of real conversations, whether he's with his daughter or with somebody else. I feel like Ken Golden I don't know him at all, but in acting ability, a really bad actor. I enjoyed it because I collect stuff.
Yeah.
But you're like, you can tell it's a very fake conversation where whatever, the Real World or 90210 Beverly Hills, whatever that MTV show was.
The remake?
With the girl who makes clothes for Kohl's and everything. Laguna Beach.
Oh,
are you talking about
Christine Cavallari? The OC?
Cavallari's
Yeah. Like you could
got a store in Deep Ellum.
They were good enough actors and actresses to make you think those are real conversations.
Lauren Conrad.
Lauren, I think, makes the clothes for at Kohl's and stuff
Audrina
like that.
Partridge.
So
Chop, keep telling us.
Boy, did you see?
What's coming up on The Bachelor's next season?
Did you see Slater's live videos of the
Vanderpump
thing?
I
Good
didn't.
gosh.
I didn't hear it.
What is that show? I'm
amazing.
sorry.
Thank you.
I really want to know.
It's amazing.
I've seen it like pop up. I have what's it about?
It's about these young, hot people working in LA bars and restaurants, all just screwing each other and doing drugs and getting each other pregnant and cheating. I mean,
and you wanted to cancel Unethical Life Hacks.
Is Tom Tom still a restaurant, or for now?
yes.
So
Maybe out of business after last night?
Well, their new place is like just them.
So, Sean, I'm sure you know this because you watch a lot of reality TV, but my buddy Chad Cordero, closer for Montreal and Washington, he grew up in that area, and so he knows a lot of those people. And so what they do in these deals is they call up Lauren and Cavallari and they say, hey, you're going to go to this restaurant. We have it all set up. Obviously, all the cameras are set up. We have the perfect angle where we know that nothing's going to get in the background. And you guys are going to discuss this.
Yeah.
And almost you're taking this topic, that topic. Hey, you guys, you know what we need right now for our next episode? We need a party. We're setting up this huge party at this deal, and we're going to create the controversy for you to do. So it's reality, but they're setting it all up and giving them the topic to destroy each other about.
Yes. And that doesn't faze me. I love it still. We had an old school debate here on the show when we're talking about collectibles. We were trying to pay homage. You tell me whether we're boomers or whether everyone should know the Iron Sheik passing away at the age of 81. Bobby, Peyton, and Ryan, no idea. and they were saying it shows that we're grandpas, Corey. I know Kevin knows because of wrestling, but an all-time great tweeter, the Iron Sheik. What do you think?
As far as Twitter goes, he is really good. Was. But I could totally understand how some people didn't know who he was because I mean, wrestling was niche for a while, right? Like that was I watched it as a kid. I told you, Kevin, I had that whole set of the rubber toys or whatever.
And
a whole set of rubber toys when I was a kid.
Oh my goodness,
those were big. I had a lot of those too. I believe
batteries.
I had the Iron Sheik and Hulk Hogan, like the
Russian guy.
Yeah, it was
Nikolai
the original
Volkov.
Live. The original Live battle.
Yeah, so
a little bit, but they
Him and
made it
Slaughter.
really obvious.
But it makes sense how some people wouldn't know him. But like that's nostalgia for me.
Yeah.
But for Twitter groups, like in Twitter, you can create your own silos, dude. You don't have to follow. You don't have to see everything.
The Twitter resurgence of he and his nephews is quite astonishing.
Iron Sheik?
Yeah.
Who are his nephews?
Well, his nephews are the people who tweet that stuff.
Oh.
But I don't know if he tells them directly what to say, if they collaborate about it and
I didn't
everything.
know that either. That's hilarious.
And everything like that. But yeah, they created this persona and it is insanely popular. Like you'll see days where Hulk Hogan is trending and it was just because Iron Sheik decided to bury him.
All right, no one interacts with the text during their show more than you guys.
By the way, did you know he was a real Olympian?
That's a fact, Sean.
Sheik?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I saw he was a bodyguard.
No, he was a legit, real deal
wrestling?
Yeah, for Iran.
Kevin, Sean was giving us a compliment, and you just interrupted him.
Iran.
Why did you interrupt
I'm
him
sorry.
during his compliment
You're
to
the
our show?
tech show of record.
I apologize.
So give me what the text response would be to this question.
Okay.
If I gave you Cowboys opening tickets or FC Dallas, Inter
Miami.
Man. Not Milan.
What do you think the breakdown would be? Because, Choppy, you got to make your MJ point as well. Inter Miami has gained 4.2 million Instagram followers in the last 24 hours.
Wow.
They now have
Good
more
Lord.
followers than any team in MLS, hockey, baseball, or the NFL. They have more IG followers, and your point was what, Ralph?
That this is the most famous global athlete that
Sure.
will have ever played on U.S. soil. Social media helps.
Since Michael Jordan.
I think more than Michael, because the social media world has brought everybody together. Like, we agree. LeBron is kind of close to Michael's fame.
No.
Not now, not today, but when Michael's playing days. LeBron in his playing days and Michael in his playing days are probably close. Messi has 3 times the amount of Instagram followers as LeBron. Messi has enough Instagram followers to take up the entire United States population and then some.
I think it would still go pretty heavy Cowboys. But
But
I mean,
90% would take Cowboys opening day tickets over FC
see,
Dallas.
I was going to
Messi.
say 75 to
I was gonna say
80%.
70, yeah.
But I still think they would take Cowboys, especially as you said, opening game and everything. I don't know if it would depend. People would change their opinion based on where they get to sit. Because, if you go to Toyota Stadium, you can sit wherever the hell you want, and you're going to be able to see just fine.
These seats, DC United, Messi, 3K. Chicago's team, 7,000. Charlotte FC and Atlanta United has seats priced at $10,000 for this.
It's going to be, that's an event. That's a place to be seen, but this is an event. With the Cowboys, it's a regular season game.
Yeah.
And that's why I think people they want to show up to events and see a dude they never got to see play in this manner. I mean, the last time they really probably saw him was the World Cup.
It's smart the way they're doing this, too. We talked about yesterday how Apple has the MLS pass, and they're coming out with a documentary. And so that's going to be in time for the start of the 2024 season. Then the World Cup
Yeah,
is
but they're also giving him a piece, right?
I think they should, honestly, because I think
He's getting a piece of Apple. And what was the other endorsement, RJ?
Was it Adidas?
It was Apple, Adidas, and then there's going to have MLS got creative with their...
Because how else are you going to beat out the $200 million offer from the Saudis?
You don't. You got to have profit share.
Exactly.
You gotta have profit share.
Exactly. And so with that happening starting next year and with the World Cup going to be in all across North America, I imagine it's a blast if you're a soccer fan right now.
Your kids be hitting y'all up for this ticket, this game.
I look at it
They aren't in Dallas. They won't be in Dallas this year.
Oh, he doesn't start until next year.
Okay, yeah. So it would be next year, and I haven't seen. We won't get their schedule until off season. So, but they don't play this year. I think at all against each other.
I can't imagine my two boys just wanting to go to a soccer game.
Period.
You could have the greatest soccer players in all of soccer play each other, and I don't think that they would be interested.
Like we all agree, Messi's first game here is a bigger event than a Cowboys game, like on its own. But if you don't care for soccer,
do you mean like
that was interesting?
Sorry, that was my.
That's his
Can you do that again?
That was my thinking noise. Do you mean nationally or like in the Metroplex?
period. Like I don't think you can argue that like arguably the greatest soccer player ever coming in town.
But I'm not.
It's that you've never seen play is a bigger event on its own than a single.
Kevin,
one of
you know how
16
many
games.
soccer players there are in Frisco alone.
I know,
bro.
but I don't mean this as an argument against Messi. Like I'm not saying that he's not that big of a deal. I think he's a humongous deal. But I also know, especially how like this Metroplex is so single-minded in terms of football. So I don't mean that as a slam against Messi. He's a humongous deal.
If the Cowboys played their opening game on the same day that Messi was in town, what are you leading the show with the next day?
It's going to be the Cowboys.
That's what I mean. That's my point. It's the Cowboys because that's what people are going to want to talk about. It's not going to be about
Look,
Messi.
I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying I do think there's a little bit of an untapped soccer
I do think
market
it's
out there.
And Corey's right. North Texas, outside of maybe Northern or Southern California, is the biggest soccer mecca for talent in the United States. That's a fact.
What?
And so,
Yes, it is.
Dude,
Soccer's
so
the
we have
Northeast-
baseball, basketball,
football,
obviously, and soccer.
Soccer's just underrepresented.
Dawson's bringing them up right.
Southern Cal, like the Northeast and Texas.
Yeah, you look at every year, because
Wow.
when we're at the paper, we would cover like
What's
all
that?
of our, I know, outdated technology coming up at 12:20 is we would cover those national championships, and you had so many North Texas teams represented every single year. This is a huge soccer area.
Cricket next, hopefully. All right, back tomorrow morning. It's
Yeah.
the K.
In Plano, dude, they have
And Richardson.
every park.
Yeah.
Every
Really?
park, there's
For
cricket
sure.
set up, man.
My joke, it made
It's
it
awesome.
serious. KMC is next on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick. And it is the penultimate day for Joey the Jet Erickson, a.k.a. Slim Scotty, before he leaves for the Great White North-ish. How's it going today, gentlemen?
What does penultimate mean?
Next to last.
Okay.
No. I think they sing songs during Christmas time
That
without.
is the Pentatonics, maybe?
Yeah, no, I like them. Avery saw them live. They're really good.
They don't have any instruments.
So
they make instruments with their mouth.
This is the Pentatonics day for Joey, as we don't know exactly where his future will lead him.
We definitely know where he's going.
What if that team folds?
Yeah. What if he turns out
This
he
is a
knows?
great question.
People are like, he has no clue what he's talking about when it comes to hockey.
But that seems unlikely.
Why?
Because I've heard him talk about hockey a lot. He definitely knows what he's talking about.
Oh, we're supposed to trust you.
Secondly,
The ball goes in the net thing.
What about the hockey people?
3-pointer.
Secondly, don't you think he's like not burned any bridges where he could come back? I don't feel like. Well, I guess tomorrow we'll
Not
see.
yet.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, like he could literally light the bridge on fire as he walks away.
That's true.
He could walk out of this place and go, "Y'all are stuck on the 11th floor for the rest of your days."
Mike, did you ever have regular people jobs? You taught, right?
I was a substitute teacher during off seasons when I was in the minor leagues.
Did you ever burn any bridges on your way out the door? You could see why I might ask that question, right?
No,
Not
but
intentionally.
I would say I was very young. I was 21, 22 years old when I did that. And I, at times, did things that I'm not proud of as a substitute teacher. How about that?
Okay.
I look at myself now. I'm 45 years old and go 21, 22-year-old substitute teacher shouldn't have thrown that basketball at that person.
You threw a basketball at somebody?
Oh, yeah.
Were you taking dodgeball a little
Did
too
you hit him?
seriously?
Oh, yeah.
Where?
In the back of either the back of the head or the back of their back.
Why
they deserve
did
it?
you do that?
Because she wasn't doing
my
the drill
God.
properly. It was for 7th, 8th grade. I can't remember 7th or 8th grade basketball.
God, what's happened?
But she was supposed to run baseline to baseline for jump shots.
She wasn't touching the
and I
line,
was her
Kevin.
rebounder, and I'm like, you got to run. And she was like, yeah, screw you. I'm not running. So I'm like, when the pass is going to be there, whether you're ready for it or not. So as she was walking to her spot, I threw the ball and hit her. I can't remember where I hit her. Wrong, right? I should be like, let go for this. But I'm like, hey,
Probably.
you get to your spot, and if you're not, the ball's still going to be there, so you're going to have to wear it. So I would run to the spot and get there. And so for the example, I passed the ball and hit her in the back and was like, well, you should have been ready to catch the ball by that point, walking to your spot. Probably should have just said, I forget her name. Obviously, it was one day, but I should have said, hey, since you don't want to work hard today, I would like for you to leave practice. You can't be a part of here. I understand if your mom or dad isn't here to pick you up, but you're going to need to go outside of this gym because you are a major distraction to the other girls who actually want to play basketball today. That would have been the right thing to do. I did the wrong thing. I'm admitting I did the wrong thing.
Oh no, and Bobby just texted us a story of a Mesquite ISD substitute teacher who's been indicted for encouraging students to fight. Mike, we wouldn't have done that.
No,
though,
I didn't do
right?
that.
Okay.
And I didn't baseball. I didn't baseball pass it like and knock her over.
Kinda
But I gave the pass to like, you were supposed to be ready.
And it's still bad. But in my mind, you like
No, I did not.
pulled your arm back and
did not
you're like,
do that.
listen here, MFer, and just pegged somebody with the basketball. At least still not good. I understand the constraints of the drill you were trying to run and get them to understand.
I think as a classroom substitute teacher, I don't recall doing anything what I would consider wrong. I might have not done things right because I was very young and trying to give the kids their lesson and give their kids the work. But I can remember running that practice and going, I was wrong for doing that.
You know, Kevin, the Peyton Manning throwing the football at the kids, United Way bit. Like
John Tollison's never seen it.
Yeah,
I've seen it. I have seen it.
I need a Mike Bassick substitute coach teacher like bit like that.
Whistle and everything.
I think we need to set that up and just have a bunch of kids come in here and he's coaching them, and they're running sprints down the hallway.
What if that now lady, because that was when I did that. That was
he's throwing toasters at them.
Like 1999, 2000.
Okay,
so
sure.
that person being 13, 14 years old at the time.
36, 37.
Yeah. What if she lives in this Metroplex and she's like, that's the SOB substitute teacher coach that did that to me.
See, and this is where I worry
Almost
about
dying.
bits.
Yeah.
I know, Jason Kidd, because if we could guarantee that was the real person to come up and like confront you, I would be here for
web
it.
redemption.
But you know a whole bunch of people would show up for like doing a bit.
I want to do
like
a web
that,
redemption
and-
like Tosh used to do. Let's find that person, see if they're okay with it. Now she gets to throw a basketball at Mike and see how that
Only
goes.
if I do wrong and don't hustle, though. I mean, 2 wrongs. She was wrong for what she's doing. She was being a jerk of a kid.
So she gets to yell at
That's
you while
fine.
you run the
it
drill.
might not be physically hustle, but I'll alert them if you're not hustling for the show.
She's
I'll
going
be
to
like,
yell at you
right
to run
now.
the drill, and then if you don't hustle to what her expectation is, then she gets to.
My expectation was to try. She wasn't even trying. Look, I'm the adult. I guess I was the adult, right? 21, 22 is very tough.
You definitely were the adult.
I was
Mike.
older.
Uh-huh.
But she screwed up tremendously too. Let's not throw her off of the hook of like, oh yeah, she was actually trying. She was being a jerk too. I just then decided to be a jerk back to her. And I shouldn't have.
I swear we have Rangers stuff to get to, but I just want to point out, I hear what you're saying, Mike. I just don't think that usually holds up. When you're the adult, which you definitely were, and that's the kid in school, they were
But
being
was
a
he?
jerk, so I was a jerk back. I don't know if
I know. You're right. What you just said is 100% right.
Okay.
But the reason I did it,
But here we
I was
are.
wrong. My reason
Okay.
was wrong.
Okay.
I should not have done that. Did I just decide to like, you know what? I want to hit this girl in the back of the head or whatever with a basketball, not with like my, no.
Oh my God, you made that so much worse, Mike. It is 10 o'clock in the morning.
Well, it was with it was a basketball pass, a two-handed basketball pass.
Gentle.
But yeah, I not.
I can try it here. I'm giving you a soft landing spot.
Did you not see him throw? He threw the lifeline to you, and you're like, I'm going to set it on fire.
I'm not going to lie. I was wrong. I did something wrong. I admit I was wrong and should not have done that. There was reasoning behind it.
From the 682. Hey, did y'all see John Gray last night? That was magical.
Dude, he's really good.
Yes.
And we talked at length about Jared kept telling, I said this yesterday, Jared kept saying, hey guys, I know Evaldi feels like your number 2 pitcher, but don't forget about John Gray. And injuries have been his problem, at times, and especially last year with him. But whenever he's not injured, he's a really good pitcher. And Colorado was kind of a place where, things happen, but he's been lights out for you.
I want to go ahead and fire off, if we can, cut number 9, because this was the only run in what, if you love pitchers' duels, was a tremendously entertaining game.
So 2 men out in the inning, and here's Alec Burleson, who swings and drives one deep into right field. Grossman turns to look, and it is gone. Alec Burleson hits a laser into the seats in right field, maybe the second row for Burleson, his 5th home run of the year, and the Cardinals take a 1-0 lead.
That stunk.
I know, it
Because
did.
that was his best game of the year, and he was in the month of May 4-0 with a 1.95 ERA with a batting average of 2.05. Like, he was tremendous in the month of May, and his first start in June was his best start in this kind of 6-start deal, and he ended up getting a loss in it.
It was one of I saw this from, I believe it was ESPN Stats and Info. Pitchers to throw 9 or more innings allow 1 run with no walks and 12 or more strikeouts. John Gray last night, James Shields in 2012, and Cy Young in 1904.
All right, so John Gray's Cy Young winner then.
I mean, actually, we might get into that debate just a little bit in a second. But think about that. It's the third time, and one of the times it happened, it's to the person we named the award for Best Pitcher after.
Yeah.
And that's like, I told Corey before we were walking in, I hope Bruce Bochy gets the team together, and he looked at John Gray, and he's like, you know what? You can go home and do whatever the hell you want. No notes. Go off and enjoy your life. But that led to the text back and forth about, is Gray better than Evaldi right now? And I will just tell you this. What I love is the fact that the two of them are combined 14-4, and they have respective ERAs of 2.24 and 2.32.
Yeah.
And both of their whips are under 1.
These are two of the 5 best starting pitchers in the American League. If you just look at our league, obviously Garrett Cole's in the conversation there too, but and by the way, I messed up. He did have another start in June, on June 2nd, where he didn't have that great of an appearance. 7 innings, 2 hits, no runs in that one. So he has a .56 ERA so far in his 2 starts here and 16 innings pitched in the month of June.
That's another thing real quick. Just 16 innings pitched. He went 7. He went 9.
Yeah.
Like, that is become more and more unusual. We talked about yesterday that the Rangers, I believe, were the only team with multiple complete games, and now they have 3.
I think going into that Tampa series, that's a huge deal, is that you have today off. Yesterday, the bullpen had off, so you go in very fresh against the best team in baseball. But I think because he didn't get off to the best of starts, Nathan Eovaldi has been pretty darn consistent. Now, Eovaldi took off too at the end of April, because I remember it was the day that we find out DeGrom is going on the injured list. We don't know when he's going to come back. And then I believe you get a 2-hit shutout against the Yankees on that night for Nathan Eovaldi, and from that point, he's been pretty dominant. And then about 2 weeks later, a little less than 2 weeks later, John Gray starts his streak of just unbelievable start after unbelievable start. So these two guys have been, I will lean towards Eovaldi. I posed the question yesterday when I was texting you guys, but I wanted to pose it as, I think we're not really talking about John Gray in the same light that we're talking about Nathan Eovaldi, but yet when you look at their stats and you look at what John Gray's done, they're about the same, with Eovaldi being a hair better. But I mean, these are 2 of the 5 best starting pitchers in the American League. And I know that we talked a lot about DeGrom yesterday, but DeGrom's not even part of this. You have 2 of the 5 best starting pitchers in the American League, and DeGrom's not part of the conversation.
I am kind of interested. Neither one of those guys is DeGrom, right? Like if you're sitting down for a 3-game series, you're putting DeGrom first if healthy.
If DeGrom's healthy, he's arguably the best pitcher in all of, better than whoever you want to name in all of baseball when he's healthy, and unfortunately.
And these 2 guys are having exceptional stretches here. And I think Derek yesterday kept reminding us, look at the effect that Mike Maddox has. Like that, as good as the pitchers are doing what they're supposed to do, Mike Maddox is developing a great game plan for them and saying, hey, go out there and do these things. And we'll make sure we're, looking pretty good by the end of this game. But, it's not like they're just going 3-4 innings and then being done. They're pitching lengthy games, saving bullpen, and giving you the opportunity to let your offense win. And your offense has been clubbing the hell out of the ball. So it looks pretty good so far. I did tell you, Kevin, yesterday I was kind of looking at the numbers and I was like, aside from ERA, this St. Louis pitcher, has very reasonably close numbers to Gray. But man, John Gray, I did not expect him to deal the way he was yesterday.
And it is amazing that,
but I guess we just should at this point.
You have 2 real life candidates for Cy Young, and keep in mind the Texas Rangers organization has never won a Cy Young. Like, I realize whether it's Fergie or
Nolan.
Well, not unfortunately.
Charlie Huff.
Unfortunately, not Nolan. Is they have had pitchers here who had before or went on to win Cy Youngs, but the Rangers have never had a Cy Young. And I might argue that they have 2 of the top 3 candidates. Like, I hear what you're saying about Garrett Cole. You look into the numbers a little bit more, I think you put Eovaldi ahead of him. Like, I realize Garrett Cole is 7-0. They have pitched equivalent amount of innings, and Evaldi is 8-2. His ERA is more than half a run better than Garrett Cole. His whip is better than Garrett Cole. I get Garrett Cole's in the conversation.
Right.
I'm not saying like, oh, he's not that great. He's incredible. But I think you have actual real life, multiple Cy Young candidates, and Jacob deGrom is out. Think about how crazy. Wouldn't you think I was insane at the beginning of the year if I was like, Jacob deGrom's going to get hurt? He's going to be out for the rest of the year. You're still going to have 2 of the top 3 or 4 Cy Young candidates.
Probably, and to your point, probably the guy that would win it right now today would be a guy you're facing this weekend in McClanahan.
Yep.
So the tough thing is this series coming up, which should be so fun to watch, is they have probably the number 1 guy in the American League pitching against you. You have the arguably second and third best pitchers in the American League. Arguably, there's other guys obviously in the conversation, but that's what makes this series coming up so fun. And then the other thing too is, with Jacob deGrom, if he's healthy, and I know right? You know that he's going to keep doing it. I know that if Jacob deGrom is 100% healthy, he threw a 8-inning, 14 strikeout game. The next game, he's probably going to go 7 innings and 10 plus strikeouts. And the next game, he's probably going to go 7 innings and 14 strikeouts. You know that. I don't know how long this is going to last with John Gray and Evaldi, because they're not perennial all-stars. They didn't get $30+ million a year to pitch because the track record doesn't say they are going to put up ERAs in the high 1s to mid 2s and strike out 200+ guys per season.
All I want to say here, Kevin, is John Gray, when he arrived here in Texas, first interview he did, this show.
Yep.
Nathan Evaldi, first show he hopped on in DFW, ours. Don't forget, during spring training,
John Gray wanted to stay.
John Gray didn't want to leave the booth. He wanted to stick. He was like, "This is so much fun. I like you guys." So, we love John Gray, man. Keep it up, guys.
This is fun. By the way, Framber Valdez is pretty awesome in Houston too.
Hey, Mike, what are you doing here, man? We're talking.
Okay.
We're talking
I was
about
just
the
looking
Rangers.
at stats.
To the top 5.
Come on, I was looking at stats. They're all in the conversation.
Yeah.
What's coming up next, Kevin?
Coming up
Tease,
next.
You're way
He's
late.
giving so much love to the Astros here.
We will talk about the NBA Finals, plus the Mavs issue they are trying to address. All of it next, right here on The Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming. Instagram.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214-333-3333.
Very stagnant right here. There's a lot of time left for a team that loves to have big comebacks. Murray, jump shot is good. Big bucket from Murray.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk a little Mavs as well, but want to start with the NBA Finals, where Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic have triple-doubles on a historic night as the Denver Nuggets defeat the Miami Heat 109-94 to take the 2-1 lead in this series. What stood out to me the most is before the game even started. Did you know that somebody bet $3.5 million on this game?
I didn't know that.
It shifted the point spread by 1 point.
You know, Kevin,
That's crazy.
What was the spread?
2.5 went up to, 3.5 went down to 2.5.
And who is favored in this
The
game?
Nuggets.
The fact that that 3.5 shifted the spread that much really is weird to me. Now that I know that there's $620 billion in the PGA's pocket right now, like $3 million is chump change to me now.
You're not excited by this type of thing
I need
anymore.
now, Kevin. If anytime you talk about bets, if they're not in the B range, then we don't need to talk about them anymore.
Okay.
What are we even doing?
I just thought it was fascinating, and
okay, all right, I agree.
He bet $750,000 on the Nuggets to win the first half by more than 1 point, which they did by 5.
All right.
And then he bet $2.75 million on the Nuggets to cover the spread, which of course they did. So he made more than $3 million in profit off of his gambling.
He's got all that money. If he would have, just bet a little more, he probably could have been in the billions area. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not going to rule out somebody who can drop $3.5 million on a singular NBA Finals game is not already in the billions area.
Well, maybe he should have been betting that billions if he believed it that much.
That is an interesting point. That would probably close. I don't think Vegas. Well, maybe they could. I don't know. I need to think about that a little bit more.
How much money does Vegas have? Do they have billions of dollars?
I mean, I'm sure they could cover it, but that just
why didn't PGA just
like
go to Vegas
idea.
and say, "Hey, can we borrow the money from you instead of these guys?"
So I was concentrating a lot on the Texas Rangers game, doing the post-game show. Were you surprised that in the third quarter on the road, Denver pulled away and made it kind of a non-competitive fourth quarter game? So I'm following the score. I'm peeking up at a TV and watching a little bit, but obviously it's somewhat close at halftime, 5-point game. And then Denver kind of it looks like the third quarter just established we're better than you guys.
I was kind of surprised, but on the flip side, they get called the Zombie Heat for a reason. And it felt like the Heat facing that much of a deficit, I think it was 14 points going into the fourth quarter, was like, now we got them exactly where we want them. I told you, trailing by 8 or more in the fourth quarter in the playoffs, every other team won 1 game. The Heat have won 4.
Yeah.
So I thought that, you know what, maybe they're just going to do it again. But they did not. They got stomped out.
More than anything, like we said after the second game, if it's just Jokic, that's not enough. He's great.
Sure.
Like no matter what. But he has to have somebody show up, and
like
Jamal
Michael
Murray
Porter
did.
Jr.
Michael Porter Jr. sucks in this series.
Yeah, he had 5 points
Go
in the
check
last
it
game.
out. He's terrible in the finals.
What do you mean? He made a basket.
He did.
But when Jamal Murray shows
We pay
up,
$11 million a year for a guy
That
who makes
is
a basket.
fair. I'm not here to defend that.
that's very helpful to have just somebody else to run with, because that changes it up.
And somebody, to your point, that's a great point, is who is he going to pass to? Because what the zone did that really broke down Jokic in game 2 was it made him strictly a scorer, which I know sounds weird because that's the point of the game, to score the basketball. But he didn't impact the team in any other way. So Jamal, or any other tangible way like he usually does. Jamal Murray, 34, 10, and 10, which is incredible. But that is dwarfed in this game, which is weird to say. If you have 34, 10, and 10, you're like, hey, good job. Not even close.
Yep.
Is Nikola Jokic, 32 points, 21 rebounds, and 10 assists. I'm going to point this out again. In the history of NBA playoffs, Wilt Chamberlain had a 30-20-10 game once. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar did it once. That's it. Nikola Jokic has done this now 3 times. He has put that stat line together in the playoffs more than every player in the history of organized basketball ever.
Now, did you say? I read something where I thought Bill Russell, and I don't think he probably ever scored 30, but Bill Russell and Wilt, they didn't keep certain stats early on in there.
Did they not keep assists?
I know it must
because I know they kept points and rebounds.
Yeah.
And okay, and you might
But
be
to your
onto something
point,
there.
I think I saw where Jokic is the first player ever in the history of the NBA Finals to have a 30-20-10 game, but then there was a kind of asterisk, did not keep a certain stat. It had to be
assists then. And
for some of Wilt's early NBA Finals.
The NBA started keeping assists. First recognized them in the 46-47 season, but that was I guess that was the ABA or the BAA. So that was the predecessor of the NBA.
Yeah.
So I guess around then was when they started.
And even then, look, Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain, I think will universally be agreed as 2 of the greatest players in the history of basketball. So if you want to give them more credit, 1,000,000%, I think we should. But I just thought that was astonishing.
Yeah, it was.
That stat line is amazing. And I know it's only 2-1, but that was an impressive performance by Denver last night.
The way Miami took home court away.
Yes,
and
they
you're
did.
like, hey, Denver's going to have to figure out a way to win in Miami. And the first game, they're able to somewhat blow out, or at least never feel threatened the last 6 minutes of the game, at least from my perspective.
It was not.
Okay, good. It looked like.
You kept waiting for that. I kept waiting for the challenge. I think the closest it got was 10, maybe 9. It did not feel like a real challenge got put up. Now, on the Mavs front, we talked about this the other day. I'm really curious what y'all's thoughts are. Are the Mavericks trying to hire new coaches or a new head coach and GM without actually doing that?
Yes.
Because, they were talking with Jeff Van Gundy and Jeff Hornacek. And on the GM front, they were talking with former Jazz GM Dennis Lindsey. There's been a lot of and none of these are for the actual jobs. Like Van Gundy would be an assistant. Lindsey would be in the front office. But we already have a GM and a head coach. Does that seem odd to y'all at all? Or is that just smart to get that level of experience?
I don't think Nico knows all the job, right? I think he was hired as a liaison with agents. Like that was
right. He got to know agents.
You know agents. You know how to get. You know how you have good relationships with them. And whatever with Donnie, like he just didn't. There were some people he didn't work with well anymore. But Nico, you have good relationships with agents. Jason Kidd, you can get the respect of a guy. That's what kind of your goal is. But I think with the guy from Utah, Lindsey, that they hired. This dude's like
supposedly.
See, and that's the weird thing. That's the weird thing too.
But what he's really good at is recognizing talent, and I don't think Nico's good at that. And so they said we need somebody. Now, if Mark's saying, "Hey, by the way, you're going to eventually rise up and take over the GM spot," that's a bad way to do business in my mind. But I think that he hired Nico specifically because of his relationship with agents, which they didn't have a really good run with there.
It just seems
and Cuban doesn't either.
It seems weird to me. I get what Mark Cuban's trying to do, but he's like, I have a general manager, but I need somebody who's supposedly better at this. I have a head coach, but I need somebody who's possibly better at this. And if I don't really like the next season, this person could just step in and become the next head coach. Because I just can't imagine Jeff Van Gundy getting out of his spot. How
just
serious that report.
Assistant.
Hey, you want to be an assistant coach again? I know that you were a head coach for a while. And then Frank Vogel, obviously he was the head coach of the Lakers who won in the bubble. Kid was an assistant. Hey, you want to come back and be an assistant coach for us? And I get it. Maybe he does, but I'm assuming Frank Vogel wanted to be a head coach again. And he did, because he's a head coach again already before getting hired by the Mavericks. But it seems like the Mavericks are like, we need a guy with more experience who's been through more battles. And I get Jason Kidd's been through every battle you would ever want as a point guard on an NBA basketball team and is a genius at that. Is he a genius as a head coach? I think there's a question mark there. And so Mark Cuban wants somebody who understands late game situations a lot better as a coach, not as a point guard.
So from that perspective, and I'm seriously asking, do you think it's just smart? Like to get that level?
Yes and no.
Okay.
yes, I totally see. I want the best assistant coaches possible. I want guys that have even been through more battles because Jason Kidd is still a very young coach in the NBA when you look at it.
Because I think he's got 6-ish seasons.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes guys become more assistant coaches for a while and then become head coach. Like, hey, you're just a head coach. I don't even know if he was an assistant coach when he first got his first
I thought
job.
in between, maybe.
Yeah, and maybe, but it was a very short period. But and then you look at Nico, obviously lack of experience. It doesn't mean that he can't be a great general manager in his career if this is the path he's going to take the rest of his life. And I'm going to be a front office NBA guy, but he's a very young guy in this, and so we're trying to get somebody, or at least the Mavericks seem to be trying to get somebody with a lot more experience in dealing with how to put a team together. And so I get it from that perspective. The reason I say no is, man, this undercuts the living crap out of you as a coach. And you're not hiring possibly your lead assistant coach who looks like he's a guy who's been a head coach, has a better resume than I do for the most part, and could become the head coach of the Mavericks next year, who got to know this team a little bit. And then if you're Nico and they do hire the Utah Jazz dude, what's his name again?
Dennis Lindsey.
Dennis Lindsey. Like now, you're like, well, how much is Mark Cuban going behind my back and talking to him? How much is he just trying to help me versus, hey, I can do this better to Mark Cuban and become the general manager of the team again? It just becomes confusing in the roles, and that's why you really want a general manager who you love and you trust. You hire your assistant general managers. You're a great head coach. I believe you're going to hire great assistant coaches. You go, and maybe it is Nico saying, I want a super duper experienced guy right behind me to be in this room with me. I don't know that. Maybe Jason Kidd's like, I really want Frank Vogel. I really want Jeff Van Gundy. I really want some other head coach who just lost his job and he is going to be my lead assistant guy. It sounds more like Mark Cuban recruiting these guys to help out his inexperienced guys.
Now, somebody dropped this in, and I did decide to double check it. It was not assists, it was blocks.
It was blocks, yes. Yeah. I just looked that up.
And 1973, which again, those are two very prolific shot blockers.
Right.
So I could see that, but that would keep the assist line intact. But still, incredible, and the Nuggets regain control of the series.
Let me ask you this. Do you feel Friday, and we'll talk about it more, do you feel that this series is going back to possibly a 5? Did you say 5? I said 5. I said 5-2. Do you think that they just win in Miami, win in Denver, or do you think Miami defends home here in game 3?
I'm going to say that Denver wins because that's how I set up my prediction. But if ever there was going to be a team that was going to, once you thought it was over, they came back. I can't remember who it was. Was it Bill Simmons who was like, God wants the Miami Heat to win? I don't know about the interest level of sports for that, but it does feel like every time they're done for, they counterpunch amazingly.
And Corey, you can manipulate stats all you want because you could be like, well, Denver won, and I'm just looking at this. 2 for 11 from Michael Porter Jr. and Caldwell Pope. Add Brown in there off the bench, and he goes 1 for 5. You're like, and they still beat them pretty bad, but you can always manipulate all types of different stats to make it look like, and they'll be even better next time, or they'll be way worse next time. So
why is CNN on our TV in here? This is weird. I'm not used
Was
to
there
this.
an NBA on that last
This is
night?
a sports show right now.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Well, they are talking about the fires that caused sports cancellations.
All right, I'll put Fox News on the other one.
No, that's not what. That wasn't my point.
Oh.
Coming up next.
Do they just need it to rain?
I don't.
Does rain just get rid of smoke? Or hold on, are you rain in Canada or rain in New York? Which one would be more helpful?
Both.
People who know things, text us.
Mm-hmm. Coming up next.
What happens to smoke when it rains? Next.
You know what? I'll let you address that if you want. In baseball nuggets, you're cutting into your own segment.
What am I doing? We're going to talk about baseball, and yes, we're going to talk a little bit about those Tampa Bay non-Devil, but just Rays.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a bet payoff immunity.
today and start a 3-game series against the Rays in Tampa Bay tomorrow night. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of tomorrow night's game gets underway at 5 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's our way of tipping our hat for those on a tough road but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, coming back with a little brass monkey right there. And now it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, so we got to first just
question.
Go.
Why was Eva Longoria throwing out the first pitch for the Rangers last night?
No clue.
Because she's hyping up the Hot Cheeto movie.
Flamin' Hot, right?
What?
Is that what it's called?
What?
I think that is right.
Yeah.
It
All
comes
right.
out tomorrow, I think.
I don't know this. I know she does commercials.
Tony Parker?
And she probably, and Tony Parker did other people while they were married too. That was an issue. All right, so
Thanks, Joe.
Eva Longoria, I didn't get up close and personal like with her yesterday, like see her up close, but she's on the big screen and everything. if you told me she was still 35 years old from that, what is that, Housewife show or whatever?
Desperate Housewives.
Desperate Housewives. I would say, yeah, she looks like she hasn't aged a bit. She's like 35 years old. So do you think that is an unbelievable plastic surgeon? Do you think that is just using skin treatments like different types of lotions and cosmetics to like keep your face looking like?
I'm going to go with that and makeup.
Healthy food you put in your body. And yeah, I think cosmetics are part of it. Because I'm looking, yeah. No, she looks amazing. She's 48.
Wow.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
but yeah.
Her.
I could see how. I don't know that if she's had any plastic surgery.
I don't know
She's
either.
almost the same.
Because I do think a lot of,
Sure.
most of, not all of, women that get plastic surgery on their face mess up their face.
It starts to look a lot different.
It just doesn't look natural. I get that I guess they're going for a Barbie look, but they go for a look that I don't find as attractive.
Okay.
Maybe other people do. It must be other people do, because why would all of these women get their face pulled back and look very fishy with big lips if
These are two separate procedures too, right? Don't you do the facelift and then the lip plumpening?
Yeah, I think so. But
I don't know.
I just think that it doesn't
I
look
don't know.
natural to me. It doesn't look good to me. It doesn't look attractive to me. I'm not
Agree.
saying ugly. It's interesting to me that like you think of Jennifer Aniston, you think of yesterday, Eva Longoria. I think that they're older women, not old women, but they're older women, but they still look very beautiful and natural.
Can I make an argument to you?
Okay.
Is you only notice the bad. I'm not saying that about these two.
Right,
You only
right.
notice the bad plastic surgery, and maybe they all have, and they're just like, but we had good plastic surgeons, and so we still look
That's a
natural
possibility
and
too.
younger.
Yeah,
I don't know.
She could have had a small alteration.
Sure. I have
but
no
not
idea.
too much drastic stuff. And then makeup obviously is.
And you know what? She really stole the show yesterday.
Really?
Because you know why? Duncanville's choir sang the national anthem. Coach Samples, the now state champion,
yeah.
Coach Samples for Duncanville High School football, threw out a first pitch, but I think way before Eva Longoria did, so nobody really cared about it. Because Eva Longoria was there. Spurs fan, do you think she hates the Spurs?
No. Does she hate Tony? Aren't they still?
I would assume. Let me ask you this.
Are they still married?
No.
Oh.
No, God, no.
Tony Parker
Oh,
did
I
like
didn't-
a whole bunch of people while
I'm
they were
sorry,
married.
I didn't
There were
remember.
text messages and lots of bad
dear.
stuff, dude.
Okay, then maybe she does. I'm sorry, I did not realize
She
they
was
had
born
parted
in
ways.
Corpus Christi. So I'm just trying to, maybe she's still my heart's still with the team. I don't know.
Okay. So there's Eva Longoria talk for baseball nuggets, which I did not know we were going there. Now let's do another
She
somewhat.
started hosting a show on CNN. Wow. That's
All right.
amazing.
So Slim Scotty, where are you headed? I know that we still have you tomorrow, but where are you headed? So give specifics to the audience, because I call you Slim Scotty because baseball nugget Scotty Erickson, and your last name's Erickson, and that's how I remembered your name was Joey.
Great
I
Twins
remember you
pitcher.
as Scotty Erickson. So Slim Scotty, where are you headed, man?
Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin.
To do hockey.
Yes, play-by-play and other sorts of things, but mainly as a broadcaster for the Chippewa Steel in the North American Hockey League.
Awesome.
So there it is.
Very
Awesome.
cool.
Okay, so let's talk about yesterday, and I don't think this is going to be a game plan for every pitcher. I wonder this. It did take 105 pitches. The Rangers did not play all of their guys. I think that was very upsetting to a lot of people.
Can we talk about that for just
Okay.
a second? I don't want to derail where you're going.
Yeah.
I saw multiple people who were like, this loss is on Bruce Bochy and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, come on, dude. Seriously? They had won 5 games in a row. Look, I would have loved it if they would have won and gone on a winning streak into Tampa. But losing a baseball game feels a little different because you rested some people because they have to play 8 billion games.
Yeah, and you did still have, you had Seager, Simeon, Lowe, Heim, Young. You still had a nice lineup. I get it. I get that you could argue that he rested too many guys in one game, but who's to say that I know for a fact they score 4 runs in the first 5 innings if he just plays Adolis Garcia, or if he sits out Adolis Garcia, but he plays Mitch Garver and Ezekiel Duran. I know this is going to happen. That's always the tough thing about lineup changes or resting guys is for a fact that you would have scored runs with your guys. I don't know, because I'm going to get into what Jack Flaherty did yesterday.
Did you, along those lines about what he was doing, did you care at all? Or were you locked in on the Simeon hit streak, which came to an end at 25? He was really close to the club record, which is 28 by Gabe Kapler.
It's our fault.
Yes, because I was looking it up yesterday and seeing that Pete Rose is the only player since World War II to actually hit 40 games in a row. When you look at the people that, like 41 was Joe DiMaggio. And so that's during World War II. And so you just look at the people, like Paul Molitor got to 39. And that is if you look at before World War II, that's the second most in the history of baseball. So, look, I'm not saying it was easy to hit a ball back then or what. I don't know. Obviously, they weren't televised either. So it's not like you can go back and watch a lot of Joe DiMaggio 56. It's like, hey, let's watch every hit he got in this 56 games. No, they broadcast like 4 of them.
Yeah.
So it's kind of tough to see what the pitching was like, how the hits were they ground balls, were they line drives, and not taking anything away from Joe D, but it's just one of those things when you look at the history of baseball, you go, gosh, I mean, just to get to 30 games is kind of a top 10 accomplishment in baseball. So, all right, let's look at what Flaherty did to the Texas Rangers yesterday. Now, he walked 3 guys in the first inning, and the Rangers weren't able to take advantage, and that's probably where people were a little bit upset that, hey, you didn't have a couple of other hitters there, but you had one of your best hitters, Jonah Heim, up with the bases loaded and 1 out, and he struck out on 4 pitches. It happens. Jonah Heim's having a great year. Yeah. A great year means you bat like 280 from the catcher's position, which means 82% of the time you're not going to get a hit. You're not going to drive in that run there. It didn't happen, and that was one of their best opportunities. Then you got to the 6th inning. There was a 2-out opportunity. Josh Smith struck out on a rare fastball by Jack Flaherty. 31 fastballs and 105 pitches.
Wow.
I'm wondering if teams are going to start peppering the off-speed pitches to the Rangers and see if that is a better plan than like 50-50. I mean, you look at most guys' charts. It's a 50-50 chart. 50% fastballs, 50% off-speed pitches. I'm wondering if some pitchers are going to go, you know what Jack Flaherty just did? He threw 70% off-speed pitches. What if I throw what if in 100 pitches I throw 70% off-speed pitches? The other thing which became very tough is in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning, I'm sorry I'm forgetting names, Hicks came in the 7th inning and was throwing 102 consistently. When you see 10 pitches in a game, let's say in your first 2 or 3 at bats, and 7 or 8 of those pitches are in the mid 80s. And then your next at bat, you see 102. That has to look like 108.
No question.
Like you're just like, what? All I've seen is soft today.
Yeah.
And now they are throwing bullets at me. So, and then their closer, Hensley, I don't think there's an N in there. It might be Helsley. Thank you. He was throwing 99 to 100 miles an hour. So they had a guy in between there that was throwing low 90s. But I just thought, man, what a great combination if your starter can just throw a whole bunch of good off-speed pitches, and then your relievers come in and make their hard stuff even harder. So I thought that. I wonder.
That'll definitely be in the game plan.
I wonder, especially average pitchers, right? If you're McClanahan pitching, I believe Sunday.
Then you don't care.
You're like,
right?
I don't care. I get everybody out. I'm going to stick with my game plan. But if you're just an average pitcher, do you go in now against the Rangers and go, you know what? I'm going to try early on in the game to not throw a fastball. Let me see if I can slider, curveball, changeup, cutter them to death. And every once in a while, I sneak a fastball in there, and it's like, oh, my God, I can't believe he actually threw it 92. I eventually had to give up on you actually throwing me a fastball in this at bat because the Rangers, I think, pepper fastballs.
And the Rangers, by the way, still, that's 6 straight series wins for them.
Last nugget. In miracles of all miracles, the Athletics won 2 games in a row.
What is happening?
They are now 14-50. I thought they were going to be stuck on 10 wins all season. They have won 4 games since I made that. They're never going to win again.
In your face, Mike. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.
Never count out the A's.
The Fan. Coming up next.
Heard that before.
We will hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy. Plus, we'll have the obligatory Dalvin Cook discussion. I thought we could avoid it. We cannot. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've got Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy coming up, but I also want to ask your interest level in Dalvin Cook. We thought for a while the Vikings were trying to trade Dalvin Cook. Now reports come out this morning that he is going to be released, and even Brandon was texting me and said, Dalvin Cook, ? Is there any interest in this, or do you already think, I'm sure a lot of teams would if he got released, or do you already think the Cowboys have spent too much money at this position?
They have a lot of resources at the position right now too, and none of the running backs except for Tony Pollard are of the caliber of Dalvin Cook.
Sure.
But I don't need that option right now. I don't think he's going to be the difference. Much like there have been many players have said, Kevin, I don't think he's the savior of this franchise. And, there's a lot of things. I don't think that that's going to be the difference for them in the season. Now, if Tony Pollard's to get hurt and your backups are Ronald Jones and Deuce Vaughn and off the street Zeke, then you're going to be dang, that was bad, And I don't know what Tony Pollard's going to look like to start the season. My interest level at this point is no. I would much rather add beef somewhere else on this team.
I don't think Dalvin Cook wants to come here and be a backup running back. I think he's still good enough for Buffalo, possibly. I guess not the Jets, because they do have their injured running back coming back. So I don't know if he would be the main guy there, but I think he'd probably look at it and go, I want to be still a main guy at my age.
Interesting that you said those two teams. Those are two of the top 3 teams in the betting odds.
Oh.
The Bills are co-favorites with another team, and then the Jets are 3rd, and the Cowboys are 4th. That other team is the Miami Dolphins. So here is, take this for what you will, because they're not always right, but your top 5 are Bills, Dolphins, Jets, Cowboys, Broncos. In terms of likelihood of getting Dalvin Cook, those are the betting odds as of this morning. Do any of those teams, like Mike just said with Buffalo, make more sense to you? Or do you also see the impact of hey, I also want to win, which I think all 4 of those top 4 teams think that they can win. Now, whether or not they actually can, we'll see. But don't you think the Bills, Dolphins, Jets, and Cowboys are all looking at this season and being we can win?
Yes, they're in it to win it.
Yes. He stole your line right there, Corey.
All right, so Miami has Mostert, Jeff Wilson, A-Chain, who I think you're a fan of.
Oh, yes, I am.
Myles Gaskin, Salvin Ahmed, and Chris Brooks. Nobody who you're star running back.
And I've brought this up before. I know he's just going to be a rookie, but I'm curious about A-Chain's ability to be the full-time back.
Well, and the Dolphins, as far as they're concerned, can you run? Then we need you. That's where Mike McDaniel's philosophy on running backs is I don't need one solid guy. I need a bunch of different guys that can run. If one goes down, I got a backup option. And I think Dalvin Cook's likely to go down. Did he play 17 games last year? Yes, he did. He also averaged 69 yards per game. Nice. But that's down from his career. 17 games is different, and he didn't average 80, 90 yards a game, and that's the difference there. Buffalo, they have James Cook, so that's 2 cooks in one kitchen. Bad, all right? Damian Harrison, Himes, and Latavius Murray. I think they're okay there.
The only reason I bring up Buffalo outside of just the betting odds is I feel like every conceivable, whether it was picking up Zeke, trading for Derrick Henry, whatever, I feel like every running back has been linked with Buffalo at some point.
Because they're trying to get the ball out of Josh Allen's hands when it comes to running the football. Like anything we can do, we'll put anybody there. Just give him the ball instead of running it yourself. So yes, I completely agree, but I think that they are fine there. If they want Adam, that could beef up that group. But I think that they would be okay there. They just need to get their quarterback to hand the ball off more in those situations. Did you say the Bears?
I don't have the Bears in the top 5.
Okay.
But I was curious your thoughts about the Broncos as well, because I know the Broncos are a team that people are like, or Schefter is like, hey, keep an eye out on that. I personally
don't they have a bad offensive line?
And I personally do not think the Broncos can win. I'm sure they see it differently with Sean Payton coming in, and they still have a marquee quarterback, but I don't necessarily look at that situation, especially compared to the other 4, and think you could win there.
I think, Mike, I think we both agreed Javonte Williams had a bright future, but he wasn't there. He's questionable kind of guy. Samaje Perine, Tony Jones Jr., and Tyler Beatty. He would be the next best on that group. I think he and Javonte Williams would split carries. That would be very interesting because Sean Payton knows how to run the ball. He did with Mark Ingram and Alvin Kamara. He had 2 guys he could run the ball with. So I know he would want to utilize that, but how does it fit financially for them, and does it fit with what they want to do?
If I tell you it's as simplistic as this, 1 year, $5 million is what Dalvin Cook wants. You taking him?
Here?
Here.
1 year, $5 million?
There's already a lot of money spent at the position.
1,000,000%.
And how much is dead for Zeke?
$6 million, I believe, next year.
So that'd be $11 million. Let's just say that's $11 million for Dalvin Cook.
Well, I mean, that money is already spent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're out on that.
Like the position itself is now very expensive still.
Yeah.
And I don't think you need him. Like that's just where I am on that. Does he make you a better team? Probably. But I just don't think you need him.
It would worry me a little bit that they're not sure if Pollard's coming back. Like not ever, but like they're like, hey,
I can see that too.
This rehab, he still has a limp. I'm not sure if he's ever going to be the same guy he's going to be. So if all of a sudden they got into a little bit of Dalvin Cook bidding, I know you put a number on it, which I do think he'll get more. I do think there'll be competition for him. But even if it's not a whole bunch more, like what does that say about Tony Pollard if you're chasing Dalvin Cook?
And I mean, it's probably not the best sign. And also, I think I said $5 million because that's like even then I don't know, but that would be my absolute threshold.
Yeah, and I think Chop this morning was like, yeah, I'm good for $5 million. But here's where I think the Cowboys are. The Cowboys are, look, if you want to come to us, tell us a very reasonable price that you're willing to pay for that's very cheap, and we'll be happy to bring you on. At this point, the Cowboys are like, we have filled everything we want to fill. We are going to camp. Once cuts happen, we'll reassess everything. And if I'm Dalvin Cook, I'm waiting until after training camps start to get on a team.
Are you? Ooh, that is kind of smart. Just because of opportunity, or so
most
you don't
guys
have to do
should probably
some of it?
just, unless they are like, hey, I got to go ahead and get my house in whatever city I'm moving to. I would wait till after camps and maybe well into the season before I start doing stuff.
Man, I would love if we could get insight into some of the offers that the Cowboys gave out. Like, I'm not saying this is the case, but surely you heard the rumblings that they offered 1 year, $2 million for DeAndre Hopkins. Like, I'm not saying that happened, but I would love to see what their reasonable offer is for Dalvin Cook.
Here's how I imagine it goes when you're negotiating from this point. Like, you've been released by a team and you're looking around and you're like, all right, here's what I think. The agent calls up and he goes, hey, Cowboys, we're interested in playing. The Cowboys go, all right. And they're like, so give us an offer. And the Cowboys are like, no, you offer us first. They're like, $9 million. They're like, way too much. What are you even doing here? Like, go call somebody else and come back to us later. And then they wait, and then nobody ever comes back.
Okay.
That's the way I think it always goes with the Cowboys. Is they're like, that's way too much. Good luck with that. We don't care unless if you find another team.
And then just one more quick Cowboys note, because we didn't get a chance to really talk about it yesterday when Mike McCarthy actually did show up for his presser, is Terrence Steele, he said, is he here now? He is here now. In my face, indeed. Take it away, Coach.
David Moore, Dallas Morning News. Mike, Minnesota is in the process of releasing Dalvin Cook. What level of interest would you and this organization have?
I didn't realize, that happened, but I think like on all these things, I think, from a personal perspective, I have great respect for his game, but, player acquisitions, it goes on, 365 days a year, so I don't really have any comment on anybody outside of our roster.
And as a follow-up to that has nothing to do with that, really. What is your, now that you're about to part ways with players and coaches here, what was or will your message be to them as they leave?
Well, I gave the message this morning, in the 7:30 team meeting. I think the biggest thing is, recognize the work that we've done, the commitment and the connection between, the starting point in the offseason program phase 1 and 2 with the veterans and the coaches, and then a big thing, and it's just the way I've always done it, is really, bridging the gap between the rookies and the veterans. And I think this class has done a very good job. I mean, you have markers that you use to judge, the mental completion challenge throughout the offseason. We've been able, today is our 8th install, so we'll complete. They'll have everything when they walk off the field today at 12:15. They'll have everything that we'll utilize in training camp, so what's expected of them. So we hit that target, but we've always kept track of mental errors and missed assignments, MAs and MEs, and this year was really, really good. It's a real credit to the players and the assistant coaches. Just as I told them today, it knocked it out of the park. I think just the concept teaching. I think this is probably the second year we've done it to this level. We did it some in 2021. But for both the offense and defense to really dive into the details, conceptually there in phase 1 and 2, I thought you could see the benefits of it, because then the rookies obviously came in there at the end of phase 2 and had to learn through more of the installation format. So, and then on the personal meetings, the individual coaches spent the conceptual time with them. So I think I'm not to be long-winded. I just think our guys did a hell of a job. So that was a big part of the message. I'm very pleased where we are as far as our, understanding and really diving into the why of each game and in the conversations. Because, the more the players are speaking, you're always asking questions to the players in the group meetings and the team meetings and the individual meetings. And the more that they're talking and interacting, and the forum gets, more and more open, to me, that's a really good sign of where you are, in all 3 phases. And I think our guys did a heck of a job.
John Michaud, The Athletic. CD looked like he was limping and held himself out of a couple of drills. Is he going to go today, or?
Probably not. I mean, today, we're only, because we're running out of time, frankly, because you only have so many hours through your mini camp. So, we're only going to go for 45 minutes. We're going to do, I don't know how much you watch practice, but at the beginning we'll stretch. We'll do the group part, the mock game, and then we'll do the 2 spots and make sure the rookies get everything. So, and that'll be the completion of our off-season program.
No concern there with him?
No concern. He's in the meetings and so forth. But to answer Chris, probably hold him out of it if there's any concern. There's, it's a walk through type.
Right, Babe. Bob Babe.
Bob Babe, whatever it takes, right? Yeah.
Meeting with Babe. Ray Bloffenberg, Cowboys Radio Network. So, Mike, you talk about players getting away, coaches getting away. Where's your happy place? Where do you get away to?
My happy place? Yeah. Door County, Wisconsin. So that's my happy place. Decompression galore up there. But no, it's a great spot. I think anytime you have a chance to have that spot, it's that place is about family and friends, and it's just a really good routine for me personally. I have 5 children. The youngest is 11, so their summer hours are different than mine. So it works out good because. I go to bed before they do, and I get up way before they do, so I get a nice block in the mornings that I really enjoy to really, frankly, work on football. And it's just the way I've always done it. And then the afternoons and evenings are for family and friends. So looking forward to a little break.
Clarence.
we got a chance to see Cook's speed up close and personal. I don't know, if you've probably seen it throughout the offseason, but what does that bring to your offense?
It's definitely, not only is it speed, but I think he's an exceptional route runner. I mean, he has a great understanding of the routes, time clocks, the specifics, getting in and out of breaks, the action release versus vertical release, the spits and spouts. So, I've been real impressed with, he's played in a number of different systems, and I just really like the detail of how he approaches his game. So, yeah, so the ability to go deep and get on top of guys, I think the biggest compliment you can give a receiver, particularly with his ability to go vertical, is when a corner is in a press bail technique, or he has total free access, and you still view him as a viable number one. So that says something about Brandon. So he's been a great fit for us so far. I'm really pleased with not only obviously his physical skills, but just the way he's come in here and he's made that room so much better. He's made our offensive room better.
Coach Jeff Kolb with Fox 4. Last year, your theme for the team was resilience. Have you come up with a theme for 2023 yet? And how do you typically go about formulating that?
Well, did Charlotte ask you to ask that? Because, they got to get the shirts and hats. So, I'm getting a lot of pressure here for the word. This is you're like the fifth person to bring it up today. So I'm just, not that they'd ever plan anything in here. So, yeah. I know what the theme is, but I'm not going to reveal the word yet. I'm going around a couple of different things, and to be honest with you, I just have always done it this way, and I just really want it to fit the 2023 football team too. So, and we'll always do that that first Monday before the regular season game. So I've always held it later, but I have to get it in for the shirts and sweatshirts. So we'll get it in here next couple of weeks, hopefully. So.
What are some of the different things in the past you've done as far as discovering that or going about? I know there was the Kintsugi last year.
Yeah, definitely. Kintsugi was really a subtopic of our resilience scheme. It's a theme, resilience was the theme last year. Victory was the theme, in 2021. 2020 vision was the theme of 2020. So I've done it every year. I just think it's a good trigger. It's a coaching point that, we can all grab onto, and I think the players enjoy it too. It's just an emotional focal point that we can grab onto. So I've always enjoyed it, and the football operations has I think enjoyed it also. So if they don't, let me know, because it's saving me some work.
There you go. Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or are they the commissioner of the PGA? Let us know at 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel right now for a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214-333-3333.
Pelicans up one. They go to Williamson, facing up and driving and smashing the rim. Clean up on aisle 5.
Zion Williamson doing a lot of smashing. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Because of his sex life.
Oh my gosh. And it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053. If your friend has a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, let us know. I also want to hear from our good fans on the Twitch, on the YouTube. We have to start with Zion Williamson. So Zion Williamson and his girlfriend Akima shared footage of a gender reveal party they did back on Tuesday. They were going to have a baby girl. Congratulations to them. I thought, gender reveal. Let's see when you can play basketball again and all this and that. However, then Mariah Mills came out. She's a quote, music artist and OnlyFans model with more than 1 million followers on Twitter, alleged that she is in a romantic relationship with Zion Williamson.
All right, so Kevin, I Googled Mariah Mills.
And some people are, does she do other
The first thing that
stuff?
popped up
Shouldn't have done that.
was a website that rhymes with corn. Hub.
Corn Hub.
That's the first thing. Should I log into a different computer as somebody else and click on the link, or
No, as I said before, that's what your phone is for.
all right, I'll go check these
Not right
things.
now, though.
I need this is research, Kevin.
Now, there's a couple of things that I don't totally get about this entire story. Is she released some messages that I think were from Snapchat, I believe, and his username on Snapchat said Zion Williamson. All right. Here's the deal. I get that that's his name.
Got him.
I find it hard to believe that his entire name is what is on his Snapchat. I just fundamentally do not believe that.
It's because you have a made-up name on yours.
Defending Duke.
Mike's is Mike Bassick, right? Mike's
There's no way
Twitter
Mike
handle's Mike
has
Bassick.
I think it is, isn't it?
Huh? Yeah, Mike's Twitter is Mike Bassick. Why wouldn't his Snapchat be the same thing? How many Mike Bassicks do you think are trying to get on Snap right now?
Probably there's going to be an influx because you just said that.
What Snapchat?
Okay, well there you go. So
If you were to start a Snapchat though, Mike,
I'll
let's say
create you
it's a social media app. If you were going to
Okay.
start a Snapchat right now, would you try to put at Mike Bassick as the
That's my name. I think that would be the way people would go, oh, that's him.
But I do agree, Kevin, that if you're trying to get side hookups on Snap,
which would not be Mike's goal,
then
I would be pretty
maybe
shocked by that.
Zion probably should have gone a different route with it. But dude, you know the kids. Does Brandon on Snap?
Oh my God! But
that's how my kid doesn't even text.
I think
he uses Snap to communicate with all his friends.
I was even gonna ask if Snap is like passe, or like the younger people don't use it because I'm 1 million years old. But like you don't ask for someone's phone number anymore.
Nope.
You ask for their socials.
Yep.
And like that's how you communicate. Joey, I don't know why you're shaking your head. You should not be asking for people's socials. Thank you very much. But
Snap is the 10th most used according to buffer.com.
Okay.
Still Facebook, YouTube, WhatsApp, Instagram, WeChat, TikTok, Sina Weibo, QQ, Telegram, and Snapchat. Snapchat is more used than Twitter by about 300 million users.
It has become a little bit of a deal breaker for some gals though, because if a guy, they say if you ask for your Snapchat, that's worse. That means that guy has he's not as good as a person as if he asked you for your phone number.
Oh, so like
now
it's more hooky uppy.
Yeah,
Did I just say
correct.
that?
Yeah.
Now,
great word.
That is a great point by Joey, and we're getting other information from the 817. If she imported his Snapchat from his phone number, it could be whatever she lists his phone as, which again, or she could be getting catfish. I don't entirely know. Like, I've seen many
Fried
episodes.
catfish.
Man, there's an episode. I don't
Blackened
know.
catfish is good too.
I don't know if you've ever seen the show Catfish. It's a waste of your time, except it's amazing, especially this one episode where this dude is 100% convinced that he is dating Katy Perry. And then they go to
Oklahoma quarterback.
Yes.
Trevor Knight.
No, not Trevor Knight. He went to A&M. And so they go somewhere. He meets the gal that is catfishing him. It's not Katy Perry. But in the follow-up, he's like, I don't know why that lady pretended, and me and Katie have started messaging again, so it's definitely her. It was the saddest thing I've ever seen.
From the 682, you ask for the snap if you're trying to smash, and IG if you want to actually talk. So you ask for a phone number if you're trying to do business? Is that kind of the...
Yeah, if you have to have a board meeting.
Is that what phone numbers are now? Is
like a Zoom meeting?
And then...
What's your Zoom?
Joey, you can... Yeah. That kid will be like,
just
"What?"
bang it.
You can eat dinner over Zoom.
All I want to do is in the zoom, and the boom, boom.
Just shake your rope. I knew where you were going.
See, thank you.
Do the kids, Joey, you can answer this somewhat. People listening, you can help us out. Do they call it IG, Insta, the gram? What is the least oldest sounding way to say that when I need to communicate with my older son?
I would think IG.
Okay.
Yeah.
No?
I think that would be the term that they would use. I think Insta's maybe a little older. I don't know.
I know with Snapchat, it is like Avery always goes, Snap eats first, and then he takes a picture of his food and then posts that on Snap.
Nice.
Because Snap eats first. He doesn't ever go for the gram.
So the phone doesn't eat first. Snap eats first.
Snap eats.
That makes sense, oddly enough to me. All right, so there's the latest. I mean, I'm not going to say the last, because Mariah Mills said that her and Zion were banging like a week ago, and then she threw out, and I quote, never mind.
No. Take the music down. Read it. Otherwise, how are we going to get the full story, Kevin?
I do not. You bring that music back up if you want me to quote this. She said, better pray I'm not pregnant too, because I'm definitely late. That is what she said, not me. She said that. And Akima...
She said, better pray. You better pray that this is the situation.
Well, because he's like...
Feels like she wants to be now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right?
She saw that Max deal.
Yeah.
All right? So Akima, people are like, she responded. But she just put out a post that said, happy hoes ain't hating, and hating hoes ain't happy. So...
Just put those two together,
Those
Joey,
are not
and
my
we have our
words.
winner tomorrow.
That'll be on tomorrow. 1:30, by the way.
Those are not my words, I want to point out. But that is the latest, but certainly not last on the Zion front. Perhaps we'll get more information going forward. But is Zion an idiot if he's cheating on his pregnant girlfriend?
I guess he has enough Jordan money, and he got a max contract for playing basketball a few times.
He did. Man.
Did you see the fake picture of him playing video games at like 400 pounds on the couch?
No, that's so rude.
Yeah.
You think it's real? Is that what you're saying?
I think there's a 10% chance
Oh my God, Mike.
that he is that fat now. But I think there's a 90% chance he's just kind of fat.
That is so rude. By the way, on the show Catfish, here's another thing that bothers me about that show. Is whenever the person shows up and they thought they were dating like this super hot gal, it's usually a gal that is like the person they're chasing. And they're like, you know what? I love them for their personality. And then it turns out they're fat. And they're like, oh, we just didn't have the chemistry. And I was like, liar! Just admit that you didn't want them anymore because they weren't a hottie like you thought they were in the picture. I would just respect that if they're like, she's not hot. Pass.
That's why Gavin Dawson got divorced.
What?
Yeah, you can ask him during crosstalk. His wife got too heavy.
What?
I just said it. I was on the show with him for about a decade. Did you know he was married and got divorced?
I think so. I had no idea what the circumstances were.
I think there's more to it, but
Maybe we
yeah,
should
that was
ask
one.
him off air
That
and
was
not-
one of the reasons.
Not in crosstalk.
Well, he said it on the air some. Do you think he's going to be called at any time Cadillac Williamson? Remember Mark Jackson's brother?
I do. I'm gonna say no.
How heavy do you think he could get and actually still be an effective NBA basketball player?
How much do you think he weighed this last season?
270.
I think he could do 300. And
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Okay, I don't know if that is the proper use of that, Boach, but thank you very much. Now, Mike, I wrote this down just for you. Do you think odds makers are idiots because they have installed the Denver Nuggets as favorites to win the championship next year? I get that. Here's how the order goes from here, and I promise you, I swear to you, I'm not making this up. Denver Nuggets, Boston Celtics, Milwaukee Bucks, Phoenix Suns, and Dallas Mavericks. The Dallas Mavericks are 5th in the betting odds for next year's NBA championship.
I do not see Kyrie as of the savior of an organization. I guess the way other people do. Maybe I'm wrong for that.
Do you think this got influenced at all by the brief LeBron discussion?
Maybe a hair. I think it is their number 5 because Vegas knows that Kyrie doesn't have other options except Dallas, so he's staying in Dallas. So Luka and Kyrie, they think have the 5th best chance to win it all next year. I just don't see him as that type of a player. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that he is unbelievable, that he stays healthy, that he gets along, that he doesn't cause any major issues, that he plays defense, that him and Luka love each other to death. That is crazy to me. You know what's crazy to me? Is that the Lakers aren't up there.
Yeah.
That Golden State we're favored more than Golden State.
Golden
in LA?
State is 6th along with Philadelphia. Those are the only ones I had the entire list at one point, but yeah, it's Golden State and Philly right after the Mavericks.
I just saw Ramona Shelburne. This is Twitter. She must have said it on ESPN, but said, you don't release Chris Paul for nothing. Look for James Harden to possibly be part of the Phoenix Suns next year. Now, they don't have the money to just go sign him. He is a free agent, just like Kyrie's a free agent. But I do agree with her on that. From Ramona Shelburne, you don't just release Chris Paul for nothing. You have a good idea. Just like on the night of the draft, you had to be a moron to not know that Brunson was a New York Knick on the night of the draft. When you saw New York giving up assets intentionally,
for that,
you knew. You're like, it's over. He's a New York Knick, and you still, I don't know. Like, no, you don't just give up assets for nothing. So right now, I think the report got leaked way too early. But now we know. Phoenix knows they have somebody. They have somebody that it looks like they got to replace Chris Paul. We just don't know as a public. Is it James Harden? Is it Kyrie Irving? I don't know, because I could definitely see Kyrie going to Phoenix in a DeAndre Ayton trade.
And then one more to just throw out there. He's been a focus a lot of the week is Jay Monahan.
Oh, Jay
Have you
Monahan.
ever had to apologize?
I mean, for God's sakes, first of all, if you missed it from Rory yesterday, he said, I hate LIV. I hope it goes away, and I would fully expect that it does. This report comes out an hour ago from ESPN. An LIV golf official said, "We know the big picture," then confusingly followed it up with, "We don't know the details because this is the beginning of the merger and stuff. There's a lot of things to be worked through. But big picture, LIV isn't going anywhere. We are and will continue to be a standalone entity. It is business for us as usual this year and beyond." What?
Then why did you do that?
Yeah.
If that's the case, it makes no sense what you just did 48 hours ago. By the way, Mark Jackson's brother's name was Troy Jackson, and his nickname was Escalade. I said Cadillac.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105. What are you pointing at?
Joey just got a gift.
I know, because we're celebrating Joey.
Did you order Joey a gift, or is that from a Tolo?
These are from the Twolos.
Look at that. It's Twolos.
So shout out to the Twolos.
What is it?
I appreciate it. It's Tips Treats. Come get you a cookie, Mike.
Mike. Oh,
Slim
man.
Scotty.
There we go.
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Will these players in new places live up to the hype? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Should I get Cousins barbecue prime brisket or their
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's our way of tipping our hat for those on a tough road but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Time running out the first half. Rodgers is going deep for Valdez-Scantling. And he's got it! Into the end zone! Touchdown, Packers! Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Cookies.
He tried to do that so you'd make it back to the mic, Mike.
This is a wonderful cookie.
Tiff's treats when they're warm. I mean, even when they're not warm, still very good. When they're warm, delectable would be the term. Delectable.
Okay. Now, we've mentioned the Shine 9 in the past. This one floored me yesterday afternoon. Is which NFL players will improve in 2023?
Rodgers, Russell Wilson.
He's got to improve, right? Russell Wilson should be number one.
Warren Sapp.
He better. What?
What?
Some of the names on the list. Kyle Pitts. He is 9th. Travis Etienne. 7th. DJ Moore. 6th. We go up and up and up and up and up the list. Number one on the list.
Chase Young.
Dak Prescott. And they said, bag on Dak Prescott at your own risk. I still love Dak. Now, I didn't love Dak's NFL high 15 picks last season. That was also career high for a 7-year veteran, and he reached that total in just 12 games. Thumb injury, all this other stuff. I see him bouncing back in a major way this fall, and not just because he's healthy, and also gave deference to Mike McCarthy taking over play calling duties for why Dak is guaranteed to be better this year. He's number one on that list.
So Brandon Cooks and Gallup are the big factor.
I think so.
I think that's the biggest factor is that you're not throwing a Noah Brown as your second option.
And there's already been reports. I know, take it for what you will, and people have different stock in OTAs and mandatory minicamp and everything like that. Is Brandon Cooks, quote, beautiful with how fast he is. His speed is beautiful.
Oh, yeah, his speed is definitely beautiful. That is a huge difference,
Delectable.
too. Delectable.
I don't, maybe. Maybe.
His speed is delicious. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
What's your problem with that?
Mm-hmm.
And that could be, that could open a lot of things up. I think some of the route combinations sound like they could be different, too, whereas when Kurt Warner is watching Kellen Moore tape and he's like, hey, why'd you run this route? Like, this makes no sense. Why are you putting this guy going this way and this guy going this way? For what purpose did that serve? If McCarthy has routes drawn up that get guys open on purpose, then that could be a huge change for Dak too. And, Dak, it sounds like they did simplify just a scotch in order to allow him to do what he's good at. And Tom Brady always said, the reason that I'm good is that Bill Belichick never asks me, because we cheat, but also because Bill Belichick never asks me to do anything I can't do. And so if you find out what Dak's bad at, it should make you better.
It's
by eliminating those things.
It's the Texas Coast offense, which obviously takes Texas and then combines with the West Coast. Or do you think of it more as a play off of Texas toast? And you're like, it's the Texas Coast offense.
That's what Choppy this morning was like. If it goes bad, if it goes poorly, that's what all the national New York headlines are going to be. Is Texas toast.
And they're already reveling in our loss of DeGrom. They're like, we told you we're the smartest. We can't figure out our air, but
I think that's why he cried. So, I'm not saying that's the only reason he cried, but it was a big no to leave New York and go to Texas, right? According to the national media, according to obviously the New York media, which is 10 times stronger than the Dallas-Fort Worth media. So he knew kind of the heat he was going to. There's a lot that went into it, but I think part of it was also that he knew he was going to get crushed nationally.
Let's go from that to, not surprisingly, but Bryce Young opens practice today with the first teamers, and Frank Reich said, hey, moving Bryce Young up is just the next step. This was always the logical next step. Is there one of the rookie quarterbacks you're more excited to see than the rest? Like, are you Young? Is it Stroud?
I am very interested to see Stroud, but I just don't know that Carolina is built yet. Hold on.
That would be Young.
Yeah.
The Texans are not.
I don't. Yeah, they have a lot of work to accomplish. Young is still as well. I'm not super excited for him yet. Both of those guys, but I am excited to see Stroud because he looked like he was delivering NFL footballs at times.
Yeah.
And Bryce Young has a lot of really good qualities about him that I want to see grow over time. But I think both of them are going to need time. I guess Richardson is the one I'm excited to see the most because
biggest variance.
Could the ceiling be maxed out quickly for him?
Okay. Now, I wanted to ask you guys about some of the players in new places, if you think they will live up to the hype. DJ Moore in Chicago. We just talked about Justin Fields. We've talked about him quite a bit. That was part of the move they made when they were swapping the pick and everything. Do you think DJ Moore will live up to the hype in Chicago?
Yes. Because I think DJ Moore's a really good receiver. And what kind of trash was he dealing with in Carolina his whole career? So I think he will be a great option for Justin Fields. Does Justin Fields have the patience to trust it? That's the hard step for a quarterback who just went through a year of I can escape and still be really good, but I now need to make decisions in order to help my entire team, even my defense, and that is not just running whenever it's free. Sometimes they're going to leave it open for me because they know that's a smaller play than me delivering a strike down field. So Fields has to be very comfortable with being patient to get the ball to him.
I'd love for you to be more specific, Corey, because I think he's good. In 2021, he had 93 catches. That's the most he's ever had in a season. And the year before, in 2020, he had 1,193 yards. That's the most yards he's ever had in a season. And then last year, he had 7 touchdowns. That's the most touchdowns he's ever had in a season. What career highs? Will he beat all of those numbers? Are there what will he kind of do?
Can I ask a quick question to your question? Do you think he gets more credit if he's able to transfer that over to Chicago, where some people seem to think that Justin Fields cannot throw the football? I disagree with that. But
who was his quarterback the last 3 years? Sammy D.
You had Sam Darnold, you had Bridgewater, and you had Kyle Allen.
All right.
And then the year before that,
my answer is no, he doesn't get more credit in Chicago.
Okay.
I would say he's dealing with the best quarterback, I think. Wouldn't you say he's dealing with the best quarterback?
I think he's dealing with the best quarterback. I wonder how many people would push back and say, but not the best thrower, I guess.
I got you.
But I think the best quarterback for sure.
I'll answer the question myself, then you can say what I think. That he'll fall short of 93 catches, but not by a lot. He'll be in the 80s.
Okay.
I think that he will be over 1,000 yards. In fact, I'll say he'll be right about 1,200 yards, his somewhat career high. And touchdowns, that's always tough.
I'm going to give him 8.
Okay, and I will give him, I like 8. I like that number. So he's going to be right at career highs. I think he'll have a little less catches than 93.
I think for this, though, and I know you pointed this out, him being better. This is less about DJ Moore being better and more about Justin Fields being better because he has a weapon like that.
Now, that's interesting because that actually carries over to our next one. Odell Beckham Jr. with the Ravens. At this point, I'm not kidding. I feel like it's almost impossible to live up to the hype that has somehow been created behind somebody who's had all these injury problems. I think there are unreasonable expectations for what he can still do.
His career will end this year. It'll be over.
Wow.
He's going to get hurt again. I think in let's say in his first 6 games, and he'll probably miss 2 of the first 8. So in his first 8 games where he plays in 6 of them, we're going to go, oh man, he doesn't look the same, does he? And so now, is it going to be blamed on Lamar Jackson? Yes. but I think his career's over. I think what you saw from Des Bryant in Baltimore will be very similar to what you see Odell Beckham Jr. in Baltimore.
This is so weird that I'm actually doing this right now. I'm looking at their schedule to see how many turf stadiums they play in. Because that's his big push, right, is get rid of turf. And, like, he goes to a division where I think all the teams have grass. Cleveland has grass. Baltimore has grass. Pittsburgh has grass. And Cincinnati, I believe, has turf. But I'm just trying to look to see when it's going to be, like, multiple games on turf for his injury.
By the way, I take it back. He will be better than Des Bryant. He had 6 catches for 47 yards. So he will be better than Des Bryant was in Baltimore. But I think the same thing the conclusion will happen around the NFL. Thank God we didn't give him a lot of money. His body just cannot take this anymore, and it has given out on him.
And this is the biggest name of the bunch. Aaron Rodgers, will he live up to the hype of the Jets? I say simply no, because the hype level is they're true
winning
Super Bowl contenders.
And it's New York. Like, I don't know if any, like Mike talks about it, just any story is the biggest story in the world because it's New York. I mean, can we figure out our air, Kevin?
We can't.
He gets to the
It's not
AFC
their fault,
Championship
right?
game and loses to one of the big 3 quarterbacks.
I think that lives up to the hype.
Okay.
That's my opinion. If he does, then I'm like, well done, sir. You lived up to the hype.
I just wonder in New York if they'll be like, that's disappointing.
They might. I think that's absurd, but they might. And by the way, the Commander sale now kind of look at July as potentially the Washington Post said that the Commander sale is advancing and they're expecting NFL approval that could come as early as July. Is Josh Harris met with the NFL Finance Committee. I remember we talked about, there's some kind of maybe wonky looking things in this bid that they had to square up. Well, apparently that's looking pretty good. So I'm guessing that the Commander sale will be official in July, which means they will have a new regime in place before the start of the new season, which I know is what they have been aiming for all along. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, really excited to see where this segment goes. Who's the Cowboys player you want to see steal a starting spot this season? 877-881-1053. We will do that next right here on The Fan.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, this topic from the mind of Corey Majors. Who is the Cowboys player you want to see steal a starting spot this season? 877-881-1053. Also want to hear from the Twolos and the YouTubers. And it's early, but my, oh my, we got right to the point on the early favorite. And I know it's one you're going to approve of, Corey.
Yeah, it looks like Sam Williams is the early favorite. And that's an interesting topic because we kind of discussed the idea of like DeMarcus Lawrence potentially. Is it a progress stopper? Not saying DeMarcus Lawrence isn't really good at what he does, but can Sam Williams do some more things to kind of push even further in there? And then, obviously Broadus is kind of like, look, what I'm seeing whenever they're lining up is Sam Williams on certain downs across from Micah.
Right.
DeMarcus Lawrence can move inside. There's lots of options here. And for this matter, like, I completely understand the rotation of the NFL and especially this defense. Sometimes starting isn't necessarily as important.
Sure.
But when it comes, let's just say your importance level on the team. Because right now, would you say Mozzie is ahead of Jonathan Hankins right now? First round pick. He's probably like...
I would say no, with the caveat that all logic says for sure he's going to be ahead of Jonathan Hankins. We just talked about that with Bryce Young, how they kind of like slow rolled it a little bit. So I'll say no, with the logic that of course he will be.
Has Hankins been to a training camp in his lifetime after his rookie deal? I feel like every year we've talked about Jonathan Hankins because he refuses to ever do a training camp practice because he's like, I'm a heavier guy. I don't want to be out in the sun that much.
Help me out.
I will start practicing the week before the season starts. Don't worry. I know what I'm supposed to do. Eat up 2 human beings when the ball is snapped and let the other people make the plays.
And he can do that.
So
yes,
I just wonder, will Mozzie, who will probably get more reps in training camp,
Sure.
Because Hankins doesn't want to do anything when it comes to August. And then I just wonder if early on in the season, if you give it more to the veteran, almost like, and hey, in these 4 weeks, Mozzie's going to play 10 to 20% of the snaps, which might not be enough for Cowboy fans because he's a first-round pick. But it's almost like we're easing him into it. We're letting him kind of see Hankins do it. We believe he has more talent than Hankins does, but he doesn't have the savvy yet to play against these NFL offensive linemen. But as the season progresses, he's going to get more and more savvy, understand a little bit more, and having Hankins in front of him is going to help. And then maybe you get to Thanksgiving and the roles flip.
Yeah, no, I think this is Mike has a really good approach on that, and they could go either way with it for sure on how many snaps go where and what is important snaps for those guys. I think, but as far as that goes, first round pick, what does Steven and Jerry typically tell us? They want to see those guys immediately make an impact.
Now, I want to talk some more about Sam Williams, but I'm going to throw out, if we go to cut number 11, I think this pick is going to probably agitate some people, so I'm hoping that you'll hear me out on this. Go.
Mills in the gun. Ogunbowale is the back on his right. Back 5 steps. Throws it out quickly right. Broken up by Kelvin Joseph. Chris Moore was looking for his 8th catch, and Joseph, who is now a starting corner, made the play of the day right there by knocking that ball loose and forcing a punt.
Now, I want to point out, I 1,000,000% understand how people feel about Kelvin Joseph, both in terms of lack of on-field production and too much production off the field. They're trying, they're kicking him around some because they're like, hey, this don't work, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so they've been trying him out a lot at nickel cornerback. And the question has become, can he be just not a special teams player? And that's why when you asked your question, I thought about him because I was like, well, that makes him more usable. Now, I realize the question then becomes is like, hey, we're pushing other people down. If Kelvin Joseph becomes a usable, viable starter at cornerback, or whether you're just having him exclusively run nickel, which honestly you see almost all the time now, I think that's an upgrade for the Cowboys. And so Kelvin Joseph is who jumped to mind for me.
And I think the kind of the idea on that nickel corner too, in that respect, is ability to, move left, right fast with the guy who's going to be in that slot spot, being able to cover. But whenever you get asked to put your nose in there, you're willing to do it. I don't think there's any doubt that Kelvin Joseph is willing to be physical. It's just, can he play within the restraints of being a good cornerback as well? Because he just wasn't good. He wasn't good on the outside.
Yeah.
And so in that conversation, there's three names right now. One of them's Jordan Lewis, one of them's Deron Bland, and one of them's Kelvin Joseph. I keep an eye out on Pet Cat Project. I love when Broadus always brings pet cats to the table. Eric Scott, I think he's an interesting name that they were able to acquire. I think he's a lot of fun. He's a bigger cornerback. I obviously am not going too far and saying he's ready to take over for Diggs.
Sure.
But I want to watch his progression.
Gianfalo might say that.
I want to watch his progression. I want to watch and see how quickly he picks this up. Nobody expected Bland to pick things up so quickly last year, but it seems like Dan Quinn and it seems like Al Harris are pretty good at getting these guys on page very quickly. So I'm interested. I like where you're going.
Yeah.
Not necessarily a starting spot, but can they move their way up the chart this offseason? I like this too because I would like to see Eric Scott do it. I would like to see Bland take over for Jordan Lewis, and Jordan Lewis not be just cast off as a misfit, but still be a usable product on this team.
Sure. And even if he's not, I guess not just in this season, but longer term, then you're starting to work the system financially correct, right? Because Kelvin Joseph, for example, the next 2 years, $4.5 million. And you're like, oh, great. Yeah, that'll work out entirely. Deron Bland, clearly not going to be particularly expensive whatsoever. I think over the next 3 years, he might make a total of $3 million, maybe $3.1 million. And so that's what you like to see, right? I know the Cowboys like to brag about how, hey, we re-sign all of our own draft picks. And I get that is a great thing sometimes. But sometimes I like the idea that you so consistently draft well all the time that you can let whoever go. Whether you think it's a bigger person like Diggs or Jordan Lewis, because you're like, we already got the next guy. And he costs a fraction of what that person costs, so we can go load up whatever other position you would like.
I misread this so hard. I was reading through the Cowboys depth chart here a little bit, and I got to to John Stevens Jr., and I read it as Stephen Jones Jr., and I was like, what is happening here? There are a couple.
Are you joining the group of people that are saying Cooper Rush? I see
No,
your
come
text
on.
saying Cooper Rush.
Come on. I am interested, Kevin. I haven't quite looked over here. Where is Deuce Vaughn's name popped up? Because I'm not there yet.
Okay.
I'm not there at all. Even with Eric Scott, that's way far down the line. I'm not there with Deuce Vaughn, but I know a lot of people are in love with Deuce Vaughn right now.
I put Deuce Vaughn on a different level because what I would love to see happen, I think a lot of people would love to see happen, is Deuce Vaughn overthrows whether you go Ronald Jones, Malik Davis, whoever. Because Lord knows.
Rico Dowdle.
Yes, this is one of my favorite times of the year, by the way, when they have all these people as the Cowboys be like, hey, look at our running back room. And they'll list at least one person in every position. You're like, who the hell is that?
Yeah.
And so they'll tell you how loaded for bear they are at running back. But wouldn't you love to see, the reason why I would love to see Deuce Vaughn move up in the world is that because that means the Cowboys used him the way he's supposed to be used.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the issue that I have had going back forever is, oh, let's draft a player. You're really good. Now, you're not really good at what we do, but we'll work it in. Instead of going, hey, let's draft this player who's really good at this particular thing that he does or skill set that he has and do that.
Man, you're so right. This dude can hide behind an offensive line and explode for a big play.
And that's why I hope, I'm not saying Deuce Vaughn becomes your starter. I'm saying that's what I would love to see them use him and be like, hey, you're good at this. Let's do that.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you on that. There is a
Got another one?
Yeah, go ahead.
This might sound weird. Stay with me.
All right.
It's Terrence Steele. And I know you might be thinking, well, Terrence Steele is the starter, right?
Is he?
Is he?
Is he?
So all logic dictates that
It was funny this morning. Machota was on with Sean and RJ, and they said, "What's your offensive line?" And then he went Steele first, and they were like left to right. We said, and he was like, "Okay, fine." But then
was he really put out by that?
But he put it out there, and then he goes, "All right, now Tyron Smith gets hurt. What do you think's going to happen?" And he was like, "Oh, okay," because they were like, "Look, 3 weeks in, you're probably going to have to reevaluate your offensive line, or maybe even training camp." So this is interesting. Go ahead and roll your Steele conversation out.
And so the reason why I say that is all logic and reason would dictate that he's your starting right tackle. But then when you hear things about, well, we've been seeing some Tyron Smith over on the right side, and then they can keep Tyler on the left side at the tackle, and maybe that's what you're going to do. But then the Cowboys also say we want the best 5 guys. And you hear a whole bunch of stuff, and sometimes it sounds like it's going to come down to Tyron is going to be your swing tackle. I have lots of questions about how that's going to work, but great. I support that. And then some people have got concerned because yesterday McCarthy said, we don't know if Terrence Steele will be ready for training camp, which is crazy because all we've heard in the offseason is how far ahead of all the rehab he is. And I know front office people in sports never fib. So I'm a little worried that maybe...
Who's that a shot at?
Yeah, he's fine. We're going to throw a bullpen. And so my concern is if he fell behind even a little bit, they would start to see the cohesion of the offensive line. Let's just say goes Smith and Smith on the outside tackles.
Yeah.
And they're like, also contract coming up. I feel like it's...
That's exactly where they are right now.
I feel like it's unlikely, but I want no part of Terrence Steele not being the starter at right tackle if he's good to go.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the next logical one is literally anybody at kicker. I would love to see a training camp where everybody, don't care who it is, it can be Vizcaino, it can be somebody else. They're like, he's the guy. Kick the football.
Well, all right. So the other day, it was Harry Kane, right? That was up in New York.
Yes.
And now, Kevin, just rolled into Miami. Messi, do you think there's any chance Jerry picks up the phone and says, you're on planet Earth? Bones said, anybody on planet Earth?
There's a 99% chance Jerry Jones has no clue who Messi is.
Messi is?
I don't think he does. He didn't know who Aaron Judge was. I know Messi's way more popular than Aaron Judge. I totally get that. I'm not comparing a baseball star to a soccer star. You tell me where in the world has ever Messi and Jerry Jones crossed paths that he would know who in the world Messi is?
I think they had didn't Argentina play at, I can't remember if he was here, though.
All right, you think Jerry has a clue who plays on Argentina's soccer team?
Mike, he said the other boy
not even
once in
sure the
reference to a
guys we've
kicker.
named that you want to steal jobs on this Dallas Cowboys team. He's not even 100% sure who you're talking about.
Well, he could get an interception for you. He could get an interception for you. But no, I agree. Like, the Messi thing's a lot of fun. I agree with you on kicker there as well. The last person I kind of do want to see do something that they deserve the spot that they get is Jabril Cox.
Yes.
When it comes to the Cowboys, like, you can look at it and be like, oh, you got, Clark and Van Der Esch and Cox can go. They run the nickel more often. They run a different type of defense than a lot. And Jabril Cox, if he was to show out and all of a sudden he actually is playing better than Van Der Esch, I would be fine with that. I would be perfectly okay with that if he shows he can do it. Nothing's suggested so far that he's capable of that.
Do you have a couple quick minutes to address something that I guess just recently got said, and it does not bode well for you, Corey, I think in the cupcake bet?
Oh, no.
This is on Twitter?
Did he bring out another gun?
No.
Oh, okay.
Actually, but it addresses the people who are saying the last one was a toy gun.
I saw that.
Did you see what Adam Silver said about it, though?
No.
This does not sound promising for Ja Morant. Taking a gun, live streaming it without getting into gun issues in terms of proprietary of blah, 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 blah. It's important to note that guns aren't toys. And some people are like, hey, What about the idea, because he was on with Dan Patrick, what about the idea that it was a toy gun? Quote, it's something that I'm thinking a lot about because, again, I'm not going to get into specifics about the investigation, but in fact, if you're live streaming something to the world that looks exactly like a gun and in, frankly, a reckless manner, should it matter whether it's a real gun or not? So that seems to undercut the idea that Ja is going to be spared because maybe the second time was a toy gun. At least that's what it sounds like to me when Adam Silver's like, doesn't matter. I don't know if I agree with that stance, but I don't get to make these decisions.
Look, man, when it comes to this cupcake situation,
you're wearing it in the face.
I really could care less about the Ja Morant situation in general. It's more about me at this point. Like the dude he's doing things recklessly, and he obviously needs to seek more counseling. Like that's the real situation here. And the NBA's Silver is trying to act like dad, coming down with a hard punishment, and that's going to solve everything.
Right.
When I don't think it will. I really don't think that's going to be the case. This dude needs to learn how to get right real quickly. Maybe he should listen to the get right. But he needs to learn that more than anything. If it comes down to it's more than 16 and a half games, I'm gonna argue all the way up to the point. Like maybe is the toy gun the new information that he was brought, that he was like, now we're still having a conversation about this?
I don't think it I'm sorry, Corey. I'm on your team because you're on this show. I don't think he meant in a favorable way. We got new information.
When are we gonna say, you know what? Nobody should be taking pictures with guns. If we're
Hold on, are you about to make a bigger play and try to get out of this?
Here? This dude can't have a gun? Like, come on, what's going? The NBA says he can't have a picture of a gun. Is that what they're saying?
I mean, Adam Silver said whether it's a toy or not, you probably shouldn't do that. That's not a
Why?
good sign. I don't know, because he's using the parent thing because I said so. And because actually, you know what? It's not because I said so. It's because I told you last time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's what it is.
Just got a DM that says, hey there, it's midnight here. I couldn't sleep and wondered whether I could tell someone something I wouldn't normally open up about. I don't want to be a bother, but if you've ever experienced heartbreak or upset the same way as I did, I wish we could share this privately. Message me. Should I message back,
yes,
Kevin?
1,000,000%.
Their name is at FGHJE3767YVTX. Is that...
Yeah.
You think that's a real person?
Chevy for short. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to do the combo platter for National VCR Day. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what is the outdated technology that you miss the most? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan. KC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we were going to do this yesterday, but we ended up interviewing Sean Tollison, which again...
Oh, that was glorious.
If you haven't heard it, we got the suggestion of his podcast with Derek Holland being called
Bawkward,
which I think is an amazing name, and we'll share the royalties and everything like that.
Because it's two pitchers that would be they get a little distracted and can't focus.
I think they can be 1,000,000% focused and it'll still be weird. So to celebrate that, give us a sports opinion, and then what is the outdated technology that you miss? 877-881-1053. You want to get involved on the fan text. Also want to hear from the Twolos, from the YouTubers. And somebody texted in, good try trying not to laugh, Kevin, doing your live read. Do better. If you knew some of the shenanigans that transpired in this studio, both verbally and physically, while some of those reads take place, it can be difficult.
What was Mike saying?
Can I repeat some of it? But Franklin is awesome.
I did say it's your turn, Cupcake. Because he mentioned Cupcake in the... Yes. When I say he, I mean...
Corey,
yeah, that's your name. Mm-hmm. And then you passed it to Kevy. Mm-hmm. And I was like, all right, Cupcake. And then you giggled. Softly.
Yes, because I also thought you said something else.
You had a nervous giggle. And what is a nervous giggle called?
A tittle.
No, a titter.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I was close.
I remember that.
That's true.
Word. That's the one word where I remembered when I was studying for the SAT. I don't know how that stuck in my head.
Tittle is what I meant.
From the 972, my sports take is the Rangers are going to get swept in Tampa Bay.
That's it.
And the fan base,
I want to hear it,
is going to go ape-ass. Oh, no.
That is such a...
I hope they don't.
In a way, and I know you guys are going to talk about this a lot tomorrow, if they get swept, I need to go look this up. In 2010 and 2011, what did the Rangers do against Tampa, Detroit, and New York? I don't think it told much of a story on what happened in the playoffs.
And the other thing, and we'll hit it at 120 today, is Tampa is such a home-heavy team. I don't know.
28-6.
Yeah, it is pretty amazing. And then they said the technology that they miss are pagers. Pagers need to come back. And I had a feeling, whether you call it the pager or the beeper or whatever, we'll get a heavy play in this.
All right, so when it comes to, here's my problem. Why? Like, there's no payphones around.
Don't ask why.
I'm asking why. How many landlines exist now? Like, there are a lot of places that don't even have landlines anymore because you have a cell phone. And so, like, you can do all the same things on your cell phone that a pager couldn't do. So why a pager, Kevin? Like, other than I don't have to answer it immediately, that's probably the way I would rock with it. But even still, you don't have to answer your phone immediately. Just ignore it.
I know that. I don't know if everyone else knows that. I've always said my cell phone is for my convenience, not yours. I realize that there's an emergency and stuff. From the 214, out of all the sports teams in the Metroplex, the Rangers have the best odds of winning a championship, and they miss spending all day at the arcade dropping quarters into Street Fighter. Now, the good news is those arcade machines still exist. It's just probably you're not in the stage of your life, or you and your friends are not all in the stage of your life where there could be a time where you're like, hey, let's all go down to the arcade. And everyone's like, sure. Now, if you're like, ooh, we got a soccer game at 2, and then there's ballet recital at 6, or I got to work, or I got to do whatever. So I understand that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I like that one. The arcade was fun, though.
From the 214, Luka will regress and be suspended next year due to technical fouls. And the old school flip phone, they miss it. You can hang up on somebody.
You can still get those.
It did feel good to close it, though, and be like, bam!
I feel like people have those.
Like, really?
I think you can still get them at like Walmart and stuff.
Oh.
I believe.
I mean, I know they exist. I guess I don't run into people that frequently and have one of those. That's one of the reasons I miss the old school, since you mentioned landline, is being able to emphatically hang up. Like, it's just not the same if you're like, with your Well, that almost got me in trouble. I thought better of that. It's just not the same when you just hang up a smartphone by pushing one button instead of slamming a phone down. I was close. That was going to cost me.
Throw your phone across the room, Kevin.
I thought better. But these phones are expensive. Like,
throw it into the couch.
Ooh, that is a good idea.
It could get stuck in the couch like mine did, but even still thrown at the couch.
Because there was a time, and it'd been a minute since I'd gotten a phone, and I was still used to the old system where they're like, yeah, trade your phone in, sign up for 24 months, you can just have whatever phone.
Yeah, that was
And
awesome.
I was looking for that deal this go around, and they're like, yeah, we don't do that anymore. And you're like, oh, for real? How much is that phone? $700. So I'm like, what?
The 7 lives of your next 8 children.
Yes.
What? Oh, and by the way, those 8 children are going to want a phone too, so they're children's phones.
One day we'll have to do what age do you get a cell phone? You want to go
13.
next? Okay, one day.
Because Carter's going to have to wait until 13 because Avery was 13. And then
Okay.
Lucy's going to have to wait too.
That makes sense.
Although I'm kind of wanting to ramp that up to 12 because Carter's annoying me.
Well, this kind of fits with that from the 940.
Texting
Rangers
everybody.
will take 2 of 3 in Tampa, and they miss payphones because they hate paying for their child to have a cell phone. That's a good point. If you broke it down from how many phone calls do you really got to make in a month? 12?
Dude.
That's like $3. Well,
I
I
don't-
guess the price has probably gone up. Let's say $6.
If I talk on the phone anymore. Like, I very scarcely talk on the phone. And I know Mike loves to talk on the phone. I very scarcely.
You just send apes.
Yeah.
That's not me. That's my son,
Too
Carter.
many spell checks in texting.
Well, I don't even
have to
care about
spell
that.
check my words.
I just send it through. I don't care. But yeah,
You're always sending like animal pictures.
I know it's Carter. But I don't make phone calls anymore. Here's my sports opinion.
Okay.
Kyrie Irving convinces Mark Cuban to spend into the luxury tax, and we get another player this offseason that makes us still not a contender, but better than the year before.
Let me tell you this, Corey. As soon as he signs Kyrie to the deal he wants, we're in the luxury tax.
Yes, that's the player. That's one of the players.
Like, I will give Mark Cuban, as much as I've bashed him for the first time in over a decade, it's crazy. He spent the most money he's probably ever spent on a basketball team, and it ended up being the worst team that he's had in a while, especially somewhat under the Luka era. But he did spend luxury tax this season, and if he wants Kyrie back, he's luxury taxing it.
Yeah, and if he wants a winner, he's going to have to luxury tax it even more.
Here's what I would do if I was
for
Mark
Kyrie.
Cuban. I would give Kyrie Irving the max out contract in all the cryptocurrency that I have if I'm Mark Cuban, because you might want to start getting rid of that as fast as possible, Mr. Cuban. And
he's got a lot of it.
And maybe Kyrie is like Spencer Dinwiddie. I only know Spencer Dinwiddie loves crypto and thinks it's like really awesome. But if you only spent, let's say crypto, which has gone down a whole bunch, I think, over the last, let's say 18 months, but you bought it back in 2012 or whatever, then you're paying him so much less
than you bought it for.
Than $45 million to $50 million a year. So let's just say you have
That's an
$200
interesting
million
point.
in
Yeah.
crypto, but you only spent $10 million in buying it. Now you're like, yeah, he wanted crypto money. And I look at it as a big win because I only spent $10 million on crypto money.
And Cubes can always throw out, hey, and I'll give you 10,000 Sean Rooks NFTs just as a throw-in.
I have them, I think.
The piece of
Donald Hodge. What other horse S player did we get NFTs of a year ago every time he went to a game?
The outdated technology,
Moreland
Kevin,
Wiley
on my front
just gonna have to power
would be overhead projectors or paper maps.
Yeah, or what was the other
Paper maps. I like the what we have with.
Hold on.
Here's a Jim Fulmer NFT.
I don't think I don't think a paper map counts as technology. We're gonna go with the overhead projector on this. You can't call paper technology in any
The new
recent
technology.
time.
The new technology is your map is on your phone.
That's
you just
true.
Google it and say, send me here, and you just follow that. But remember the days when we used to look at a map and then we'd draw our route all the way to wherever we were going, and we'd pick little spots to stop on the way, and then we'd use our knuckle to figure out how many miles that was.
He's right about all of that. The new way is way better. Also, did you ever want to try to write something on the overhead projector ahead of time, like write fart or something?
Yes, all the time.
Okay.
And I was always like, I always loved when they would get those markers out and they'd draw on the clear stuff that went on the overhead projector. I was like, this is awesome. How do they do it? And the teachers would never let us do it. They took all that fun to themselves. And they'd put it upside down. Hold on, did you get to?
I was able to. Well, our teachers would have us come up and get to like solve problems on it. It was awesome.
With your knuckles?
You were a teacher's pet?
That's
No.
a measurement on paper maps, Mike. Like an inch is, your knuckle's about an inch long.
Every knuckle is?
I mean, like in general, that's what my librarian said.
And then you put them together.
Yeah.
Oh, that's 3 miles.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, now I have to fell Bobon, and that's not fair because he used his knuckle to do this.
Well, he'll get there way faster than he thinks.
Yeah, but he got
He's
the
like,
wrong
"Man,
answer."
This place is 68 miles away, and it's like right down the street. All right, Joey, would you like to participate? You have a sports opinion, and then in honor of National VCR Day, what outdated technology do you miss?
I will bring this back to hockey. Big surprise. This may be impossible, but in Jim Nill we trust. The Stars will re-sign Max Domi this offseason and bring him back for, hopefully maybe somewhat of a long-term deal. I would like to bring back VHS tapes. I kind of grew up on that, watching the original like Toy Story on VHS.
Yep.
We used to have a collection of those. I thought those were sick. I used to go to Grandma's house, and I put on, there was a dog named Spot.
Oh, I remember
Yeah,
that.
Spot. I used to watch those.
I think I cried
Is it
on
a
that
dog
movie.
named Spot or a dog named Skip?
I believe it's Spot. Maybe there's
Okay.
another dog named
Okay.
Skip in it, but yeah.
I think I cried watching that movie. It's a great movie, but a sad movie. The Spot Skip movie.
Yeah.
A skip named dog.
I don't know about. Also, I don't know if you felt this way, Joey. There was a sense of accomplishment when you found like a VHS that you were looking for. Now you're just like, I don't know, it's on some streaming service, figure it out.
I love the new technology of
You'd pick it.
just going to Disney and just saying, all right, I'm watching all the Indiana Joneses
I love
today.
the cases of the VHS too.
And I don't have to have a stupid shelf for it that I have to build. God, so many shelves.
I realize how spoiled we've gotten because now if we finally find something, you're like, but you can only rent it on Amazon for $4. I'm like, what?
Oh, yeah, that's
This is an
for 24 hours,
outrage.
by the way. Yeah, for 24 hours. But how much did it cost to rent at Blockbuster, dude?
Probably $4.
Probably $4.
And that's if you return it on time.
The
Best believe I
fees.
was going to charge you those late fees. From the 817, the Cowboys will sign Dalvin Cook, and they missed the Nintendo 64. Man, I do love the Nintendo 64. Mike, do you have a sports opinion and an old school technology that you miss?
Sports opinion. No matter who is on the board, the Rangers will take a high school outfielder with the number 4 overall picks.
Goodbye, Paul Skeens.
Even if Paul Skeens is there, I don't know, but I think Walker Jenkins, outfielder from North Carolina, high school guy, and Max Clark, another high school outfielder. I have a feeling that those are going to be the two guys that the Rangers really want. Now, if both of those guys are taken in picks 1, 2, and 3, then I think they don't have a choice. They have to possibly take LSU's outfielder, Florida's outfielder, or Paul Skeens. But I think one of those high school outfielders will be there. And I just think that probably like Walker Jenkins would be a guy that they'd love at 4. And if he's not there, I think they could look at Max Clark, the other high school outfielder, at the 4th overall pick. So,
okay, excellent.
Technology. I have the old Nintendo at my house.
The original NES?
Yeah, I just never plug it in anymore or play it. But I do like when video games were simpler. I get how unbelievably great video games are. I walk by them on a daily basis with my kids wasting their life away playing them. but I kind of like when you had either A and B button, or you have early PlayStation where I don't feel like I had to do like 73 things for one thing to happen.
I will tell you.
I thought Mike was going to say pre-analytics. Like I thought that was going to be.
The thing is, it's funny when you say that because I needed that stuff the most. Throwing 86 miles an hour in the major leagues for an average fastball speed, I needed Oral Hershiser tremendously. I needed my pitching coaches that were very good tremendously because I could not get people out with stuff. It was impossible for me to be like, here it is. Let's see what you got, big boy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to lose that battle. So when it came to that, I needed as much information as possible. Yet I was talking to somebody the other day, and he was talking about current analytics. And he said, what's interesting about current analytics is all you have to do is throw in a variable and it changes everything.
Yeah.
So all you have, if you want the number to dance a certain way, just throw in this variable, whether you want it to be positive or negative. So analytics aren't really, I don't want to say they're not factual. That would be going too far, but you can make a number.
Manipulate the numbers.
You can make Joey Gallo look good. All I have to do is manipulate certain numbers to be like, Joey Gallo is great. And I can manipulate some numbers to say, I don't know, somebody isn't that good, and so that's the interesting part about kind of analytics. I would need them the most to have a chance to be successful, yet I also understand that a lot of it doesn't make any sense to a human being actually having to play the game of baseball.
I don't know if people are doing this as a bit. I'm going to read this from the 214. I have seen this answer come up a lot, though. Micah Parsons will set the single-season sack total record, and they miss the Floby. Joey, is there any chance you know what the Floby is?
Floby with a B?
Yes.
Oh, no clue.
Oh, yes!
It's a haircut machine, right?
That's right. So you would put it over your head, and it would vacuum up your hair.
You can buy one
and then chop it off.
You can buy one for $215 on Amazon right now.
Like $2.15?
$215?
Shut the hell up. What?
There's one on Amazon for $292. Yeah, this is amazing. They're about $250. Yeah, used on eBay. Wow.
Home haircutting system.
Let's do it.
The revolutionary haircutting system you've come to love.
Let's get one and cut y'all's hair on air.
Made in the US of A, Kevin.
Mean, it would make more sense. Joey, let me ask you this. This is a serious question.
Would you let us cut your hair
If
tomorrow?
I paid and overnighted a Floby to my house, would you let me use it on you tomorrow?
I could not. I cannot. I've had one lady cut my hair forever, and I couldn't disrespect her.
She moving with you?
That. No, she's not, but I will not
Does
cut it.
Does she style it too?
Yeah, but I will not cut it. I will wait till I come back to do that.
That one lady, that's the style he lets her give him every day.
How old is this lady?
she's probably early 40s.
Okay, good for you.
Yeah.
I was just
I
like,
thought she was like 75 or something.
If she dies, are you just going to become Samson here? And where it's going to be like, man, the power's in his hair, I guess. Because he ain't touching it.
What? We're
Shout
the
out
KNC
Janelle.
Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Mike Likes It. By the way, I always want to thank everyone who participates. We try to get into as many texts and tweets and things off of Twitch and YouTube that we can. So I know there's a lot more people who send in stuff, and I'm sorry we didn't get to it.
Mike likes it. I have a lot here, but nothing that I love. So I'm going to start off with this.
Well, it is called Mike Likes It.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
Mike
It's
loves
not
it.
Mike complains today, but, well,
you
shoot.
you
it
admit
is.
this. Okay, yeah.
There's one topic that's on my heart that is. So I think for most people that don't have kids that play baseball, this isn't going to sound like, oh, I know what you're talking about. You guys ever heard of Perfect Game?
Sure.
It's like the biggest entity
baseball
now
service?
in
Yeah.
baseball. Like it kind of controls most of select baseball. So when I just talked about the two high school outfielders, a lot of the information you're going to get on them is through Perfect Game. You can obviously go to other websites, but Perfect Game is going to be where they played most of their select, another way to put it, all-star baseball games outside of their high school schedule. So Perfect Game, they do this thing, and I get it. Hey, they're somewhat needed, but also, man, do they know how to make money. So I get an email yesterday from Perfect Game, and they say, hey, your son has been invited to play in this all-star event. We've watched him, and we've selected him. And I'm like,
super pumped.
I was like, oh, that's cool. Let me see when the dates are. And it's early August. And it said, you just have to fill out paperwork. And obviously you have to be, is it like in Tomball, Texas, I believe. And so I'm like, okay, well, this is interesting. I bet Jake, who loves baseball, would love to play in some sort of like all-star event. And his season would be over by then, right before school starts. We'd be getting back from Oxnard around that time, which could make it tough. But so I'm going through all these things. And I'm like, well, let me click on this link. And they have all the information because he's registered in all the tournaments they play in. And it says, all right, all you got to do is give us $500 and you're in this tournament. And then if you would like your son to be videoed and analyzed for this, it will be another $450. So they want almost $1,000 before you pay for hotels and all of this stuff to play in this deal. And I feel like for this, and I could be wrong about this, this is what I don't know. And I know this sounds braggy or ego-y, but I was one of the best kind of high school players in the country in 1996. So throughout my high school time, people would not pay me, but they would pay for me to go play in tournaments around the country.
Okay.
Because they wanted Mike Bassick to be in this tournament. It would be somewhat of a big deal to have me in a tournament. Not like I'm LeBron James. I'm not anywhere close to that, but I'm a top 25 player in the country for my class of 1996. And I'm like, I never had to pay as far as I know. Now, I wasn't the one paying. It would have been my parents. But when I went to all of these events before there was Perfect Game, when I'd go to all these events, they need people like me at this game. I'm wondering this. Do the true top players in the country pay Perfect Game $1,000? Because you can go, right? You went to their website. That's where you saw highlights of the kid I was talking about the other day. And I'm like, did he have to pay?
Lash. I was watching his. I was watching a couple different guys.
Yeah, and there's a lot
there.
of other guys.
Yeah.
And I mean, you can watch all of these classes from about the class of 2030, let's say, to the class of 2023. You can see a whole bunch of highlights of them in high school or grade school playing in these things where I'm like, hey, these top guys, are they really paying $1,000? Because if my kid is not a ranked player or anything, but if all of you guys said, we're not paying to play in these things, Evan Carter didn't pay a dime to play in these things. And look where Evan Carter is at. I'm like, why am I giving you guys $1,000?
Can I ask you a question about that then? Yeah. On the flip side,
I'm not.
Do you think it's worth it for some people to pay to get on the radar and have a better shot at like even the partial scholarship or whatever? I wonder how many people look at it from a like value perspective, because I totally get your point.
Yeah, I wonder this, and this isn't fair. Life isn't fair. Deal with it. I could probably, in some instances, like just for an example, Coach Schlosselnagel at A&M, right? He recruited me at Tulane. We had him on last year when they went to the College World Series, all these things. If I thought my son was good enough and everything, and the people that I know, I could just be like, hey, Slosh, let me take you out to dinner. I'll go down to College Station. I'll buy you a steak dinner. We'll talk and this and that, and be like, hey, do you have you seen my son play? This and that. Like, and I'm spending money. I'm buying him dinner, all these, like, that's a better way for me to spend my money.
I gotcha. Than
to pay $1,000 to go to a tournament that I have no clue who's going to be watching that thing. Like, especially for 8th grade. So that's that. It was kind of like one of those, for a second, a cool email. And then you realize it's just a way to get your $1,000 out of your pocket. Yeah. And I would love to know, and I'm being honest here, I would love to know if any parent has given Perfect Game these thousands of dollars to play in these all-star tournaments. Has it worked out? And how do you know it worked out that way through playing in these Perfect Game things where you gave them money? And then are the top players really – the Perfect Game needs those guys desperately. They need Max Clark. They need Walker Jenkins, the two top players in this class. They need those two guys to go to these things. So I'm assuming they're paying their way for them to be there. Or at least You get to play for free. Maybe there are some illegal things with the NCAA that you have to pay for your flight here or whatever, but we are not making you pay a dime to play in this. We need you for our reputation. We need the top players in this region or in this country playing in these tournaments.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right. Another one. Unfortunately, we've barely talked about it, but it came to an end. Marcus Semien's hitting streak at 25. I did a little bit of research on this, which I thought was interesting on hitting streaks, as Gabe Kapler has the longest hitting streak, 28. That doesn't sound that awesome. It's good. Don't get me wrong. It's good. Until you look at the history of hitting streaks in Major League Baseball. There have been 57 guys in the history. I shouldn't say 57 guys because somebody might have doubled this up. I did not look for
57 times.
57 times a guy has had a 30-game hitting streak or more. Yes. So like Freddie Freeman, Andre Ethier, Ryan Zimmerman, Moises Alou, those are the last four on the list, are tied at 30 games for and they're tied for 37th. But it ends up there's enough guys that it ends up being 57 guys. So out of the 57 guys that have a 30-game hitting streak or more, 29 of them did it post-World War II.
Okay.
So out of the 57, you're looking at a lot of guys that did it in 1934, 1929, 1920, like Tris Speaker, 30-game hitting streak for the Red Sox in 1912. I don't want to say you don't.
Because the pitchers were firemen and plumbers back then, right?
Well, I don't. Tom Grieve brought this point up to me, and he is not taking anything away from Ted Williams. When Ted Williams batted .406, or Joe DiMaggio had his 56-game hitting streak. But he said, you ever seen the gloves they used back then? You had to catch the ball with two hands. If you couldn't catch the ball with two hands, you probably weren't catching the ball. Yeah. Diving for a ball in the hole as an infielder, it's not going to stick to that glove. It's going to hit the glove.
It looked more like a mitten.
But you're going to have to hopefully knock it down, pick it up, and then throw them out. Like there's a lot of probably times where you got a hit based off of you didn't have a glove that was good enough to catch that ball.
And so essentially that leaves us with what? Did you say 29 over the last 80 years, give or take?
Yeah, so if you take 19, I took since 1945.
That's what I thought as well. So 78 years?
Yeah, so 29 guys have a 30-game, or 29 times. I don't know if people have doubled up on a hitting streak or not, but just to give you an idea of the hitting streaks, the best hitting streak that happened post-World War II is Pete Rose at 44 in 1978, and he's the only person to get to 40 or more.
And everything I've read says that people became like very obsessed with that.
I remember in 1987, Paul Molitor, he got to 39. That's the second most in the history of baseball if you go post-World War II. So Jimmy Rollins is at 38, and that was over 2 seasons, the end of 05 and the beginning of 06. Luis Castillo is at 35, and Chase Utley is at 35. Those are your 5 greatest hitting streaks. So if you look at what Marcus Semien did at 25 and then it ended, it to me gets more impressive that he was possibly 10 away from being one of the 5 greatest hitting streaks post-World War II.
Yeah, the further he would get, Kevin, the more obsessed I would probably get with it. Like, when you say people were really obsessed, that would be a streak that I would be paying. I don't care who's on the run for it. They get up in the 30s, and we were already asking Boach about it in the 20s. I would be very interested to watch every at-bat for whoever was that close.
You know what's interesting about that is I know it might not be the exact same fervor, but I really feel like if somebody got to 50, like the sports world would start to kind of revolve around that person the way it did with the home run chase.
I agree. And then last thing, Ellie De La Cruz has met or exceeded expectations very early on in his career. He had a 458-foot home run that almost went out of the Red Stadium. And kid, it looked like a young man, gave the ball back to Ellie De La Cruz.
That's nice of him, man. That's really cool. That dude doesn't have any money yet.
He got a few autographed baseballs. I believe he got an autographed bat and a few autographed pictures.
Dude, that's actually awesome because the progress, y'all talk about rookie cards. This is rookie autographed baseball, for giving that could be worth a ton later.
If right now you gave that ball to Golden Auctions or Heritage Auctions, and there's other auction houses, how much do you think the Ellie De La Cruz in the next 2 weeks first ever home run ball sells for? Because I think you have to do it in a hurry.
$8,000 to $10,000.
Okay. I think 25.
Wow.
$2 billion.
Not just 25.
Yeah.
I only work in billions now to
That's
impress
right.
me. Don't
I
forget
forgot
about that, Kevin.
Well, coming up next,
I don't know how much money's out there.
I'm going to rename this segment now. It's time for the Billionaire Club, starring Corey Majors.
You know what? That's a good one. Which former Cowboy has benefited the most from being a former Cowboy? Next on the Fan.
No one's studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block, also known as the Billionaires Club, starring Corey Majors.
Yeah, my approach on this is that Kevin keeps bringing up bets that were worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, or you brought
Millions,
up
$3.5 million.
Yeah, the potential sale of a card could be maybe in the hundreds of millions. But now that I know how many billions of dollars are out there, that's all I care about. So nothing impresses me now unless you can buy companies with your money. Like if you're
Have
like,
you ever
hey,
had to apologize?
yeah, I've never had to apologize for being in radio.
That's out
like here's my thought on this, Kevin.
I feel like my whole life has been an apology.
What percentage of those do you think you actually mean?
At the time, 33%.
Okay.
After simmering on it, 80%.
Oh, great.
How many times have you had to apologize
to my wife,
to your wife, and you really didn't think you needed to apologize, but you did it anyway just to get it to go away?
Okay. I'm really glad that you said that because I'm significantly newer at marriage than you guys are.
Yeah.
And I hope she's not listening right now, but I've 1,000,000% done that multiple times just so the conversation will be over. Because in my mind, I'm like, well, that's not right. And then the rest of me is like, yeah, well, guess what's going to happen if you say that? If you just apologize, then it'll be over and you can do something else.
Yeah, a lot. Like the other day, for example, and this luckily didn't have to do with me, but I felt bad for my son as my wife cooked dinner and she does not like cooking, but sometimes she has to because I can't, and it's kind of, hey, she needs to cook something and she does not put like tons of love into her cooking, but she cooks. And so she's like, well, how's the chicken? And it wasn't bad. It's actually pretty good. It was very edible and had flavor to it and everything like that.
That's what you're looking
edible.
for.
And so my son, who's just turned 15, goes, oh, it's nice, but is y'all's crunchy on top and kind of soggy on the bottom? And my wife was like, hey, you just say thank you when somebody cooks for you. And I was like, in my head,
oh no,
you kind of asked for a critique of your food. I like the flavor. It tastes well. Jake was telling the truth on the crispiness and sogginess.
Oh,
it doesn't mean it was bad, but, if you were at a restaurant, you would say, gosh, I like the flavor. Chicken was cooked well, but it was crispy on one side and a little bit softer or soggier on the other side. So if you ask, I want feedback on my cooking, I put a lot of thought into it. I want it to be good, and I can want it to be better too. So if somebody were to say that, I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm eating it too. I know that. I'm not going to jump down somebody's throat for actually giving me feedback on the food situation.
I agree.
So, she has off today too.
Oh no.
Thought she was at work, and I remember.
Does she listen?
I hope not.
No one's dying.
Mike might die after this one.
Mike's not here tomorrow. That's why.
But anyways, that was one of those things where I'm not having to apologize, but at the same time, I'm like, you really shut down your son from and he wasn't being mean about it either.
Yeah, no, I agree that if you're going to ask for something, you got to expect honesty in the form of honesty coming back at you. And, for that matter, Kevin, yes, I have just been like, look, I'm sorry. Can we just move past this? And when she says, yes, but what are you sorry for? That's when I just leave the room because I don't know. I'm like, it's like hey, I'm mad. And your question is, at what or still? You're like, you're still mad about something? I don't know. You just always seems like there's something going on. I got to apologize for. That being said.
Because I would want to be like, I'm mad this dumb conversation is still
yes.
happening. And then that's worse.
But that's not a victory. That's not going to solve anything. Now you've just created more problems to deal with. You got to live with that person.
Marriage is tough. We love it. It's the best. I recommend it with somebody that you love and care about and that you want to sacrifice for. At the same time, it is very tough because can you imagine if our 3 wives had microphones in their face right now and they talked about us?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can. She loves me.
You talk about us being, or at least me being a turtle. I mean,
Troy Aikman has gone Instagram official with his new girlfriend Haley. She's 34.
How old is he?
56.
Is he Leonardo DiCaprio? By the way, why doesn't nobody care about that?
There are
I thought
pics.
he was married.
Troy?
Yeah.
He's been divorced for a while.
Separated from his second wife without notice to the public. Though. Nobody really
the
knew.
First wife. He's been
Okay, this is second wife.
I didn't know about this.
And now there's pictures of him and somebody else. So, but that's not my thing. That's not where I was going. That's just the starting point of this. Dude is like living an amazing life. He's in better shape than any of us, right? Like you can't find in anybody. If I'm 56 and ripped like that, I'll be a very happy man. He's also 3-time Super Bowl champion.
That's right.
Color analyst on TV for football, owns a beer company. Who knows what other businesses he's involved in? And I asked the question, 877-881-1053, which former Cowboy has benefited the most from being a former Cowboy? Because, Mike, we talk about it all the time. You played quarterback for the Cowboys, get a job. You played for the Cowboys, likely going to get a job. Look at ESPN. ESPN has Marcus Spears. You can just name after names of guys that are in the media that are former Cowboys, and they show up there mostly because they have the star attached to their name.
Does Jason Witten get credit for all those discounted groceries? Or is that not?
What was it that he said that made you so mad all the time, too? He would always say a word that you would just get so ticked off about.
Yeah, he said it very strangely.
And I can't remember what word it was at the time.
Was it especially?
Especially. You would get so frustrated with how he said especially. And I get it, because I think especially is the way that it's said.
I have no doubt I say plenty of things that agitate people.
I mean, Jason Witten's a coach, a high school coach now.
Okay,
at a private
so
school,
the grocery
I believe.
money's not. Mine's Moose.
Dude.
Okay, so hear me out, because I see people sending in
Moose,
Troy Aikman, and Roger Staubach, and they've got all this money and everything like that. But they were the Super Bowl winning quarterbacks for the Dallas Cowboys. That's already a marquee position that gives you an advantage. For Moose, he was, I get it, an important thing here, but in the hierarchy of the NFL, he was a nobody because of the position that he played. Is back then or now, it just, you don't get that kind of love for the fullback. Think about it. A fullback.
Name a fullback.
Tom Rathman.
Okay, damn it.
But a fullback is making his way up the ranks in national football television broadcasting. That's more unusual
Because we
to
would
me.
chant Moose whenever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's more unusual to me than, hey, a former Dallas Cowboys quarterback is doing great in business or doing great in broadcasting, because I'm that makes more sense to me. So I think Moose has actually benefited from it a lot.
I love using Moose as a story to kids and sacrifice. And it's when Emmett breaks the record, he's emotional, but when does he break down crying and he can't contain his emotions anymore?
When he sees Daryl.
When he sees Daryl Johnston, because he knows Emmett's great. But without that guy who sacrificed his body and his neck and had to quit football earlier than he wanted to quit football, he sacrificed literally his body, not for himself, but for the running back behind him. And I just think, what a great sacrifice.
Yeah.
And Emmett understood. Now he knows there's other people that went into it, the offensive line and all these things, but I just love when Emmett just can't contain himself anymore when he sees Daryl Johnston on the sidelines after breaking the record, because he knows that guy sacrificed his body.
He set me up.
For Emmett.
Yeah.
Not for himself. He sacrificed for the betterment of Emmitt Smith. And I know the other running backs too, but I always think Daryl Johnston is such a great story of sacrifice.
1,000,000%.
Yeah, no, Moose is a very good example. 877-881-1053. I do think I was going to say Michael Irvin because
I do see that name a lot on here.
Michael Irvin has continued to get opportunity after opportunity, despite some things that people are like, hold on. Because, I mean, his personality has a lot to do with it, right? The dude has an infectious personality that he's loud, he's boisterous, he's entertaining, and people are like, get that man on some TV, get him on some radio. I need to hear what Michael Irvin has to say about this. And every football season, I'm interested to hear what Michael Irvin thinks about the team and how short they are of
He
something.
thinks it's good.
He thinks it's going to be great, but they need to do this better.
Yeah.
And so, like, Michael Irvin would be definitely an option for me right now from the 214. Ben DiNucci, because he's trash and wouldn't have made any kind of name if McCarthy didn't owe his dad a favor, plus all the hats.
So
like, his hat company's doing very well now.
His hat company's killing it. Once he makes that Denver scramble, he's going to really even make more money.
I will say that also maybe, and I don't know all the people who've played for the Cowboys, but Staubach's made the most net worth. He's $600 million, which is
Holy
still
crap.
not much compared to the billions that exist out there.
I know it's not the personal investment fund type money, but
I think Troy at the moment is like his net worth is like $65 million. So compared to Roger and what
so
he's
Dak's
accomplished,
second, right?
Because Dak's,
Oh, yeah, 'cause of his
I mean, just the
his
way
money,
you look
yeah.
at, he's making 40 plus a year
Yeah.
playing, and then Sleep Number and Campbell's and whatever the 73 other commercials he does during football season.
But here's like
which I'm happy about, because you know what? Get Dwayne Wade and his wife off that television. Let's go back to Dak sleeping on those numbers.
as long as it helps him throw touchdowns. When it comes to Roger, like I'm sure Roger has a lot to do with the success of his company. But when he walked into businesses to sell what he was pitching, which was commercial real estate, hey, we're client side. We're going to find you the best business for your the best building for you to work in.
Yeah.
Which, hey, companies do that. They leave one building to go to another building because either they can't afford it
Could
or
happen.
they just
Never
need different
know.
space.
Yeah.
But Roger always told the client, "Hi, I'm Roger Staubach," and the star was right there in not necessarily in like physically there, but every customer saw Dallas Cowboys, Roger Staubach. Why wouldn't I work with
It
this
was
class?
always weird right after that, too. He goes, I love having sex as much as Joe Namath.
just with my wife.
okay.
I
wasn't
just
sure
one woman is what
where
he would
we were
do.
going with that, and I got nervous. Would you argue that Aikman and Romo benefited more because at least with Staubach, he could also say
champion,
and I served our country and
Yeah.
won the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah, no, you got a really good point.
Like I wonder with Aikman and Romo, and Romo didn't win jack.
Romo didn't.
I
yeah.
love playing golf.
I think maybe Romo might be a bigger. He just cracked. Didn't he crack the barrier for play-by-play or color analyst
Oh,
monies?
my gosh. That's right. Romo has to be the second or third,
For the
right?
817-940-259. There's a lot of people saying, I think Romo was a good one. I know he was a quarterback, but he didn't really have any success in the playoffs. And he was with, because
He
you
didn't have
imagine,
tons of success in the regular season. He wasn't bad in the regular season, but he was, a hair above average?
you think about it. Troy Aikman, 3-time Super Bowl winning quarterback. If he played for another team, he could still get a shot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Roger Staubach, Heisman Trophy, served in the military, won 2 championships. Play somewhere else, he could still get a shot. Do you think all of the networks are going to be beating down the door to get Derek Carr or like Phillip Rivers or they didn't, and they won't?
They went Jason Witten over Drew Brees. You know, like they went Jason Witten over Kurt Warner because Jason Witten had a star attached to him when ESPN was like, we need a guy with Witt, Boog, and Tess. Isn't that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember when our biggest reaction was, what's the deal with that hair?
Oh, man, he pulled a rabbit out of his head.
God, I forgot about that.
Because from the 469, Jason Garrett, because he stole money and wins from the Cowboys for 10 years. And he was backup quarterback. So maybe it was Jason Garrett, dude. I don't know.
Man, I think
That's
the
a fun game.
Romo answer is very interesting. But I think what I've learned the most from this topic, Corey.
What's that?
Why current and former players do not say bad things about Jerry Jones. Because they're like, no, I want Romo money. I want Aikman money. I want even Moose money. Or even Ben DiNucci money.
I want Jerry money.
Yes,
Jerry
once
is in the
I'm
billions.
done. for the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I know it's early, but the best two teams in baseball are about to face off, and the Rangers are one of them. Are you pumped for this series? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Frankel, life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel right now for a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214-333-3333.
Good swung on the high fly ball, back into deep right, counter to the wall, it's gone! Rays win, Arozarena hits one out, and the Rays win this game 2-1.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the biggest series in baseball. It's maybe the biggest series we've seen in baseball thus far this year. The undisputed number 1 and number 2 teams in baseball will face off, and the Rangers are one of them.
This is awesome. My first question to you guys. If this series was in Texas, let's say the Rangers, they do have an off day, but the series was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Tampa. Do you think the games would be sold out? 1. And then 2, will there even be 20,000 people at these games, like on a nightly basis?
I say yes to the first question and no to the
Would
second.
it be sold out here?
Yeah, like
absolutely.
The way that I think.
Yes.
I'm very excited about this. I understand that it's 3 of 162, but I'm just wondering, we're all excited about it. I think the Metroplex and Ranger fans are excited about it, which I would think that it would be really good. I don't know if it'd sell out, but it's going to be crazy that this is awesome. And I don't even know if there's going to be 20,000 people in Tampa watching it.
I agree with you on Tampa. That's a miserable place that doesn't like that baseball club. They're like, hey, look, we're a farm team. They're like, yeah, but we're the best team as a farm team. And they're like, don't care. But I guess, Mike, you've been at this stadium a lot more this year than I have, and you've seen the best teams. Sometimes a lot of their fans are filling up that stadium. As well, and so like you just saw, the Cardinals were there. Were there a lot. So Tampa fans aren't traveling there. So the sellout, maybe you're still a few short, but no Tampa fans I think are showing up to this.
True. There's very few Tampa fans like around the country. Yeah. I think that when the Atlanta fans are here, St. Louis fans or Yankee fans or Red Sox fans, I do think it shows how nice of a Metroplex we have. We can complain about things, traffic and, things to do or whatever, right? But all of those people, very few of those Cardinal fans actually came from St. Louis. They actually just live here because they moved here because they're like, you know what? I grew up around St. Louis. Don't think it's the best place to raise a family, or my money isn't, spent the best here. I'm going to move to an area that I think is better and nicer in ways. And I get our weather is up and down. It's about to get miserably hot here in the next probably couple weeks.
Thank
for
God
about
for
a 2-month period. But I just think that for the Ranger fans, I don't think that people are traveling here. I just think it shows how many people have moved into the Metroplex that you can have that many Braves fans here and that many Cardinals fans. But
probably not that many Tampa fans.
No, but I do think this. I do not like what Mac Engel, I did not read the article. I'm not saying I don't read Mac stuff or don't, Mac, I like Mac a lot, Mac Engel. But he's like, oh, Ranger fans are not showing up. You talked about it for a second the other day. I'm like, man, Boo and I were just sitting there these last 3 games against the Cardinals. We're like, dude, how fun are these games? Like the Ranger fans are into it. The Cardinal fans are into it. And there's a lot of people here. Yes, it's not sold out, but a lot of people are at these games for a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday night.
I think we said the average was up 3,500, which could equate to almost 300,000 people person increase over last year. And you've seen in the past, the Rangers fans, they need a minute, especially because it's been 6 years since you've done anything. So I still think if they excel all season, you'll see another bump next year.
Yeah, I met some people in a suite last night, Sherman Williams suite, the Paint, not the former running back from Alabama and the Cowboys.
Yeah.
But, and I think some of them were like, yeah, you could tell they were Ranger fans, but getting back into being Ranger fans, like getting to learn the guys that are on the team now. Cause they're like, well, they They haven't been good in a while, and their roster has been flipping over and over and over, so you don't really get to know the guys, and the guys have never really showed out to be that good to actually care about. And so I think there are quite a few Ranger fans that I got to meet yesterday. It was really fun getting to meet them, but that are like, we're getting kind of back into this because this is fun. A lot of people are here cheering and screaming and yelling and winning, and so these guys are going to be all-stars? Like, there's all-stars on this team now? Like, there's all-stars on this team, you know?
Yeah, I think this is if you're even a casual Rangers fan getting ready to like, hey, I'm ready to jump on board with this team. This is your chance to see your team going up against the best in baseball. At the moment, the hottest team. So that's where the excitement for me is everybody that's been saying, yeah, but you haven't beaten anybody, or yeah, but you haven't done this. And this is another feather that you could put in your cap this week. I did see a post, Kevin, on Facebook a few moments ago, and it was Rangers fans cheering for the Rangers, and it was an Astros logo behind them going, yeah, but you haven't played anybody yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you haven't even won a World Series. And then it goes, stop having fun. And that's what this is. This is fun. This is miserable. We have seen miserable baseball here, Kevin. Miserable baseball! Joey Gallo was supposed to be our savior for this team. There was a man that kept telling me, Joey Gallo and Profar, they're going to be the best you've ever seen in your lives. I know it because I know baseball. It's like, you're a damn liar. And then he turned out to be, he is a damn liar. But that being said, all these things, I was like, oh, can we just get good baseball players? And we have them, and it's fun.
I mean, you're right. Coming off of, we're in the midst of the longest consecutive run of losing seasons in the history of the Texas Rangers. Like, that's a fact, and that sucks. And that's why I'm so excited about this, is you can slice it any way you want it. These are the top two teams. So, for example, ESPN puts out their power rankings today. And I saw a video last night that I was like, oh? And the video was the case for the Rangers at number one. And I thought that was super cool that even if it didn't come to fruition, they're like, this is worth our time.
Because Spencer Howard's back on.
That was not part of their case. That is interesting.
Don't I have a Spencer Howard auto card? Didn't
you
I?
do.
I do.
You do.
Yes. I can't wait. It was a 101.
Good luck. Whoa. Well, I mean, if it's a 101, you can figure it out.
Esho's back in the building.
Let's go.
Oh,
Let's go.
Don't call that. Don't call him that.
Why?
If we
called Josh Howard J-Ho.
S-Ho.
We call her J-Lo.
You want us to just
see, though, how J-Lo and J-Ho are different, right?
S-Ho.
I like it.
I like S-Ho a lot. You want us to call him Show?
Yes.
Shohei?
I would much prefer that.
Yeah, no dot.
Yeah.
What is... All right. So Tampa, my point, I don't know how we got here.
S-O.
My point was Tampa's number one in the ESPN power rankings, and the Rangers are still number two, which is the way it was for MLB, CBS Sports, The Athletic. Bleacher Report had it flipped. They had the Rangers at 1 and the Rays at 2. But if you want to look further to prove this point, which teams have the two best records in baseball? The Rays and the Rangers. The Rangers are second to the Rays. Who has the two biggest leads in their division? The Rays and the Rangers. The Rays have the biggest lead. The Rangers have the second biggest lead. Who has the two best run differentials in baseball? The Rangers and the Rays. The Rangers are 1. The Rays are 2.
You gonna let me guess at any of the? You just keep telling me.
I was
Like,
gonna guess Oakland.
You're asking.
No,
these
I told
questions.
you there are only two options.
Have you not seen what Oakland's doing lately, though?
They won 2 in a row, man.
And actually, you know what? I think they've won 2 in a row a couple times.
I know.
In the last few
They
weeks.
have.
I'm gonna go look real quick.
They have. It's there. Watch out. Thank God we played them early.
But
we lost to them though early.
Yeah, I know.
But you won most of those games.
We're 4-2 against them.
Is okay. That sounds.
How did we lose 2?
Because you can't stop them. I am looking at this series with a lot of excitement because, to Corey's point and y'all's point, right afterwards, the Rays get to play the A's. So we really need to take advantage of this series, and I think it's going to be super fun. I know the atmosphere might be lagging, but the two best teams in baseball are playing, and you're one of them.
Yeah, and you have a lot of guys who are playing well. You're playing good baseball. I know yesterday you lost. They hit a solo home run in the 8th inning. I think this was getting lost in the end because there were guys that had reached base, whether it was by hit by pitch or a couple hits. Do you know in the 8th inning with 2 outs, John Gray had faced the minimum? He was facing his 24th batter in the 8th inning with 2 outs. So he had a chance to face the minimum in his 9-inning outing. It ended up being a few more than that, but that's how great he was. But you just look at this too. I'm excited to see Wander Franco play, and I've asked multiple people yesterday, and they said, no, Tampa tells us it is Franco. So if you've been wondering, we say Julio Franco. I've heard people say Franco on MLB Network. It's confusing to me. I'm like, pick it and just stick with it. So I'm sticking with Franco the rest of the way.
Okay.
For Wander. But he's arguably the best shortstop in the game of baseball today. Obviously, there's an argument for Bo Bichette, but you get to see a 22-year-old who is the best defensive shortstop, I think, right now, and then a switch-hitting guy who can really, dominate a game with his bat and his glove. They have other guys. McClanahan. I'm going to be honest. Every time his name comes up, I forget about him. I'm like, oh, yeah, that dude in Tampa.
Excellent.
And he might right now be the front runner for the Cy Young. Obviously, you have Evaldi and Gray who are making a push for it. He's going to pitch in this series. Evaldi's going to pitch in this series. Taj Bradley, I believe, is pitching in this series, who's their very young starting pitching prospect.
That is correct.
So there's a lot to look forward to. And then you have the Lowe family, as you have Nate versus Josh.
And their dad, Streaker.
Their dad's name is Streaker?
Yeah, in the Air Force, his nickname or his call sign is Streaker.
That is awesome.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm remembering this now. I didn't know his call name, but
I just saw a story on MLB.com where he was talking about call signs and how he always knew one of his lieutenants or whatever was named Hammer. He didn't know his name was like Gary or whatever. And then he was like, his name was Streaker the whole time. So he was like, you didn't really get to pick yours whenever you were in the Air Force. They picked it for you. But in baseball, it seems like guys are trying to pick their own nicknames. I just thought that was a cool story.
And that is a
but
very cool
that's
story.
the Lowe brothers facing off, obviously. You brought that in there.
I wanted to throw this out there. A couple things to consider. I know this is not the way baseball works, but Tampa got out to an incredible 13-0 start. Amazing. Yeah. Since then, 32-19. In that same period of time, the Rangers are 32-16. So they have a better record in that short-term run. If the Rangers win this series, do you look at them and say, right now, in this moment, that's the best team in baseball? Remember, Tampa's 28-6 at home.
Yeah, I don't like doing that.
I get it.
I understand. I feel like you get burned too much in a 162-game season going there. But I'll tell you this, for an opposite approach, because the Rangers haven't been in the playoffs in a long time. I thought the Mavericks had a chance to beat Golden State before that series because they had beat them, I believe, 3 out of 4 times in the regular season, and they looked better than them. I'm like, this is a matchup the Mavericks love. They're better than these guys based off the regular season. And then you got to playoff baseball, and it was totally different, or basketball, and it was totally different. I'm excited about this series. Whether they sweep, get swept, I just don't want to jump off any ledge or climb up on top of a building and say we've done it, just because there's so much more baseball to play. If this was, let's say, September 9th through the 11th, if I have my dates right, I'd say, hey, this is a lot closer to the end of the season to give you an idea on what a playoff matchup could look like. I think the Rangers and Chris Young are going to be very aggressive at the trade deadline. So right now, Tampa, they don't have a very good bullpen. The Rangers don't have a very good bullpen. I know it's performed a little bit better lately, but I think a key to this series, in winning this series, is how quick can you knock out the starting pitchers for both sides. I think the team that, whether you score 4 runs and knock them out, which is much better, then you up the guy's pitch count, and after 5 innings, he has 93 pitches and they have to take him out. I think whoever's starting pitchers in a positive way can last longer, has a better chance of winning this series, and whoever once you get to this pen, whether it's the Rangers pen or Tampa Bay's pen, you have a much better chance of scoring runs than off the starting pitchers.
Man.
I just want to throw this out regarding the A's. They've won back-to-back games 3 times this year. 3. After the first time they won back-to-back games, they lost 5 in a row. All right?
Okay.
Let's skip ahead 4 games. Then they lose 11 straight.
Oh.
Then they win 2 in a row. Guess what happens after that? They lose 5 in a row. Then they win 2 in a row. So are they destined to lose the next 11 straight.
I don't like that because, like I said, then they're going to face the Rays after this series.
Oh, yeah, so we need them to
I don't want that to be the case.
Lose 4, win 3. Yeah, no, I see where you're going with that.
I think the Rangers are excited about this for sure. They are excited to play Tampa Bay and see where they stand. So there is a little bit there, but at the same time, I think the players also know there's no way we can get overconfident or forget about the next series. I do think that Cincinnati series in a weird way has been good for this team to go, hey, if we don't play good baseball, we will lose to anybody. And by the way, the Reds are getting better. But I think that this series, from our standpoint, we can overhype it and get excited about it because we don't have to play on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday versus, I think, the Angels. I think you have next. Because we don't have to worry about our focus getting like, oh, okay, we play the Angels, whatever. I think that the Rangers are going in and they understand the somewhat more importance of this series than just the one that they just played against the Cardinals.
Sure.
At the same time, I think they also know when this series is over on Sunday, win, lose, or draw, we go on and we play another approximately 100 games to finish out this season.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105 through the Fan.
All right, let me tell you.
On the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's our way of tipping our hat for those on a tough road but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How the heck are you?
I am doing excellent. Thank you very much for asking. Now, we were celebrating, I know it was yesterday, but an interview took precedent, National VCR Day. And what I really want to know is, what's the outdated mode of technology that you maybe most miss? A lot of people said the pager. Nobody said the laser disc, which kind of bummed me out a little bit.
I want to go with the mini disc audio.
Okay.
It was alive for only a couple of years. It was between the CD and the MP3. The mini disc.
Yeah.
It was like a CD, but there was a hard case around it so you could throw it around your vehicle. Not worry about scratching it.
Yeah.
I used to have a ton of VHSs. I still have some of the old Disney originals. Yeah, but like Milo and Otis on
if you got
VHS.
that Little Mermaid one, that's worth some money.
Is it?
If it's the inappropriate one.
Oh, the inappropriate one. Yeah, I need to look and see if I still have the Little Mermaid. I know I have like Cinderella and Sleeping Beauty and some of those. My parents still have it at their house. But Milo and Otis I used to rock a lot. I don't know. I did always love the flip phone. There's something about it. The flip phone I enjoyed.
Angrily shut it frequently?
Yes. You get an angry text or call, just boom, and maybe it breaks. I don't know. But I liked the flip phone. I wouldn't mind going back to that.
Super Nintendo.
Sega Genesis.
I always like the Dreamcast too. I know nobody loves the Dreamcast.
No, but when I was dead
that
broke.
was my first console ever.
The Dreamcast is very
yes,
underrated.
my first console. I loved it.
Let's go Game Boy, just the Game Boy, and then the Game Boy Advance SP was sick nasty.
I remember when the Game Gear came out and it had color. And I was like, we'll never top this technology. We made it as a society.
Now we have 4K phones.
Yeah, and somebody would look at my son, one of my older son would look at that and be like, what is this?
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
I think your younger son would look at it and say, what is this as well?
He'd stick it in his mouth. Yeah. Like, that's what I was just talking with my wife.
It's the go-to move on everything.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter
much.
what it is, how sharp it is, how big it is, how small it is. They want to taste it.
Don't forget tomorrow, Masterpiece
Thank you, Eric.
Masterpiece of the Week at 1:30.
I think you already won earlier.
Man, I might have. Believe it or not, I almost said something even more disastrous earlier in the show, but I stopped myself just before I did. Broadus, is there an older technology that you're like, I missed that thing?
Well, does the 8-track tape count?
1,000,000% that counts.
Yeah, because if you were going out on the town that night, someone was always responsible for the 8-track tapes, and it was basically like you were carrying luggage. To have, if you had, say, 20 of them, they had to have them in these bags to be able to have in the car.
How long did you go with that for? How long was the 8-track era?
Oh man, through the 70s, I remember like Kansas. I think Dust in the Wind was one of the first ones that I got, and then
so we are.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was it was Styx. Grand Illusion wasn't. I mean, we had them all. But the 8-track tape, it was very bulky. I mean, but but the music was all there. I mean, that way you're so happy that you didn't have to listen to commercials. Mm-hmm. That's what was a great thing. And if you had an 8-track tape player in your car, you were doing well. You really were.
The one I thought of after that was, I think this was before I could really drive, but if somebody had the 5 CD changer in their trunk, I thought they were the fanciest person in the world.
You could you could hit the random button and they just wheel on you. Yeah, absolutely.
I still kind of miss CDs a little bit.
Is it because like the artwork and
maybe just the nostalgia of it? Yeah. Put a CD in the car, you burn a whole CD, you're going on a road trip. You don't have to do any of that stuff
now,
anymore.
did you guys ever have the cassette that you plugged in and then plugged into the Discman?
1,000,000%.
Yeah.
1,000,000%.
Oh, yeah.
Did you guys ever make your own tapes? Like for trips and stuff like that? You record and stuff?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And you had such pride and ownership in it. You're like, yeah.
And then your buddy would always try and steal it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you'd make a copy, like, hey, I made a copy for your birthday. Happy birthday, man. That kind of thing.
You'd have to dub it. It's like a big surprise.
You have dubbing parties.
What are we doing?
We're just having some fun.
Yeah, just having some fun, just joshing.
Remember when opium took the big stage back in the day, Kevin?
Like
the
drug
Western
with
Times.
the big pipe?
Yeah, like the Western Times. That was
is that
the old opium
technology?
dens.
Oh yeah,
Is that?
they went out of business. I'm thinking.
You had to have some really big facial hair to pull that off, right?
Yeah.
Maybe a
Like
giant
Gandalf the Grey.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right. Now,
Funny button-up jacket kind of thing. Yeah.
yes.
Mm-hmm. Always had that. Maybe a small hat you would wear too.
Okay.
A bowler
I
hat
guess
kinda
that is
thing?
now pivoted. I was going to ask about the NBA Finals, but whatever. What's the old fashion that you miss, or has it already come back in style? Because my wife will watch things from the 80s and she'll go, you see that thing that lady's wearing?
Yeah.
Guarantee you that's in style.
Oh, dude,
right
it's
now.
the 90s starter jacket that the NFL used to wear.
Oh man.
I love
White
that
Sox
thing.
hat.
I
White
do.
Sox
I
hat
have
was
I
the
have my
deal.
old starter jackets from Green Bay.
Oh,
yeah, they're
very
like yeah,
cool.
those silk ones.
Did they lose their fluff? Are they still like?
Oh no, they still got the fluff in them.
wow.
It's like
They
wearing a
age well.
sleep. It's like wearing a sleeping bag. Yeah, it's really cool.
I would very much like to see that.
I'll break it out.
Okay, fantastic.
Not during the summer though, Kevin.
I'll
It's
wear it
too
during the
hot.
summer just to show
you don't
off.
need to wear
It's not
it
that heavy.
around to put it on in the studio. I'm not making some sort of demand.
Just show off. Yeah.
Feats
Brian's
his
gonna drop
strength.
about 5 pounds during the 5-hour show.
I want to see him.
That
do
might be a bet payoff. Have to wear
Yeah.
the Packers sideline parka during the show.
Well, during the show in Oxnard.
No,
Oh, no, that would be-
outdoors in Texas.
Outdoors in
Triple digit.
Texas?
Yeah.
Gosh.
Oh, so I have to have the roving mic
3 hours
outside
minimum. Yeah.
in the Packers sideline jacket.
That sounds amazing.
Oh,
I'm
that
sorry,
does
Broadus.
sound
I
like
hope you
terrible.
lose. Whatever it is that sets that up.
That jacket was warm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you
You
guys?
will not be keeping that jacket after that broadcast.
That
That's
is
my
probably
guess.
True. Do you guys feel bad at all for people who don't understand how time works and are buying tickets to see Messi, and they don't understand that there's no chance he's going to play in some of these matches?
We were just talking about this pre-show. It's like I don't think Miami cares, right?
Is that season tickets for
give us
next
all the
year?
money.
No. There's people because they're saying
They're jumping in on
he'll
it.
take some time
Is it
off, a little bit
Philadelphia?
of training camp. Yeah,
Well,
and he'll play this year. But there's people like somebody. They said Philadelphia saw a spike in sales for their June 24th match.
Sure.
There's no way. He's
Well,
gonna
I
play
think
that.
people might have seen this Tuesday night when it was in rumor phase, and I know myself and a lot of my soccer friends were trying to see if FC Dallas was going to host Inter Miami. They're not, but
until
had
next
they,
year,
we would have been bidding up those prices
Is there-
Tuesday night into Wednesday until we got the announcement last night that he's not even going to play till next year. If you're buying it now, you're an idiot.
And
Yeah.
now it
Yeah.
does look
But
like
is it a
he's going to play
possibility
this year.
Okay,
He is
but
going to play this year.
Is there a possibility he shows up for warm-ups and stuff that you might actually get to see
Okay.
him
Watch him on the side of the pitch.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like he's part of the action kind of a thing.
I think that's possible, but it is sounding more and more like it might be, end of July, August. I don't know, but
Yeah.
it looks like he will play. And
I could see him needing some downtime. He's
Sure.
been at it for a while now.
And I know they haven't put out the schedule, but I do think Inter Miami is going to be here next year because FC Dallas already played them on the road this year. So logically, you would
Danny
think,
White had the same problem that Dak Prescott does. These
If you
guys
see
can't catch the ball.
I just saw Randy White intercept a pass, and
What
it
are
just
we-
looks so clunky.
The 81 championship game, San Francisco has turned the ball over 4 times already in this game, and Danny just threw one right back to him.
Is this the catch?
Yeah, this is a catch
Yeah,
game.
I
Yeah.
mean, why
Yeah.
do we have this on?
Because we had CNN on this morning, and I was like, "What are we doing here?"
We're studying the West Coast
Kevin got
offense.
mad.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting ready to
We're
go
running
on
the
the West
Texas
Coast.
Coast.
This is
so
what
it
you
Bill
doesn't
Ring
matter.
can run that
I
ball
was
now. Let me tell
listening
you what.
yesterday. Zach, this is what you want. You've never seen this in your life. They're
Yeah.
in a championship game.
That's true. But they lose this one.
Yeah.
Well,
I've
but
watched,
you're okay with that. You said you're okay
I've
with
watched
that.
the 90s ones. They won. Yeah, it'd be nice to see them at least make one.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today? Do we get the immunity challenge today?
We do. Coming up at 4 o'clock, the bet payoff immunity pyramid. We all need a little immunity with these bet payoffs flying around. When I first signed up for this, I thought it was just for the NFL season.
Yeah.
But it's continued in a horrifying fashion.
Feels like you should have some push over stopping that.
I could, but I like to, I like to do what the guys want. And it's clear these guys want shenanigans. They want bet payoffs.
Okay.
And so do the Tolos.
4 o'clock?
4 o'clock, Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. We got all the top stories of the day right out of the gates here.
Yes.
bunch of regrettable drops too.
I know. I just want to.
I don't know
I've been
what's
on
up
fire
with
lately.
Corey and Chiafalo today. I really don't.
Masterpiece of the week tomorrow at 1:30. It's also Joey's last day. He's going to burn this place to the ground on his way out the door. So listen to that segment.
See you later.
We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Come back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say bye, Mike.
Bye, Mike.
Bye, Slim Scotty.
Coming up on The Fan, get ready. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in on a thirsty Thursday here on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. Rangers have the night off. There's Brian Broaddus, former NFL executive, Cowboys scout, Emmy award-winning media member, and the number one influencer on Cowboys social media, at Brian Broaddus on Twitter. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, General.
Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. He of the number one rated segment, An Afternoon Drive at DFW LA Live.
I'm just standing on the shoulder of giants.
There you go.
There you go.
And you're doing a hell of a job at it. LA Live 540 every night here on The Fan. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, the Nosebleed Brothers reunited in the G-Bag Nation every afternoon, 2 to 7 with you. And, of course, you have Carter Freeman coordinating your video at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. You can watch us and listen to us as well. And if that Odyssey app ever gives you a hard time, you just bring us up on YouTube, okay? And you can just turn the phone off and listen to it like it's just an audio app. You don't have to watch us the whole time if you're having trouble getting the audio feed. Okay, Rangers take 2 of 3 from the Cardinals. Unfortunate they could not get the dub, but to have it happen to 1-0, it's just the epitome of this. That's baseball. It's the way baseball go right there. Played a pretty dang good game, just couldn't get any hits.
It was a historic night as John Gray goes 9 innings, a complete game, allows just 4 hits, 1 run, no walks, 12 Ks. Rangers lose 1-0. Gray got the L. And that's incredible.
It's heartbreaking.
It's only the second time in Major League history that a pitcher's ever gone 9 or more innings with 12 Ks, 4 or fewer hits, 1 run, no walks, and got the L. The other, James Shields, back in 2012 in a loss 1-0 to the Baltimore Orioles when he was pitching for the Rays.
That sounds like a stat Bobby Belt would come up with.
That's the Rangers, though. Like, even when they're not winning, they're making history this year.
That's right.
It was a bummer. And Simeon, the hit streak ended there last night. I mean, certainly it was a well-pitched game all around. John Gray deserved to get that win, though. I mean, man, I thought when Leote came into pinch hit, he gave that one a ride to the warning track. I thought him and Jonah both had 2 really well-hit balls I thought might have left the yard.
So they owe John Gray one, that's for sure, and they will attempt to do that as they get back in action tomorrow night. They're going to be on the East Coast and in Tampa. A 5:40 first pitch, a 5 o'clock pregame tomorrow night right here on your home of the Rangers. Okay, Nuggets take a 2-1 lead in impressive fashion going to Miami. It's only 2-1. I think Miami is, maybe going to win one more game, but I'm shortening my prediction from 7 to 6. I am an update prediction kind of guy, and I feel like we played 12 quarters, and Denver's looked like the best team in about 10 of them. So I can't ignore that kind of a ratio, and I would not be surprised if this actually finishes in 5.
You going with the culture there for Game 4? Oh, the culture.
Game 4 culture win.
I mean,
Game 4
didn't help them last night.
Yeah, desperate team theory. The threes are going to fall. The 3-point shot once again determining success or failure for Miami, but they're outmanned a little bit here, and I'll tip my cap to Pat Riley. I think it's impressive what they've pulled off, but last night was telling to me, guys, to lose double digits at home in what is obviously a pivotal Game 3 most of the time.
Yeah, Jamal Murray. You get 2 double or triple doubles from your superstars, and Jamal Murray was just hitting big time shots. Like, that dude was absolutely in his bag last night. If you're going to get both those guys playing at that level, then the Heat are going to be in a world of trouble. And Jimmy Butler, he was definitely good last night for sure. But like the efficiency numbers, this was the most efficient Jimmy Butler season of his entire career, and especially through the first 6 games of the playoff run before he got an ankle injury. And like the numbers are just not quite the same, especially from an efficiency standpoint with Jimmy Butler, because he came out of the gates in the playoffs on fire, and then he hurt the ankle, and he hasn't quite been the same. But Jamal Murray and Jokic last night were just ridiculous.
They certainly were. I mean, Jokic is the best player on the planet right now.
The touch that his touch, I don't know that I've ever seen really anything like it. He's just throwing crap up, and Skip's calling it Crisco on the rim or whatever, but it's just This dude, he puts it up and you know it's going in, even if it takes weird bounces along the way on the it goes in seemingly every time.
Well, and even if he's short, his ability to follow up and get his own offensive board and then put it right back in. Even Jamal Murray did that. To me, it was really all about, yes, those two superstars stepped up and you could see the difference. Like usually in the first part of the fourth quarter, they made the point during the broadcast. They'll sit Jokic and maybe Jamal Murray, give them a rest. Last night, Mike Malone was saying, no, I smell blood in the water. You guys are carrying us. Go ahead and do it. But it's also the role players. Like you mentioned it, Gavin, the shot's not falling. When it comes to guys like Caleb Martin, Duncan Robinson, they didn't play well for Miami. Christian Brown off the bench was huge for the Denver Nuggets.
Christian Brown, he's a rookie. This is the guy that got fined. Remember, he got fined for parking
the parking deal.
The parking spot.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it takes that kind of confidence. The same rookie who's parking in the owner of the team's parking spot at the facility is the same guy who shows up in a big road playoff game and goes crotch first for dang near 20 points.
Says bleep your culture.
That's the kind of confidence that you need. Sometimes it crosses a line with the owner, but other times you're taking home victories in Miami.
Sometimes that level of confidence can be offensive to some people. They just got to deal with it as you're kicking their ass.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to figure out where Jamal Murray is because he's obviously taking a huge step up towards the top 10 in the NBA right now. When you put up a triple-double like that, he had a stretch of 6 straight games with 25 points or more. And I don't think I can put him past like your group that includes Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and John Morant and Damian Lillard and maybe LeBron James has shuffled down there, towards the lower part of the top 10, depending on how you look at it, who you're talking to. We get to like Donovan Mitchell territory at 12 and Jaylen Brown at 13. I'm just working off some CBS Sports like rankings from around the new year, these are fluid. Kawhi Leonard, I think you value Jamal Murray over until Kawhi Leonard proves he's healthy again. And then you get to Tyrese Halliburton here at 16. I think I'd probably rather have Jamal Murray. I'd rather have Jamal Murray than Anthony Davis because, AD does not stay healthy. I'd rather have Jamal Murray than Pascal Siakam here at 18, but not Jimmy Butler at 19. I'd rather have him than James Harden at 20, probably than Bam Adebayo at 21. Kyrie Irving ranked 22nd. I think Kyrie Irving's better. I'd probably rather have Jamal Murray, though, just for long term and for reliability. Paul George at 23, Zion at 24. Devin Booker was down at 25. He was going through a tough spell. I think that's a good comp. Devin Booker at his heights of his playoff run was considered, is this guy around a top 5 player? Is he the best player in the playoffs right now? But night in and night out, Devin Booker hasn't left like an MVP type of impression on me, and that's about where I'd put Jamal.
And in their finals run, right, he never had the performances that Jamal Murray's having right now. That's a big reason why they weren't able to beat Milwaukee.
Is Jamal Murray better than Devin Booker?
That's a really fun conversation. I think they're in a very similar spot. I don't know that either one of them is the number 1 player on a championship team, but they're both really, really dang good. And I saw this very interesting from Micah Adams on Twitter. Jamal Murray, his career regular season scoring average is 17 points. His career playoff scoring average is almost 26.
Yeah.
That increase from regular season points per game average to playoff points per game average is the largest increase in NBA history. So he's a guy that really shows up and rises to the occasion, and you saw it firsthand last night. The Nuggets needed some big-time buckets, and here's Murray giving it to him, and he does it in tough spots. He can obviously knock down wide-open stuff, but he's got man in the face or step-back three, like, what are you doing shot, and it's going in. He's nasty.
Yeah, he is, and obviously there's a huge benefit of playing with a guy who can command double teams and is a good passer that Jokic does, a very willing passer as well.
Yeah,
I don't know that Murray translates to other teams like a Kyrie Irving or a De'Aaron Fox would. These guys are going to go take over bad teams and make them playoff teams. I don't know that Jamal Murray does that, but he's definitely taking a huge step up and getting some much-deserved shine because he's been a really good player for a long time. Tom Pelissero broke the news this morning, news we've been anticipating for months. The Vikings releasing 4-time Pro Bowl running back Dalvin Cook, one of the NFL's most dynamic playmakers of the last 5 years, coming off a 4th straight 1,000-yard season, has 52 career touchdowns, free agent age of 27. The Cowboys do have $20 million in space. To me, it would come down to compensation. I'd be willing to do like 1 year and $5 million for Dalvin Cook, like if he really wants to be but at 27 years old, you're in the drop-off zone in a big way, and they have like 3 other guys that I really want to see how they do before I'm interested in acquiring a guy like Dalvin Cook. But I could be talked into it today for sure. I absolutely could if Dalvin wants to do a short-term deal for non-market setting money at 27 years old. That's what I think the player's worth, and I do think the Cowboys could really use an upgrade to their depth in the running back room right now.
I probably look too hard at the idea of the Super Bowl winning teams not paying their running back, and that just being like that's a deal breaker for me. I'm not paying a running back like with Tony Pollard. I think we could that's enough for me, and it's probably foolish. I get it, but it's enough for me to say you're paying your running back right now in Tony Pollard double-digit millions of dollars. History tells you you can't win a Super Bowl doing that. You can't allocate those dollars to that position and win a Super Bowl. So I think they've already given themselves technically 0% chance to win the Super Bowl based on that. You double down and do it with Dalvin Cook, that'd be ridiculous. But he's also putting on his Instagram story him walking off the field in what is very clearly the Miami Dolphins stadium from, I guess, whenever they played there last.
Yeah, the two teams that have expressed interest, and I think that's why they're holding off the official release until Friday. They're going to try and make a trade.
To trade, yeah,
with either the Vikings or the Broncos. And your guy, Sean Payton, Brian.
Yeah, Sean Payton involved there. You know, that's the thing about with Dalvin Cook, though. If you go back and watch him play, year was a little bit up and down. He's always going to have some injury history you have to deal with. But his best games were against good defenses. You know, so if you're looking for, I mean, he averaged. If you're the Cowboys, you're watching him and you're going, damn, he almost averaged 7 yards a carry against us in a game where they were getting blown out. Now, that was that 40-3 game, and Minnesota never, ever had a chance. But, you know, if you look at what he was able to do, I mean, he was the one bright spot that the Vikings had in that particular game. And he's had, like I say, 119 yards against Buffalo. There's some teams where you could throw on film and you could talk yourself into maybe wanting Dalvin Cook as your running back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the analytics community is not a fan of Dalvin Cook. Like, they look at the lead in the NFL last year was 62 carries that either lost or did not gain a yard. So maybe a little bit boomer bust at this point, but he still has some of that home run speed that you see him taking a screen pass and going 80 yards with it or whatever.
No doubt.
So it's all about the role. He can't be a workhorse guy.
No, I think he'd work, and I like the idea of Denver. I do think Miami makes sense because they also like to do the running back by committee. But Sean Payton's lived this, like with Mark Ingram and Alvin Kamara. You got Javonte Williams and a Dalvin Cook. I think that could be a really good fit. I don't think the Cowboys have showed, hey, we're really good at dividing the pie here. We kind of need to rock with one guy, let him do it, and then we'll spell a guy maybe every third series.
I kind of feel like, though, that when we go to Oxnard and then come home, if this running back room or the practices or the preseason games don't look right with the backups, we floated this idea yesterday, and I believe it. They're going to take surplus of offensive line or defensive line and try and go get a young back that they feel like that will be on the cheap, but they can also spell Pollard right there with him. I don't think they go out and make a deal for Cook, but I feel like, though, that they're going to monitor what's going on in the league. The final cut, there's only one cut this year.
Yeah.
The final cut. So you might see some teams say, okay, I got a surplus at offensive line. I got a surplus at defensive line. These are things that a lot of teams don't have.
Yeah.
And maybe some of these teams, we mentioned the Commanders. Commanders have 3 legitimate running backs. So maybe somebody will part ways with one if they need some depth or a piece on that offensive defensive line. And I think that's the one thing that the Cowboys could provide somebody.
And Will McClay's really good at it. He's done it before.
Yeah. I think, and a lot of teams that are making Super Bowl runs find themselves adding running backs during the regular season because I think it's important to know you have depth when you get into the playoffs. And guys are going to wear down at the end of the season. They're going to wear down, and you've got to be able to run the ball to salt away victories in January and into February. And if that's the Cowboys' plan, I don't mind it at all. Right now, I think they're way too thin. Even the starter's never proven he can be a workhorse. And last year, in his own words, they were saying 15 touches.
Yeah.
So I don't think you can risk it.
Well, that coach is gone now.
Sure.
That running back coach is gone, and that's maybe that's one of the reasons why you move on. Maybe his thoughts about what was going on with Malik Davis or Zeke, or, maybe they didn't like what they were hearing from Skip Pete there. And, you move on that way, that maybe they see Tony in a totally different light than what Skip was seeing him as.
Well, yeah. I mean, at $10 million, I guess, somebody over there thinks he's going to be a workhorse.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so I've told you about my buddy who moved to the big island of Hawaii because if you live in like the volcano zones, you can get like an acre of plush forest land on the big island for $20,000. So he was like, skip it. I'm checking off the grid. I'm out of this deal. He's got like solar power and a rain collection. Like he's living out there in the jungle of Hawaii, right? He's got these hogs that clear land for him. And then he like rakes it away. He throws like food down into the jungle and the hogs, they go trample it down to find the food, right? So he's got like this whole system for surviving.
So he's homeless, but not really.
Yeah, he's
not really homeless.
He's living off the land. There's like fruit trees all around. He eats avocados.
Gosh,
He's
what
like,
a dream.
Well, I wake up this morning. I check my phone. The volcano's erupting.
Okay, not so much a dream.
So I text him. It's like 2 a.m. over there. I'm like, bro, what's going on? Are you okay? He's like, barely. So I call him. I'm like, what the hell's going on? We got an eruption. He's like, well, my dog got ran over by a truck. I'm like, dude, there's an eruption on the other side of the island. He's saying I'm fine. I'm like, I don't think you're fine, bro. I think it's time to come back to the mainland. Have you seen the pictures on TV?
I haven't seen any. I've seen Dante's Peak. I feel like if you've seen that movie, then you've seen one, you've seen them all.
City, it looks like it's like it with all that smoke and stuff. But I haven't seen Hawaii.
You haven't seen Hawaii?
No, I've 100% seen it. It looks like National Geographic. It's going off crazy right now.
It looks like a foreign land. I can't even imagine being on that island and breathing that air. It's like a giant ocean of lava.
Okay, I'm on it
coming
right
across.
now,
I guess they call it the Big Island for a reason. He's saying he's safe. I wouldn't be
Good for
trusting
him,
that
man.
though.
I'd be freaking out.
I mean, he lives on top of lava tubes. That's how you get an acre in Hawaii for $20,000. You're on top of lava tubes.
So at any point you could just burn to death.
That is insane,
I guess,
bro.
I mean, the only good news, it's a slow-moving volcano. It's not explosively erupting like.
I mean, the videos I'm watching would run counter to that. It looks like it's erupting its balls off.
Yeah,
100%.
It'll spit like bowling
like
balls,
bubbles,
balls of magma into the air.
I would know. I'd be terrified.
Like cannonballs are raining from the sky.
We got to run, nation. Hopefully
Right
he's
out of Lord of the
going to be all right.
Rings.
So keep me updated,
This is your
dude.
homie's backyard. This is
essentially
nuts.
We got the G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30. Barnwell ranks the core rosters in the NFL. Where's the Cowboys core rank? It's next in the nation.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the
833-3333.
Shoot, Jamal, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 7 minutes. We'll take a listen to the best audio and vote on which cut we like the best. That's your G-Bag of the Day. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultation's always free. Truckwreck.com. Here's Wolchuk with some of that Bill Barnwell content that you love.
Yeah, we love Bill, and him and the analytics people, along with Seth Walder there at ESPN, put together the roster cores of every NFL team. So a core was defined of the 5 most important players to a team. The guys each roster is built around. So the rankings for 2023, there was a consideration for age in deciding which players made each team's core. For some teams, there were too many good candidates to choose from, while even getting to 5 was tough for other teams.
What a beautiful problem to have.
Yeah. So number 1, if you guys had to guess, like who has the best core in all of the NFL?
Cincinnati?
That would be Philadelphia.
Philadelphia?
The one with Pat Mahomes.
Yeah. The one with Pat Mahomes would be correct, Eric. Football guy.
Okay.
Now, Philadelphia comes in at number 3. I'll tell you guys where the Cowboys come in, and Cincinnati's 2. So you guys nailed the top 3 teams.
Well, we're a bunch of football guys in here, but I am curious who the 5 are for Kansas City. I just said it because of Pat Mahomes.
Mhm.
I'm assuming it's still Travis Kelce and then Chris Jones.
Yep.
And then I don't know. Am I crazy?
And then it's a couple of linemen. It's Creed Humphrey, their center.
The left-handed center.
And Joe Tooney, the guard. Their average core age is 28.6 years of age. They'd said it'd be very possible for another NFL team to have a better 5-man core than the Chiefs if they were solely relying on Mahomes. The 27-year-old quarterback is a true star, but many rosters are loaded with young talent, but finding a core better than one with Mahomes, Kelce, and Jones, that's awfully tough. Bengals are 2, Gavin. Burrow, Chase, T. Higgins, Trey Hendrickson, and now they've got Orlando Brown Jr. Their core age is considerably younger at just over 25 years of age. Eagles at 3.
I feel like these teams have like 4 awesome players. Like the fifth guy here is kind of, okay, all right.
Here's what the Eagles are rocking with.
When they said Joe Tooney, did you kind of go,
I was like,
okay.
One of the better guards in the league, but I hear you. You know, maybe not a household name. The Eagles, if you had to think like who are their core 5, obviously you're going Hurts.
AJ Brown.
AJ Brown.
They're probably with would they talk about the
Smith?
center? The center would
No,
Kelce would not be considered.
Kelsey's too old.
Too old.
Devontae Smith.
They're not going Devontae Smith. It is another offensive lineman.
What is the age limit on this thing again?
I don't think there's really an age limit, but Kelsey's year to year. Like he's a guy that I don't know that he's even going to be playing next year. So they kind of just removed Jason Kelce.
Okay.
So they went Lane Johnson.
Okay, Lane.
Hassan Reddick, because he's under contract for a while. And then they just re-upped with Darius Slay. So they put Darius Slay as the 5th guy.
Really good team.
They are. And they even wrote, like they left players off like James Bradbury, Devontae Smith, and Jason Kelce. But even after looking at the 5 above, it's easy to see why the Eagles are the favorites to win the NFC again. Their average age is just over 28. Where do you think the Cowboys would be on this?
I'd be surprised if they're farther back than 6th. I'd probably, pick them to be 4th right now. When you look at what Micah Parsons has done and Diggs already being on an all-pro team and Lamb, and then statistically Dak and Tony Pollard, is that the 5? Or Zach Martin still in there? This is a team that is loaded with talent.
Well,
I think they could do a little bit more, but yeah, I'll take them 4th.
Lamb, they're probably not using any offensive line. Oh, Martin then, right?
Martin's the only one.
Okay, so Lamb, Martin, the quarterback.
Dak.
Pollard, and then
Micah.
Pollard.
No Pollard.
Micah, you've got 4 of the 5.
Micah and Diggs?
And Diggs.
Okay.
Yeah, those are the 5 they use for the Cowboys. Cowboys are at 6, Gavin. Average core age, 26.8. They write the Cowboys core is a clear display of why they are a true, perhaps even underrated Super Bowl contender.
Yeah.
Prescott isn't at a Mahomes or Allen level, but he's supported by a Defensive Player of the Year candidate in Parsons, a star number 1 wideout in Lamb, and a future Hall of Fame offensive lineman in Martin, and no player has more interceptions over the last 2 seasons than Trayvon Diggs, who is 14.
Okay, let's circle back here for real quick for Philadelphia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Lamb or Brown? Who do you take?
Probably Lamb.
Okay.
I think I'd go with CD as well, but damn, that's a push almost.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, all the other Philadelphia guys. Give me the other Reddick or Parsons?
Micah,
yeah.
Slay or Diggs?
Slay or Diggs?
I'm going Diggs.
Yeah, me too.
I'm going Slay, but just because I have to.
I get it.
I got to stay on brand.
And I respect the hell out of that.
Thank you.
Lane Johnson or Zach Martin?
Lane Johnson.
How old is Lane Johnson?
See, but that's two different positions,
I know,
right?
that's a
one's
tough
a tackle.
comp. That's a tough comp.
One's a tackle and one's a guard.
And then the other one is Hurts or Dak. I mean, if you're going off of 1 year, you take Hurts. But Hurts has got
this
one
time
good year.
last year, you would have taken Dak,
in a
but
second.
now you take Hurts.
Right.
Why do I
Dak.
feel like did I just name 4 Cowboy guys better than Eagle guys?
I think
there?
you could make a case that, I think they're putting the Eagles at 3 because they feel like the guys they left off and a Devontae Smith and a Jason Kelsey and a Bradbury might be better than the ones that they left off for the Cowboys.
Well, then
That's
add
not
it.
part of the core,
That's
man.
not. Yeah, that's.
I mean,
not,
you did best 5.
I'm sorry.
We're doing best 5. We're not doing best
we're beating,
7.
We're beating you up right now, but it's.
No, I hear what
I'm
you're
not
saying.
screaming at you.
No,
I'm
I
screaming
get
at
it.
Seth
I mean,
Walder.
I think you
but
could
that's
make
what
a
I'm saying.
case that the Cowboys 5 is better than the Eagles as well.
That's what I'm saying, though, with the exception, well, if you say the quarterback, you're going to get crushed.
And honestly, I think that is a huge thing. I think they're
I thought last year,
way.
Dak was
Yes.
better than Hurts.
Yeah.
Last year when going in. I'm
Going
saying-
into the season, but
Yeah, I
Hurts
was
just
on a-
based off of last season was better than Dak.
Yeah, no, that's right.
And I
Yeah.
think that's what they're looking at, and that's why they're elevating the Eagles because of that.
Just that one position elevates them. That they're
Right.
third,
I mean,
and Dallas is.
that's why they
Dallas
elevated
is 6.
That's why they elevated the Chiefs to 1. I mean, they wrote about it. They said it's because of Patrick Mahomes.
Dallas has maybe the best defensive player on their core.
But hey, I agree. And there's 2 teams ahead of the Cowboys that are sandwiched in between Eagles and Cowboys. They got the
did
Dolphins
that.
at 4.
They did that just so they wouldn't have to do.
And then the Bills at 5.
They did that.
They got the Dolphins core, which is Tua, Tyreek, Ramsey, Waddle, Armstead, and the Bills with Allen, Diggs, Von Miller, Tre'Davious White, and Matt Milano over the Cowboys.
The fans' official coverage of the offseason is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. Thank you so much, Wolchuk, for that extended coverage of these Cowboys. We'll have more coming up. Krusty's Corner at 2:40, NFL News today at 3, and the Cowboys at 3:20. We'll take a look at this Texas Coast offense and everything coming along with it. Time now for the G-Bag of the day. Here's Lucius.
Yeah, gather round, Tolos. Come on in. Let's see what we got here for G-Bag of the day. Oh, it is brought to you by Mr. William Campbell over there at Travelmation.
Oh, he's doing some great stuff.
Mr. William Campbell over there at Travelmation. Yeah, it said something about Jamaica in the advertisement. And I was like, I was just in Jamaica.
Hey, man.
Oh. By the way, you guys ever heard of hedonism?
Have.
That's all we'll say about that. We'll just leave it at there right there.
Were you part of that, Lucius?
I just said that's all we'll say about that, respectfully.
What time's
I don't wanna
LA
get
Live
into
today?
it.
5:40-ish?
Is it like an invitation thing, or can you just join?
I don't want to get into it. But yeah, let's see if Travelmation can get you out there.
Do you have to send in pictures of what you look like, Lucius, to do that?
I don't know such a thing.
Is there any false advertisement with those pictures?
Portfolio or something?
There was a face photo situation. It's just, they can match your face when you show up. Yeah, that type of thing. Hey,
to which part of the island you go to?
Hey, listen, y'all.
How'd you like your neighbors, Lucius?
Can of worms, bro. Can of worms. Yeah, shout out to William Campbell, Travelmation. Our winner is a lady that I believe maybe...
That's weed. That's weed.
And probably partake a little bit right before she did this little graduation speech.
Gummy kicked in at the worst time.
Never got to it.
Good morning. My name is...
Uh-oh.
Good morning. My name is Kate.
That's weed.
Yeah.
That's weed. That's weed.
Okay, sorry. Good morning.
Good morning. Morning.
What is that sound?
She's wheezing.
Okay, my name is Caitlin.
Little squeak.
I mean, I'd like to think the audience is starting to laugh there too. You can't really hear them, but I would imagine you can't help but start laughing.
Yeah.
They're like sneezes that way.
Yeah. Unless you're like, hey man, let's start this up so we can get it over with. You're taking my time, lady.
I'd be laughing as long as it's like under about 86 degrees. Anything over that, I'm like, okay, lady, ain't a damn thing funny out here right now.
Let's see. Let's go to a Subway manager. I mean, the Subway, the sandwich artist. Subway manager right here dealing with a loud and wrong customer. The customer was loud and wrong over some cheese. Listen to this.
She asked me if I wanted cheese. I said
You're not
pepper
saying
jack.
who made your sandwich.
What? I made it. But she already ate it.
You
and I
asked
can't
me, you
make it, and
remember
she
you asked
already
if I
ate
wanted
it.
pepper jack cheese. And then you were busy making somebody else's sandwich. And then I said, is my sandwich even done yet? And then she reached over and took some ham.
Ma'am, there is cheese on it. There is cheese under the ham.
Uh-oh.
There's no cheese under that ham.
There's cheese under the ham. Exactly. There's cheese right there.
My bad.
It was good, wasn't it? It just still tasted funny, but if there's cheese, then that's all I'm complaining about. So, it just didn't taste like it. You know, like I said, it was the fact that you were distracted. You were making two sandwiches at the same time. I just get the sandwich all the time. So I know what something does. So, but I happened to be almost all the way home, and I just started taking 2 bites of it from starving.
Yeah.
But
All
okay.
I hate people.
She could not even say, I'm sorry. Oh my God, there it is. My bad.
Was not even capable of that. You know?
Couldn't do it, dog.
Poor gal just kept making sandwiches.
Subway manager got the patience of a substitute teacher out here.
No question.
Dealing with that.
Yeah, it's a tough line of work right there. Having to deal with idiots. I mean, if you're almost home, I'll put on cheese from my own fridge if I really want cheese that bad, but I'm not going to care.
Oh my
God. That's 15, 20 minutes.
She was fired up, too, about that cheese.
She clearly doesn't get it enough.
Fired. You need to
Like
relax.
they always put the cheese down first and then the meat.
She needs a visit from the
Don't you
Woolly Bully.
We have an
No.
order of operations. Have you ever heard of PEMDAS, lady?
Good Lord.
Let's see here. What else I got for you boys?
Don't you watch them make your sandwiches anyway?
I do.
Oh, I eyeball the heck out of them.
I
That's a pressurized
And
job.
they ask
Yeah,
you.
it really
They
is.
ask you what kind of
100%.
vegetables would you like.
I haven't even gone in 5 years since I found out the tuna was cat food.
That's not true. Don't do that.
Dude, they got some of the best fake tuna out there.
Don't do that. I think it's real. I remember they had to defend themselves. Like, no,
they defend
this is
themselves
really
by doing
fish.
the whole refresh, Lucius. That's what they did.
And then, they said their bread was like made out of yoga mats. Who makes up this stuff?
Lucius is like, it's real delicious. I know that.
I just got Subway today. You shut your mouth.
Barely even taste that it's fake.
Let's see. Yesterday was a church day, fellas. Let's go get some blessings right here. There was a pastor. He was in a park. He pulled over, parked himself in a park to go live with his congregation. You know, you can do that now. I'm gonna pull over, get some prayers, and talk to my congregation, get them hyped up for the midweek situations. But he didn't realize this park was a cruising spot. You fellas know what cruising is? Anybody have any?
Is it like what we do over
It's a great movie by Al
50s?
Pacino, by the way.
Okay.
Great movie by Al Pacino. No, not the 50s that you're thinking about.
Putting
Going
on
up and
that
down
Norman
Jefferson.
Greenbaum?
Yeah, that's what I was
no,
kinda thinking of. Yeah.
No. Not going up and down Jefferson and Maine back in the day. But no, this is where you're looking for a date. If you're a man and you're out there, you're just looking for a date.
Oh, like the rest stop bathroom parks.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
River Sean?
Heard about those.
yeah, I know another spot too. I don't know why I know it. But I know.
River Sean.
Yeah, check this out right here, man.
A lot going on over there.
So he was talking to his congregation on the live. He didn't know he was at a cruising spot, and somebody offered up a favor for him.
You asked me if I want to you off?
Oh, no.
You know who you need is Jesus Christ, bro, and you need to repent. No, I'm serious, man. You don't just pull up on someone and say, do you want to me off? You need Jesus Christ, and if you don't repent, you'll go to hell.
Gosh.
I mean, that's bold. They bold out there.
Yeah.
It's one thing to offer it, but to ask for it.
Got cheese on that sandwich?
You need Jesus, not a Beegis.
All right.
Sorry, that was a reach.
All right. It was a little slippery, but we still got it.
Still first quarter, right?
Yeah,
We got all game to
it
play
was a little slippery, man. It was
You'll
like
get hot.
Yeah, you all right, dog. You all right. And I got another church little clip right here. This man is singing his behind off. He is so saved. Yes. Yes, you are.
Yes, you are. That's your cruising.
Congregation needs to be saved.
I like how the mic gave us a little feedback right there, too.
See, bro? Those shots start falling, Dawson.
Oh, there you go, buddy.
Just keep shooting, huh?
Yeah, man.
Shoot or shoot.
You got the green light.
What do you say, Lucius? Time to vote?
Yeah, let's get on out of here, man.
Okay. Is it the graduation ceremony? Our one-time champ, probably? One-time, two-time? Subway manager dealing with a loud and wrong customer. Or we got our church combo platter here, pastor at a park plus the saved man. I'm going to go with that contagious laughter of the graduation ceremony again, Chief. How about you?
You can be loud, you can be wrong, but you can't be loud wrong. Subway lady.
We're tied at 1, Lucius.
Pastor in the park.
Okay, we are.
No, I'm just playing, bro. I'm just playing.
This is really the neck
graduation.
And neck
I'm going with the graduation, bro. I'm just playing.
2-1. Well, Chuck.
I would have liked to have seen Bubbles from Trailer Park Boys deal with this sandwich lady. I'm voting for her.
We're tied at 2,
You asked me
Brian.
if I want to
Who do I need to vote for?
What'd you ask me, bro?
I changed my vote. I changed my vote to that.
What'd you ask me, bro?
Who do I need to vote for? Here?
Say it again,
A
dog.
graduation ceremony or Subway manager?
I don't think I heard you.
Let's go with Subway lady.
By a score of 3-2. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion is the Subway manager dealing with a customer who could not say sorry. Surprise.
Yeah.
Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
It's prediction time for the Cowboys for some stats. We'll do that next.
Coming up Friday morning on.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, the king of the Krusties himself, Ryan Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. Hey, Zach, what'd you get out of OTA practices today?
A whole lot of nothing but the shirts they were wearing.
Yeah, talk about that. What was up with that?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. So Mike McCarthy apparently lives in Allen. So he bought shirts for basically everybody on the staff and the team to wear, and all the proceeds went to the victims of the families from the Allen Mall shooting. So it was Allen Strong. It was to go ahead and help the community out. And now, actually, Michael Gelk and I retweeted it. There's a link out there. If you want to buy the shirts, you can. But they looked pretty cool. They had the names on them.
Yeah.
They were sweet.
They had the Allen message on the front, and then everybody had their name and number on the back. So it was kind of cool to watch that. So, yeah, we won't see this football team again until we all get to Oxnard. Man, if I could just kind of put a bow on the whole thing, I think it was like... I think it was more of just a teaching session than any. Now we'll see what happened outside. I don't know exactly what all happened outside what we were able to see and stuff like that. But it seemed like to me the number one thing was to keep everybody healthy and try and get the new coaches involved, acclimated with their players.
Yeah.
The Schottenheimers working with the offensive staff. Mike Solari, the running back, everybody has all these different positions. I can't tell you one time that I saw where it was like super competitive at all. So, but there was some little 7-on-7 periods and stuff that we missed. But overall, I think the theme was keep everybody upright, acclimate the coaches, and then we'll find a way to, when we meet in Oxnard, we'll just, we'll worry about the physicality of the practices after that.
Cosign. And a takeaway overall from the practices, we could see the tempo, I think, is going to be a key for the offense. Dak's cadence as well is something that I'm excited to ask him about. I think that's something he's trying to work on, maybe get some free plays out of that and get a defense to jump. You can take advantage. I'm intrigued with Turpin. I'm intrigued. Are they finally going? Because they showed a lot of packages with him lining up, moving around, playing some slot, passing the ball to him in the flats there. That'll be interesting. Do they actually have a plan in place for Kevontae Turpin? I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, the previous regime did not. The previous, coordinator did not have a plan for him at all. And I think in this, again, we're going to see them offensively, a lot of different moving parts with the offensive line. I think we're gonna be 3 live mics at practice, and so and so is now playing left tackle. And we had Tyron Smith actually practice today, but again, it was just T-shirts, no helmets, that kind of thing. But I think we're gonna watch these practices in Oxnard, and they're going to try and figure out where all these pieces fit with this offensive line.
And over these 3 days, they did have Tyler take all of his reps at left guard. Even if Tyron yesterday wasn't working, they would put Idoga at left tackle. All of Tyler Smith's reps were at guard.
Yeah, so that's kind of putting a bow on that. With the OTAs, the minicamp practices and all. So we'll get ready to pack up, be out there in Oxnard, and then and talk about that.
Our coverage, by the way, brought to you by Bosch Power Tools, Brian.
Yes, great power tools. Power tools. Wish I knew how to use power tools.
Yeah, me too.
You're not a power tool guy?
No, my dad never, ever, ever.
All you need is a drill and like a drill bit set.
Don't even.
You're versatile.
If
you can't use a drill?
No. If you ask me to change the bit, with the key and all that stuff like that, nah.
Be there a while. Okay.
No.
That shouldn't be surprising. Remember, he didn't mow his first lawn until he was
30 years old.
30.
I did it in Green Bay. It's the first time I mowed a yard.
I got a circular saw. I got 2 chainsaws. Got 2 drills.
How often do you use that equipment? The
drill, I'd say once or twice a month. The electric chainsaw, I would say 3 times a year.
Wow.
The gas chainsaw only once. Had a big job for that one.
So your guys' fathers worked with you on power tools and stuff like that?
I had to figure a lot of it out my own.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
my
other than
dad
the
never ever said, "Hey, let's go out here and work on this chainsaw, or let's go ahead and do this."
Yeah, I'm not doing much chainsawing at all. I'm not. No, I got a drill, and that's pretty much the best I got for you.
Dexter didn't invite some, try out there with the chainsaw?
Dexter did not. Did not garner up an itch that I felt like I needed to scratch when it comes to that now.
My dad was good at building stuff, but and he could do a drill, but he wasn't into the big equipment.
Yeah.
You know.
I told you guys if I had to build a swing set, there would be pieces probably left over, like wing nuts and bolts and stuff like that you probably needed.
Well, the thing is now you have the YouTube video that goes with the instructions, Brian. You can get this figured out. Like 15 years ago when you were building stuff for Bennett, I could see that.
Yeah.
The game has changed with these YouTube videos that go along with the instructions, dude.
They teach you how to cook.
You visualize stuff.
Yeah, I guess they could help you with that. But yeah.
I mean, those written instructions ask you to make 1 + 1 = 8. They're leaving you no detail.
I hate the fact that, I passed down the non-fix-it ability to my son. My dad passed me down the non-fix-it ability.
Yep. Yeah.
So now I passed it along to my son, like the non-fixing thing. Like if he has to fix something, Bennett, YouTube. You got to look at YouTube.
Don't look at me.
That's tough.
That's
and
a shame.
Of course, you're giving him the silver spoon, which denies him the opportunity to figure this stuff out himself.
Oh, I think he'll try and figure it out.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm sure not. All right. I promise this.
I'm sure not.
I promise this. I was going to. Our friends at Blogging the Boys, and by the way, they do great work. I always talk about them.
No one blogs boys better than them.
They do a great job in this off season of coming up with stories and ideas and stuff like that. They have their offensive and defensive stat predictions, and I want to just run these by. I know it's numbers, and it sometimes gives people tired head, but just to see if they're going to be close here. The first one, we'll do offense today, maybe defense tomorrow. How about that? Okay. Offensively, they're predicting that Dak Prescott will throw for over 4,900 yards. Actually, he'll throw for 4,941 yards. He's going to have 610 passing attempts. He's going to average 8.1 yards per completion. He's going to have 35 touchdowns. And his completion percentage will be right at 66%. Of the things that I just said, which is the most likely?
35 touchdowns.
Completion percentage at 66% or better, I guess. I mean, that's going to be a no-brainer.
That's got to be right on the career number, huh?
Yeah.
But you, Wooly? 4,941 yards, 610 attempts.
Mm-hmm.
He's never had that many attempts.
No, the attempts I don't think is going to hit. The completion percentage probably is the one that's the most likely, but I'm hopeful that he can get to the 35 touchdowns this year.
4,900 yards is pretty big. I don't think they're going to run that much. I don't think they're going to pass that much.
No, like I'd put the over-under at 4,500. Like to me, that's high.
Yeah, maybe 44.
Dak has reached 30 passing touchdowns in the season twice in his career. So they're saying he's going to go big on the 35 this year. So 66% kind of.
Brandon Cooks hopefully will help.
Yeah. Tony Pollard. He's going to have 272 rushing attempts.
Okay.
Be a good number.
He's going to average 4.6 a carry. That would seem to kind of, is that high or low?
Low.
Yeah, I think he
for
averaged
him,
over 5 last year.
He was over 5 last year.
Yeah. They say he's going to average 1,251 yards for the season. Or that's his rushing total, 1,251 yards.
I think that's very, very possible for him, assuming he comes back off the injury appropriately and he's not missing games. But he's been basically, other than his second year, he's always over 5 yards per attempt. So sub 5 would be definitely his worst from that standpoint.
Yeah, I think he gets over 4.6 yards attempt. Last year, he just barely hit over 1,000 yards. I think 1,200 could be realistic because he's not sharing carries with Zeke anymore. So I think over on the yards per carry. I think the rushing yards is probably about where he could be.
You worried about 272 carries?
No, I was actually thinking it could be more if they don't add another runner.
Yeah.
I think they could push 340 or so with him.
Wide receiver CeeDee Lamb. 136 receptions, 1,772 yards.
Wow.
He's going to average 14.2 yards a reception, and he's going to have 13 touchdowns.
Be a huge year for CD, maybe a career year if he can pull that off.
I don't think he gets 13 touchdowns because I think Gallup does end up bouncing back. He'll get some of those. I think the tight ends will divide the touchdown share up, but I think he gets well over. The yards there?
Yeah,
I think he's hitting 1,200 yards. So.
Which receiver would you think will have the highest yards per catch? Brandon Cooks or CeeDee Lamb?
Off the top of my head, I would think Brandon Cooks.
Yeah, you think he'd be more the big play guy. So I'd put Cooks over Lamb when it comes to yards per catch.
Yeah, I'd say Cooks as well as the safe bet, but Lamb can make plenty of big plays as well. It probably comes down to who has the most breakaways, house calls, stuff like that. Kind of boost your average.
Do you think 136 receptions for Lamb is a lot or too many?
It's a lot. It's a ton of catches. I don't think that'd be a new career high for him.
I don't think it's too many, though, because I think this offense really needs to figure out how to get the ball in their best players' hands more often. And, throughout the Kellen Moore and Scott Linehan, Jason Garrett era, you could often take away the Cowboys' best player. So hopefully they're scheming him open in a way that leaves defenses frustrated.
He had 107 last year.
Yeah, overall, real quick, do you think their numbers for these players are in line, or is it very optimistic?
It's optimistic.
Yeah, very optimistic.
CD's ones are very, very optimistic, and I still think he's really damn good. But yeah, it's optimistic for sure.
All right. Thank you, boys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. There he is. Brian brought us Krusty's Corner every afternoon at about 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Tomorrow will be a football Friday. It's going to be a short one, though, because the Rangers will be on the East Coast playing some baseball with the pregame tomorrow at 5 o'clock. So live it up today. We got a full 5-hour broadcast, including the NFL news of the day coming up next. Well, Chuck, where are we heading?
Would you trade for this pass rusher, and how did Pac-Man Jones get his nickname next?
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
We are now 1 hour away from the Bet Payoff Immunity Pyramid. Little game show we'll have going on where a couple of us will win Bet Payoff Immunity, which can come in quite handy. So that is 1 hour away. General at your service as we crack into hour number 2 here in the nation. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. You have Wolchuk, Giafalo, and Carter Freeman. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for the NFL news of the day. Another big one. Here's Zach Wolchuk to deliver.
And the big news of the day, of course, the Vikings telling Dalvin Cook he will be released. Now they're still trying to work out a potential trade with either the Miami Dolphins or the Denver Broncos. Those are the two teams that have expressed interest in Dalvin Cook. If they can't, the release will be made official tomorrow, according to Adam Schefter and Tom Pelissero as well of the NFL Network. I know a lot of people asking, hey, what about the Cowboys and Dalvin Cook? I don't see it happening. I don't think the price tag will be low enough. I think the Cowboys want to see what they have in some of these younger running backs. And then as Brian, you talked about in the opening segment, they can circle back and you could get a trade or sign maybe somebody else that gets cut post-training camp leading into the season.
They've already done $10 million for Tony Pollard. It's hard to imagine them spending significant more money. Anybody paying attention knows that at 27-year-old, chances are the running back has already begun to break down a while ago. And at 27, you're really seeing the signs of it. So it's just a horrible idea, and I hate this for running backs. They should become free agents quicker, that you should be able to, capitalize on all the carries they put on you earlier in your career. It's not reality. And right now, all you can hope is that the team that you pull for maximizes the inefficiency of that. And unfortunately, it's to get them young and use them up, or either go by committee and pay them as little amount as money as possible. And the Cowboys have had a touch-and-go relationship with that concept really since they acquired DeMarco Murray.
Yes.
And we can only hope they, eventually gain a 2020 vision on this running back position. They keep going back and forth on it.
We will wait and see what happens with that Dalvin Cook market. Now, it took a while, but Frank Clark finally has a new team, the former edge rusher of both the Seattle Seahawks, but most recently the Kansas City Chiefs. As he is staying in the AFC West, it's the Denver Broncos who are signing the former pass rusher of the Chiefs there. So they're giving him a one-year deal worth up to $7.5 million. The deal includes a $5.5 million guaranteed base, $1 million in makeable incentives, and another challenging $1 million in incentives, whatever that means, for Frank Clark. Now, it's pretty crazy. Adam Schefter shared the story that head coach Sean Payton and Frank Clark both spoke on the phone earlier this week, and they hit it off. That's a big reason why they made the signing. So Frank Clark has now played for Pete Carroll, Andy Reid, and Sean Payton. It's a pretty darn good coaching tree to have to play with there for Frank Clark. He's played for some of the best.
Yeah, it's good choices, or good luck, I guess.
I could vouch for two of the three. And the third one, the Pete Carroll one, I could vouch through John Snyder.
Yeah, there you go.
Snyder always told me about Pete Carroll. Like, John never wanted to deal with the player that had the off-the-field problems. He didn't want to deal with that guy. He's like, I don't want to deal with all that. Pete convinced him, no, man, sign those guys, draft those guys. I can handle this. You know? So that's sometimes these coaches, they have their ways of doing things, and it sounds like a good group of guys though that, I know with Peyton and Andy, two of the best I've ever been around.
Yeah. I think Pete's got some Bochy to him that he makes people comfortable.
He does. John loves working with him.
Makes it fun.
John really does love working with him.
And it seemed like Pete was kind of in a downward trend, but last year, with that roster being able to, and Geno putting them back in the postseason, it might have been his best job last year.
Well, and simultaneously having Russell Wilson collapse made Pete Carroll look even better too.
Absolutely. Now, the Vikings have already made one trade. We mentioned you about Dalvin Cook. They sent Zadarius Smith to Cleveland last month, but they've apparently been receiving calls for their edge rusher, Danielle Hunter, as well, according to Ian Rappaport. So they're kind of in a rebuild mode, it seems like, defensively there with Kevin O'Connell and company. Is Danielle Hunter a guy where I know the Cowboys, their pass rush is their strength, but I don't think you can have enough of these guys. And to me, I think it's gone under-discussed just how much that faded towards the end of the season. Like guys like Dante Fowler, Dorrance Armstrong. They started off the season with their hair on fire, but really, you look at their production, a lot of it was early in the season, tapered off. Even a guy like Micah, you could tell him wear down. Is that a guy, if the price was right, you'd even look at making a trade for?
I don't think so. I think the Cowboys have 5 edge players that I like, maybe more. And you know, I'm trying to spend a little bit of money on wide receiver or at inside linebacker, maybe at offensive line. Edge rusher just is not the place that I'm looking to throw around any extra cash that I might have right now.
Yeah, I don't think the Cowboys need him, but he is still a good player that I'm sure some team will be very excited to trade for.
No doubt. DeAndre Hopkins meeting with the Titans. That's his first free agent visit. The first thing is, according to Mike Vrabel, we want players that want to be here. We'll work through anything else. We brought in a bunch of different players, and DeAndre will be somebody that we'll bring in next week, early next week, at the end of this week, and go through the same visit we'll go through with everybody and start the process. So we knew there was flirtation there leading into the draft, maybe a draft day trade that was discussed. Didn't happen. Maybe Hopkins' home will be the Titans. I'd be upset for him because I don't see that team doing much this year.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for him, but you know, I think at this point, with the market being what it is, you just have to go where they're going to offer you somewhere close to market value. You know, I think Tennessee's probably the most prepared team to do something like that right now. That's why he's there.
Do you think it would be beneficial? Well, he really sat out all last year anyway, right? He doesn't need to sit out another year.
Yeah, he missed.
He missed weight. He can't
over half the season last year.
I was just thinking it maybe that he gets so banged up that he. You know, and he sat out because of the suspension too, right? Because
that's what
of
it was.
Steroid things.
Yeah, it was like 6 games to start the year, and then he missed a couple of games later on.
Yeah, okay. I was kind of thinking that maybe do what Odell Beckham did.
Just wait it out.
Just wait it out. Why go to some place where you're going to like be thrown into the the abyss? You know?
You know, okay. So you know, speaking of his suspension last year, I was wondering, could the NFL know that something else is coming down the pike? This is irresponsible speculation, but it makes no sense that no team wants him. You know, he's already been suspended once trying to, you know, work on his body. Is this something that there's going to be a follow-up on or another thing? Because to me, how is Odell Beckham Jr. getting 3 and 45 and DeAndre Hopkins is out here like holding the sign saying we'll catch touchdowns for food, for crying out loud? It just makes no sense. There's got to be something on the inside. Either it's that or it's an injury that, you know, is kind of a secret. You guys know for sure there's secrets the media doesn't find out about injuries with draftable players around the combine.
Yeah.
Then you find out on draft night.
Right.
Is this another one of those situations?
No doubt. Why is this guy still on the board? And then you find out later, he had a heart issue. You know, and that's why he ended up sliding. No, you could be onto something because the whole thing's been really fishy for me for DeAndre Hopkins. I could understand maybe people think he's past his prime. He's slowed down a little bit. But to me, you know, the separation's never really been his game. He's just got one of the best hands, if not the best hands in the sport, and he just finds a knack to get open and find holes within the zone, his ability to extend and make plays. Yeah, I'm very surprised that the market hasn't heated up for him, but I wouldn't be wanting to just sign with any team if I were DeAndre Hopkins.
That's what I was thinking.
He needs to try and go sign somewhere he can win.
I'm texting a gang of 7 guys right now. We'll get this figured
Perfect.
out.
I love that.
Yeah.
Isaiah Rodgers is that Colts corner that's under investigation for gambling. Pro Football Talk reporting he's facing a potential lifetime ban from the NFL. Commissioner Roger Goodell has a unilateral authority over all gambling-related cases, and the league's gambling policy gives him the right to kick Rodgers out of the league.
Yeah. Must have been betting on their games.
Yeah, I think that was part of the report. Was he was betting on Colts games. And I don't know if he was betting against them. Obviously, that's the worst of the worst there, but still betting on your own team's games. I mean, I think that's every league's like biggest no over any other crime that you could commit, making their games come across like there could be some level of integrity of the game being jeopardized. That's the worst thing that could happen to a league. And this is the perfect guy to make an example out of because nobody actually does care about Isaiah Rodgers, as sadly as it is. So you're not actually expending a big name player that could impact really even the team. Like, it's just like, okay. And you make the example of like, we're not bleeping around with this thing.
Even a guy like Jameson Williams, who they gave a 6-game suspension to from the Lions. I mean, that's a guy that first-round pick possibly could be a future star in the league. This dude, Isaiah Rodgers, a journeyman, right? So I agree 100% with what you're saying. I do want to get to this Pac-Man Jones audio, but first, the NFL is turning to Tom Brady for help with this gambling thing. They have said, Tom, hey, we need you to make a video. And it's an educational video on gambling that will be shown to every team. And during Brady's portion of the video, he emphasized several things that the players need to keep in mind about gambling. Brady warned not to throw their career away by making a bet, and that they worked too hard to lose it all by gambling. The 7-time Super Bowl winner also talked about how much time playing in the NFL is a privilege and that each player should treat it as such. And finally, he pointed out that betting on games not only hurts the integrity of the NFL, but it hurts the reputation of you and everyone else on the team.
Yeah, I don't know how much the NFL's reputation or integrity could be hurt any further than it's already done to itself over the years with the lying to players and the violations of rights and stuff like that. But I think he does have a point that it draws into suspicion from the fans. Is this on the up and up? I think that's overplayed. Boxing is questionably on the up and up all the time, and the rematches get better pay-per-view buys than the original because it's good for the drama. But I get it. You don't want games being thrown, especially when you're in business so much more now with, legal sports gambling entities. And for years, they've already been very wary of ticking off just the folks in Vegas. We don't want to tick off the folks in Vegas because they are so good for our ratings with people getting in and throwing down money and then, obsessively watching these games.
They got a noted cheater to stand up and say, hey, don't make this game look like there's a lack of integrity.
Yeah,
here,
look,
okay?
I'll deflate my balls, but just make sure you don't bet on the game.
A little Spygate, a little ball deflation, but
No
don't
biggie.
you dare gamble and make yourself some money.
That is rich.
That would be ridiculous.
Adam Pac-Man Jones played with the Cowboys for a little bit. We remember him as a stud at West Virginia. So this
remember him for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, it's very true. And he had a pretty good NFL career. First round pick, their top 10 pick with the Titans.
He was a Cowboy.
During his West Virginia playing days, they were featured on ESPN. And one of the reporters during the game, and I don't know if this is Craig James or who the hell it is. You can listen and try and let me know if you can pick out this voice. But they talk about how Pac-Man Jones got the nickname. I don't know how many people still remember this, but I'm also shocked that they told this story live during a college football game. Here is Pac-Man Jones and the origin of the Pac-Man nickname.
Guys, we call Adam Jones Pac-Man all night long, and you wonder why he got the name Pac-Man. I asked him today at the hotel. He said his mom gave him that name because when he was a baby, he would munch down on the nipple like the little Pac-Man character you see munching down on whatever he's going against. And he asked his mom, he said, did you have to continuously buy new bottles of nipple for me? She said, no. I was breastfeeding, but I did spend a lot of money, though, on ice packs.
Dang.
It's like Dr. Jerry Punch.
Did a little bit.
Sideline reporter.
It kind of sounded like that guy that does the NASCAR too.
Marty. Marty.
It's Marty Party.
I think when Pac-Man was playing, I don't think Marty was involved.
Okay.
I think this is Dr. Jerry Punch, my guy from NASCAR.
I trust you.
Yeah.
What a story, huh? I didn't actually know that. I didn't know how he got the nickname, but I enjoyed reliving it.
I wonder if he was making that noise. Walk on, walk on, walk on, walk on.
Just like Pac-Man. The Chiefs got to visit the White House recently, and Travis Kelce tried to have his moment in the sun. I also did see the spread that they offered the Chiefs as well. So the Chiefs' White House spread, according to Andy Reid, it was French toast, grilled cheese, and a ham sandwich with powdered sugar.
Wait, what'd you just say?
French toast, grilled cheese, and ham sandwich with powdered sugar.
Oh my!
A French toast sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
French toast grilled cheese sandwich.
Yeah.
With ham.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And powdered
That's
sugar.
the ultimate brunch.
And powdered sugar.
Isn't that a Monte Cristo?
That
Sounds
is
Monte Cristo-esque.
It is Monte Cristo-esque. I wonder if they had the little jam or whatever that you dip it in.
Dip.
About the
Oh,
only
love
thing
that
I
stuff.
contributed today was I knew that was probably a Monte Cristo.
Hey, dude, that was a good pull.
They also had exotic chicken fingers, which I don't know what the hell that is.
Exotic chicken fingers?
Dipping sauces, I bet. Special dipping
exotic sauces.
Beer battered, probably.
Yeah.
Not your standard.
I need to reach out to Andy and see
Well,
what they really had.
Andy
Yeah,
loved
get
the
the
exotic chicken
deets.
fingers. He gave his compliments to the chef, and they also had bite-sized squared of the heart of the watermelon.
Bite-size squared of the heart of the watermelon.
So like you get just what it sounds. It's
The
just the middle of
interior.
it. Just the middle, like
The centerpiece is
the
always the
center-
best, dude.
The centerpiece, yes.
When that brownie plate comes out of the
Yeah.
oven, I'm going right
Sexy
for that
time.
centerpiece.
Damn right.
Centerpiece, yeah.
So there's a moment during them standing at the podium, and President Biden leaves the podium open, and
Trips.
Travis Kelce tries to have a moment at the podium, very presidential-like, and he talked about it on the New Heights podcast with Brother Jason.
What were you gonna say when you went up to the podium while President Joe Biden was distracted?
Distracted.
So I've been waiting for this. Sorry.
It was the oldest trick in the book, and Joe fell for it. It was, what's over there? I mean, come on.
Obviously, the president at the podium, it's iconic, right?
Sure.
It's iconic in how he usually addresses the nation to my fellow Americans. That's all I wanted to say, dude.
That's all you wanted to say?
That's it. I just wanted to go up there. I shouldn't have started off with, I've always wanted to do this.
If you would have started off with my fellow Americans, that would have been such a showstopper. I don't think they would have kicked you off.
No,
if
I
somebody
don't.
gets up to the podium and says, my fellow Americans, it's like immediate, like, all right, what's this dude about to say?
Pat knew that I was,
Yeah, Pat was on it.
I was in over my head, man.
Pat knew right away when you pointed, he was like, there ain't nothing over there. This is a flanking move if I know Travis, and he's a flanker.
He's seen that one before. Shout out to Pat, man, for keeping me from embarrassing myself at that podium, man, in front of the world.
Yeah, Pat Mahomes is the real older brother in this situation.
Yes.
Like he's taking Travis Kelce around in public like, nope, you can't do that. You're coming back over here. Slow down, big fella. That's what Jason needs to do. Jason's always encouraging Trav to be an idiot.
Yeah.
He is. Freaking Kelce's.
Amazing.
But man, if we ever share a tray of brownies, Chiafalo, all I request is a butter knife. I'm going to trim out all the edges with maybe like a centimeter of middle. You can take all that middle, bro. Just give me the edges.
He's a crunchy edge guy.
That is beautiful,
Chewy
man.
edge guy.
Chewy edge, crunchy edge.
Chewy edge.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a crunchy edge.
Man, those CC's brownies,
I don't know,
those
I always
always
kinda
hit
feel
home.
like
No,
the
the
edges-
CC cinnamon rolls, and
I
I
love
would
them both.
get but yeah,
Even that,
that's
like
a good
the
point.
apple pie kind of pizza they've got there is also good.
I kind of feel like the edge of the brownie tray is always a little bit of a more crunchy to it. Like,
Right.
more-
It definitely is.
Like more cooked.
I'm surprised you're overcooking them like that, Broadus. A culinary expert like
You
yourself.
gotta get the timing down, bro.
Yeah.
Do you make brownies from scratch?
No.
Okay.
No,
then,
not out of the box.
then stop busting my ass.
That's a deal. That's a deal. We'll just split the brownies. Sounds like you want the middle action too.
I like the edges. I like
you
the
like
edges.
the
I like the
them
edges.
crispy.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
You also like the crispy bacon, as we learned yesterday. I like more of a chewy
I
bacon.
can't eat the bacon anymore, man.
Okay, Cowboys news of the day. Let's look at the Tex Coast offense. What does Dak have to say about adding all this stuff, and what are we likely to see more of? And then Chiafalo is going to take you a trip around some foods coming up at 3:40. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat D&M Leasing. You know, they won big awards once again for exceeding consumer expectations across the board. D&M Leasing, salute to them.
Five-year warranty. Stop the painting cycle and go Rhino. Call 844-RHINO-28 or visit RhinoShieldTX.com.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. What do you make of the Texas Coast offense? What are we about to see? And do you think Dak is the signal caller to lead that kind of an offensive charge? We'll get to that here in just a second. Brian Broaddus, you were just saying there that you've heard back from some gang members about DeAndre Hopkins.
Well, I reached out to everybody, and one got back to me, so we'll kind of throughout the show. The question I ask is there something on the inside about Hopkins that's keeping him from getting signed? That was my message to the gang. And one of my guys got back. He says he's asking for a lot of money, and he's old. Nothing crazy that I'm aware of, though.
Okay. So just maybe asking for more than Odell got or something like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess teams are more wary or leery. I don't know. They're
weary. Weary is like when you're tired of it, right?
Yeah. They're less interested in ever than paying age in the NFL, and we can only wish that applied to the Texas Rangers as well. But that's neither here nor there. Okay, what do you make of this Texas Coast offense? Segment's brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art. And the truckwreck.com fan text is open for you, okay? There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. I mean, I know many of you guys out there are smart football folks. You know, many of you coached it or you played it at a pretty high level. You studied the game. You've been a student of the game. Some of y'all just played Madden a lot, and you learned about the game a lot that way, and the differences in what it requires to make different offensive systems hum. Now, what I've known over the years is that the West Coast offense would require a super accurate quarterback. And, I don't know. We'll see how much Dak can be accurate in the context of that. When you talk about completion percentage, Dak's accurate. When you talk about ball placement and you're watching the game or watching the film, you're like, well, maybe he's not one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the NFL like the stats would suggest, So I think that one's up to interpretation. But Dak said yesterday they've coined their offense the Texas Coast offense, and it sounds like he's off to a good start adding stuff. He says, I'm in a good spot. I feel like when you have Mike as open as he is about communicating, about making sure what I like and what I feel great about, it's been easy to master what I'm good at. And I feel great about the things we put in and what we've done so far. I think we're going to see slants. I think we're going to see running back screens. I think we'll see crossing routes. We were watching the catch game here, the 1982 NFC Championship game, 1980? 81 NFC Championship game, and that's, when I was growing up watching football, all you heard about was Bill Walsh and those things, along with the the run outside, the sweep. The sweep was happening all the time. I don't think we're going to sweep, are we? That's not going to be a big part of the running game, or what do you say, Brian?
No, I don't. I think they want to get the ball on the edge, but I don't think the sweep is something here.
A little outdated at this point.
A little outdated on that, yeah.
A lot of the tight end, though, and it was Brent Jones and a couple of other dudes.
It was always with the 49ers, it was that split back sweep is what it was. And then the split back sweep was when you pull, like you would pull everybody. The way that the Cowboys ran the ball to the edge were like crack toss is what you start with the sweep, but you, like a Noah Brown, cracks on the edge, then you pull the tackle, then you pull the guard. That's the Kellen Moore way of getting the ball out on the edge.
Do you think they continue with that? Because running on the edges is going to be important for creating that space in the middle for the big plays, right?
Yeah, I think it's more about the outside zone is what they're trying to do there. I don't think it's going to be
maybe a stretch.
Which
they used to run a lot with Callahan.
Yeah.
Back when Bill Callahan was here, and DeMarco
I miss
Murray
running
was
game Moses.
super effective at that.
Yeah.
Another popular play in the West Coast that was popular back then, and I like it. I like the idea of it. Is just running the draw a lot because you can take advantage. I think of those teams that are dropping extra men in coverage, trying to cloud up that view for Dak.
Yes, and you know what? A lot of these defenses, and Aisha Morrison, who hosts the draft show with us, she calls them. She says they're light in the ass but it's true.
Yeah.
A lot of them are trying to go to these nickel and dime packages where you've got a lot more smaller, quicker players on the field. You're taking off a linebacker. Maybe you only have 3 defensive linemen instead of 4, and that's a way to take advantage of those smaller sub packages. Is definitely a draw.
580 says the Texas Coast offense actually started in the 70s in Houston. Okay, I'll take your word for it on that one, Brian. What do you say?
Well, are they talking about the University of Houston with Bill Yeoman? They used to run the veer. So I don't know what they're talking about here. I know Mouse Davis was the run and shoot.
Yeah.
That was Mouse Davis and those guys. But
June
Mouse
Jones.
Mouse developed the run and shoot at the University Portland State.
Yeah.
Portland State. So, and then he went to the Houston Gamblers in the USFL in the 80s. That's where we kind of saw a lot of that. But Bill Yeoman in the 70s at the University of Houston ran the veer, which was it's like a
West Virginia?
A split backs inside handoff kind of stuff. Yeah.
Stretch is a cheat code, says the 469. No reason that shouldn't be 30% or more of the run game. Dak's not been able to lead a receiver on a crossing route for years, says the 214. Oilers was run and shoot, says the 940.
Yeah.
Okay. I
Kevin
think
Gilbride and those guys too. Yeah. Mouse, Kevin, John Jenkins, all those guys down there in Houston.
Dak is not running as much as he did. But quarterback on the move is huge. Again, going back to the catch, that was Joe Montana rolling to the right. Steve Young throwing on the move a lot as the second quarterback to play in that West Coast offense through the 90s. I feel like that's one of Dak's strengths.
Yeah, there was one play that kind of really got me excited that we were watching during minicamp where they fake the play action like they're running the ball to the left. Dak goes ahead and keeps it, pulls over to the right. So it's one of those boots or waggle type plays, but you get the defense flowing one way, quarterback keeps it, and then you're going to check it down maybe in the flat to a Pollard or a tight end, or the quarterback has the option to just take it and keep it and run.
Yeah, I think Dak will thrive on stuff like that for sure.
Okay. And then, the thing I wanted to talk about here with this offense is, to what extent are you guys getting the feeling out when you were out there this week that maybe some people around the organization aren't too disappointed that old Kellen Moore is Dunsky. He's gone. And to what extent can that impact, how a lot of them, believe with confidence that this thing can be effective?
I think Dak was more, and I haven't talked to Dak about this, so I'm not trying to say that, but I
talked to him about other stuff.
Of course I did, dating and all kinds of things. But I think that Nussmeier was his guy that he's really bummed is out of here, less so much Kellen Moore. And I think there's other players on that roster, a lot of guys defensively as well. Some of the linemen, that didn't really have a ton of respect for what Kellen was doing, and that maybe it got stale, a change needed to be made. And I think that's also why you're hearing the reiteration of communication. I think there was a lack of that. I think Kellen was just kind of, I'm doing my thing. This is what we're doing. There wasn't a ton of input and collaboration from what players like. And I think that that's something that they are implementing now with this new Texas Coast offense.
Yeah, I think socially that's an element from Kellen Moore that doesn't lend itself well to leadership. Like, you can just tell from his energy and the way that he interacts with the media and that little sloughed over deal. He's not like the ideal coaching personality leader. I think he had that working against him, but I won't be surprised if with the Chargers he does take a significant step forward in his coaching ability. I think he's got all the ideas. I think he's got all the brain power, and he's football smart. But how do you put that all together? And I think it's Staley coming off the McVay coaching tree. That's what they specialize in. How are we adaptable? What can we problem solve on the fly? What can we take away from the other team? What's the other team trying to do to us? Where Kellen Moore was often criticized for just calling plays. I don't think he would have evolved into that kind of a coach under Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy, we're going back to the 80s and 90s with him, But I do think with the Chargers, Kellen Moore will have a good chance of, making an impression on people. And I won't be a guy saying the Cowboys let a guy go. I will be the one saying this is what happens when you put brain power with experienced problem solvers at the NFL level. And when the Cowboys do move on from Mike McCarthy, and I don't know if Dan Quinn's going to be the next head coach, we have to take a sizable step in that direction of, modern day NFL coaching. Not we have a scheme, not here's what we do, the other team's going to adapt to us, but more of, looking into what teams do well, what they don't do well, and coming up with specific game plans in place to take advantage of that. Not only does it help you game to game, but if you're doing that, you stay on top of league trends much easier because you're constantly looking for things. Andy Reid's a guy in Kansas City. He'll be coming up on 70 years old before too long. Yeah. He's still leading the charge.
He is.
It's not necessarily a young man's thing. It's a smart coach's thing. And so many of them convince themselves that they've learned everything there is to learn about football. They just need their guys to execute it better. That's what we heard for years from Jason Garrett.
I looked at something real quick here. This is it's called For the Win. It's a site, and they listed the 100 best NFL quarterbacks of all time. And I was curious of how many of those 100 quarterbacks played in the West Coast offense and where they ranked. Just real quick, if you don't mind. Joe Montana, number 2. Brett Favre, number 4.
Rules are rules.
Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks. I said, Mama, take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
Steve Young, number 11. Aaron Rodgers, 14. Donovan McNabb, 31. Alex Smith, 45. Matt Hasselbeck, 57. Jeff George, 66. Brad Johnson, 78.
Wait, what just happened?
Brad Johnson.
There's a lot of good
Alex
quarterbacks.
Smith as a top 50 quarterback in NFL history
for the win. Yes, they had the 100 best NFL quarterbacks of all time. Alex Smith was number 45.
Okay, so there's not a lot of them.
Incredible.
Yeah, but they
just ran that offense.
Yeah, the guys I went through: Montana, I'll just say Favre, Young, Rodgers, McNabb with Reed, Alex Smith, 49ers, Hasselbeck, Jeff Garcia, and Brad Johnson did it with Tampa with John Gruden.
Man, if those guys are sitting around the top 50, top 100, there have not been a lot of good quarterbacks.
This is sobering reality, bro.
It is. Yeah.
Those are the
top, no good quarterbacks in the world.
Those are the ones that have ran that particular offense or that version of the offense.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Big day in the world of sports once again. Chia, follow. What do you have planned next for us?
Well, last year was a seltzer summer, but I think this time around we're talking about it being the summer of the condiment. We'll get into why next.
Okay, it could be the summer of getting your edge back if you step into Men's Tea Clinic. Oh, I love these guys. They got me my edge back in.
that you helped the Saints with installing their offense. Is that true? He says, man, I'm just a fan.
Yeah, it's true.
That's what he said.
It's true.
Insider access you aren't finding anywhere else. DFW Sports Station is the Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 4 o'clock, the Bet Payoff Immunity Pyramid. Big game show here we got planned. And the two winners will win immunity on the next Bet Payoff. When are we going to do the next Bet Payoffs? What do we say?
If we even have winners. Didn't last time it just ended in an incompetence draw? It was like you suck and we suck, so we both lose and go home? Is that kind of how
I think we did double or nothing.
Okay.
And you guys
you
won
did.
that. Like, we had to get over 1.5, and we were stuck at 1.
It is a good question, though, on when is the next payoff. I think they usually happen organically.
Maybe Brian's got one if the Heat don't win.
Do we do that?
I think we did.
All right, I'm in. If I don't win, I don't win.
Didn't even have to twist his arm. Well, Chuck.
I'm down for any.
Look at you guys making stuff up.
We
I'm
had
with you, Broadus.
We had the conversation.
That's what I do, right, Broadus?
I know Brian doesn't listen, and I know you guys are both just making stuff up now. And speaking of that, here's Chiafalo to take us around the foods.
Let's make stuff up.
All right, the next 10 minutes are going to be the most factual 10 minutes of my personal entire existence. And a lot of this is going to be good news, but I do need to start with the bad news. Last year it was the summer of the seltzer. It was the seltzer summer. This is the summer of the condiment, and we've already got. I mean, I think we were kind of ahead of this a little bit. We were pioneers with the ketchup conversation and trying things and tasting things, and we of course had the mustard situation yesterday with the baseball fan spooning mustard out of a giant tub. And that was all he was consuming at the baseball game. It's what a Guardians fan's doing. But I saw this from Data Assembly's Grocery Price Index. It monitors changing prices at grocery stores. The biggest victim of the recent price inflation is ketchup.
Oh, no.
Which rose 28% compared to last year. Mustard, 13%, and relish, 12%. So what was a giant protein inflated situation with the groceries, which I still believe it is, from my understanding, the eggs and everything, you're now starting to see the condiments and their prices skyrocketing. Some level of late to the party supply chain stuff. And you might notice this going to different, I've noticed it fast food style where they're charging me for, Texas Pete's. Trying to get some
ridiculous.
Trying to get some Texas Pete's on my chicken tenders. They wanted to charge me 50 cents. I said, thanks, but no thanks. I honestly regretted it. It would have been worth the extra 50 cents.
Yeah, I think so.
But it was a principle.
Yeah.
I was like, what do you mean?
No, they shouldn't be charging for Texas Pete's hot sauce.
You just charged me the inflated price of the protein, which we are all accustomed to now, where the chicken tenders should be $8 and they're 13 or whatever. And now you're going to charge the additional 15 for the Texas Pete's. Listen, it's the summer of the condiment.
I'm just going to say this though: if you're gonna charge me, and they're trying to charge me for like that whole thing with tipping. They're trying to charge you.
Oh, everything's getting
drive-through tips.
I would rather be charged for my condiments than for tipping that nobody's doing anything for me. That's on a new thing at grocery stores. If you do something, they have a tipping area now where you can, when you use your cards and stuff, that you can.
I think there's tipping opportunities at the self checkouts.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like tip our machine for allowing you to do all the work.
Exactly.
Well, and then they'll throw in, hey, do you want to donate $1 or these other things? I always kind of feel bad, but I don't.
I do stuff like that. But the thing that bothers me, like I say, I don't mind for food. I don't mind paying. I just feel like though that if it's part of what makes the food taste good, and I want to keep coming back, you'll just put it on you'll put the Texas Pete's on there for me. Why do I have to ask?
Yeah.
Why don't you just go ahead and put it on there so I'm coming back? Because, if you want to charge me a little bit extra more for the sandwich or the tenders or whatever you're eating, I'm cool with that. But don't make me have to ask you and then tell me. It's like that cane sauce, right? Cane sauce.
Yeah, they charge for extra.
Yeah, you're like, hey, can I get an extra cane? No, 50 cents. I'm like, okay, well, I come here quite a bit. Why don't you just throw the cane sauce in, I'm making the
Please
effort.
give it to me at cost.
I'm here every damn day.
I would call you on that bluff about going to Cane's all the time, but after hearing about your heart situation, I actually firmly believe it.
I can't get,
no more Cane's.
No more Cane's. You've ever heard about the Mediterranean diet? That's what I'm about to become.
We got to do like a top 10 foods that Broadus is going to miss.
Oh, when you got
your
that
own
pizza,
personal
when you got
list.
that pizza yesterday.
Yeah.
I told my mom, I'm so proud of myself for not eating like 3 pieces.
I was proud of you too. 'Cause
Yeah.
we had that conversation right before at practice.
I meant to say something to you yesterday. I was extremely proud of you yesterday.
Well, no, it's you got to stop at some point in time, and that was my wake up call right there. That was the wake up call.
But didn't they give you the all clear?
They did. They gave me the all clear, but I'm scared now. Like I was scared that something was wrong. And so now I'm kind of like thinking, okay, I'm good, but do I?
You want to stay that way?
Yeah. Do I go to Jack in the Box and have 6 of those tacos that I absolutely love?
Yeah, I consider that all the time.
Yeah.
I think you just had the perfect situation though, because you felt like you hit rock bottom.
I did.
So you're carrying yourself like a guy who hit rock bottom. It's time to change the course of everything. But reality tells you you're in a good place. So you're actually fine, but you're in a rock bottom. Let's get back to the mountaintop mindset.
Yeah.
And now you're about to go on a run that could be historical.
God, you're single and living in a new apartment.
No, that's you. I'm living through
Lean,
you now.
mean,
I'm
sexy machine.
You losing all that weight with soda.
Let's
Yeah.
go, Brian.
Look at you.
Me and you, buddy. Take it on the town.
Nobody's going to be losing weight this weekend in Funky Town thanks to the second annual Glizzy Fest, the single biggest wiener festival in the great state of Texas. And what's
Except
going
for the
on here?
heathenism.
Martin House Brewing Company is partnering. I'm telling you, it's the summer of the condiment with Fletcher's Corny Dogs. They're going to be serving up a mustard flavored beer over the weekend on draft and in tall boy cans to go. So I believe this would be a beer that me and Lucius, if G-Bag was at the Glizzy Fest in Funky Town this weekend, I think we'd be sipping on the mustard beer. I don't know that it would be good, but they're doing it. You could also get a barbecue sauce beer. Again, it's the summer of the condiment or a mayonnaise flavored beer.
It's hard.
Not for me.
Any beer you get at the store is probably going to be pretty dang good. Once you go to a beer festival situation like that, you got to steer clear of these things. Yeah. You know, they're gimmicks. Maybe get a sampler, like 1 ounce tester, but don't use your official beer tokens on this crap. You know, jalapeno beer, banana beer, it's out of there.
That's a veteran beer festival, man.
Yeah, get the flavor so you can satisfy your curiosity without wasting your tokens.
Can we all agree that we would at least sample the mustard beer?
I'd give it a sip.
No.
Or would you rather sample the barbecue sauce beer? Because you got both options.
I'd go barbecue over mustard.
Wienerfest.
I'd probably go mustard.
I think your fascination with mustard is weird.
Hey, listen, this isn't my concoction. Okay, I'm just reporting the news here.
But I think that
sounds like I'm not the only one with a mustard fetish.
No, but
did I say that out loud?
No, I've known it.
Damn you, Broadus.
Yeah, I think that it's strange though. I think this mustard.
He loves mustard, man. He'll put it on everything.
Yeah. I would need
Puts it
to
on his spaghetti.
This next item, I would need to douse in mustard. No, he's lying.
It's
That was
pretty
one
extreme.
time. I would need to douse this next thing in mustard in order to get it down. It's like the combination of two of like my least favorite things coming together for just a terrible
The truth
product.
Well done, Brian.
That's damn good. No, this is the worst burger in America. You guys know it as the Whopper. And
there's far worse.
The only thing that could make it
we're
worse
talking about the truth
was to just sprinkle some Marvel on top of the Whopper, because that's what they've done. Thanks to Not a Fan 1053 on the Twitch for informing me on this.
Marvel.
It's a Spider-Verse Spider-Man Burger King Whopper that looks as bad as it smells and tastes.
Oh yeah,
it has
a red bun.
red bun food coloring for no good reason with black sesame seeds or whatever.
That's why it's a Spider-Man Whopper.
Yeah, that's why it's a Spider-Man Whopper, right? Yeah, if you wanted to make the Whopper just a touch worse, just throw in the overrated Marvel on top of it. That's what they've done.
How did they marvel it up?
They made it a red food coloring bun, Spider-Man, and then they sprinkled some black sesame seeds or
that's just terrible.
Yeah, I guess it's
they're sesame seeds.
Yeah, just ridiculous.
You know,
to me, the
offensive.
To me, the Whopper's
the black ones are poppy.
It's a top 3 fast food burger after Whataburger and In-N-Out. I have it right there. I don't know what you hold against the flame broiling. I think that adds quite a unique flavor profile
over there, Gavin. You should have known that. We've been working for him for a while.
Well, it must be the mustard that throws off the amazing burger flavor.
Yeah,
like the Whopper doesn't complement mustard well.
No.
That's why he's got
With
this
or without
horrible
mustard,
take.
that burger sucks.
I don't know.
By the way,
I don't know what Burger King did to you. Really,
they just made bad food, and they sold themselves as a place that didn't. So it's false advertising.
Well, I appreciate my guy doubling down on bad taste.
Over there.
I think their mascot got him.
Yeah, I'll tell you, that dude is kind of scary. When
he tried out to be the king, and they said, no, thank you.
No, he had no mask. He just went straight face.
Summer of the Condiment, Doritos has a tangy ketchup chip that I look forward to trying at some point. And then also Summer of the Condiment on National Sausage Roll Day in the UK, they unveiled, Heinz did, a seriously sausage roll mayo. It's a mayonnaise that claims to taste like basically what a pig in a blanket might. And I don't know, maybe that would be a mayonnaise that would be better than the usual mayonnaise for a guy like Dawson.
The sausage rolls are good.
What did I send you, that chocolate ketchup thing? What was
that was the other one. That's right.
Oh, the hot chocolate.
Summer of the Condiment, Heinz Choc Chup, I guess is how they're pronouncing it. CHOCTCHUP, chocolate ketchup sauce.
I don't pee.
Ketchup. It's kind of like Luka Doncic.
Am I supposed to put that on a French fry, or am I supposed to put that on like a strawberry? Is it a dessert sauce, or is it a meal sauce?
There? Yeah, that's
kind of looks like that poutine stuff they have in Canada.
Yeah.
Oh, the gravy and cheese curds.
Looks disgusting.
What do you do with that? I don't know. I mean, what's the base in it? Is it a base of ketchup or is it a base of mayonnaise? I'm gonna have to look into these kind of things. I'm not gonna say I wouldn't enjoy it though.
What would you dip if you had to try the chocolate ketchup? Would you dip a French fry in it, or would you dip a strawberry in it?
I would start with the fry.
Okay,
probably
I think
fried.
I would too.
Yeah, maybe a cheese curd. We got to run, Nation. 2 down, 3 to go. It's a full show this afternoon, so hope you enjoy. Coming up at 5 o'clock, we'll have maybe the top edition of Cowboys Twitter that we've had the entire offseason. Coming up at 5 o'clock at some Cowboys Twitter here for you is a number of individuals speaking up there at the start today. We have the bet payoff immunity pyramid with you next in the G-Bag Nation.
But friends, it's a Thirsty Thursday at the Eagles Nest. Go get you some all-you-can-eat shrimp, the Philly cheesesteak sandwich, and some delicious drink specials all night long. And don't forget to go try that breakfast Saturday and Sunday, 8 to 11 a.m. The Eagles Nest, the best place to watch sports. We had another Stanley Cup final game on tonight. They'll have that on their 163-inch LED screen. They got 73 in-house TVs, so you never have to miss a second.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and here we go. It's exciting. I love to compete, and I love to win bet payoff immunity. It's time now for the bet payoff immunity pyramid, okay, where 2 teams will compete for supremacy and immunity payoff. Bet payoff immunity here. 2 rounds for each team. You will have 30 seconds to get through 7 questions, and however many you get right will be your score. We have 6 different categories, gentlemen. 6 different categories, so I suppose there will be 3 rounds for each team. First one, popularity contest. Second one, remembered for the wrong reason. Third category, what could have been. These are all local. These are all DFW and DFW sports themed questions. Enemies of the state is your 4th category. Homegrown is the 5th. And the 6th category here in the bet payoff immunity pyramid is you look weird in that uniform. Perhaps guys that left. There it is. Yeah. It's time to rock and roll. And gentlemen, as our current champions, you have the rights to go first or second here.
I think we're Walchuk's.
We're gonna go
we're
second.
finishers, man.
Last time we went
last.
first. We're finishing this bitch. Oh,
okay. Going old school here at 105 to The Fan. The pre-Gavin Spittle days when the B word, the P word, and the D word were all tolerated here in this broadcast. It was an exciting time. We cleaned it up though. Therefore, you got a little bit more family friendly.
Yeah.
Brian, I think you look weird in that uniform. Has our names written all over it, doesn't it?
Okay, go ahead.
Would you like me to be the questioner?
Yes, you could be the questioner.
Okay.
Or you want me to be the questioner?
I should probably be the questioner.
We need 30 seconds on the clock over there, right?
That's right.
I'm watching.
And you have to keep score of the right answer. So how do we know?
I'll stopwatch it.
How do we know if it's the right answer?
I will say
yes.
Correct. Or
Correct.
I'll just say yes, less syllables.
And you could pass, right? You could pass.
You can pass.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a pass happy league.
Let me get prepared here.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
You need to stretch or anything?
Stopwatch.
In 3, 2, 1. Number 22.
29 seconds.
Emmett Smith.
Number 88.
Michael Irvin.
The other one. Younger one.
Brian.
Yes, you got it. Guy who played for the Stars and was the best American goal scorer ever.
20 seconds left.
Mike Modano.
Yes. Rangers outfielder in 2010, 2011 drug problem.
Hamilton.
Yes. Mark Cuban traded him to the Suns, or let him go to the Suns.
What's the guy's name? Steve Nash.
Yes, Japanese pitcher.
2.
Time. Okay, we got 5.
Has got this.
We got 5. That's pretty good.
Got the timing down.
We got 5.
You don't need us.
Got 5. That's pretty good. Of course.
Nice work, boys.
You, Darvish, and then the last one would have been he hated JD because he moved him to third base.
Oh, who was that?
Michael Young.
Michael Young.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So we got 5.
Yeah, we got 5. It's 4. We got 5.
It was Steve Nash you couldn't think of.
Yeah. Yeah, but he got that one in.
I got it in.
And he got you, Darvish, in right after the horns. But that one does not count. That one does not count.
Right, that's my bad.
Okay. You look weird in that uniform is off the board, gentlemen. Which category would you like?
You're answering here, Walchuk, so you tell me what would you prefer?
Lucius got the time?
Popularity contest.
Got the timing down. Lucius has got this. He's a beast.
Popularity contest. Remembered for the wrong reason. What could have been? Enemies of the state or homegrown?
Go homegrown.
Homegrown, baby.
Do you follow asking the questions?
We're both homegrown.
I'm schwitzing.
All right. Let's see. Gotta open up this bad boy.
Don't show them the answers, bro.
Show them to me, please. I need all the help I can get.
Oh, this is...
Yeah, he doubled it up.
In depth.
He doubled it up so it wouldn't be see-through.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Homegrown, Walchuk. Here we go. You ready? You locked in? You locked in? We see an eye to eye?
Don't you be saying part of the word over there.
Don't be saying part of the word over here.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Highland Park, Georgia.
Matthew Stafford.
Golfer, Under Armour.
Scotty Scheffler.
No.
Jordan Spieth.
Yes. Boxer.
Errol Spence Jr.
He was almost a Ranger. Almost a Ranger, not a Ranger. I'm going to skip it. Rookie, Tulsa.
Tyler Smith.
And Big 3, Miami Heat.
Oh, Mario Chalmers.
No. Big man. Dinosaur neck.
Nice. Nice.
Dinosaur neck. Who's the dinosaur neck?
Swing and a miss, Chris Bosh.
Oh, Chris Bosh. That's right.
Clayton Kershaw.
No, it was Trevor Story.
Oh, Trevor
So how many did you get right?
Oh,
What,
dang,
two?
I could have gotten Trevor Story.
We got 1, 2, 3, 4. We should have got
She
5
just said
with Chris
Irving
Bosh.
for Trevor Story. I'd have nailed it.
You're
But
right.
It's
with
all
Story,
good.
Yeah.
It's all good.
After round 1, the G-Bag Nation Crusties lead the G-Bag Bleeders by a score of 5-4 as control of the board now comes over to us, Broadus. We have.
Pick one you think you like.
You're going to be given the Clint.
Yeah, I'm gonna do my best.
The Clints. You'll be given the clues.
Whoa.
That was close.
That was very close.
Clinch.
Economy is the state. Remember, it's for the wrong reason. Popularity contest.
Walter, I'm proud of you, man. You did a good job.
I want to go with the
You
enemas
do
of the
well, buddy. I
state.
appreciate you.
Enemies of the state.
Yes, sir. Team Krusty here.
Dun, 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 dun.
You know, when I started working at the Fan, I was considered one of the young guys. We kicked the living crap out of Bruce Gilbert and Grego and Richie and Mike Fisher at a softball game one night.
Oh,
It was great. Down there in Mansfield, Field of Dreams. It was epic.
See, that's what we need to do. We need to do this like a physical challenge, not the brain power stuff. That's way overrated, right,
Yeah,
Wolchuk?
I agree.
Here we go. Count them down, Brian.
Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Toronto got punched in face.
Batista.
ESPN blowhard.
We need first and last name.
Stephen A. Smith.
Miami nemesis.
Oh, I don't know. Dallas Mavericks.
2011.
D. Wade. Dwayne Wade.
Nolan Ryan punched in face.
Robin Ventura.
Giants quarterback.
Eli Manning.
Fox Sports.
Steve
blowhard.
Bayless.
Former Packer quarterback.
Favre. Oh, no. Rodgers. What was I thinking?
That's 6
Favre never beat the Cowboys in the playoffs. Dawson, figure it out. We had the chance for a perfect round.
They really did.
Get your bleep together.
What did we get, 6?
Hey,
So we're allowed to just say last names. We don't have to go full names. That's good because we got a time crunch.
Because I was full name in this thing.
You were full name.
I
in it.
wanted no doubts.
Okay, what could have been as control of the board goes
crushing, Lucius.
back
You're
over
killing
to
this.
the
Real MVP.
G-Bag.
Wait, how many did y'all get? How many did y'all get?
6 out of 7.
6 out of 7.
Yeah.
What could have been remembered for the wrong reason or popularity contest?
Go popularity.
I knew you would.
Let's do this.
All right, I'm coming over.
Clues go to Wolchuk.
Wolchuk officially has the
I
envelope.
like that configuration, though, Brian. I think you should give the clues in the third round. What do you think?
Are we allowed to do that? I think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
the third's our choice.
Yeah, that's a mystery box round. I think we
Okay.
actually have to draw for that.
Yeah, you're good at this. You're quick.
He's got a quick wit about him.
Toronto punched in the face.
Toronto punched in the face. Yeah. All right, Wolchuk's got his game face on. I've never seen him this serious.
You ready for this, baby?
Born ready.
Let's go. Former Ranger, on the World Series teams, big chant. Beard, dated a porn star.
Oh my gosh, just continue.
Former Maverick, has a great nickname. You can fly it.
Jason Terry.
Yep. Rangers manager, former.
Ron
World
Washington.
Series. Cowboys quarterback,
Troy Aikman.
other one, who won a Super Bowl.
Roger Staubach.
Number 88,
Dez.
original.
Drew Pearson.
Former Dallas Star.
Whoa.
What'd you get?
Quick 30.
We got 3.
Yes.
Mike Napoli was the one you couldn't get, by the way.
Should have said my Italian brother. I have his jersey.
We are leading.
Trouble.
Sorry, I should have known.
We are
have the
leading
jersey, too.
11-7,
Yeah,
Brian.
the 30 seconds went fast.
I know it's a fast
Brian.
30. It's the fastest 30 seconds.
Is this the final one for you and I?
This will be the third and final round. We have the choice between what could have been and remembered for the wrong reason. Damn it. These sound like negative ones. We should be really good at these.
Yeah.
I can no longer claim that 30 seconds is a long time.
No, when
I
you're
have
doing
to
this.
finally, I have to concede.
I think Lucius is doing a
Lucius is
tremendous
crushing.
job back there.
Let's go with remembered for the wrong reason. That sounds like powerful.
Remember
traumatic
for the
memories.
wrong reasons.
Yeah.
Let me open this.
Brian
one.
brought us.
Yeah. Oh, don't choke, Brian.
You got this, buddy.
Ben DiNucci.
Ben DiNucci.
He's remembered for the right reasons, damn it.
God dang
That's
it.
our buddy.
Instead of saying let's dominate to himself, he says don't choke.
Raphael Setien.
Okay.
This guy seems deflated right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
Brian doesn't know what he's doing.
He's leaking confidence all over the studio floor.
Okay. I've already seen what I'm going to do here.
Okay.
Okay, well let's go ahead and start the clock then. Okay.
Hey, little,
Game strategy.
No, I'm just seeing what I'm going to do. Okay.
Yeah, no, map it out.
Here
Map
we
it
go.
out.
Here we go. And start. Traded from Boston. Guard.
Rajon Rondo.
Outfielder Rangers, miss ball.
Nelly Cruz.
Kicker for the Dallas Cowboys.
Mar.
Russian edge from Carolina.
Carolina. Oh, Greg Hardy.
Pitcher, weird, Cars, left-hander.
C.J. Wilson.
Outfielder Rangers, drugs.
Josh Hamilton.
That's it.
Okay.
How many Josh Hamilton answers are there?
My gosh.
Love it.
That was
Bunch of Hamilton.
All right,
That was incredible, man.
I'd skip Sean Avery. He's a hockey.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't
you
have
would
gotten
have
that
never
one.
got that one. I didn't want to
you
waste
got
time.
one, okay.
He had those ads for the how to recover from hangovers.
Yeah.
He sounded like the spokesman for CTE during those ads.
That's 6 out of 7.
I would have known who you were talking about. Okay, 6 out of 7. We'll take it.
Yep.
Cool. I'm going to spend a lot of time with this envelope before the clock starts. That's for sure. Let's go ahead. I'm going to map this out. I like the way Broadus did that. That was a good idea.
Yeah, that
It
was
a good
smart.
plan.
That was smart.
Yeah.
We've done it.
You guys, do we even have a chance at based on the score?
Right now it's 17-7. No.
17-7. So we need a couple of these are bonus, right? A couple of these are worth a lot.
You want to go double or nothing? It will give you 1.5 on each correct answer, which would bring you a total of 10.5 points and give you a win 17.5-17. But we'd get 2 bet payoff immunities each. If you can't pull it off. That's right.
And
Gosh.
Oh wow.
Sean
Okay, that's
Avery
fine
can't
because
bet payoff till bye week.
yeah, that's true. Are you in on that? I mean, I'm looking at these names right now.
It's no fun.
So
I hap them out.
They're all worth 1.5 is what you're saying.
They'd all be worth 1.5 if you take the deal.
Okay, so that means, wow.
You agree to that, Brian?
I'll do whatever you want to do, Gavin.
Cool.
What do you think, Walchuk?
I'm down for whatever,
We've
baby.
got
we
got
need to do
immunity right
agreeable.
now, right?
We do.
We have immunity.
Unless they sweep it.
Unless we would have to get all 7.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, Chuck, let's crush this thing.
All right.
So
let's crush this thing.
what happens if they get all 7?
What could have been?
It's an even. It's an even.
Yeah.
It's even.
It would be a 0.
Yeah. Be a 0.
Okay, we got to be locked in here. Okay. You have a warrior spirit about you.
Warrior spirit about you.
Yeah, I love it. Let's go.
Tommy John Ranger pitcher.
You're on.
Former Maverick, point guard, French, not very
Roderick
good.
Bobois.
Yes, running back for the Cowboys. He sucked. He got in trouble, and he wasn't any good.
Joseph Randall.
Yes, we have wide receiver, Baylor, Cowboys, Scooter.
Oh, Terrence Williams.
Yes, Mav that was overpaid, bad knees. He's white. He sucked. Big overpay, bad
Christoph
contract.
Porzingis.
No.
Sean Bradley.
Narc's friend. They used to party together. He's young. He's sexy. He's Chandler Parsons.
Chandler Parsons.
Let's freaking go.
Why don't you go
Brian.
with broadcaster
Let's
now? FanDuel.
Go.
He's already
He is
pointing
young and
fingers.
sexy.
Is he pointing sausage fingers at me right now?
No, those were solid hands.
Freaking.
Let me collect a couple of those tears, Zach. I need it for my chili later.
Oh man, yeah, you're gonna need them.
Chandler
Donkey to
Parsons.
introduce you to as well.
And then it was if we got through Chandler, we were at Neftali Felice.
Okay.
And then we would have won.
That was close. That was
Damn.
freaking close,
Dang it.
boys.
Gosh,
Well
I'm
done.
so sorry.
Thanks,
Walchuk.
Gavin.
No,
Spittle,
it's
if you're
okay.
listening
I
right now,
apologize,
thank you
man.
so
Heck of a
much.
game.
I should have gotten Chandler Parsons.
Thank you.
Sexy
Hi.
used to party together.
Thank
So
you.
is
Yep.
that-
Kidding me? I should have nailed that.
Sing here.
You know this-
Sing, boys. Mistakes.
You ever heard of the song that's called Go F Yourself?
And you've made a few.
That's right.
You have no immunity.
Total cheat fest by the Crusties. I agree.
I'm on to these people.
And we never
I
lose.
think they've been sharing the answers.
I can't stand you.
F yourself.
Wow.
You've cheated all game. How did we cheat? You guys suck.
Cheaters never prosper.
I see that on the text as well.
Yeah.
They're saying we cheat?
Yeah, people are watching and saw you guys show each other the answers, man.
What?
I mean, when it's obvious,
I
people
did not
call it
remember
out.
that part.
tape doesn't lie.
I
I just
do
think
not
Gavin-
take this from us.
How many Josh Hamilton answers did y'all get on y'all's?
I think Gavin's
Josh
just really
Hamilton.
good at answering these questions.
Josh
That's what I
Hamilton.
think.
Well, thank you, sir. Those are some great hints as well.
Yeah.
Hey, we got to run, Nation. When we come back.
By the way, when we come back, if we can, I've got updates on from Gang of 7.
Oh, on DeAndre Hopkins.
On
Yes,
Hopkins.
let's
If we
do
can carry
that.
that to another time, but I've got some.
No, we
Okay,
can do it
we'll
next.
sprinkle them.
That's a tease.
What else we doing, Wolchuk?
It's National Best Friends Day, which we no longer are, Gavin, but Eric and I still are. I got the best TV shows about friendship. What's your favorite friendship television series next?
Oh, I love that. But Welcome back, Nation. Cowboys Twitter's coming up at 5 o'clock. You won't want to miss it. It's time now for the Wooly Bullies Top 10 at 420. Here he is, Zach with an H.
Thank you very much there, General. We are going to get to the top 10 best TV shows about friendship on National Best Friends Day. If you want to shout out a best friend and, you know, what's a show maybe you grew up watching that taught you a thing or two about friendship and relationships. 877-881-1053 for me. That show is definitely Boy Meets World. It's an honorable mention on this list. It probably would be number one for me. But before we get to this, Brian, you've got an update on DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah, I do. And I've actually, it's funny, more guys, I guess because the mini camps and OTAs are all ending right now. One of my guys got back. This is we're talking about Hopkins, DeAndre Hopkins. And one of my guys says he's got a terrible reputation for practice, preparation, and work habits. He's a baller on Sunday, but everything else with the process is poor. That was what one of my guys said. Another guy says, he goes, he's certainly different, is what one of the guys said about him. And then one other guy said price, age, durability, separation, declining athlete, isn't a bad guy, but seems to be on the edge of stuff, was something that a guy said about him. And then I had another one say, there's always a story. He goes, but it has to be something, either money or character or both. Was what a guy said there. And then my final guy, he said, asking for a lot of money. Again, he's old, nothing crazy that I'm aware of.
So an older guy that's not a coach's dream.
Sounds like that
wants top of the market money. Yeah.
Sounds like that's what they're talking about right now. That's what I give you. 5 teams, 6 teams right there that other than the Cowboys, you know. That
sounds like something a lot of people are willing to talk about, though, or share insights with you on. And
might be caught everybody at the right time, you know?
Yeah, no doubt. We're in a little bit of a downtime. Segment here,
yeah.
by the way, is brought to you by Window Nation, Wolchuk.
Sweet. Now let's get to this top 10 list. Some text coming in. Cougar Town. Seriously, great show.
Is that really a Cougar Town show?
I think there is a Cougar Town show. Now I haven't watched it.
What's it on?
That's like a Friendies with Bennies kind of show, not just.
I could see a friendly. Hey, Friendies with Bennies. That's a friendship. That could be a best friend right there as well.
817 saying that Jay and Silent Bob. Those guys are legendary.
Oh, absolutely.
But 432 here, Perfect Strangers. And when you mentioned this, I thought of Balky Bartakamus, the cousin who came over to live with Larry in Chicago. And that was just like a really interesting show from the late 80s, early 90s. And these guys were super bros. You know, they were cousins. And Balky, he was from some European country and didn't know about times in America. And there was Larry to explain everything to him. It was hilarious.
No doubt. We're getting a lot of good texts in, but let's go to
Bosom
the Pimp
Buddies.
Cup.
Was that a show?
Yeah, it was great.
Tom Hanks.
Oh, Bosom Buddies.
Yeah.
No, I never saw it.
Him and Peter Scolari or something like that.
I thought that's what they called Pac-Man Jones and his homies.
Yeah, definitely. That sounds like a show that I would watch. Lucius, where are you going when it comes to best friendship shows?
Martin. He had a lot of friends, a lot of characters on that show. He had to be friends with his girlfriend's best friend, you know, that type, Pam.
Yeah.
He had his best friends. He had Cole.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, a lot of dynamics
Martin's
right
good.
there. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Martin was great.
Keenan and Kel from the 214. Ed and Eddie. We got Psych is being texted in. Larry David. Golden Girls getting some love as well.
They were all friends.
Golden
Yeah.
Girls will get to 100%.
How about Robin Big?
Ooh, rest in peace, Big. Robin Big was a
Christopher
good one.
Boykin was the man, but and so was Rob Dyrdek, but that was a fantastic show.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was all centered around two besties.
Trailer Park Boys, 100%. Absolutely.
What about Wild Boys?
Wild Boys, Jackass, just in general.
There you go.
No doubt. That 70s show, SpongeBob SquarePants. We also got Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Twitch chat. Workaholics.
Yes, you gotta.
Cheers?
You gotta be fresh. Yes, Cheers. No doubt. Cheers is an honorable mention.
Okay.
Was 12 on here. Just missed the top 10. Stranger Things, another one that was an honorable mention.
Oh wow, yeah.
Oh, the young kids. Yeah. How about Beavis and Butthead 214?
Ooh, Beavis and Butthead's a good one.
Nobody has a better shut up dumbass than Butthead.
Yeah. Tool Time. The A-Team.
I think Red Foreman would give him a run for his money.
Yeah, Red.
I'll stand down.
Red's a legend.
1A, 1B.
Yeah.
Happy Days is an honorable mention.
They were good.
Saved by the Bell.
Way before your time.
Two Broke Girls.
Walchuk, when it comes to
they were waitresses, right?
Yeah,
Two
shout out to
girls?
Kat Dennings and what she's working with.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah.
when it comes to Happy Days, other than the Fonz, is there another character that you could
Come on,
name
Wolchuk,
without
you could do
cheating?
this. You could do
Absolutely
this.
not.
No, because I honestly can't
It's
either.
just the Fonz.
Really?
Yeah, no, I can't name a single other character on that. It's just the Fonz that I could
Yeah, it
that I
was
could name for you.
Potsy, Richie.
Yeah, all those guys, huh? Or girls.
Ralph Mouth.
But they were also this morning. Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton were discussing Iron Sheik, who is
The wrestler
just
dude?
passed
The
away.
wrestler.
Put you in the camel clutch.
Oh, that was it.
And they were railing on Bobby and Peyton for not knowing who that was. And I was driving around going, I have no idea who this is either.
He's legendary on Twitter, though. I mean, he's hilarious.
And that's what Sean was saying. So I'm like, I need to go back and look at this guy's Twitter
It's him
and
running
familiarize
that Twitter,
myself.
though, right? I was
He
reading
had
false
some funny
As
stuff.
of
cousins or
yesterday,
nephews or something.
As of yesterday, I can confirm it's no longer him doing it. But up
Yeah.
until yesterday, I don't know. Maybe it was him.
Shout out to our buddy that we met at Boomer Jacks for that Tolo hang. He's been texting in saying he's got Hey Arnold and Rocket Power. It's our guy Braden, Eric's twin from Boomer Jacks.
Oh, yeah, Braden. Cheers.
Good dude. Freaks and Geeks, another one. Scrubs is getting a lot of love. Laverne and Shirley, Scooby-Doo, King of the Hill, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Band of Brothers, my gosh,
Oh,
yes.
that's-
Talked
yeah.
about that yesterday. All right, number 10 on the list is Parks and Rec. Great show.
Never seen it.
Ron Swanson?
Ron
thing?
Swanson, 100%.
You know what? I've seen a lot of cooking shows where did he eat an incredible amount of food?
Yes, bacon was his thing, and
So,
just breakfast in general.
Just like massive amounts of steak and
Yeah, he
steak
would
on
sit
top
down.
of steak.
Yeah,
kind of
he'd sit
thing.
down at any breakfast place you went into. He'd be like, I want all of your bacon.
People have
No,
tried.
you didn't hear
yeah.
me correctly. I want all of your bacon.
Yeah, people try and recreate the Ron Swanson meals, and it's incredible. Yeah.
Just carnivorous.
Oh, it's
from start to
unbelievable.
finish.
Yeah, and he's got a big glass of whiskey. He always tops it off with.
682. I wasn't trying to bleep talk the Iron Sheik, but I think that's factual that he wasn't doing his tweets. I mean, you should look that up. Man versus Food. Yes, Brian.
One of my favorites.
And I think you can get great friendships from Man v Food as well.
Yes.
Do you like Adam Richman better than the new guy? That
Yeah,
they've
the new
got, Casey?
guy. The new guy's terrible.
He's not good.
He's not good. He
never finishes.
He never finishes.
Hate that guy.
He gets beat all the time.
Not good. Drake and Josh. Yeah.
Oh, Drake and Josh, legendary. I'm seeing a screenshot of the Iron Sheik Twitter account. Was it always in all caps? Was he always just sort of screaming?
I believe so. I believe so. Yeah.
He's like Jesse Holly in that regard.
I'm still waiting for one of you young Sparkies to step up and take down my man versus beer record. 28 and a half minutes, 100 ounces.
See, I'm a liquor guy, not a beer
Not
guy.
that difficult.
I think I'd be training camp. I think
Okay.
True or Follow can do that. Maybe.
Yeah,
I can go
I think
shots.
that's gonna have to be.
maybe
This is
to
gonna
get
have to be my
back-
payoff.
maybe to get
I will-
back a
I'll own
payoff,
this one.
yeah.
The same way Walchuk's gonna have to own eating an entire tub of mustard with a spoon.
Well, I never
Okay.
said I was doing that.
We put it on the
did.
payoff list
You
because
said
it was going to be you.
I was going to do that.
I'm not saying it's your next payoff. I'm just saying it's
I
going
got to
to
get
be
you guys some
yours.
stadium mustard. I told you I was going to do that.
You did.
Stadium
You're a man of
mustard.
your word.
I will.
Thank you,
But the
469.
beer
He's confirming
challenge-
I was right.
Yeah. Oh,
like
this
that
would be
idea.
fun. We'll get a beer tower, make a big deal out of it. Now, 972 Talladega Night Shake and Bake. That's from Constable
Yes.
Scott right there. That's
That's a good
epic.
one.
Of course, Magic Man and El Diablo when they got back together.
Yes. Number 9 is the show Community, which I did not watch.
Ooh.
Joel McHale.
Good show.
Never saw it.
At least for the first few seasons. And now the
What do you
guy's
got, man?
name, who's from the Christmases, the family vacations. I'm forgetting his name.
Oh my gosh. Chevy Chase.
Chevy Chase. Yeah,
Yes.
he's
Oh,
in
he's
that,
on that?
and he is.
I heard he was a big bleep hole.
Oh,
like on the show, but also just like in real life to work with. He's apparently a big hole.
He's usually coked out.
Something's going on there.
off the camera, I have read terrible things about how it is to just
Him
be
and
around
Bill
him.
Murray didn't get along very well on Saturday Night Live.
Well,
Because Bill Murray's actually a nice guy.
I guess.
Okay.
I guess.
Well, Chevy Chase in that show is really funny. I saw the first few seasons of it. It's a good
Did you?
show. It was a good show.
And if you're just joining us, we're doing the top 10 TV shows about Friends in honor of Best Friends Day.
Starsky and Hutch.
Starsky and Hutch is a good one.
Oh, that is
And
a
I
good
liked
one.
the remake as well.
The movie?
Yes.
Owen Wilson, Ben Stiller.
Carmen Electra's a cheerleader in there. Still got it.
When I think of Starsky and Hutch, that's what I think of. That's
Oh,
my
really?
Starsky and
Okay.
Hutch.
you should
Yeah.
have seen back in the day, back when the original show. It was on with like Beretta and other shows like that on ABC.
Miami Vice.
That was on
Number
that was
one
on
new show.
that was on NBC.
Number 8 is Seinfeld. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Number 7, That 70s Show.
The Seinfeld guys were barely friends. They were just hanging out, like trying to one up each other with bad jokes.
I feel like that's the friendship love language.
Okay.
We're just going to dunk on each other. But they definitely had to. They They like couldn't stand each other.
They
but
were
loved
never
each
nice
other
to
at the
each
same
other.
time.
They never. I don't know.
It was weird. Number 6, The Big Bang Theory.
Hmm.
Number 5, How I Met Your Mother. South Park's getting a lot of texts, and you're right. South Park should be on here. Number 4 is New Girl.
Did the How I Met Your Mother show, was the whole show like building up to the moment where it culminates in the like the series finale on like where it really specifies and gets down into the nitty gritty on how that guy met that other guy's mom?
Yes, but it was terrible.
Okay.
Number 3 is The Golden Girls.
Saw that one a lot. Right before Who's the Boss, usually.
Love Who's the Boss. Oh, Chips is getting texted in. You want to talk about that one, Brian?
Ponch and John.
There you go.
Yep.
So that's a top 5 snack for me.
Batman and Robin.
Wow.
We'll get to that one, 817. I saw your text. The Sandlot, great. Hulk and Thor, those are 2 great friends. Han Solo and Chewbacca, great pair of best friends. Napoleon Dynamite and Pedro. I love that. Yes, Bill and Ted, absolutely. Even though those are movies, I Love Lucy.
Well, we're clearly using the term show loosely.
That's fine.
Which,
Well,
yeah,
these
it
aren't
is
on the
fine.
list. These are just
Good show.
People are texting in. Number 2.
What my grandparents' generation would call a movie. We're going to the show.
That's right. Hey, there you go. Number 2 on the best TV shows about friendship is Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Andy Samberg, Terry Crews.
I didn't watch a ton of this, but it was
heard it's
funny. What I
hilarious.
did see, I've seen some really funny stuff from that show.
Yeah, Scrubs definitely. And I think we've mentioned Scrubs getting love. American Pie, if we're incorporating movies. Broad City, the show on MTV.
Never saw it.
Getting some love as well. Stewie and Brian from Family Guy. You could put Family Guy on here as well.
Rocket Powerwall Chuck.
Woogity, woogity,
903.
100%. And we just got a text from the boss that he forgot to include some rules.
Yeah.
When it comes to this,
So
I don't think he's realized that we did this already.
The game was null and void.
How'd we do with the rules?
I think
we figured it out on our own, all right?
Well, you guys obviously cheated, so you
Yeah.
bent them, and it was obvious to him as he was driving around listening. So maybe this is a null and void Friday rematch.
I don't think so.
No, I think we did fine on the rules.
Friday, all the marbles game.
Only one word can
I
be
think you
given.
guys
at a time.
were definitely rhyming some of the stuff. And
No
that's-
rhyming occurred.
That's probably going to go ahead and
Only
say that
one
it was
word at a
wash.
time can be given.
We got a Friday winner go home
All right.
game.
Number
I
one,
guess
though.
our immunity is null and void, Brian.
Yeah. Thank
You're
you.
going to have to do bet
Thank
payoffs.
you, Gavin. No, you don't have to do bet payoffs.
Screw you guys, always making up your own rules.
That's what we do.
Now,
We're-
finally, I have a partner in this to fight against this tyranny with me.
We're a fungible show.
These guys, they brought this nonsense to our show. We were just a couple of crusties sitting around talking sports. They're like, hey, let's do crazy antics.
Yeah.
And like, okay.
Yeah.
And now they're just forcing them on us.
Well, you guys are good,
Yeah.
good sports about it. It was just going to
Hey,
be us do these fungible
You took
things.
down that raw meat on your own accord.
You guys are unbelievable, really.
Number 1, though, the number 1 show about friendship is indeed Friends. But I would like to push back. I would go Boy Meets World and Entourage is my top 2.
Yes, okay. I think the rest of America would as well.
All righty. The rest of America is, well, they're ready to move on. Thank you, Old Chuck. The top 10 every afternoon about 4:20. How important is this rare position of need for the Cowboys, and how do they stack up at it inside the division? We got some more Cowboys content on the other side of that as well. So stick around, Cowboys fans, next 15, 20 minutes. We got everything you need next here in the G-Bag Nation. Want to talk D&M leasing. A little Cowboys Wire article here for you. I think if the Cowboys are short somewhere on defense, it's now clearly inside linebacker. I think it's one of the few positions of need. I think they do need to add a veteran either in training camp or shortly after. And this is kind of an article about how they stack up in the division. And I think this is big because you need a good second level, I think, to be a great defense. I don't think you can have total jobbers running around at linebacker and be a great defense, and it's going to get you hurt in more than a few games throughout the year, no matter how good your pass rush and your secondary is. And, this is a place where the Cowboys have decided to go cheap. We're going to go cheap at kicker. We're going to go cheap at linebacker, it appears. And there's not too many of these Cowboys are going cheap at, but it's clear it is. And I think, man, for $5 to $6 million, you could really shore this thing up. They're not going to do it. I get it. Linebacker is not a spot where I'm going to start building my team. But if I'm thinking I'm a contender and this is a go-for-it year, we need more than one guy who's almost always broken.
Yeah. I think that if you get into training camp, much like Broadus was talking about the running back spot, he thinks that could be a spot where maybe they go try and add cheap veteran help if they feel the need to after some preseason games or something. I think linebacker could be similar because they have some young guys that they have invested in and they probably want to see through because they are such a draft and develop team. But there are guys like Zach Cunningham, 28 years old, Deion Jones, familiarity with Dan Quinn, available, Miles Jack, veteran Kyle Van Noy, who I'd even be open to, Quan Alexander, Jared Davis. Like there's a couple of guys out there that you might be able to go get. I think Zach Cunningham would be at the top of my list.
I think they're really excited about Damone Clark and what he can do this year. He's apparently been like side-by-side Leighton Vander Esch working all offseason long. They've been really good, and he's been imparting wisdom, much like Hankins and Mozzie Smith right now as well. The big question mark is Jabril Cox. He's a guy that, the beat was reporting had some really good practices. Of course, it was during the 7-on-7 periods, Brian, where we had to leave.
Right.
But if they can get something out of Jabril Cox, I think all of a sudden you feel completely different about the linebacker group.
I've seen Malik Jefferson get work too.
Yeah.
And I don't quite know that one. I didn't expect that one to happen, but I was kind of hopeful about with Overshone and then Devin Harper and, those kinds of guys. I was kind of thinking, man, I hope maybe you'll see more of those guys during training camp because they weren't part of what the first team defense was doing on the varsity end of the field. It was guys like Malik Jefferson and stuff like that. And I'm thinking, man, is he really a part of what we're about to do here?
Well, I hope they find one of these young guys to step up. I mean, they're prospecting. They can find corners and safeties on day 3, no problem. Linebacker, I think, should be an easier spot to find athletes who have the instincts to get to the football. They're not, significantly highly rated. They're kind of like the running back of the defense. But anyway, Mike Crum here, Cowboys Wire. The best inside linebacker in the situation in the division right now would go to Washington. Jamin Davis and Cody Barton have both had 100 tackle seasons. It doesn't take a lot to be the best inside linebacker duo in this division, though. Second best is the Giants with, is it Bobby Okereke?
Okereke, yeah.
As a free agent, I believe, from the Colts. And Jared Davis, who, when healthy, has been very productive, but he's been hurt the last couple of years. That's probably the second best linebacker situation. The Eagles have a ton of potential. Nakobe Dean, remember all the talk about him?
Yeah.
Pegged as a first-round pick last year.
In the third round, yeah.
Goes third round, never made an impact, played in 34 snaps, collected 13 tackles. And Nicholas Moreau is not a superstar addition, but he could be a free agent steal. Pro Football Focus grade suggests he could be overrated with a run grade under 50 and a 54 grade overall. So there are the Eagles. If they have a weak spot on their defense, and it showed big time last year against the run, didn't it? Probably how they ended up getting beat in the Super Bowl as well, is just not having great linebacker play. So here's what Cowboys Wire has on the Cowboys' unique linebacker room due to the fact they regularly play a hybrid safety and their best edge rusher at linebacker. But in ranking these positions, Jaron Kearse is a safety and Micah Parsons is an edge rusher. That's reality. That leaves Dallas with a single reliable starter and a ton of potential. He mentions Damone Clark, Jabril Cox, DeMarvion Overshone, Devin Harper, Malik Jefferson, and Isaiah Land that are all getting a chance to be a breakout player next to Leighton Vander Esch next season. Is this a deal kind of like running back where we're going to give a combination of rookies and recently drafted guys a chance, and as we get close to September, we'll figure out if any of them have risen to the occasion?
Be my guess. That'd be my guess. And yeah. I do think they're 100% right about the idea of the way Dan Quinn likes to play things. He's got the safeties or linebackers.
Exactly.
In that scenario.
That's what you got to factor in.
He knows, got to pray to God Vander Esch stays
Kearse
healthy.
and Wilson are essentially de facto linebacker hybrid roles.
Yeah, he's going to go with Vander Esch and he's going to go with Kearse, and whoever that third guy is, that's how they're going to roll. But I could say I'm hopeful for Clark. This time last year we didn't even think he was going to play. And
the neck thing, right? It went spinal on him.
Yeah, the back neck area. Yeah, but
he was bad last year.
He was. That's the thing about it, is that when he was bad when he didn't have Vander Esch next to him.
Oh,
there was that time when Vander Esch was not playing there for a couple of games, and it was him and Barr, and it's like Barr couldn't help him. Like he needed Van Der Esch to kind of maybe line
Here's
him
what
up.
they're doing. This is what we're doing.
Be ready for a slant. You get linebackers that kind of that Sean Lee mentality where they can read what formation's going to be. And I think that I don't think Barr did anything to help. But you're right, Clark wasn't great. But the guy that wasn't great was Cox. They tried to get him on the field, and they just couldn't make that thing work.
Clark's the only one with a large enough sample size to make a determination.
If it comes into having to put somebody on the field, that if there's a big unknown of all the other guys, they'll put Clark back on the field.
So we go to this is Cowboys Wire, Mike Crum. Clark has the size, work ethic, and athleticism to end up being a star, but he played nearly 60% of the snaps last year with average production. He had under 50 total tackles and less than 30 solos, and he honestly looked lost at times without Van Der Esch.
Yeah.
By the end of the year, Clark could be the top linebacker in the division, though. But like Dean on the Eagles, he has to show his work translates on the field before he can be ranked higher than either starter on the Commanders. When healthy, Van Der Esch is excellent, gets his young teammates in the right position, long and athletic enough to be disruptive in coverage, capable blitzer, and an 801 total snaps, only missed 6 tackles. Unlike Okereke or Morrow, Van Der Esch isn't learning a brand new system and getting used to all new teammates, so he could improve even more going into season 3 with Dan Quinn. That'd be exciting. I think it's just terrific that Leighton Van Der Esch has figured out what it takes to keep that neck healthy and be reliable enough for this football team. All right, speaking of football, Barcelona has said Leo Messi turned down their proposal because he wants to compete in a league with fewer demands. After the Ford confirmed he will join Inter Miami yesterday, the statement reading, President Laporta understood and respected Messi's decision to want to compete in a league with fewer demands, further away from the spotlight and the pressure he has been subjected to in recent years. Sometimes this stuff can get lost in translation when you're going foreign language to English. And it seems blunt, it seems disrespectful. But reading that in English, if I'm Messi, I'm like, come on, guys. How about a little bit of respect for a guy who might be the GOAT of all time and gave you 21 years of my career in Barcelona? I'd say you can just keep those side-busting comments and my name out of your mouth, Mr. Laporta. How about you? Would you take offense to this if you're the GOAT?
Yeah, a little bit. I'd probably be like, "Come on, dude, don't send me out that way. Send me out the way I wanted to be sent out, which was as being too good of a teammate. I didn't want all the other guys on Barcelona to have to take a pay cut in order to afford me. That's how I wanted you to sell me out
I'm
of
trying
here.
to spread the wealth here.
Come on, I'm a good Samaritan.
What the heck
man.
is this bleep hole doing?
We do have a massive increase in ticket prices, and I believe Chiafalo will have the details on that story and more a little bit later on in the show for you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, when we come back, it's time for Cowboys Twitter. Brian Schottenheimer, lengthy quote on the offense here for your Dallas Cowboys. And we'll give you what he has to say as he defines the Texas Coast offense here for you next in the nation.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of 5 today in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Got a full show. Your first place Texas Rangers taking a day off after taking another series, this time against the St. Louis Cardinals. So salute to the Texas Rangers. They're going to get back after it Friday night in Tampa. So that means tomorrow our show will be ending right now. The pregame will be getting underway, and we thank you for enjoying that Rangers baseball. Our off-season coverage of the Cowboys is proudly presented by Bosch Power Tools, and it resumes right now with an edition of Cowboys Twitter. Top tweets going viral about America's team from today's final minicamp practice. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Brian Broaddus. He's a former Cowboy scout and NFL executive. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there in Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. And coming up at 5:40, it'll be time for LA Live. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are in attendance. And, of course, Carter Freeman is coordinating your video at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, the Expressway, 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content right around the corner. Cowboys have added the Broncos added defensive end Frank Clark to their deal, and we'll recap everything that's been developing throughout the world of sports here coming up in about 20 minutes to start that Expressway. Let's do this, though. How about we get you some Brian Schottenheimer on running the Texas Coast offense, combination of the West Coast and what the Cowboys had been doing. I've said it, and I do believe it. It was not broken. What they've done here over the last 5, 6, 7 years has been really good since Dak came into the league. We wanted to keep a lot of that in place. It's what our players know. We're a veteran-strong offense that has added some really cool pieces, and we were very selective about the changes we made. We tried to protect some of the language, the things Dak has used for a long time, but we certainly added some wrinkles. Not to put a number on it, but we're somewhere in the keep 70%-ish, and we've certainly added some flavor. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Ooh, what's your flavor?
Let's trig it up.
What's your flavor?
I thought Kellen Moore would add flavor, and every now and then there would be an entire series that had flavor in it. You know, misdirection, spread them out, keep them guessing. And then he'd go away from it and go back to basic runs up the middle. So I love what they're doing as far as keeping the language pretty similar so there's not a learning curve there. Let's not make it any more difficult than it's got to be. But 30% new, that sounds perfect to me if they're really executing this. You know, we'll see if we can trust them on it. But new guys, I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt.
I'd say 30% new is the running game. I think they're comfortable with what they want to do in the passing game with Dak and all that.
It's a bummer because the route concepts were a problem.
That's just,
and we got to get it out quicker.
That's the thing. I just feel like that they're comfortable with Dak. He understands the reads. He understands the routes. Maybe there's some things that they're probably working on there that they want to implement to the with the combinations like you were talking about. I think the biggest thing is when they self-scouted, they realized they couldn't run the ball the second half of the season, the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And they don't want to go through that again.
Yeah.
They're like, listen, we could throw the ball and we protect well enough. Our receivers, they get open. Well, I mean, the separation numbers don't tell you that, but they're thinking like, with Cooks and guys like that, maybe we can do a little bit better on the outside. I think where their emphasis is probably looking at with that 30% is that running game.
Yeah, we're going to have to run, I think, this much to open up things for Dak down the field.
A lot
the
of
problem
play
was
action
last
stuff
year,
they do.
You couldn't make them pay.
No.
You couldn't make the defense pay last year.
No,
they were begging you to run, and you'd be like, oh, man, we're the 23rd best running team in the NFL.
Yeah.
And that was, after, continuing to run, not being able to find ways to have success with it. You got worse as the year went on.
Yeah.
That's huge. I think that's why Kellen Moore's gone. But I'm with Chief. I hope they're changing up the passing game a little bit, too.
They need to.
Yeah. You can keep a lot of that stuff. We got to get these guys the ball on the run facing the end zone they're attacking. I mean, that's basic stuff on offense for all sports.
Yeah, and to me, that's kind of the whole part of the West Coast offense is we're going to go ahead and run a lot of short to intermediate passes, and it's going to be quick passes, but it's also, hey, how can we get our playmakers the ball in space and on the move? And hopefully they're able to implement that with guys like Tony Pollard and Kevontae Turpin, who the other previous regime wasn't really able to do.
They've tried from what we've been able to see in that what they call two spot, where the JV works on one end and the varsity on the other. They've used Turpin quite a bit.
They have.
And maybe it's because they're maybe down a couple of guys over there, but they've tried to get him more involved, at least some formational stuff that they're doing.
Little bunch sets.
Yeah.
And hopefully they can get the screen game going.
Yeah.
That's something they haven't been able to do at all.
Screen game's huge. Sounds like from what you guys have seen, they're implementing quite a bit of pre-snap motion, which is definitely nice. And then I think a lot of it with the run game too is just not having so many tendencies that make you so predictable with your running game. Because I think the deep dives that a lot of people have done on it are showing that it was pretty obvious. And depending on the down and distance and the alignment of your quarterback, was he under center, was he in shotgun, they pretty much know what type of run was going to come their way. And so hopefully that's something that, like when they talk about self-scouting, that's the kind of stuff that you need to be able to see before it's the end of the season and NFL media members are doing it for you.
Yeah, that's something Kellen Moore picked up from Jason Garrett. Be as predictable as possible.
Yeah, just hat on a hat, make the guys win, players.
I would imagine Schottenheimer's flavor is vanilla, says the 972. And you can say that, but he had a lot of success running the football in Seattle when they did not have great offensive linemen or backs with huge pedigree.
And if it's a Bluebell homemade vanilla, I think that's still a damn good flavor.
Sounds delicious.
I think that where you have to hope Schottenheimer's different than what we've probably seen with Schottenheimer with Seattle was that the year he spent breaking down offenses for Dan Quinn, that all of a sudden he's watching Philadelphia. He's watching the Rams. He's watching, San Francisco. He's breaking down opponents. He's like, man, that's a pretty good idea. Oh, yeah. I like how they're getting into that run from that formation. Oh, hey, here's a screen package I haven't seen before. That's your hope. That year that Schottenheimer spent on the other side of the building, where he was just looking at opponents, that maybe that one or two things he'll steal and say, okay, this is stuff that I was trying to do at Seattle, but man, if I did it this way, this might work better for us. That's my hope.
100%. And that is a giant hope, and it's not a hope that I'm usually optimistic on when it comes to coaches changing their ways. They're usually pretty married to the things they like to do.
Well, we saw Quinn.
We didn't with McCarthy.
Yeah. Dan Quinn is the epitome of that. He saw the way the NFL was going, and he knew the way he was doing things, even though it worked for a while and it was Legion of Boom, he had to tweak it in a huge way. And to his credit, he's done that. But we all throw out Dan Quinn's name, and then is it a dead end after that? Like, how many coaches are you pointing to that had a career renaissance where they're just constantly adapting, or they were hugely one thing and then they became hugely something else as the sport evolved? I don't know how many coaches are doing that.
Usually it's the guys that evolve, that keep evolving, and the guys that are stuck in their ways. Yeah, that's what they do.
Yeah, that's
well
the Andy
said.
Reeds of the world, no question. But, I mean, heck, you can point to even the Super Bowl, right? Andy Reid plucks a play from Jacksonville, and they score twice on it, and there was just one instance of it, and I can think of Kellen Moore's entire career here, and it was this past year. It was that 4th and 1. Jacksonville did it against the Cowboys, where they faked the sneak up the middle. They end up tossing it outside. Nobody's out there. Cowboys were able to execute it the next week, but yeah, stealing's part of the game, and hopefully Brian Schottenheimer. I know the players are big fans of Schottenheimer.
Yeah, and the West Coast or Texas Coast offense, it should bring motion and bunches into play. If they're really implementing that part of it, that's something we've been asking for, because it asks questions of the defense and gives you an opportunity to provide that deception at the snap.
What do you think, what portion of the offense, run or pass, do you think that Mike McCarthy is most confident in calling plays for?
Passing.
I think he's a pass guy. Yeah.
You need Schottenheimer to provide the running game wisdom.
And hopefully it's a great marriage, because Schottenheimer is a run-first kind of guy.
Even though he had problems with Kellen Moore throwing the ball, do you feel like that he liked what the passing game was?
I don't think so, because I think it's taking too long to get the ball out, and you're not hitting targets that are on the move.
I think his comment during the press conference yesterday was all I needed to hear. I don't think they've been running an offense he's loved the entirety of the time here.
See, that's amazing to me.
It's shocking, right? He's the head coach.
But you have Schottenheimer coming out saying, and maybe he's just bluffing us all. Maybe they're completely changing this offense over.
Yeah, I can see that. You can never trust anything.
He said this is the first time we're running our offense. That's what he said yesterday in the press conference.
McCarthy said that, yeah.
That's why I feel like Kellen Moore might actually improve a lot when he gets to San Diego, because he might work with a head coach who can actually mentor him. You know, Mike McCarthy did nothing as an offensive expert to help Kellen Moore. He sat there quietly throughout the entire game.
So is that, it's clearly not what you want from your head coach.
No.
But is he maybe that guy that is kind of sets things up, and maybe he's doing it with Dak now, where he's like, I want my quarterback to be in control. I want my quarterback to be the guy. He kind of lines up a scapegoat. Kellen was clearly that guy, and it seems like the language a little bit, he's setting up Dak to be that guy.
I think he was doing it for the job security as well, and then maybe that's the fall guy, option. I can be here for 3 years if things don't go right.
I don't want to believe that. I don't want my head coach to be that way, but just being unbiased here, that's hard not to think of.
The problem I have with Mike is, man, he is an offensive coach, and he's been a successful offensive coach, but he just allowed Kellen Moore to continue to do that. He allowed him to, and maybe I'm being too critical of him here, but I would have believed. I think this last year was really the first year where we've seen like Mike really step up and say, "Man,
made it his."
Took
ownership.
Yeah, I don't like
this.
Well,
I think you can't do something against what Jerry really wants, and he believed Kellen Moore was the next offensive genius.
Yeah.
So that's job security to let Kellen Moore do his job, and now I think we get to see what Kellen Moore might be able to do. Okay, Schottenheimer on Cooks. Tolbert has had an incredible camp. If you talk to Jalen, what he's going to tell you is he spent a lot of time with Brandon. Here's a guy who has been there, done that. He wants to encourage and invest in the younger guys. Those guys spend a lot of time together. What Brandon brings is more than just speed. It's fun to watch him run, but what I love is the competitor and the ways he's encouraging that entire room of receivers. It's been awesome. Yeah, I think this kind of veteran leadership can be huge for your young guys. It sounds like he's worked a lot with Tolbert, and maybe Tolbert's going to come in here with more confidence, but he says, Drew Brees and I are very close. This is Schottenheimer. When we made the move to get Cooks, the very first text I got was from Drew. He was like, you're going to love this guy. And Drew is a hard guy to give a lot of positive reinforcement. So that's pretty cool with Brandon Cooks. I know he made that kind of impression on us when he joined us.
Did. Yeah.
Was it earlier this week or was it last week?
Last week, yeah.
Yeah, we interviewed Brandon Cooks. He's the man. That's the kind of player leadership that you can only benefit from. How about Dan Quinn on Mike McCarthy going back to calling plays? Really cool to see Mike in that role. Looks, from my opinion, like he's having a blast sometimes as a head coach when you're not the play caller and you're yearning for it. I've seen that with him. The energy he has for it. He sets the whole menu and the table for us, and we're having a good offseason. But him specifically, I felt some happiness and some joy for him going out there, and you can see his competitive juices going. We'll have some good battles. I've coached against Mike for a long time, and he's one of the very best. Hopefully, we have a lot of fun out in California. I do believe that passion can be infectious, and I think your head coach needs some of that. I just don't think he can be a robot about processing good decisions and, trying to give good advice. I think a desire to win, a desire to show your team and the entire league that I have the freaking answers. When you have a head coach who's hitting like that and clicking, I think it carries a serious momentum, and that energy as the leader of your franchise can be very powerful.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Your head man, the guy who's in there, and he's the one putting you to work all the time in practice and stuff like that. If you feel like he's in any way checked out or not fully engulfed and in love with what it is that he's doing and y'all are doing as a team, then that would rub you the wrong way for sure. And especially over years, now these guys that have been here through McCarthy, this will be his fourth season?
Yeah.
Season number 4, that would start to really get on your nerves. If it's like, my gosh, is my coach even really, how invested is he?
Yeah, well, now he's got to be super invested, and it does make you excited for getting to watch 11-on-11 out there in Oxnard.
Because it could be different.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Brian points out with all these different moving parts, it might go bad.
It could.
Yeah.
But the fact that he's got more passion, new ideas, it gives you a chance, I think, to break off and be a better team with essentially the same players.
And a lot of the fan techs, go for it, Brian.
Yeah, this thing could be one of those things where I talk about it maybe taking some time. And I wonder how much time they really have. I mean, maybe this offense could be good with McCarthy running it 2-3 years from now. Are they going to be able, if it has its issues this year, is Jerry and Steven going to give him the time to, okay, we saw some good things, but no, we're going to go in a different direction here. This offense has a chance probably to be really, really good, and it might be good this year, or it might be good 2-3 years from now.
I could see it going so bad that they don't bring him back.
Well,
for
see,
sure.
that's what we've seen with.
I mean, it was ugly in 2020,
Well,
Brian.
that's
I
what
don't
we've
got to tell you that.
We've seen what Dan Quinn's done on defense. Every year on defense, they've gotten better.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know if maybe that's something that needs to be done on the offense, but he might just have 1 year.
I think part of the fun is Mike knows he's kind of backed into the corner. He's burned the boats, and if this doesn't work, the career's probably over.
Yeah.
But he's going to go out calling things the way that he wants to, not depending on Kellen Moore to keep his job alive. You can tell he doesn't think Kellen Moore is very smart with his game management. Cowboys defensive coordinator Dan Quinn, when asked about Micah, I thought we were only at one position on Micah continuing to move around the defense. I thought we were only at one position, laughing. My job is to find matchups, Micah and others, to put guys in spots where we can really allow them to rip and kick ass. That's been my goal all along. We got a lot of unique players. How we feature Donovan, J-Ron, Micah, Dorrance, and others. We like to move them around and put them into different spots. We're not going to ask somebody to do something that they've never done or haven't been ready for. This is a good time to explore that. So it sounds like he's still moving Micah around quite a bit.
Yeah, you know what? I think a player that he's really intrigued by is Donovan Wilson. I think we're going to see some things from Donovan Wilson that we haven't.
I love him so much.
He did some great things with Curse and the way Curse plays. I think he's got something for Donovan Wilson that's going to make him that difference maker out there.
I'd love that. I'd also like it for Israel Mukwamu. I think that they need to
playing
make
some
sure
slot. How
he's
about
involved.
that?
Yeah, and for his size, his ability to move in the slot, I think is outstanding. But a guy that I think is and we've talked about him, that he's probably licking his chops for, but he looks like he's ready to just burst onto the scene as Sam Williams. Yeah.
Let's go.
I've been really excited watching Sam Williams at some of these practices. He looks ready.
We'll get more from Bobby Belt coming up here in about 15 minutes. LA Live with Lucius is coming up at 5:40. We'll hit the expressway, though, and get you caught up on everything that's been developing in the world of sports here throughout your afternoon next on The Fan. Life's unpredictable, and you never know when you or a loved one might be hurt in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, and that's when you need an experienced public injury attorney to fight for your rights and get you the compensation you deserve. That's the Frankels. That's where they come in.